I'm in Hollywood chapter 278 to chapter 342. While the two of them were talking softly, the mobile phone on the coffee table rang. The girl eagerly took the phone and placed it next to Eric's ear. She then leaned on Eric. Eric hugged the girl's waist and pressed the answer button with his other hand. Jeffrey's concerned voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Eric, are you okay now? I'm fine. I'm watching the show. How's the company doing now? Eric glanced at the news that was still playing on the TV. However, his tone was a little forced. He wasn't the kind of person who had a strong will. How could he not feel when facing such a large-scale attack? If he hadn't left some bargaining chips in advance, Eric didn't know what he would have done now. The company's situation is still stable, but a few unimportant staff members resigned today. They probably couldn't stand the pressure of public opinion, so I didn't ask them to stay. Also, Robert tested me in the afternoon. Although he didn't say it explicitly, he seemed to want me to persuade you. I guess he was hinted at by some people. Don't worry about him. Do what you need to do. I understand. I'm just telling you about this. Also, when do you plan to fight back? You can't let things go on like this, right? Eric paused and said, now is not the time. By the way, how's the money? When Jeffrey heard this question, his tone became a little heavy. He said, it's all delayed. I personally went to Columbia and Fox, but I didn't see any of the people in charge. I asked Edward, and he said that if this kind of thing goes to court, although we will definitely win, it will take a few months. As for the loan, Carolyn contacted a few banks. Originally, Citibank was already interested and agreed to lend us $50 million. However, Disney and Fox sent a lawyer's letter together, saying that there was a problem with the contract between the two parties. They stopped Citibank from lending us the loan, and this matter fell through again. What do you think they're trying to achieve by doing this? Eric asked as he thought to himself. On the other end of the phone, Jeffrey said, I think it might be related to tax. However, if such a problem really arises, I think the IRS will definitely allow us to delay tax payments since Firefly is such a well-run company. What Jeffrey could think of, Eric could also think of. Therefore, he knew that the next storm would definitely be related to money. Moreover, it would probably be a large sum of money. Otherwise, the major companies would not try to stop Firefly from obtaining funds. Jeffrey, don't think about those two sums of money for the time being. Try your best to get Carolyn to try getting a loan. If the domestic banks aren't enough, then try the overseas ones. Since Citibank is willing to let us go, I think there will be other banks willing to lend us. I know. Actually, Eric, Carolyn told me that there is another way to get a loan, which is to mortgage your shares in Firefly. This way, the other companies will definitely have no reason to stop it. Eric denied without hesitation. Jeffrey, there's no room for negotiation. Our opponents are trying their best to get their hands on Firefly's shares. Can you guarantee that I'll be able to get them back after I mortgage them? I mean, if it's just a small part, such as 10%. No, Jeffrey, don't talk about this anymore. Eric continued, oh yeah, since they've already made a move, we can't just sit back and do nothing. Stop the production of Who Will Be a Millionaire and The X-Files. Also, let out news that there might not be a second season of Friends. Eric paused for a second and said with disappointment, there might not be a second season. Jeffrey heard Eric say this and was silent for a moment before saying, Eric, why don't I talk to Jenny? She was probably just impulsive. Now, she definitely understands your situation. Eric sighed. He remembered that a few days ago, Jennifer Aniston personally called to scold him and warned him not to get close to her daughter. Eric said dispiritedly, no need. Jeffrey on the other side of the phone shook his head and said, okay then. Oh right, Eric, don't watch TV all day. Don't read the newspapers either. You know that those are all fake. Or find something else to do, such as writing a script or something. Eric thought for a moment and said, why don't you help me find a band? Band? Why are you looking for that? I have a feeling and want to make a song. Jeffrey knew that Eric knew some movie soundtracks and had seen Eric's songs. He didn't suspect anything and nodded. Then, what kind of band do you want? Eric said, rock band, industrial heavy metal. Find me the best. Okay. After a few more words, the two of them hung up the phone. Eric pushed away the little girl who had been leaning on him and listening attentively. He turned off the TV and said a few words before going into his study. The next day, Jeffrey found the best rock band in Los Angeles for Eric. Together with a whole truck of music production equipment, they were sent to the Malibu Manor. In the next few days, the paparazzi who were still waiting for Eric's appearance could occasionally hear faint rock music coming from the manor. The storm had been brewing for a week, but Eric still didn't give any response. However, the matter didn't show any signs of dissipating. Outside the Malibu Manor and the Firefly office building, protesters holding banners appeared one after another. They demanded that Eric announce his retirement from the ranks of directors and that he would no longer harm Hollywood. Some media outlets that wanted to maintain fairness occasionally published a few rational analysis articles about the storm, but they were all buried by the one-sided carnival of public opinion. After all, to trample a famous genius director who was also a billionaire into the dust was very much in line with the dark desires of many people. At the beginning of a new week, the storm began to escalate. Eric woke up in the morning, and before he had time to eat breakfast, he received 4 subpoenas from the Los Angeles District Court in one go. Drew Barrymore's father, John Barrymore Jr., jumped out and submitted a series of evidence. He accused his ex-wife, Ediko Gide, of being indifferent to his daughter and even allowing his underage daughter to be taken care of by Eric Williams. While suing to take back custody of Drew, he also sued Eric for violating his daughter. A clerk in charge of real estate management in the Los Angeles County took the initiative to expose that Eric Williams had used illegal means such as bribery when he obtained 14 acres of public land at the tip of Malibu. A little-known screenwriter in Hollywood, Randy Clapp, sued Eric Williams for plagiarism of the script for his movie Dark War, a police movie he had written 5 years ago, The Struggle Between the Light and the Dark, and demanded compensation of $200 million from Eric Williams. The newly established Sony Pictures also came to join in the fun. They sued Eric for fraud in the contract signed with Columbia Pictures for Dark War. Eric's share of the profits seriously exceeded the normal commercial contract. Sony Pictures asked to reinvestigate the inside story of the contract signing. When the news that Eric was facing 4 lawsuits at the same time came out, not only in North America, but all the media in the Western world focused their attention on Eric. At the same time, many people realized that the matter was far from as simple as they thought. However, even so, most people just watched the development of the matter with the mentality of watching a good show. In the Malibu tip villa, Eric and the private lawyer, Edward Lewis, who had just arrived, were discussing the 4 lawsuits in front of them. Eric, this matter is getting more and more troublesome. You must have seen that there must be a powerful force behind these lawsuits. Therefore, to be honest, I can't guarantee you that you can win all 4 lawsuits. Since they can find so many people, it will be difficult to control the future judges, juries, and other factors. After all, you are now in an extremely weak position. Eric listened quietly to Edward's analysis. When the private lawyer finished speaking, he said, "Edward, just do your best." "That's for sure." Edward nodded and continued, "Among the 4 lawsuits, the lawsuit regarding the plagiarism of Dark War is the easiest. I've already asked someone to find the original script written by the screenwriter. Although the story of battle between light and dark is indeed somewhat similar to Dark War, it's only a little similar in general. It's also a contest between a police officer and a criminal, but the details of the story are worlds apart. Also, for the lawsuit against Sony, I signed the contract with Columbia personally. I promise there will not be any problems. As for the other 2 cases..." Edward looked up at Eric and said, "When I helped you buy the land in Malibu, I did use some inappropriate methods. However, I used all cash in the process, so there's no way I could have left any evidence. Even if I can prove it in the end, I will not let you be implicated. You can just insist that you did not know about it." Eric could tell that Edward was trying to take responsibility for this matter. He nodded gratefully and said, "Thank you, Edward. Oh, you don't have to worry too much about the last lawsuit." "Are you sure?" Edward looked at Eric and said, "I was about to say that this lawsuit is the most dangerous one. If you are not careful, you might lose." Eric shook his head confidently and said, "Don't worry. I will not lose." Edward was not sure about the relationship between Eric and his daughter, but he nodded when he saw how confident Eric was. The black MPV stopped outside a condominium in Culver City, Los Angeles. Several burly bodyguards quickly got out of the car and separated them from the crowd of reporters. Drew, who was wearing a conservative casual outfit and a pair of sunglasses, got out of the MPV. Under the protection of the bodyguards, he passed through the crazy crowd of reporters and entered the condominium without saying a word. Although the reporters would often do anything to obtain news, they did not dare to trespass in broad daylight. They could only wait outside the condominium in disappointment. "Okay, tell me. What's going on this time?" Drew walked into the condominium and sat down on the sofa in the living room. He took off his sunglasses and looked coldly at his mother, Edith Gideon. It had been almost a year since she last saw her daughter. Originally, Ediko Gide had wanted to say a few intimate words to her, but when she heard her daughter treating her so coldly, Ediko Gide was instantly displeased. "I'm your mother. Is this how you speak to me? I'm asking you, what's going on?" Drew stood up abruptly and threw his sunglasses to the floor. The broken lenses splashed all over the floor. Edith Gideon was startled by her daughter's sudden outburst, but she refused to back down. "Why are you angry at me? It's all because of you and Eric Williams. Your bastard father even sued me. Now I have to pay for the lawsuit. Let me tell you, you have to compensate me double the amount. Otherwise, I can forget about this lawsuit. Just let your bastard father take you away. I'm just asking, did you accept anyone's money this time?" Drew raised his voice and asked. Edith Gideon waved her arms agitatedly. "What money? Who would give me money? I think all the money has been given to your bastard father. I haven't seen a single cent, and I still have to pay for the lawsuit. I still have to pay for the lawsuit." Drew stared at his mother for a while, then took out a check from his handbag and threw it at her. He warned, "Take this money. You don't have to hire a lawyer. Just shut up. Also, don't let me find out what kind of messy things you've been doing behind my back. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to be desolate in your old age." When Edith Gide, who had bent down to pick up the check, heard his daughter say that, he wanted to retort, but when he lowered his head and saw the amount on the check, he immediately shut his mouth. The angry expression on his face turned stiff before quickly disappearing. He looked like he was trying to curry favor with his daughter unwillingly. He opened his mouth, but he was momentarily at a loss for words. Drew ignored Ediko Gide and said to a middle-aged maid who was hiding in the kitchen and peeking at the confrontation between the mother and daughter in the living room, "Madam Martha, go tidy up my room. I'll be staying here for a while." "No problem, Miss Drew," the maid said as she hurried out of the kitchen and went upstairs. Drew waited for the maid to disappear around the corner of the stairs before saying to Ediko Gideon, "During this period of time, you're not allowed to attend any random gatherings or parties. You're not allowed to accept invitations from strangers. Also, you're not allowed to bring any men home. I'm your mother." Ediko Gide couldn't help but retort again. Drew immediately stretched out her hand and said, "Give me back the check." Ediko Gide subconsciously took a step back and stuffed the check into his pocket. He stuttered a few times before asking, "How long will it take?" "After this is over," Drew said. She walked to the door and instructed the bodyguard to bring her luggage in. She left Ediko Gide in the living room and went upstairs. In the United States, it was very rare for a civil lawsuit to reach the final trial. More than 90% of the cases were settled before the final trial. Therefore, when Drew's father sued Eric, Eric's legal team immediately contacted John Barrymore privately in an attempt to settle the case. However, the other party directly offered a compensation of up to $10 million, which was no different from extortion. Eric's lawyer, Edward Lewis, had a private negotiation with John Barrymore, but the other party was unwilling to give in at all. In the end, they had no choice but to go to court. January 16, the third week after the storm began. The media was still using all kinds of negative information to smear Eric's reputation. At the same time, John Barrymore's case against his ex-wife, Ediko Gide, and the famous director, Eric Williams, was in court for the first time. Early in the morning, the number of reporters outside Eric's Malibu Point manor had increased to more than 300. The number of reporters at the entrance of the Los Angeles Superior Court was no less than that. Drew and his mother took a business car to the courthouse in downtown Los Angeles. As soon as they got out of the car, they were surrounded by a swarm of reporters. Almost at the same time, Drew's father, John Barrymore, who often appeared in the media as a grieving father, arrived at the same time. Seeing this scene, the reporters seemed to have received some kind of hint and consciously made a path between Drew and John Barrymore. Drew got out of the car, carrying a sling bag that looked a little heavy. With a smile on his face, he walked directly through the crowd and walked toward John Barrymore amidst the flashing lights. John Barrymore didn't expect his daughter to take the initiative to walk over. Although he showed the image of a loving father who felt sorry for his daughter in the media, he didn't feel much affection for this girl from the bottom of his heart. Of course, when his daughter took the initiative to come over, it was impossible for John Barrymore to not have any reaction. After thinking about it, John Barrymore showed a gentle smile and walked toward Drew at the same time, as if he wanted to give his daughter a warm hug. Seeing this scene, the flashing lights of the surrounding reporters became more rapid. These reporters paid far more attention to this storm than the general public, so they also had a deep understanding of the inside story of this lawsuit. Seeing this situation, many people acutely realized that Drew Barrymore might have sided with her father. In that case, Eric Williams would definitely lose this lawsuit. When the father and daughter were about a meter away from each other, John Barrymore smiled and opened his arms, wanting to give his daughter a hug. After all, this gesture had to be done. Drew tilted her head slightly and stared at her father, the smile on her face becoming more and more strange. One hand reached into the sling bag, she took a step forward and quickly took out a red brick from the bag. While John Barrymore was unprepared, she mercilessly slapped the man's face in front of her. Bang! Everyone around, including John Barrymore himself, was stunned. The flashing lights stopped at this moment, and the atmosphere was cold for a few seconds. John Barrymore then felt a sharp pain coming from the bridge of his nose. He wanted to raise his hand to touch his bleeding nose, but he felt that he couldn't exert any strength. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the ground. It wasn't until John Barrymore fell to the ground with a plop that the people who had fallen into a daze woke up from their stupor. The reporters in the front row began to press their shutters hastily. The reporters at the back who realized what had happened also raised their cameras in their hands and pressed the shutters randomly while trying to squeeze to the front. The flashing lights flashed crazily again. A few quick-witted bodyguards stepped forward to protect Drew in the middle, blocking the frantic reporters. The girl glanced at the man who had fallen to the ground, patted her clothes, and then pushed away a security guard in front of her. She said to a pile of recording equipment in front of her, "I don't care what you write, but I still want to say that I have nothing to do with this man. From the beginning of my memory, every time this man appeared, it was a disaster for me and my mother. He always beat and scolded us mercilessly, and then took away the living expenses I earned from shooting advertisements, causing my mother and I to live in poverty. Since you reporters claim to be everywhere, then go and investigate. See what this man has been doing all these years, and see if he's worthy of being my father." After that, Drew whispered something to the bodyguards. A few bodyguards protected Drew and walked back to the MPV they came in. Poor John Barrymore was carried to the hospital after the reporters left with Drew. "Drew, is what you said true? Miss Barrymore, say a few more words. Drew, he's your father after all. Don't you think it's too cold to do this?" Amidst the frenzied shouts of the reporters, the door of the MPV was pulled shut, and then it slowly drove out of the parking lot. Because the person involved, John Barrymore, was injured by his daughter, today's trial had to end before it started. Eric, who was still on the road, heard the news and smiled bitterly in the car. He then asked the driver to turn around and return to Malibu Manor. Drew's words were said in front of hundreds of reporters. Of course, there was no possibility of it being distorted or hidden. On the day of the incident, the exact words were published in the media. Then, some media investigated John Barrymore's past according to Drew's words. As an actor, John Barrymore has been unemployed since 1976. Moreover, before Drew Barrymore was born, John Barrymore abandoned both mother and daughter. In the police records, not only did John Barrymore have various illegal records, but there was also a record of his ex-wife being arrested in 1977 because she couldn't stand his violence. Such a man really doesn't deserve to be a father. Although John Barrymore didn't fulfill his responsibility as a father, Drew Barrymore's actions were too cold. John Barrymore is her biological father after all. Even if she doesn't agree with some of her father's actions, she shouldn't attack her own father. Our reporter learned from the hospital where John Barrymore is hospitalized that Mr. John Barrymore is seriously injured. In addition to a broken nose, there are 7 contusions of different degrees on his face. There may be a risk of disfigurement. John Barrymore made a statement through his agent, saying that he did make mistakes in the past. Although he has turned over a new leaf, he doesn't hate his daughter for what she did yesterday. He only hopes that Miss Drew Barrymore can return to the normal path of her life. Therefore, his attitude won't change because of this incident. He swore to let Eric Williams get the punishment he deserves. An hour after John Barrymore's statement, he made another statement. He hopes that the Los Angeles court can approve a mental evaluation of his daughter, Drew Barrymore. He suspects that his daughter has been brainwashed by Eric Williams. At the same time, Mr. John Barrymore hopes that Eric Williams will be placed under house surveillance before the case is closed, to prevent Eric Williams from transmitting malicious instructions to his daughter. If Drew had been a pure and innocent little girl without any criminal record, this incident might have brought about a slight turnaround. However, due to the girl's messing around in the past few years, and her own history wasn't clean either. Therefore, after the incident, the media took advantage of this situation and brought her back to her original path. Alright, I'm hanging up. Don't mess around like this next time. Doing so will only make things more troublesome. I know, but doing that won't solve any problems. Be good. Well, that's all. Eric put down the phone and looked at Robert Shea, who was drinking coffee on the other side. Due to various reasons, this was the first time the two of them had met since the incident. And this time, it was Eric who had taken the initiative to invite him. According to the news that Jeffrey revealed from time to time, Robert Shea had originally maintained a neutral attitude. However, from this week onwards, Robert Shea might have felt that Eric might not be able to survive this storm. Therefore, his attitude had clearly changed. Not only did he attempt to interfere with the production of the X-Files and Who Will Become a Millionaire, which Eric was originally directly in charge of, he even found a reason to reprimand the financial director, Carolyn Elliott, whom Eric had personally appointed, during a meeting. Eric knew that these were just Robert Shea's probing. If he didn't make any statements, then Robert Shea would definitely proceed with the next move without hesitation. Robert, speaking of which, it has been almost half a year since we first met, hasn't it? Robert Shea put down his coffee cup, looked at Eric, and nodded, almost. Do you still remember the conversation we had when we first met? Robert raised his head and said, we should have said a lot at that time. What are you referring to? Eric did not care about Robert Shea's feigned ignorance. He reminded him, I told you that we don't have much time left. Robert Shea looked at the sea view outside the window and fell silent. He lowered his head and picked up his coffee cup again. Eric continued, I said at that time that the trend of merger between media groups and film companies has begun. If we don't seize the opportunity in the last few years, we will completely lose the opportunity to develop and grow when this trend passes. We can only become a vassal of the major media groups in the future. Robert Shea remained silent. Eric sighed softly. There were some things that he could not tell Robert Shea. In his memory, more than 90% of the media channels in North America were controlled by the 6 media giants 20 years later. If this happened 20 years later, Eric would have no room to resist and could only compromise. However, it was different now. The media in the United States was not monopolized. Instead, it was controlled by more than 50 media companies of all sizes. Therefore, even if all the media resources in the hands of the major film companies were gathered together, they could not control more than 1/3 of the public opinion channels. Although this storm seemed to be coming fiercely, except for the media that led the direction of public opinion, most of the media just went with the flow. Therefore, Eric was not completely powerless to fight back. However, he had been waiting for his enemies to reveal their true intentions and show their final weapon before he could fight back. Although the 4 lawsuits this time would hit his reputation again, it would not cause any fundamental harm to him, just like the scandal at the beginning. After all, although he was now a public figure, he was not a public figure who relied purely on his fame to make a living. Even if this storm prevented him from picking up the guide for a short period of time, he could still lead the production of the film through other means. Therefore, everything he did now was to protect Firefly. The Fireflies were like a city that belonged to him. As long as he had this foundation, he could develop his strength and conquer other cities. But once he lost the Fireflies, even if he had a lot of skills, he would not be able to use them again. At most, he could only manage the affairs of other people's cities. He would never be able to be the master. The 2 men were silent for a while before Robert Shea spoke first. "Eric, I heard that you might need a lot of money to settle this matter?" "It's all right." Eric nodded as he guessed Robert Shea's intentions. Robert Shea didn't make Eric wait for long. He said, "The $60 million you paid me last time, plus the dividends from the new line at the end of the year, although I spent a portion of it on investments, I can still come up with about $60 million. This time, it was Eric's turn to be silent. 60 million was neither a lot nor a little. "Eric, 15% is too little. It doesn't make me feel safe. I think it should be at least 25%. Eric lowered his head and looked at the 3 lines in his palm without saying a word. Which one was the career line again? It must be the longest one. After thinking for a while, Eric finally looked up and said to Robert Shea, "I promise you." After the 2 of them discussed the details, Robert Shea left in satisfaction. After Robert Shea left, Eric sighed in disappointment. He originally wanted to merge Pixar Studios and Flower Pictures, which had the rights to adapt many popular movies from his previous life, into Firefly. But now, it seemed that it was better not to do so. Because of John Barrymore's injury, the trial of this case could only be postponed to a week later. As for the other 3 lawsuits, Eric did not need to appear in court in person. They were all handled by his legal team. However, although he tried his best to avoid appearing in the public eye at this time, there was one thing he had to do. On January 20th, the 47th Golden Globe Awards were held at the Hollywood Hilton Hotel in Los Angeles. Firefly received a total of 11 nominations for Pretty Woman, Dark War, Steel Magnolias, Scary Island, and Friends. Among them, Eric was involved in the 2 Best Screenwriting Awards for Dark War and Scary Island. The Golden Globe Awards did not have a Best Director award. Otherwise, Eric would have at least received another nomination. If it were not for this incident, Eric, who was not even 20 years old and received 2 nominations at the same ceremony, would undoubtedly be the most glamorous person on the red carpet. Although Eric also considered not attending this Golden Globe Awards ceremony, doing so would be equivalent to showing weakness to the enemies behind him. In the end, Eric braced himself and stepped on the red carpet. This time, Eric did not bring any female companion. He was alone. After passing through the media interview area, Eric stopped and showed a confident smile, allowing the flashes to flash wildly. Eric, can you say a few words?" A reporter shouted at this time. Eric gave a noncommittal smile, neither agreeing nor denying it. If the other party asked any difficult questions, Eric made up his mind to leave directly. "Eric, you haven't shown up during this time. What are you doing in Malibu Manor? Are you preparing a new script?" Eric was stunned. He did not expect the other party to ask such a question. In this situation, he was not in the mood to think about the script. However, since this question was not too harsh, Eric replied, "I just registered a music company and may release a single in a while." "Eric, can you reveal the theme of the single first?" "Mr. Williams, what is the name of the music company?" "Eric, are you planning to give up directing movies and switch to music?" Eric did not intend to answer any more questions and was about to leave. When he heard the last question, he rolled his eyes and said, "It's just for fun. My main focus will always be on the movie." After saying this, Eric ignored the reporters and walked directly to the end of the red carpet. Compared to last year, Eric's achievements this year were more dazzling, but there were obviously fewer people who came to say hello. Most of them were men who knew him well. As for the actresses present, except for Julia, Virginia, and Nicole, who followed Eric's instructions in advance and nodded to him, The other actresses were worried about Eric's current reputation. None of them dared to talk to him. Eric did not care. It was everyone's instinct to avoid harm. While waiting, stars still appeared on the red carpet one after another. About 10 minutes later, amid the cheers of the fans, Eric saw Jennifer Aniston in a white dress walk over. She posed in the media area for a while and then came to the rest area. The two's eyes met as expected. The reporters who were paying attention to the situation also raised their cameras, looking forward to the couple who broke up doing something newsworthy. "Jenny." Eric did not move and called out softly. After that day, Eric tried to contact Jennifer Aniston more than once, but Jennifer Aniston seemed to be determined this time. She did not answer any of his calls. There was no response to the letters he sent. The flowers he sent were also returned. Jennifer Aniston's eyes only listened to Eric's face for less than 2 seconds before she quickly turned away and walked in the opposite direction of Eric as if nothing had happened. Eric sighed. He did not dare to approach her in this kind of situation. He did not care too much about his reputation, but he was thinking about Jennifer Aniston. During this time, because Jennifer Aniston distanced herself from him on the day of the incident, among the few women who were close to him, only Jennifer Aniston basically did not suffer any attacks. If he approached her at this time and news spread that the two were suspected to be back together, it would definitely bring trouble to Jennifer Aniston. "Eric, are you okay?" Noticing Eric's depressed expression, Jonathan Demme, who was standing next to him, comforted him. Eric shook his head and said, "I'm fine." On the other side, Tom Hanks also said at this time, "Eric, I believe everything will pass." "Of course." Eric smiled confidently. In the hall of the ceremony, Eric sat at the table of terror on a small island. Because this table was arranged to be at the back, Eric felt more comfortable and would not attract too much attention. Of course, the world would never revolve around one person. Therefore, the storm that was happening to Eric did not affect the lively atmosphere of this year's Golden Globe Awards. Perhaps they were instructed in advance. This year's host did not make fun of Eric. During the entire award ceremony, Eric's name was not even mentioned. The camera also rarely swept to the table where Eric was sitting. Eric gradually realized that someone was planning to give him the cold shoulder. Therefore, although the movie and TV series related to Fireflies received 11 nominations tonight, it definitely would not win any major awards. Things were just as Eric had expected. Due to the release of Smelling Women, it missed the nomination for the Golden Globe Awards. Therefore, the more important awards such as Charming Woman for Best Picture in the Musical Comedy category and Steel Magnolias for Best Picture in the Drama category went to someone else. The 2 nominations for Best Screenplay related to Eric also missed out. Even Julia, who was most likely to win the 2 nominations in her previous life, didn't win anything. Needless to say, Virginia's nomination for Best Actress in a Drama Series for Shock on a Small Island fell without any suspense to Michelle Pfeiffer, the female lead of Beck Brothers that Eric didn't have any memory of. In the end, Eric had lost all hope and thought that all 11 nominations would be missed out. However, when it came to the Best Actress for Best Movie Musical Comedy, Jennifer Aniston unexpectedly won the Best Actress award. Looking at Jennifer Aniston on the podium, who did not mention her award speech at all, Eric sneered. "What is this? Is this a warning to the women close to me that as long as they break up with Eric Williams, they can win awards?" After the 2-hour award ceremony, Eric did not plan to attend the party that followed. Just as he was about to leave, an unfamiliar waiter handed him an envelope. Eric got into the car back to Malibu Manor before opening the envelope. There was only one piece of paper with a series of numbers written on it, 199000201. It was easy to tell that it meant February 1, 1990. Eric did not need to think much to know that this was an ultimatum from the mastermind behind this scandal. How impatient, Eric thought to himself. In his previous life, Michael Jackson had been attacked by the media for 3 months. It had only been a month, and he had not even broken down mentally. Was he going to use his trump card? Thinking of Michael Jackson, Eric realized that his current situation was similar to that of Michael Jackson in his previous life. The reason why Michael Jackson was attacked on such a large scale in 1993 was not only because of his black identity. It was also because he had jumped from being a signed singer to being the boss of Sony Records. Not only did he get 50% shares of Sony Records, he also owned the copyrights to the songs of the Beatles, Elvis Presley, and other famous superstars. In the 1990s, the recording industry was still flourishing. The value of the copyrights to the songs was more than $1 billion, and he also had 50% of Sony Records shares. All of this was unbearable for the giants of the recording industry and the Western world, which was dominated by Caucasians. Thus, after an earth-shattering storm, Michael Jackson began to quiet down. More than 10 years later, in 2009, Michael Jackson was 50 years old. He planned to hold 50 world concerts as a commemoration. Originally, many people thought that the 50-year-old pop star would definitely not be as popular as before. However, things were not as many people imagined. A total of more than 750,000 concert tickets were bought out by fans all over the world in just a few hours after the booking began. The facts proved that the superstar was still the superstar. Therefore, a few days before the 50 highly anticipated concerts, a superstar of a generation died inexplicably. Thinking of this, Eric could not help but shiver. He was glad that he was not reborn as a black man. Therefore, although he was now being ostracized by several giants, he was not discriminated against by the public from the bottom of his heart. After the Golden Globe Awards, Eric and Robert Shea quickly signed a contract to transfer another 10% of Firefly shares. At the same time, Eric transferred the $60 million paid by Robert Shea to the account of an investment company in New York. Although Jeffrey and Chris objected to this and hoped that Eric would keep some cash for emergencies, Eric was firm. He asked Chris to use the $60 million and the $10 million that had already been transferred to him, for a total of $70 million to buy as many shares as possible. Before the scandal, Eric did not care much about money. He felt that as long as he developed steadily, he would definitely reach the top in the future. But after the scandal, Eric realized that in the world of capital, money was the most important thing. It was like a protective talisman. If Eric was a billionaire with billions of USD, no matter how young he was, these people would not dare to attack him like this. Time passed day by day. Every day, Eric endured the bombardment from the media. He also heard good news from time to time. Because most investment companies were not optimistic about Cisco's prospects, and Cisco's current market value was only $225 million, under Chris's attack, some investment companies that had originally decided to buy Cisco's shares transferred their subscription shares. The shares that they received increased from 7% at the beginning. At the end of January, $70 million was spent, and they had a total of 23% of Cisco's shares. Although according to Cisco's market value of $225 million, $70 million for 23% of Cisco's shares was a huge loss. However, according to Cisco's market value at its peak, $500 billion, the value of the shares was astronomical. Of course, Eric also knew that as Cisco grew stronger, the shares would be gradually diluted. But as long as he could maintain 10% of the shares, it would still be a fortune in the future. When Chris spent all $70 million, February 1st finally arrived. While the 4 lawsuits were still entangled, the Los Angeles branch of the Federal Trade Investigation Commission, an anti-monopoly investigation agency in the United States, held a press conference and announced that they would be investigating Firefly and UTA's alleged monopolistic behavior. When the news came out, the public was in an uproar again. All kinds of analysis quickly appeared in the newspapers. In Malibu Manor, Edward Lewis hurriedly walked into the living room and sat across from Eric. At this time, there were already a few people in the living room. Jeffrey, Robert Shea, and UTA's CEO, Kapoor Sid, were all here. "Edward, why don't you tell me about the situation first?" Eric said as he poured a cup of coffee for Edward Lewis. Edward drank the coffee in one gulp and relaxed for a moment. Then, he took out a thick stack of documents and placed them on the coffee table. He took out one of them and said, "Eric, it's roughly like this. The Federal Trade Investigation Commission has already begun to investigate Firefly and UTA. Once the charges are established, in addition to having to sell all of UTA's shares, you may also face a huge fine." "How much will the fine be?" Eric asked the question he was most concerned about. Columbia and Fox had joined forces to owe Firefly a huge share of the profits. Eric realized that the final trump card must have something to do with money. Edward Lewis took out another document and said, according to the anti-monopoly law, under normal circumstances, the penalty will be based on 20% of the revenue generated by the violating enterprises due to monopolistic behavior. But this number is not fixed, and it's quite flexible. If it's done well, you don't even have to pay a single cent of the fine. You just have to transfer the UTA shares in your hands. But if... Edward, sorry to interrupt you. You know, we don't know much about the relevant laws. So, just tell me how much I may have to pay. Okay, Edward Lewis said. According to Firefly and UTA's violations, you may have to pay a fine of up to $160 million. Eric was shocked. How can it be so much? UTA's profit today is only a few million? Edward explained, Eric, it's not how you calculate it. You should calculate it by combining UTA and Firefly, because UTA and Firefly were both your personal businesses. I got some information from Ms. Carolyn Elliott before. Your total income this year has reached more than $400 million. In addition to the income from the 5 movies that are still in theaters, because UTA and Firefly's violations are not serious, there is no possibility of an increase of 20%. So, in total, you may have to pay a fine of up to $160 million. Eric was stunned and asked, how long is the time limit for the fine to be levied? Edward knew what Eric was asking and said, according to the current situation, this lawsuit will not take more than 3 months. After that, you still have 3 months to pay the fine. By the way, Eric, I just emphasized to you that $160 million is only the worst-case scenario. In fact, under normal circumstances, the fine will be much lower than this, and you may not even have to pay it. Half a year, Eric muttered to himself as if he did not hear Edward's comforting words. He did not ask Edward what would happen if he did not pay the fine on time. It was obvious that it would be nothing more than freezing his assets and then auctioning them. What were his assets? They were only Fireflies. Moreover, although the profits of the movies at the end of the year may be far more than $160 million, Eric was sure that after these movies were stopped, he would not be able to get this money except for the lawsuit. And by the time he won the lawsuit, half a year would have already passed. Since the situation was irreparable, Eric no longer worried about the gains and losses. He said to the people around him, since it has come to this point, we should fight back. Jeffrey had been suppressing his anger for a long time because Eric lacked trust in others. Therefore, until now, only Jeffrey knew about the videotape he left behind. Eric, what do you need us to do? Just tell us. Hearing Jeffrey's words, the others in the living room also turned their eyes to Eric. The day after the FTC announced an investigation into Firefly and United Elite Management Agency's alleged monopolistic behavior, Firefly filed a lawsuit in the Los Angeles Superior Court. They demanded Fox to pay back the $29 million of advertising revenue they owed. They also requested the court to terminate the 4 seasons of Friends on the grounds that Fox breached the contract. Barry Diller and Rupert Murdoch could not sit still when they received the news. They called Eric and swore that the incident had nothing to do with Fox. They asked Eric to withdraw the lawsuit and said that they would settle the debt owed to Firefly as soon as possible after Fox's financial audit. Since Fox was still unwilling to admit that he was involved in this matter, Eric couldn't be bothered to shed all pretenses of cordiality. He also poured out his suffering to Fox, saying that he had no choice but to do what he did. Eric hung up the phone with a sneer. He knew that Fox would definitely loosen up on this matter. Although Friends only aired for 1 season, it had already become a signature show for Fox. Just like in Feng Yu's previous life, when people mentioned NBC, the first thing that came to mind was Friends. In Feng Yu's previous life, Friends had earned NBC more than $3 million in advertising revenue per episode since its inception in 1994. Not only that, but because of this signature effect, NBC's overall strength was almost as strong as ABC and CBS combined in the 10 years that Friends aired. 10 years later, due to the end of Friends, NBC did not develop any new American TV series and fell from the number 1 spot to the last spot, which was even worse than Fox. After that, NBC did not rise again for many years. From this, it could be seen how important a hit drama was to a television station. What's more, although Fox's strength had risen due to the popularity of Friends, they were still behind the three major television stations. If they were not careful, they could be left far behind by the three major television stations again. Therefore, Eric was sure that Fox would not be willing to give up such a TV series for less than $30 million. However, Eric did not intend to give in this time. He was not doing this for less than $30 million in advertising revenue. He had made up his mind that if Fox did not compromise, he would continue to fight the lawsuit until Fox gave in and the alliance of the movie giants began to collapse. Or, he would finally get back the broadcast rights of the next 4 episodes of Friends. Among the 7 major movie companies, Fox and Firefly had the deepest conflict of interests. Therefore, it was the easiest to break through. As long as Fox started to compromise, Eric believed that the other major movie companies would not be able to hold on for long. This was because they would realize that if Fox compromised, Firefly would not be in a difficult situation. Plus, Fox's distribution of Home Alone 2 and Sleepless in Seattle could provide Firefly with enough funds. Even if Firefly lost the lawsuit in the end, Eric would not be at his wits' end. In this case, if the other major movie companies continued to persist, they would not be able to get any benefits other than creating an irreconcilable conflict between the two parties. Moreover, since it had come to this point, Eric did not hold back anymore. He threw out all the chips in his hand. "Barry, you have to hold on. Don't forget, as long as we can succeed in the end, not to mention the copyright of Friends, even the other 2 shows that have been temporarily suspended by Firefly will also belong to Fox." Michael Eisner sat in his office and said to Barry Diller on the other side of the phone with a slightly agitated expression. After he learned about the lawsuit between Firefly and Fox, he knew what Eric was planning. Therefore, the moment he received the news, he dialed the phone number of Barry Diller's office. The two were discussing on the phone when one of Michael Eisner's assistants rushed in. "Mr. Eisner, bad news, something big has happened." Looking at the flustered assistant, Michael Eisner showed a strong displeasure. He hurriedly said a few more words to Barry Diller before hanging up the phone and asking, "What happened?" The assistant said breathlessly, "Quickly go and take a look. Many TV stations are broadcasting a video." Michael Eisner's heart skipped a beat as he had an ominous premonition. He got up and followed the assistant to a lounge. Several other Disney executives were already gathered in the lounge. They were watching a show on the TV in the lounge and whispering softly. Michael Eisner ignored these people and looked directly at the TV screen. On the screen, Arnold Carpenter, with a sneer on his lips and a smug expression, was facing the camera and saying to the young man sitting opposite him, "Mr. Williams, the public you speak of is the most ignorant group. What kind of person they will treat you as depends on what kind of person the media that controls public opinion wants them to treat you as." Michael Eisner's heart was filled with anger. He picked up a coffee cup on the coffee table in front of him and threw it at the TV screen. Bang, the TV screen directly shattered, emitting a cloud of green smoke. The group of executives who were watching with relish suddenly became silent out of fear. "This idiot." Michael Eisner cursed fiercely, then glanced at the people around him. "It's working hours now. Don't you have to work? Get out of here." In the face of the furious Michael Eisner, no one dared to refute. Everyone lowered their heads and hurriedly slipped out of the corner. When everyone in the lounge had left, Michael Eisner called his assistant and said, "Go and inform that idiot. Get him out of here now, immediately, as far as he can. Don't let anyone find him." The assistant nodded cautiously and hurriedly left. After the video of Arnold Carpenter threatening Eric was exposed, it quickly spread all over the world. Arnold Carpenter's words about "the public is the most ignorant group" caused a strong reaction among the ordinary people. In this country that repeatedly proclaimed that freedom was above all else, and the word freedom was even written into the Constitution, people found out that they were a group of people who had been fooled. Therefore, no one doubted the content of the video at all. In addition, Firefly only released the video without any explanation or accusation. Therefore, no one was stupid enough to stand out and deny the authenticity of the video. Therefore, a series of public opinion regarding Eric in North America began to reverse. The media that originally attacked Eric had no choice but to restrain themselves and even stop their attacks. In order to distance themselves from the public and not be seen as one of the people who had fooled the public, many of the newspapers that went with the flow changed their stance and began to complain about the various attacks that Eric had suffered during this period. Since the release of the video, the direction of public opinion began to reverse. The North American media was still a little reserved at first, but the British media on the other side of the Atlantic, including several British newspapers controlled by News Corporation, changed their stance and supported Eric. As for the reason, of course, it was Eric's identity as a British citizen. At least, the British media thought so. Just like as long as a British actress became famous in Hollywood, regardless of whether the actress became a British citizen or not, she would be called the Rose of Britain. As an 8-year-old Hollywood director who still retained British citizenship and created a series of box office miracles, Eric became the pride of the British people before the storm. This could be seen from the excellent box office results of several films directed by Eric in the United Kingdom. Therefore, after the storm began, although the British media also followed the trend and attacked Eric, most of the media used a tone of disappointment at their own child's failure to live up to expectations. Now, the British media thought that their child was killed, but it turned out that this was actually a trap. The mood of the British media was imaginable. On the day the video was released, the famous British Guardian published an article on the front page, which summed up the various attacks Eric had suffered during this period as the most serious public opinion persecution at the end of the 20th century. In just 1 year, Eric Williams left a series of classics for the world film industry, which is very rare in the entire world film history. His Home Alone brought laughter to children all over the world. His Pretty Woman and Sleepless in Seattle brought the longing for love to young men and women. His Dark War made us experience a soul-stirring confrontation between good and evil. His Island Horror made us realize that horror movies without blood and violence could still make people shudder, and it was such a talented young man, because of his miraculous rise, who suffered a series of heart-wrenching public opinion persecution in the 20th century. If we investigate carefully, we will find that the series of scandals about Eric Williams in the media for more than a month are basically groundless fabrications based on a few groundless photos, and the lawsuits that Eric Williams is facing are completely manipulated behind the scenes by people with ulterior motives. It is hard to imagine that in a country like the United States, which always clamors that freedom is above all else, the media and public opinion would be so unrestrained. This is a kind of irony. After the Guardian article was published, the argument that Eric was suffering the most serious public opinion persecution in the 20th century was quickly recognized by many media outside the United States and quickly spread back to North America. Most of the American media, which was just following the trend, quickly accepted this point of view. At the same time, they began to defend Eric. However, after this incident, the ones who reacted the most intensely were not the media, but the ordinary people. Since ancient times, countless historical facts had proven a truth, and that was that although ordinary people were the easiest group to fool, they were also the group that could not be bullied the most. The words of Aaron Carpenter in the video were undoubtedly a provocation to the American people who always pursued freedom and transparency. Therefore, in just 3 days, through the organization of Eric's fans scattered across North America, in more than a dozen major cities in the United States, such as New York, Washington, Los Angeles, Seattle, Chicago, and Philadelphia, there were groups of people who supported Eric and asked the federal government to investigate the public opinion persecution storm. Although the number of people in each city was small, even in Los Angeles, the base of Hollywood, there were less than 2,000 people who participated in the demonstration. However, the scope involved almost all of the major cities in the United States. Even the stupidest person knew that if the federal government ignored this matter, it would definitely expand and eventually reach a point where it would be out of control. While the federal government was still urgently discussing countermeasures, Eric was almost completely speechless after the storm. More than a month later, he released a statement saying that he would release his first single on February 14, Valentine's Day, to make his own response to the storm. At the same time, all the income generated from the release of this single would be donated to the Legal Aid Foundation in North America to help the vulnerable. Responding to the injustice with a song, this kind of thing had never happened before. At the same time, regardless of whether they were Eric's fans or not, they were greatly looking forward to this matter. Several major record companies in North America, who keenly sensed the business opportunity, all contacted Eric at the first moment, requesting the distribution of this single with the most favorable conditions. The federal government, which seemed to realize something, officially held a press conference on February 13, announcing that a special investigation team would be set up to thoroughly investigate the series of attacks that Eric Williams suffered during this period of time. February 14, in the midst of the carnival of couples across the United States, but on this night, in many cities in North America, the number of couples who went out shopping, going to bars, and watching movies seemed to have decreased a lot. Many people found the radio that had been thrown into the storage room. After some tuning, they found the channel they wanted. Of course, there were also many people who didn't have tape recorders. Therefore, on this day, the sales of tape recorders, which had been bleak because of the popularity of TV, reached a peak. Many stores even had tape recorders in stock. After the event, after some incomplete statistics by some meddlesome media, more than 2.6 million tape recorders were sold in the United States on this day, far exceeding the annual record of millions of TV sales caused by the Super Bowl. In a villa in Beverly Hills, Michael Eisner, who had been busy all day, finally returned home. Since Eric exposed the video, Michael Eisner was keenly aware that in the past month, he and several other movie giants had made a series of actions against Eric, but they would all be in vain. Moreover, as the initiator and the main executor of this incident, after people supporting Eric appeared in major cities across the United States, Michael Eisner had to personally clean up a series of evidence of the previous actions, and in order to give the federal government an explanation, he specially arranged several newspapers as scapegoats. Sitting on the sofa in the living room to rest for a while, Michael Eisner looked at his watch, whispered to the servant, found a radio, and walked silently into the study. At the same time, countless people in North America did the same thing before 8 o'clock in the evening. At 8 o'clock sharp, a music show on the Federal Public Radio officially began. Hi, everyone, I'm everyone's good friend, Matthew Lassater. As a radio host, I can be sure that today will definitely be the day with the most listeners in my career when everyone turns their eyes to the TV screen. You may not know, but since I started work, in just over 2 hours, I've listened to the same song more than 20 times. That kind of blood-boiling shout is probably the most exciting tune I've heard in my life. Wow, my boss is cutting his throat at me through the glass. Well, in order not to be fired, I'll say one last thing. This is the program Music Paradise on the Federal Public Radio. I'm your host, Matthew Lassater. Next, let's listen to the new song New Divide that the famous director, Eric Williams, will bring to us. After the host's voice fell, after a short silence, the sound of drums sounded from afar, followed by a series of rapid piano, drum, and guitar sounds. The pitch was getting higher and higher, with an inexplicable power that shook people's hearts. The prelude lasted for more than half a minute. Before the song started, countless people in front of the radio felt a resonance and tremor from the depths of their souls. Michael Eisner, who seemed to have not experienced this feeling for a long time, sat in his office chair in his study. His fingers on the desk unconsciously tapped a few times along with the tune on the radio, but soon froze. Although there was no one else in the study, Michael Eisner's face still showed a trace of embarrassment. However, the music on the radio did not change because of Michael Eisner's reaction. Eric's voice quickly came out of the radio. I remember that day, the sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder, and lightning. I remember every moment of that time, before I forget. When misfortune appears. I can't escape the entanglement of fate. Your voice flashed, saying that I deserve it. Then give me a reason to prove that it's my fault. Michael Eisner changed his posture in the office chair and pretended not to care. He forced a sneer on the corner of his mouth and muttered, "Is this a complaint? How childish." Although he said that, Michael Eisner's face no longer showed a mocking expression. As the CEO of a film company, he could realize that the spread of this rock song would bring more help to Eric, who was now in an advantageous position. Therefore, Michael Eisner couldn't help but begin to sort out whether there were any loose ends that he hadn't cleaned up, whether there were any weaknesses that others could use against him. He was a qualified businessman. After things went south, Michael Eisner naturally felt that he should continue to cooperate with Eric. After all, benefits came first. In another villa in Beverly Hills, Jennifer Aniston walked around in front of her daughter's door. She wanted to knock on the door, but in the end, she turned around and left in disappointment. On the other side of the door, the girl hugged her legs and curled up on the bed. Her chin was on her knees, and she silently listened to the fierce and ambitious cry from the radio. She didn't blink, and no one knew what she was thinking. After the storm began, after several disputes with her father, Elizabeth Murdoch moved directly to Los Angeles and lived with Julia. Although the two girls pretended to be indifferent, when the tune of New Divide came out of the radio on the coffee table in the living room, the two looked at each other. Julia silently reached out and turned the radio to the loudest. Nicole was making a small cake in the kitchen. She was wearing a big headset, a simple shirt and jeans, and a small radio on her waist. She was swaying her body gently to the tune on the radio. She was holding a big bowl in her hand, stirring the ingredients in the bowl with a mixer. Although Nicole had been worried for a short period of time after the incident, she was relieved when Eric personally called her and told her not to make any noise during this period of time. She did whatever she was supposed to do. She felt that such a hateful man, how could he not get through it? Plus, his tone was full of confidence when he called. Moreover, he was now single. She felt that of course, she had to fight for him, although he was so bad. Drew turned the sound of the home stereo connected to the radio to the maximum, and the deafening sound resounded within a radius of dozens of meters in the small apartment. After more than a minute, a white fat man from the neighbor's house angrily jumped out and shouted at the open window of Drew's room. "Motherfucker, get lost. Don't disturb me while I'm listening to music." When Drew heard the fatty's scolding, he picked up an apple from the table and threw it out. He even gave the fatty the middle finger. Facing Drew's aggressive appearance, the fat man showed a trace of fear in his heart, but he quickly shouted, "Drew, don't think you're a star. If you don't lower the volume, I'll call 911 and sue you for disturbing the residents." Go ahead. My father just withdrew the lawsuit, and I'm not done with the lawsuit yet. Just in time, I'll fight with you again. Prepare more legal fees," Drew shouted as he leaned out of the window. He threw an apple out again, and it hit the fat man's head just in time. "You are too unreasonable," the fat man said angrily, holding his head. "How much is a pound? Sell it to me. If you don't have it, get out of my sight." Seeing the girl being so fierce, the other neighbors who originally wanted to argue with her all retreated. The fat man stood in his yard and panted a few times. Just as he was about to continue shouting, he saw a red brick in Drew's hand. He didn't know when, but there was a red brick in her hand. She was glaring at him fiercely, as if saying that if he continued to talk, she would smash it. The fat man had seen the tragic scene of this crazy girl taking pictures of her own father in the newspaper. He immediately shut his mouth, took a few steps back, and shrank back into his house. She patted the brick in her hand and returned to her bedroom. The song also came to an end. Asterisk paved the broken road, let the pain fade away asterisk crossed a new boundary, and reached the other side of the truth asterisk in front of the dark eyes, ashes swirled like snowflakes asterisk between you and me, the sky has fallen and the earth has sunk asterisk on this day, I declare war on the whole world asterisk, on this day, I declare war on the world. The girl swayed her enchanting waist to the beat and held. Although her little face was red, it sounded terrible because of her tone deafness. The song finally ended. The voice of the host, Matthew Lassater, sounded again. Drew reached out and turned off the recorder and stereo. Then, she picked up the phone by the bed and dialed the number of Malibu's Sharp Corner Manor. After the call was connected, the girl didn't look like the little lioness she was when she was scolding the fat man. She instantly turned into a docile cat. Her voice was soft and had a hint of grievance. "Eric, a neighbor just bullied me again, in the mansion in Malibu." Eric gestured for the few people in the living room to wait. Then, he said to the girl on the other end of the phone, "I'll be thankful if you don't bully others." No problem. I know. After more than 10 minutes, Eric hung up the phone and sighed softly. Due to the reversal of the situation, of the 4 lawsuits that Eric had received, Drew's father and the screenwriter who had accused him of plagiarism had withdrawn their lawsuits. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the power behind the two of them had understood the current situation and knew that they couldn't do anything about it. Thus, they had given up on supporting the two of them. Although the lawsuit against Eric for using illegal means to obtain the land in Malibu wasn't withdrawn, Edward had also sent word that this matter would be left unsettled after some time. As for the lawsuit against Sony Pictures regarding the contract of Dark War, although they were unwilling to give up, they knew that if they continued to cause trouble, they would be able to delay the payment of Dark War for a period of time. However, if they angered Eric, the sequel of Dark War might not be in the foreseeable future. For such a blockbuster movie, if the sequel was delayed, the losses would be more than tens of millions of USD. Therefore, both parties started the settlement process. Of course, Eric was not sighing because of these things. Instead, he was thinking about Drew. After Drew's father withdrew the lawsuit, Eric asked her to move back. However, Drew refused and said that she wanted to live with her mother in Culver City. Eric knew that this was because the girl did not want to cause any more trouble for him. Therefore, whenever the girl called, Eric would patiently chat with her on the phone. Walking back to the sofa and sitting down again, Eric said to Jeffrey and the others who were sitting around, "Where were we just now?" Jeffrey helplessly reminded him about the music company. "Oh, yes." Eric thought for a while and said, "About the music company, it will be under Firefly for the time being. I think through the release of this single, we can set up a simple distribution channel. Next, we will mainly release the soundtracks of our company's movies." "Robert, Jeffrey, and I don't know much about distribution. How about you take charge of the music company for the time being?" Robert Shea smiled and nodded in agreement. He already had this idea. "Of course, no problem. However, what about EMI?" "Let's maintain cooperation," Eric said. The two of them were talking about EMI and EMI Records. The new World Point Records that Eric set up, named after his single, was just an empty shell. It had no distribution ability at all. Therefore, for the release of this single, they could only choose to cooperate with the famous EMI Records. Because of the Firefly incident, I suddenly set up a music company. Now, several established record companies are very wary of it, so we can only maintain cooperation. Otherwise, we won't have a chance to develop at all. It won't be too late to consider going solo after a few years of accumulation." Everyone in the living room laughed, and there was a hint of pride in their tone. After all, it was not easy for a newly established music company with nothing but a single to arouse the fear of several established record companies in the world. "Next, let's talk about UTA." Eric looked at Edward and said, "Let's talk about the progress of the case first." Edward took out the information that he had sorted out in advance and said, "The current situation is very favorable to us because the major companies that were originally adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes must have given up and stopped trying to influence this case. Therefore, we only need to respond to the lawsuit according to the normal procedures. Because the illegal damage index caused by Firefly and UTA's violation of the antitrust law is very low, in the absence of other forces intervening, coupled with the current direction of public opinion, the Federal Trade Investigation Committee will not punish Firefly and UTA severely. Even if they pay a fine, I think it will only be symbolic. What you need to do is to get rid of UTA's shares as soon as possible." After listening to Edward, Eric looked at Kapoor, who was sitting on the other side, and asked, "Kapoor, what are your thoughts now? I mean, do you want to take over UTA completely?" Kapoor smiled bitterly and shrugged. "Of course I want to, but unfortunately, I can't afford it." Eric fell silent. Since the start of the antitrust investigation, the three major North American management companies, CAA, WMA, and ICM, had all offered him a purchase price. ICM's offer was as high as $30 million, and the other two offered more than $20 million. One must know that Eric bought UTA for a mere $1 million a year ago. However, ICM must have thought carefully before offering such a high price. Now, UTA not only had a series of A-series superstars such as Al Pacino, but ICM also had another advantage after acquiring UTA. Once UTA and ICM merged, Eric would give priority to ICM artists in his movies. This was without a doubt. And in a short year, Eric relied on a few movies to let Al Pacino make a comeback. He also made a few unknown actors into world-class superstars. This kind of frightening ability to create stars was the reason why the three major management companies offered such a high price. And ICM was currently at the bottom of the three major management companies. They had the fewest A-level Hollywood superstars, thus they were so eager to acquire UTA. Hearing Kapoor's words, Eric asked, "Let's not talk about money for now." "Kapoor, I only want to ask, what are your true thoughts?" Kapoor thought for a bit before saying, "Eric, in fact, ICM's Marvin Josephson contacted me. If you really want me to say it, I'm leaning towards selling UTA to ICM. Marvin Josephson also agreed to give me a partner position. As for the other two companies, I think you definitely haven't considered CAA. I also haven't considered it. Although WMA has undergone a series of reforms and consolidations in the past 6 months, it is still too old and its system is still somewhat rigid." Eric nodded. Although he wanted Kapoor to take over UTA alone, it wasn't realistic. Kapoor couldn't take out 20 to 30 million USD to buy the entire UTA. Even if Eric gave all of UTA to Kapoor, as UTA grew, it would still need to bring in partners. Rather than developing step by step until they reached the final three major management companies, it would be better to take one step and directly sell UTA to ICM. Although this would make Eric completely lose his influence over the management company, with his current status, he didn't need to have any influence over the management company. "Since it's like this, let's talk to ICM and see if we can raise the price a bit," Eric said to Edward after making his decision. Edward nodded, indicating that he would remember it. "Okay, now it's time to talk about ending things. After suffering for more than a month, we can't just let it go peacefully without doing anything." As soon as Eric finished speaking, Jeffrey softly advised, "Eric, I think letting this matter pass peacefully is the best result." Eric was stunned and looked at the others. Whether it was Robert Shea or Chris Hansen, who had rushed over from New York in the afternoon and had nothing to do with Hollywood, they all nodded in unison. Eric smiled bitterly and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you guys. I won't do anything substantial, but I still have to put on a show. Otherwise, people will think that I'm easy to bully." When everyone heard Eric's words, they heaved a sigh of relief and laughed at the same time. They were all worried that Eric would be young and impetuous and want to continue fighting with the 7 major film companies. This was a very unwise move because Firefly and Eric were able to get through this unscathed. It was already a blessing from God that they didn't have the strength to fight back. "Eric, what do you want to do?" Jeffrey asked with a smile. Eric originally thought of some fighting moves from his previous life. When a person was surrounded by a group of people, he would go all out and fight to the death with one of the opponents. He believed that the remaining people would definitely show fear and not dare to provoke him. He originally chose Fox, but seeing that everyone around him didn't want him to do such a thing, Eric could only give up. After thinking for a while, Eric's mouth showed a smirk. "Since I can't beat a person to death, I'll sow discord between this person and his companions." Everyone present was smart. They understood Eric's meaning after a little thought. At the same time, they also realized that Eric's target must be Fox. After all, the two sides had the deepest cooperation. Firefly even held 10% of Fox's shares. The single New Divide, sung by Eric himself, was released in North America. In addition, the lyrics of this song were not groundless or ignorant. It was the most realistic portrayal of Eric's experience during this period. Therefore, the sales of the single exceeded 1 million copies in 3 days. After a week, it reached more than 3 million copies. At the same time, it undoubtedly reached the top of various song charts. At the same time, because of the impact of this song, Eric received more and more support from the public. He almost didn't have to worry about this storm anymore. At the same time, under the guidance of a series of public opinions, the few women who were close to him walked out of the shadow of this storm and began to consider their work arrangements for the year. On February 19th, something else happened that was of great importance to Eric. That day, Cisco was officially listed. The stock price was $18. Because there was no limit on the day of the stock offering, Cisco's stock price reached $22 on the day of the offering. Although this result was not too eye-catching, Cisco's stock price began to rise explosively. In less than a month, the stock price doubled. Chris praised Eric in a very strange and envious tone on the phone. He also mysteriously asked Eric how he was sure that Cisco's stock would explode. Of course, Eric could not answer, so he could only talk nonsense with Chris. At the same time, in mid-February, the nomination list for the 62nd Academy Awards was announced. I Know Women by Smelling Fragrance was nominated for Best Film, Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Adapted Screenplay. There was no doubt that it was a hot favorite for the Oscars. In addition, Julia received 2 nominations for Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress for Pretty Woman and Steel Magnolias, which caused another uproar in the media. For the Oscars, it was very rare to have 2 nominations, not to mention 2 such important acting awards. As for Eric himself, he was nominated for Best Adapted Screenplay for I Know Women by Smelling Fragrance and Best Original Screenplay for Scary Island. In fact, Dark War could have been nominated, but for the sake of public relations, Eric gave up. Instead, he chose Scary Island, which was the most likely to win the award. After all, The Sixth Sense had not appeared yet, and the theme of Scary Island was still very novel, so it had the highest chance of winning the award. Of course, Eric had just caused a storm with the Big Seven. Therefore, the companies responsible for the distribution of these movies would certainly not do their best for public relations for these movies. Eric could only do it himself. Among the Fireflies, only Robert Shea had some experience in this area, so Eric left it all to Robert. What he had to deal with now was another matter, which was the matter of instigating a person and his companions. In front of a famous Italian restaurant on Sunset Boulevard, a black limousine slowly stopped in the parking lot. The driver opened the door, and Rupert Murdoch got out of the car. As soon as he got out of the car, flashes lit up nearby. With a wry smile, Rupert Murdoch adjusted his suit. Elizabeth, who came out from the other side, also stepped forward to hold her father's arm. The 2 of them wanted to walk into the restaurant. The waiter had already recognized the 2 of them and greeted them. Mr. Murdoch, Mr. Williams has been waiting for a while. Let me take you there. After being reminded by the waiter, Eric stood up, only to see that it was not only Murdoch, but also Elizabeth, who was holding her father's arm. The girl looked at him with a faint reproach. Obviously, Elizabeth also knew that Eric had chosen this place to embarrass her father. After all, she was a woman who had an intimate relationship with him, so Elizabeth's angry expression made Eric feel a little awkward. Since Eric had survived the crisis, Murdoch had proposed to meet with Eric more than once because of the lawsuit of Friends and the production of Who Will Be a Millionaire and The X-Files. After some hesitation, Eric agreed and refused the suggestion of going to the Murdoch family manor. He also did not invite Murdoch to his Malibu Point manor. Instead, he chose this restaurant on Sunset Boulevard in the downtown area. Not only that, but Eric also specifically asked someone to inform the paparazzi. As long as the fact that Murdoch took the initiative to contact him was exposed, then not only would the media think that Fox was taking the initiative to bow to Eric, but the other major film companies would definitely have bad ideas about Fox and treat Fox as a traitor to the alliance of the 7 major film companies. However, Murdoch was obviously not someone who was easy to deal with. Not only did he pull in his daughter, who had a somewhat different relationship with him, but he also pretended to be old and weak and needed someone to support him. After some slight exaggeration, Eric would definitely be portrayed as a young and inhumane person who would only give up if an old man personally came to beg him. Eric cursed helplessly in his heart. He really wanted to pick up a cup of coffee and pour it on Murdoch's head. This old man was not even 60 years old. As a transmigrator, Eric clearly remembered that Murdoch was still energetic in his 80s in his previous life. When Murdoch saw Eric's expression, there was an ambiguous smile on the corner of his mouth. He came to Eric and took the initiative to reach out his hand. Eric, hello, we meet again. Hello, Mr. Murdoch. Eric shook hands with Murdoch and then looked at Elizabeth next to Murdoch. The girl rolled her eyes at Eric but did not intend to greet him. Liz, don't be so rude. Although Murdoch was very satisfied that Eric was humiliated in front of his daughter, he pretended to be a strict father on the surface. Elizabeth cast a dissatisfied look at her father. Although she was very dissatisfied with Eric's insistence on choosing this place for the meeting, she did not agree with her father's approach. She snorted and ignored the 2 men who were more scheming than a hornet's nest. She went straight to the table and sat down. She picked up the menu and flipped through it. Murdoch and Eric looked at each other awkwardly. "Mr. Murdoch, let's sit down too." In the end, it was Eric who spoke first. Murdoch nodded and sat down. The three of them ordered separately. After a moment of silence, Murdoch took the initiative to find a topic. "Liz, how's the movie you're preparing going?" Elizabeth, who had been folding the napkin in front of her with her head down and had made up her mind not to speak, heard her father directly ask her. She had to say in a muffled voice, "It's all ready. The shooting will start at the end of the month." "Oh." Murdoch nodded and said, "I heard that the female lead is Jodie Foster. She seems to have good acting skills. This movie will definitely be wonderful." Elizabeth looked up at Eric and said, "Yes, someone recommended that I let Jodie Foster play the female lead. After the audition, I thought she was good, so I agreed." Murdoch saw his daughter glance at Eric. Without thinking, he knew who recommended the female lead. He looked at Eric with a smile and said, "Eric, why don't Firefly distribute this movie?" Eric raised his eyebrows. Before he could say anything, Elizabeth glared at her father with dissatisfaction. "Dad," Eric said, "Mr. Murdoch, it doesn't matter if Firefly distributes it. It's just that our overseas distribution channels are not complete. I'm afraid it will limit the box office performance of this movie." Eric finally spoke the truth, but Murdoch took Eric's words as proof that he was not optimistic about the movie. He knew that Firefly's distribution capacity was limited. He thought that Eric did not want to use limited distribution resources on a movie that he was not optimistic about, so he tactfully refused. In fact, Murdoch himself had also read the script of The Silence of the Lambs that his daughter was the producer of. After all, Elizabeth had invested nearly 20 million yuan in this movie. Except for the 6 million that Julia and Drew put together, all the other investments were borrowed from him, her father. Although Murdoch was very controlling and refused to hand over the power of News Corporation to his children even though he was in his 80s in the parallel universe, he never mistreated his children in other aspects, such as finances. Elizabeth had found her life goal as a movie producer. Of course, Murdoch was happy to support her and readily took out the investment. As for whether it would make money or not, he did not consider it at all. He just regarded it as training his daughter's ability. Moreover, although Murdoch did not know much about movies, he knew that this script was an X-rated horror movie. This type of movie rarely achieved high box office sales, and it was difficult for it to be recognized by awards. Therefore, he just proposed to let Eric's Firefly distribute this movie. As for the purpose, it was still the same as before. He wanted to matchmake Eric and Elizabeth. Eric had now survived the biggest crisis. In the future, as long as he continued to fight steadily, he would definitely achieve great things in the media industry. If such a man could become his daughter's husband, it would definitely be of great benefit to News Corporation in the future. Moreover, when Eric was attacked some time ago, his daughter had quarreled with him. Therefore, Murdoch was sure that his daughter had feelings for Eric, and the degree was very deep. Since there was such a foundation, of course, they had to interact more to be able to bear fruit, right? Thinking of this, Murdoch said to Eric with a smile, "Eric, it's just a horror movie." The new line originally specialized in releasing horror movies, so I believe that Firefly can handle it well. If it's really necessary to distribute it overseas in the future, Fox will definitely cooperate. Of course, Eric couldn't refuse Murdoch's good intentions. He turned to look at Elizabeth, only to see her lowering her head in a fit of pique. She folded and folded a napkin in her hand, and then tore it into pieces. "Liz, what do you think?" Eric asked tentatively. The woman pursed her lips and said, "You guys decide." "Then it's settled," Murdoch said with a smile like a parent before Eric and Elizabeth could say anything. Hearing Murdoch's words, Elizabeth didn't object, so Eric nodded. At this time, the waiter in the restaurant began to serve the three of them, and there was a brief pause in the conversation. When the waiter opened the red wine and poured it for the three of them, Murdoch took a sip of the wine and praised it a few times. Then he said to Eric as if nothing had happened, "Eric, you were born in 1970, right? Here comes the meat." Eric thought so in his heart, but on the surface, he showed a look of reminiscence. "Yes, I was born in London, but I came to the United States when I was 8 years old. I don't remember much about London. I should go back and take a look when I have time, Murdoch said with emotion. I remember more than 30 years ago, Liz's grandfather died of a heart attack. I had to give up my studies and rush back to take over the family business. I was not much older than you. At that time, the newspaper industry in Sydney was controlled by 3 big families. When they saw that the Sunday Mail and the News were doing well, they wanted to take over these 2 newspapers. After I rejected their acquisition invitation several times in a row, they began to use all kinds of methods. Within a year, the newspaper company I ran received almost more accusations and lawsuits than the previous years combined. I even received death threats. But I did not give in. It took me 20 years to not only develop my newspaper company into the largest media group in Sydney, but I also bought the company of my former enemy. Although Murdoch saw that Eric was pretending as if nothing had happened, he knew that Eric was definitely listening to him, so he continued, "So, Eric, what you've been through during this period of time can't be any more normal. Therefore, I think you still have to look forward, don't always care about these things." Eric smiled and looked up. "Of course I'm looking forward, Mr. Murdoch. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting here so peacefully today." Then, Murdoch said tentatively, "Drop the lawsuit regarding Friends. Also, there's no need to rush The X-Files, but Who Will Become a Millionaire, which was originally scheduled to be broadcast in March, is already at the end of February, and there's still no news from the entire team. Eric, I think you should hurry up. I think it would be a very good time to use a month of publicity from now on and launch this show after the Oscars at the end of the month." "I think so too." Eric swallowed the food in his mouth, wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin, and stared at Murdoch. "However, Mr. Murdoch, you just said that after you became the #1 newspaper group in Australia, you bought your former enemy. So, what should we do this time?" Firefly's 5 movies at the end of the year will have a box office loss of no less than $100 million because of this storm. Firefly's loss will be no less than $30 million because of this, but I still don't know who my enemy is. Eric, we all know about this. Why do you have to? Eric interrupted Murdoch's words and asked, "Who is the mastermind behind this? I want to know this. I know it's definitely not Fox. Not to mention that we have so many collaborations and Fox has obtained enough benefits, even if you wanted to do it, you definitely wouldn't have chosen this time at the beginning of the year. The box office of Sleepless in Seattle has been greatly affected by this storm. So, who instigated it?" Murdoch was stunned and said, "Eric, even if you know, what can you do? Although the method this time is a bit intense, it's also normal competition in the industry." "Who is it?" Eric asked coldly again. Elizabeth, who was just listening out of boredom, slammed the tableware in her hand on the table and glared at Eric. She said with dissatisfaction, "Hey, Eric, how can you talk to my father like that? He's an elder." The tense atmosphere was completely dispelled by the girl's low voice. Murdoch really wanted to pat his daughter's head and praise her. Sure enough, his daughter was born to side with her father. Of course, Elizabeth had grown up, and he couldn't do that anymore, so he just smiled and sipped the red wine. Eric looked at Elizabeth helplessly, but the girl glared back at him without showing any weakness. This little girl deserves a beating. Why is she interrupting a man's talk? Eric took a deep breath, softened his tone, and said, "Mr. Murdoch, the box office of Home Alone 2 is still very bright this time. Although it's not as good as the first one, the global box office is no problem for it to exceed $300 million US. Also, according to Stu's current age, this sequel can be made at least 3 more times. What do you think?" "Michael Eisner," Murdoch blurted out without hesitation. Elizabeth looked at her father in astonishment. "Isn't it too shameless to sell out your teammate? To think that I even helped you out of that situation just now." Glancing between the 2 hateful men, the girl puffed up her cheeks and drank the red wine in a fit of pique. At the same time, she swore in her heart that no matter what happened next, she wouldn't speak again. Eric, however, did not notice the girl's actions. His heart was filled with shock. During this period of time, he had thought about it more than once. The mastermind behind this could be Warner, Universal, Columbia, or even Paramount, which was not doing very well. His suspicion of Disney's Michael Eisner was the least. In fact, his suspicion of Disney's Michael Eisner was even lower than Fox's. After all, although he didn't have much contact with Michael Eisner had always shown great appreciation for him in front of him. Moreover, Disney was very sincere in their cooperation with Island Horror and Steel Magnolias. Seeing Eric's incredulous expression, Murdoch said, "Eric, if you don't believe me, you can verify it. This matter has already passed. There is no need for me to lie. From the beginning, this matter was led by Michael Eisner, and he was in charge of many things. We just tried our best to cooperate." How? How could this be? Eric murmured to himself in disappointment. Murdoch thought for a moment and said slowly, "Of the three outstanding managers who came out of Paramount, Barry Diller was the most pragmatic. He felt that as long as he did well, he would definitely be able to get enough returns. Therefore, I felt that he was also the most naive. That's why I felt at ease letting him take charge of Fox. Jeffrey Katzenberg, on the other hand, was most devoted to film production. He put most of his energy into film production, so he was not suitable to be the helmsman. As for Michael Eisner, he was the most unscrupulous. He would do anything to develop his career. Therefore, I feel that Michael Eisner will definitely have the greatest achievements out of the three of them in the future. However, I don't think I can control this person, so I've never thought of recruiting him under my command." Eric sighed and shook his head. "I just think it's too surprising." For some reason, Murdoch couldn't help but defend Michael Eisner. Eisner just did what the most standard businessman should do. "Yes, a typical businessman," Eric said with a self-deprecating smile. "Then, Eric, about the Home Alone series, Firefly can directly sign a distribution contract with Fox for the next 3 Home Alone series. However, I won't be the director, but I will be the producer." Murdoch looked happy and worried at the same time. "Eric, why don't you come in person? I'm a little tired of making 2 movies in a row, so I want to save time to make other movies. Moreover, the star of Home Alone is Stuart Runkle. So, as long as the style of the movie remains the same, it won't be a problem for anyone to direct it," Eric answered. Although that was part of the reason, the main reason was that only 2 Home Alone series in his previous life had been a huge success. The third one was a flop because Macaulay Culkin had grown up and changed the lead actor. Although Eric had chosen the right actors and Stuart was only 9 years old and could continue filming, Eric didn't have any confidence in the future of the series. So, he generously signed a distribution contract with Fox for the next 3 movies. When Murdoch heard Eric's explanation, he couldn't find a reason to refute it. Most Hollywood directors at Eric's level didn't like to make sequels. So, he easily accepted Eric's explanation. "Eric, although you don't want to direct it personally, I hope that you can continue to be in charge of the script," Murdoch said. Eric nodded. "I will definitely participate in this." At this time, the 3 of them had finished their dinner. The waiter removed the cutlery and replaced it with coffee. Since Eric had gotten the answer he wanted, Murdoch and Eric started to discuss the Fox shows. After all, Firefly was a shareholder of Fox. Eric readily agreed to supervise the production of Who Will Be a Millionaire and guarantee that it would be broadcasted at the end of the month. In fact, Who Will Be a Millionaire was already well prepared. Even the question bank was almost ready. If it wasn't for this storm, it might have been released at the beginning of March. The situation with the X-Files was similar. The first episode should have been completed by now. Although Firefly's delay also violated the contract signed by both parties, Fox originally thought that if Firefly gave in, they could take over the complete copyright of the shows. Therefore, they didn't react too much to Firefly's breach of contract. Now that the two sides had reconciled, Fox couldn't pursue this matter anymore. They just skipped over this matter in a few words. After the discussion, Murdoch took a few sips of coffee and asked nonchalantly, "Eric, do you have a movie plan for this year? How many do you plan to make?" Hearing this question, Elizabeth, who was originally absent-minded, also looked at him curiously. Eric slowly took a sip of his coffee. He thought for a moment and said, "2. One of them has already been confirmed, but the script is still in a deadlock. The price that the scriptwriter asked for is a little ridiculous. Plus, I haven't found the time to talk about the script yet." "Is it the script about the ghost?" Elizabeth couldn't help but interject. Eric looked at the girl curiously. Has this news spread so widely? Being stared at by Eric, the girl's face turned slightly red. She said, I heard that you are quite optimistic about this script, so I also asked around. Eric could tell at a glance that Elizabeth must have wanted to steal the script, but it certainly didn't succeed. As if her thoughts had been seen through, the woman became even more embarrassed, but she continued, But when I got someone to contact the screenwriter named Bruce Joey Robin, he said that the script had already been sold. Eric suddenly stood up in surprise and looked at Elizabeth. Sold? Yeah, didn't you buy it? Elizabeth looked up at Eric and asked in confusion. Sorry, I need to make a few calls, Eric said to the two of them. He picked up his mobile phone and walked to a corner not far away. Looking at Eric, who was standing not far away and dialing incessantly, Murdoch asked his daughter, Liz, what's the script? The girl looked at Eric's back and said to her father with some schadenfreude, It's a love story. I didn't get to see the full story, but I heard that it's about a bank employee who was murdered by his colleague and turned into a ghost. Then, he protects his girlfriend and takes revenge. Anyway, that's about it. Murdoch looked at Eric, his eyes flashing. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, Eric returned to his seat with a disappointed look. Murdoch drank his coffee calmly and had no intention of speaking. Then, Elizabeth said, Eric, who bought it? Michael Eisner, Eric said helplessly. The girl asked again, then what are you going to do? What could he do? Eric could almost imagine that with Michael Eisner's shrewdness, he definitely wouldn't rashly let Disney film the script themselves. Instead, he planned to use it to cooperate with him. But after hearing from Murdoch that Michael Eisner was the mastermind of the storm some time ago, Eric had no intention of compromising at all. At the same time, he made up his mind to think of a way to get the Justice Brothers' unrestrained melody tomorrow. As for the rest, he could do whatever he wanted. Anyway, he had a lot of good movies in his mind. It was a pity that Eric had planned to use this year to set up a special effects company and familiarize himself with the use of special effects in movies to prepare for Jurassic Park. And Ghost was undoubtedly a good test subject. He could use the wall-passing special effects and the Grim Reaper special effects in the movie to practice. Without this movie, many of Eric's original plans would be disrupted. Okay, Eric, it's a bit late now. Let's call it a day, Murdoch suddenly said. Eric didn't have much interest in continuing the conversation. He called the waiter over and handed him his credit card for the bill. Murdoch stood up and said, Eric, Liz is living in Beverly Hills for a while. I'm a bit old and want to go back directly. Can you help me send her back? Dad, I'll go back myself, Elizabeth said. You're a girl. What if you meet a bad guy? I think Eric won't mind sending you back, right, Eric? Murdoch looked at Eric with a smile. Eric looked at Elizabeth and said, If Liz is willing, of course I'm fine with it. That's it, Murdoch said. He called his assistant and bodyguard who had been waiting nearby and turned to leave. Because it was almost 10 o'clock, there weren't many people in the restaurant at this time. Only Eric and Elizabeth were left looking at each other. I don't need you to send me back. I'll go back myself, Elizabeth repeated stubbornly. Oh, Eric nodded and gestured for her to go ahead. Elizabeth, who had just stood up, glared at Eric with dissatisfaction and sat back down. She said, I've never seen such an ungentlemanly guy like you. Eric smiled. After paying the bill, he stood up and said to the girl, Okay, let's go. Elizabeth stood up reluctantly and followed Eric. The two of them got into Eric's car together. Are you still staying at Julia's place? Eric asked as he started the car. Yes, the two of us can live together for fun. Also, Julia is a partner of my film company. It's more convenient for the two of us to live together and discuss things. Speaking of which, I still don't know the name of your film company. Eric drove the car on the road and asked casually. Elizabeth said, TG Film Company. What does TG mean? Elizabeth opened her mouth and was about to reply when she remembered that if she explained, Eric would definitely ask who the three girls were. Then, Drew would be exposed. Drew had more than once stopped her and Julia from telling Eric about it for the time being. The girl thought that she had more integrity than her unscrupulous father and would not betray her teammates so easily. TG is TG, why are you asking so much? Oh, okay. Eric did not pursue the matter and changed the topic. Oh yeah, about the Silence of the Lambs, did you not tell your dad clearly? What did he say? Elizabeth asked curiously. For example, I'm more optimistic about this script. The girl blinked a few times. My dad didn't ask. Then when The Silence of the Lambs is released, some people will regret it so much that they won't be able to eat, Eric said with a smile. Humph, now that you mention it, I remember now. You're really despicable. You actually secretly bought the rights to Golden Jade Alliance from Fox. I heard that this movie has sold more than 1 million videotapes. My dad called Barry Diller and scolded him. Some executives at Fox lost their jobs. Eric shrugged. This is business. Besides, you guys bought it voluntarily. I didn't steal it. The girl was dissatisfied. We haven't signed the contract yet. Don't think that I'll definitely let your small company distribute The Silence of the Lambs. Eric stopped the car at a red light and casually looked out the window. Up to you. Besides, it might not sell well. Maybe you'll cry when the time comes. If that's the case, I won't be the only one crying, Elizabeth said. Seeing that Eric did not respond, the girl continued, let Firefly distribute it in North America, but I want 35% of the profits. I'll let Fox handle it overseas 20%, Eric immediately bargained with a smile. The girl raised her fist and punched Eric on the shoulder. 35%, or I'll give it to Fox. How about 21%? F***ck off. Just as the girl was about to speak again, a silver convertible behind Eric's car started honking crazily. A few young people in the car shouted crazily, "Hey, the light's green. Hurry up and drive." Eric looked at the rearview mirror helplessly and slowly stepped on the accelerator. When the silver convertible passed by, a few young people shouted provocatively at Eric's car window. Eric ignored them and continued driving at his own speed. The silver convertible quickly overtook them. Eric originally thought that the other party would drive away, but the other party quickly slowed down and started to run parallel with Eric's car. "Hey, beauty, how about we go for a ride in our car?" A young man with an afro asked Elizabeth, who was in the front passenger seat. Eric glanced out the window and pressed the button to raise the window. Elizabeth did the same, but her small mouth said, "You're really weak. The lady next to you is being harassed, but you don't even dare to fight back." Eric glanced at the girl and said, "If you were bitten by a dog, would you bite back? You are so vulgar." Elizabeth angrily turned her head to the side and decided not to pay attention to Eric. Eric did not take it to heart and focused on driving. Although Eric had raised the window, the young people in the convertible still refused to leave. They sped up and slowed down, circling around Eric's car, and from time to time made all kinds of provocations. Eric looked out the window. He was not far from Elizabeth's house, so he decided to ignore them. A few minutes later, the convertible car that had fallen behind had just overtaken them. Before it could change lanes, another large off-road vehicle turned diagonally from another intersection. Eric immediately stepped on the brakes. The driver of the convertible car on the other side also frantically turned the steering wheel. Although he avoided a head-on collision with the off-road vehicle, the entire car also lost control. It rushed directly to the curb and hit a transformer box. At the same time, a series of sparks splashed out while making a muffled sound. The lights in many houses on both sides of the road dimmed almost at the same time. The driver of the off-road vehicle also realized that the car accident had happened. He only slowed down the car for a while. The owner of the car probably struggled for a short time in his heart, but he quickly chose to speed up and leave. Eric opened the door and looked at the several young men in the convertible car who seemed to have all fainted. He spread his hands at Elizabeth and said earnestly, "See, this is retribution. I told you a long time ago that driving is dangerous and harming others. Stop joking around, call 911, the woman glared at him and took a step forward. She seemed to want to see the situation of the few people in the car, but when she saw the sparks, she immediately stopped. Although the transformer box seemed to be damaged, and there was a power outage around, no one could guarantee that there would not be any leakage. Although Elizabeth would not leave them in the lurch, she would not joke about her own life either. Moreover, Elizabeth did not have much sympathy for the young men in the convertible car. Although it was late at night and there was less traffic, it was still very dangerous to race on the road of Beverly Hills at this time. Since these young men wanted to have a good time and completely disregarded the safety of others, it could be said that they were reaping what they sowed. Eric also stood in the distance and looked at the situation not far away before he turned around and took out his mobile phone to dial 911. After the call was connected, he quickly described the situation. Anyway, the responsibility of the accident was not on the two of them. These nearby cameras could prove that they were not guilty. Therefore, the two of them did not leave immediately and waited patiently. After chatting for a while, Elizabeth suddenly thought of something. She looked around at the darkened houses and suddenly said to Eric, "Julia's villa is not far ahead. It may also have a power outage." Eric comforted him, "It's okay. I think it will be fixed soon." As a world-famous wealthy district, Eric didn't believe that the community property management would put a power outage on hold until the next day. If they didn't do anything, Eric could imagine that if they encountered a more serious owner, they might receive complaints the next day. It was even possible that they would be sued. Americans always attached great importance to the rights they should have. Once they felt that their rights had been violated, it was common for them to go to court. Rich people who didn't lack money especially seemed to like lawsuits. The two of them waited patiently. After a minute or two, the police car still had not arrived. However, a young man in his 20s walked out of a nearby villa. He narrowed his eyes and looked around carefully. When he saw Eric and Elizabeth, he mumbled something and walked towards them. Under the street lamp, the young man looked extremely dispirited. His hair was messy and his beard was unshaven. Even without getting close, Eric and Elizabeth could tell that the other party was drunk from his swaying body. As the wealthy district with the most concentration of Hollywood stars, Beverly Hills had countless parties almost every night. Therefore, it was not surprising to see a drunkard on the road in the middle of the night. If they were patient enough, they might be able to pick up the corpse and take it back after waiting on the street for a few nights. The young man staggered in front of Eric and Elizabeth. When he noticed Elizabeth, who was dressed fashionably, he couldn't help but whistle at Elizabeth. Then, he looked at the miserable convertible that crashed into the transformer and the people in the car. His voice was a little hoarse as he shouted gloatingly, "Wow, there was a car accident. It seems to be very serious." "Oh, are they dead?" Elizabeth frowned and leaned towards Eric. She completely ignored the other party's words. Instead, she was slightly alert. Eric agreed and leaned against the car. He had no intention of paying attention to this sloppy young man. Seeing that he was elegantly ignored, the young man felt a little bored. He walked around a few times but had no intention of leaving. Instead, he leaned forward and carefully looked at Eric under the light. Then, he clapped his hands as if he had discovered some important secret. He said with a surprised expression, "Wow, you seem to be wait, let me think. Oh, the director of Dark War, his name is Eric Williams, right?" Eric nodded slightly without commenting. The young man immediately looked at Elizabeth, who was beside him. "Is this the newcomer that you intend to promote?" "Hee, not bad, but she's not as beautiful as that Nicole Kidman. That girl, those two long legs, when they clamp a person. TSK, I've also picked up a few similar girls before. Unfortunately, they're not as beautiful as that Nicole Kidman." The feeling of waiting was a little boring. With nothing to do, Eric heard the young man's words and realized that this was obviously a kindred spirit. Just as he was about to open his mouth to talk nonsense, a small hand reached out to his waist, twisted a piece of meat, and twisted it fiercely. "What's going on now?" Eric felt a sharp pain, but at the same time, he felt a little confused. Everything had been fine since the beginning of the meal. Why did it suddenly hurt? Eric took a deep breath and slapped Elizabeth's small hand away. He rubbed his waist and asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Humph." Elizabeth snorted coldly. She raised her chin slightly and turned her head away. She had no intention of explaining at all. However, this action was seen by the young man. The young man showed a smirk and lowered his voice. What a fierce girl. Eric, I think such a little girl needs to be taught a lesson. Do you want me to teach you a few moves? Ugh, that. No need. I prefer to make women fall in love with me gently. Eric endured the smell of alcohol spewing out of the young man's mouth. He tightly grabbed Elizabeth's wrist that reached out again and began to talk nonsense to the young man. When Elizabeth heard Eric say this, she suddenly snorted a few times in dissatisfaction. However, she did not have the intention to sneak an attack on Eric again. She let him gently hold her small hand, seemingly without any intention of taking it back. After a while, the police car, fire engine, and ambulance finally arrived one after another. Eric briefly explained the situation to the police officer. The police officer obviously recognized Eric's identity, so he did not bother too much. He took a statement on the spot and let Eric and Elizabeth leave. Eric got into the car and waited for the girl to sit in the front passenger seat before starting the car. He looked at the wrecked convertible again and heard the drunk young man gesticulating with his hands and feet. Sir, this has nothing to do with me. I don't know those guys. Yes, I drank a little, but I didn't drive. I live in that villa. Look, that villa, the tallest one. My parents left it for me. Sigh, it's a pity that they only left me these things. Everything else is. Oh, I digress. Here, it's like this. I was going to sleep, but my headlamp was inexplicably broken. I was about to fix it when the power went out. Julia's small villa was not far from the scene of the accident. The car arrived after a minute or two of driving. As Elizabeth expected, there was also a power outage here. The villa was dark. Eric stopped the car and looked at Elizabeth in the passenger seat. Then you go in. I'm going back. The girl sat in the passenger seat. She hesitated for a moment before whispering, Julia went to San Francisco. She said that she might not come back today. There's no one in the villa now. Huh? I'm afraid of the dark, the girl stammered like a mosquito. Eric thought for a moment and said, then I'll send you in. Okay, Elizabeth hesitated for a moment before nodding gently. The two entered the villa together in the dark. Both of them stood in the dark living room. Eric asked, do you know where there are flashlights or candles? Elizabeth shook her head in the dark. I'm not sure, but Julia always likes to put some small things in the compartment under the TV. Oh, Eric responded and said, go and look for it. You go, the girl's voice trembled slightly in the dark. Eric said, I don't know where it is. I've never been here. Liar, Elizabeth said, don't think that I don't know about your relationship with Julia. In the dark, Eric did not show much guilt. He nodded and said, I don't deny this. Julia and I did do it a few times, but I really haven't been here. She just moved here not long ago. Elizabeth heard Eric's explanation. She was silent for a moment before continuing, well, the TV is near the east wall. Forget it, let's go together. Eric searched in the dark and found the girl's small hand. He said, lead the way. Elizabeth subconsciously struggled, but she didn't use too much strength. Instead, she obediently pulled Eric in the direction of the TV. After a few steps, she suddenly felt that she had tripped over something, and her body suddenly fell forward. Eric felt the girl pulling him, and hurriedly pulled in the opposite direction, and the girl fell into his arms. You bastard, you must have planned this beforehand, Elizabeth scolded softly in the dark after an unknown amount of time. Eric's voice also sounded. He said, if you don't agree, I'll leave now. Elizabeth raised her hand and punched Eric a few times. Julia went to San Francisco to participate in a business event during the day. Because the event ended early, she did not stay in San Francisco and rushed back by plane. In comparison, San Francisco and Los Angeles were less than 2 hours of flight time. Moreover, Julia was also a homesick person. However, after returning to Los Angeles, everything was perfect. After running around for a day, Julia, who was very tired, fell asleep early today. At the same time, it was impossible for her to know about the power outage in the villa. Then, after sleeping for some time, she felt her bedroom door creak and someone walk in. Julia also heard the noise in a daze. However, ever since the two became best friends, it wasn't like Elizabeth hadn't slept with her before. So, Julia thought that Elizabeth was here to take up space again. She didn't mind and even took the initiative to move to the other side to make room for Elizabeth. Then, she realized the difference. The morning sun shone through the curtains into the bedroom. Elizabeth opened her eyes in a daze and looked around. Only then did she realize that she was in Julia's room. A string of memories flooded into her mind. The girl sat up abruptly, but she quickly remembered that Julia went to San Francisco yesterday. Fortunately, I have been persuading Julia to leave that guy. If she finds out that I'm with Eric, she will laugh at me to death. Elizabeth thought happily. Seeing that Eric was no longer beside her, and her clothes were neatly folded on the chair, she slipped into the bathroom with her clothes. After a long time, Elizabeth put on her clothes and walked downstairs barefoot. Before she reached the stairs, Elizabeth heard a sound from the kitchen. At the same time, a faint fragrance of food wafted in the air. A sweet smile appeared on Elizabeth's face. This bastard still has a conscience. This time, he did not slip away after eating. He even knows to make breakfast for me. Thinking back to that time, Elizabeth clenched her teeth in hatred. How could that guy do that? He slipped away. What a bastard. Well, since you did so well today, I'll forgive you, Elizabeth thought in her heart. She subconsciously tidied her hair and touched her face. She recalled how she looked in the bathroom just now. After confirming that there were no flaws, Elizabeth walked down the stairs. She looked around. There should have been something left on the floor where the two of them fell last night, but at this time, the living room was very clean, and there was no mess caused by the small incident last night. It seemed that the guy had already cleaned up after waking up. This made Elizabeth feel a little strange. Cleaning, he didn't seem to like doing this kind of thing too much. Thinking of this, Elizabeth became nervous again. She walked through the living room and arrived at the kitchen door in a few steps. Looking at Julia, who was busy in her pajamas, with her back facing her, Elizabeth was stunned for a while. Something seemed to have gone wrong again. It seemed that her premonition was wrong again. The figure in the kitchen was not that guy, but Julia. Although, her mind was in a mess. No, this must be my illusion. Elizabeth lamented in her heart. She reached out and gently pinched the back of her other hand. When the pain came, she was sure that this was not a dream, nor was it a hallucination. Realizing a certain possibility, Elizabeth even felt her scalp tingle. She clearly remembered that she had just woken up in Julia's bedroom. Moreover, with Julia's personality, she definitely would not have gone to her room to sleep last night. She stood in a daze at the kitchen door for a long time until Julia felt her presence and turned around. Elizabeth carefully looked at Julia's expression and stammered, Julia, what's wrong? Julia gently waved the spatula in her hand and asked curiously when she saw Elizabeth's stammering appearance. There did not seem to be any strange expression on her face. Elizabeth made a few gestures with her hands in front of her and finally sorted out some thoughts. She mustered the courage to ask, Julia, yesterday, when did you come back yesterday? Yesterday afternoon, but it was already a little late when I rushed back. I just took a shower and went to sleep. Julia turned around again and cracked an egg into the hot oil pan. A strong sense of uneasiness arose in Elizabeth's mind. She repeated with a last trace of expectation, yesterday afternoon? Yes. Julia turned her head to look at her and nodded. Elizabeth scratched her hair a few times frantically and repeatedly looked at Julia's expression. She thought to herself, could it be that everything I experienced yesterday was just a dream? Impossible, impossible. She was 200% sure that it was definitely not a dream. How could something so clear be a dream? After hesitating for a while, Elizabeth mustered the courage to ask, Julia, last night, where did you sleep? It's right next to you, Julia said indifferently. She picked up the small bottle on the kitchen counter and gently sprinkled some salt on the fried egg, as if what she had just said was as normal as what she had eaten for lunch yesterday. This somewhat strange reaction made Elizabeth sluggish for more than a minute before she slowly burst out cursing, what the f***ck. As if she did not hear Elizabeth's frantic cursing, Julia placed the cooked fried egg on a plate and turned her head to ask, Liz, do you want to eat breakfast? If Eric's behavior made Elizabeth crazy, then Julia's current reaction made Elizabeth feel a little broken and horrified. If she encountered such a situation, Elizabeth was sure that even if she did not make a fuss, she would definitely not be as calm as Julia was making breakfast in the kitchen as if nothing had happened. "Julia, can you still eat breakfast now?" "Why not?" Julia replied. Seeing that Elizabeth did not respond, she only gave herself a portion of breakfast and then carried it to the dining room. Elizabeth also walked in and watched Julia sit at the dining table. She then picked up the cutlery and ate the bread and fried egg one bite at a time. Just like that, she ate one bite at a time. Then, after a few minutes, Julia at the dining table stuffed food into her mouth while tears flowed down her cheeks. "Liz, I'm sick, I can't be cured," sob. Seeing Julia's heartbroken look, Elizabeth suddenly forgot to ask about what happened last night. She thought that Julia had some terminal illness and did not have much time left, but after comforting her, Elizabeth found out what happened to the girl. How could he do this? Let's go and find that bastard. If he doesn't give us an explanation, this matter will not be over. After holding it in for so long, Julia finally revealed the biggest secret in her heart to another person, and she seemed to feel much better. She reached out and grabbed Elizabeth. "Liz, don't be like this. Actually, this has nothing to do with Eric. Julia, it's already like this, and you're actually defending him. You disappoint me." Julia shook her head. "No, I talked to him about this matter, and he also hopes that I can recover. After so long, I also thought that I had recovered long ago, until last night, he hit me twice, and then I realized that not only did I not have any thoughts of resistance in my heart, but it was as if I had been looking forward to it for a long time." Hit a mosquito? Elizabeth's mouth twitched as she recalled the details of last night. Julia blushed and nodded. "Then what do you plan to do?" Elizabeth asked. Julia shook her head. "I don't know. If only I knew what to do. I think you should talk to Eric again." Julia's head immediately shook like a rattledrum. No, I don't dare to see him now. If I see him, Then I'll go look for him." Elizabeth suddenly stood up, but Julia pulled her back again. "Don't go, okay? It'll only make things awkward for us." Elizabeth thought for a while, then sat down dejectedly. The two of them leaned on the sofa and were silent for a while before Elizabeth said, "Actually, Julia, this is still my fault. If only I didn't bring him back." Julia took out a tissue from the tissue box in her arms and wiped her face. When she heard Elizabeth's words, she thought for a while and couldn't help but burst out laughing. She teased, "You're really something. You can say anything. Even I blush when I hear it." Julia's words immediately brought up the embarrassing incident last night that had just been forgotten. Elizabeth's expression changed a few times. Although she didn't say much in the bedroom yesterday, now that she thought about it, it was really embarrassing. Moreover, Julia heard everything. You clearly saw us go in. Why didn't you run away?" "I wanted to, too. That guy grabbed me and hit me twice. I had no strength left. I see through you. You must have wanted to be like him. That's why you were so obedient." Julia immediately shook her head. "I didn't." "You're still quibbling." Elizabeth immediately pounced on Julia and pinned her on the sofa. Of course, Julia was not to be outdone. She also fought back. Soon, the two women's clothes were in a mess, and their faces were red as they panted. Then, they realized that the two of them were hugging each other tightly on the sofa. Their faces were less than 5 centimeters apart, and they could clearly distinguish each other's breaths. "Julia, you went to San Francisco yesterday. Did you see that?" Julia blinked rapidly with a puzzled expression. "I mean, I heard that many residents in San Francisco openly hang rainbow flags in front of their houses." After Elizabeth said that, she saw Julia's expression change a few times. Then, she couldn't help but get excited. After Eric and Murdoch met on Sunset Boulevard, although Murdoch pretended to put on a show in public, Eric was not unprepared. He had asked someone to disclose some news to the paparazzi. Therefore, early the next morning, a lot of specious news appeared in many newspapers. For a time, Fox would continue to distribute all the films directed by Eric for the next 3 years. Fox would implement an equity exchange with Firefly to ensure long-term cooperation between the two sides, or Fox would cooperate with Firefly to produce the special effects blockbuster Jurassic Park. Although these news were not a big deal in the eyes of ordinary people, it caused a strong sensation in the Hollywood circle. There was no doubt that many people in the Hollywood circle who knew the inside story of the previous storm realized that Fox had completely betrayed the alliance of the 7 major film companies and sided with Firefly. In fact, as an outsider, Fox and News Corporation had always been rejected by the local forces in North America. At this time, many people did not seem to be surprised that they had betrayed the alliance. After this storm, there was no doubt that Fox would be the biggest beneficiary. Except for the safe and sound Firefly. Next, although Fox tried to clarify and repeatedly said that Fox did not have much cooperation with Firefly, the TV series The X-Files and Who Will Be a Millionaire, which were originally suspended, were quickly restarted. There was no doubt that Fox and Firefly had reached some cooperation agreements. In this case, the alliance of the other major film companies, who had already given up on suppressing Firefly, quickly collapsed. At the same time, in order to make up for the rift between the two sides, several major film companies expressed goodwill to Firefly, hoping to reach some cooperation with Eric. After all, last year, the total box office in North America for the whole year just exceeded the 5 billion mark, and a series of movies related to Eric accounted for nearly 1/5 of the total box office. Therefore, no one doubted Eric's strength in the film industry. Since suppression did not work, cooperation was undoubtedly the best way to achieve a win-win situation. Robert, the selling point of this movie isn't the pure sex scenes. Pure love can only bring people a simple and short wormhole, but when love is combined with bloody violence, the fishing net of humans will become extremely strong. This is the biggest selling point of the script of Basic Instinct. You should have read the script. If the scene at the beginning of the script is just a creation scene, perhaps the audience will only whistle and exclaim. However, when the originally passionate love suddenly transforms into a bloody massacre, the audience's adrenaline will be quickly stimulated, and they will be unknowingly sucked into the story. In the small meeting room of Firefly, Eric was introducing the script of Basic Instinct to Robert Shea. Originally, when Eric presented the script, Robert Shea expressed a strong interest. However, when Eric later said that he would not sign his name on the script, Robert Shea became suspicious again. After reading the script, Robert Shea understood that Eric did not sign his name on the script for the sake of his own public image. After all, once the script of Basic Instinct was made into a movie, it would definitely attract a lot of controversy. However, this reason did not completely make Robert Shea feel at ease. During the negotiation process with Eric last year, he had fought hard to get the opportunity to independently direct 2 big-budget movies this year. If he messed it up, it would be difficult for him to ask to direct a big-budget movie in the future. He could only obediently be responsible for the distribution of the movie. Therefore, although the script of Basic Instinct was personally written by Eric, when Eric expressed that he did not want to have anything to do with the movie, Robert Shea became worried. Based on Eric's previous response to the storm, and the recent methods of breaking up the alliance of the 7 major movie companies, Robert Shea did not treat Eric as a young man who was not even 20 years old. Therefore, he did not dare to completely take over Eric's script. This could be a trap set by Eric. If the movie was a flop, it was hard for him to imagine that Eric would not push the blame to him. After all of Eric's scripts had sold well. After thinking for a while, Robert Shea found another reason and said, "Eric, I think that after this movie is produced, there will definitely be a lot of trouble in the rating. You just said that the production cost of this movie is over $20 million USD. If it is classified as an NC-17 movie, we will definitely lose everything. We just confronted the 7 major movie companies for a while. It's hard to guarantee that they won't choke us in this regard. After all, everyone knows that the movie rating committee is controlled by the 7 major movie companies." Eric listened to Robert Shea's insincere words and understood what the other party was worried about. He sighed in his heart and did not intend to persuade him anymore. Since Robert was unwilling, he would just let Jeffrey handle the movie. This way, he could intervene without any scruples and prevent the movie from deviating too much from its previous life. Just as he was about to speak, the mobile phone in Eric's right hand suddenly rang. The ringtone was unusually ear-piercing in the conference room where only the two of them were present. Robert Shea did not show any displeasure. He gestured to Eric and picked up the coffee in front of him. Eric hesitated for a moment before reaching out to grab the mobile phone. At the same time, he secretly prayed that it was not a debt collector. That night, Eric did something out of line again. Although it was very exciting at the time, Eric had no choice but to flee early in the morning. Otherwise, if the two women woke up early in the morning and found out about it, it was hard to guarantee that they would not do something terrible in their agitation. By leaving in advance, he could also give the two women some time to calm down. However, things went beyond Eric's expectations. He originally thought that Elizabeth and Julia would come to him to denounce him that day. However, it had already been 3 days, and there was no news from Elizabeth and Julia. Not only did Eric not feel relieved, he felt even more uneasy. Eric gestured to Robert Shea and walked out of the conference room with the phone. He only picked up the phone when he reached the end of the corridor. After a while, Eric returned to the conference room with his mobile phone. Robert Shea also put down the coffee cup in his hand and looked at Eric inquisitively. "It's Michael Eisner," Eric explained with a hint of lightness in his tone. "Did he want to invite you to talk?" Robert Shea raised his eyebrows slightly and asked. He also knew that the previous incident was caused by Michael Eisner behind the scenes. Eric nodded and sat down on the chair again. "Yes. Did you agree?" Robert Shea asked curiously. "There's no harm in listening to what he has to say. Anyway, I have nothing to do tonight," Eric said as he put the mobile phone beside his hand and continued, "Robert, since you don't want to take over Basic Instinct, pick a script as soon as possible. It's already March. If you don't confirm the project, it'll probably be hard to make it in time for the summer." Robert saw that Eric was no longer forcing the script for Basic Instinct on him. At the same time, he was slightly relieved. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. After all, this was a script written by Eric himself. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions and said, "I understand. I've collected 6 more scripts these days. I'll get my assistant to pass them to you later. Help me take a look." Eric shook his head. "No need. I think it's better for you to pick it yourself. I can't guarantee that the movie will be a success. When you've picked the script, just pass it to me for my signature." Robert Shea was stunned. He immediately understood that Eric was ready to completely let go. Then, the success or failure of the movie in the future would have nothing to do with Eric. He would definitely have to take full responsibility. However, Robert Shea wasn't someone who didn't take responsibility. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. "Then, I'll pick the script as soon as possible." After work, Eric drove back to Malibu. However, his destination wasn't his own Sharp Corner Manor. Instead, it was Michael Eisner's mansion in Malibu. "Eric, I'm glad you're here. Please come in." As soon as the servant led Eric into the mansion, Michael Eisner welcomed him with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Eisner." Eric smiled politely and shook hands with Michael Eisner. Michael Eisner didn't mind Eric's coldness at all as he said with a smile, "Eric, I've specially invited a famous French chef to personally cook tonight's dinner. Let's go." In. Eric nodded and followed Michael Eisner directly to the dining room. During the entire dinner, apart from the servants who appeared from time to time, there were only Michael Eisner and Eric in the dining room. Michael Eisner skillfully introduced the exquisiteness of the French dishes to Eric. After the meal, he even specially invited the French chef who was wearing a tall chef's hat. The 3 of them took a picture together. While secretly admiring Michael Eisner's patience, Eric also quietly enjoyed the dinner. After all, the initiative was in his hands now. After dinner, Michael Eisner brought Eric into his study. After the servants served the coffee and left, Michael Eisner said, "Eric, since it's over, I think we should talk about cooperation." A mocking smile finally appeared on Eric's lips. "Cooperate?" Michael Eisner said with a smile, "Yes, cooperation, Eric. There are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. Although this is Britain's diplomatic strategy, I think it can be used between companies. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Eric shook his head and smiled a few times. Then, he said, Mr. Eisner, if you have a choice to cooperate with your friends or neutrals, would you still cooperate with your enemies? Of course not, Michael Eisner said. However, Eric, do you think Firefly has friends in Hollywood? Although you have a good cooperation with Fox, believe me, as long as there is a chance, Murdoch will definitely stab Firefly in the back. I know this too. Therefore, I will try not to give Mr. Murdoch this chance. At the same time, for an enemy who has already stabbed me in the back, I will not give him a chance, Eric said casually as he picked up his coffee. When Michael Eisner heard Eric say this, he still smiled and said, Eric, I think you must know something, and I won't deny it. So, I think we should reconcile. Reconcile? Eric raised his head and asked, how do we reconcile? Michael Eisner said with faint confidence, how about the script for Ghost? Eric shook his head without thinking. Mr. Eisner, I don't lack a script, so I don't want to cooperate with Disney. If I don't have Ghost, then I'll just choose something else. Moreover, I guarantee that Disney won't be able to produce the Ghost that I already have in mind. If you guys produce this movie, you might be able to make a small profit, but it definitely won't become a classic. It's even harder to say if it can sell well. No, Eric, I don't think you fully understand what I mean. I mean, Disney will transfer the script for Ghost to you, and then we will reconcile. How about that? Eric finally raised his head in surprise and saw Michael Eisner's confident gaze. Then, Eric thought of another question. Mr. Eisner, I think Disney must have spent a lot of money to buy the script for Ghost. Perhaps they also promised Bruce Joey Robin a share of the dividends, right? Yes. Michael Eisner nodded. $1 million in cash and a 3% share of the North American profits. Eric calculated for a moment. According to the results of his previous life, this sum of money added up to more than $3 million. Perhaps, this amount of money was nothing for future profits. But for Disney, who didn't know the outcome, this price was simply outrageous. Seeing Eric remain silent, Michael Eisner said, Eric, Disney is very sincere. So, as long as we reconcile, I will transfer the script to Firefly for free. Then what about your contract? Eric asked subconsciously. I think Bruce Joey Robin will definitely not be satisfied. This is actually very easy to solve. Disney will transfer the script to Firefly. When the movie is produced, Disney will distribute it. Then, Bruce Joey Robin's share of the profits can be transferred from Disney. What do you think? Firefly and Disney will distribute it together. Also, the movie rights will belong to Firefly, Eric said after thinking quickly. Since Michael Eisner could make such a bold decision, it would be too petty of him to be calculative. On the other hand, if the movie was completely handed over to Disney for distribution, although it would maximize the profits, Firefly would not be able to expand its distribution channels. And if this situation continued, Firefly would definitely become like DreamWorks in his previous life. They could produce good movies but did not have the ability to distribute them. They could only struggle to survive among the major film companies. Moreover, these few years were the best and last time to expand Firefly's distribution channels. Because the cost of movie production in the early 90s was not too high, Eric made up his mind to expand Firefly's distribution channels, even if he would earn less in the next few years. Otherwise, in the late 90s, when special effects blockbusters became popular, the production cost of hundreds of millions of US dollars would be very tragic if they did not have their own distribution channels. Most of the profits would be taken away by the major film companies that controlled the distribution channels. In the end, the production company would even find that they could not even recoup their production costs. Hearing Eric's tone soften, Michael Eisner nodded without thinking. No problem. After Michael Eisner said this, the atmosphere between the two parties suddenly became a little silent. Michael Eisner had achieved his goal, and Michael Eric, who originally wanted to make Michael Eisner suffer a setback, could not persist. After finishing the coffee in front of him, Eric stood up and said, Then, Mr. Eisner, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. I'll send you off. Michael Eisner stood up as well. After sending Eric out of the mansion, Michael Eisner returned to the study with a cold face. He picked up a few inconspicuous folders that were originally placed in the corner of the desk. Inside were the movie project plans for Ghost made by several Disney directors. Michael Eisner could be said to be the one at the helm of the 7 major film companies who knew Eric the best. At the same time, he knew Eric's personal potential the best. Therefore, he had joined forces with several other film companies to launch a joint suppression of Firefly before the new year. Unfortunately, due to some mistakes in the process, it did not succeed. After seeing the news that Murdoch took the initiative to contact Eric, Michael Eisner decisively decided to reconcile with Eric. After all, as he said at the beginning, there were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Moreover, Michael Eisner originally did not intend to use the script of Ghost as the price to reconcile with Eric. However, some time ago, he asked several well-known directors under Disney to take the script of Ghost for research. Then, the project plans provided by these people, which were now in his hands, did not satisfy Michael Eisner. What's more, in the contract between Disney and Bruce Joey Robin, Eric had to be the director of the movie. If the appointed directors could come up with a satisfactory proposal, Michael Eisner did not mind breaching the contract and forcing the directors under Disney to take over the script. But things did not go as planned. So, Michael Eisner made the decision that day. After all, if Disney forced themselves to produce the movie, the final result would be mediocre. It would be better to let Eric produce the script. After all, Eric still had a very strong box office guarantee. After sitting in the study for a long time, Michael Eisner took out the proposal document from the folder and threw it into the trash can next to him. He then got up and left the room. In mid-March, after more than a month of investigation, the Federal Trade Commission announced the results of the investigation into Firefly and UTA's alleged monopolization of the industry. Because of the lack of support from the major companies behind the scenes, coupled with a series of public pressure, the Federal Trade Commission did not punish Eric too harshly. In addition to requiring Eric to sell all of his shares in UTA, there was a symbolic fine of $1 million USD. After the results of the investigation were released, Eric did not raise any objections. He quickly paid the $10 million fine and sold 90% of UTA's shares to ICM, one of the 3 major Hollywood agencies, for $30 million. Almost at the same time, Sony Pictures and Firefly also reached a settlement on the project's share of Dark War. A week later, Sony settled all of the $88 million share of Dark War. As for the other 3 lawsuits Eric was involved in addition to the withdrawal of the 2 lawsuits, the other lawsuit about the Malibu corner land was also dropped due to lack of evidence. Firefly and Fox's TV series The X-Files had also started filming. Another show, Who Will Be a Millionaire, had been promoting since the beginning of March. Although someone in charge of the show suggested that the first episode of the show could invite some famous stars as guest contestants, this suggestion was rejected by Eric. Inviting celebrities could attract some attention, but it would also make the show lose its sense of reality. After all, the selling point of the show was to get rich overnight. Therefore, the show still used the method of national auditions and set up registration points all over North America. Next, Disney quickly announced that they would cooperate with Firefly to release Eric Williams' new film, Ghost. At this point, the 2-month-long storm against Eric and Firefly that started on the first day of the new year had completely disappeared. After a series of awards prelude, on March 26, 1990, the 62nd Academy Awards ceremony was held at the Los Angeles Music Center. Eric buttoned up his suit and got out of the limousine. There were enthusiastic cheers on both sides of the red carpet. Eric also faintly heard someone singing the song New Divide. Smiling and waving to the crowd, Eric walked to the red carpet alone without stopping. The reporters in the interview area were, of course, extremely disappointed. What made them even more disappointed was that Eric still did not bring any female companions today. There was less to talk about. After all, although Eric was still very young, his status and wealth were there. Since he broke up with Jennifer Aniston, who could possibly live in Eric's Freedom City in Malibu Corner became the target of many gossip media. If someone could find out such information, they would definitely be able to buy it at a good price. When he was about to walk to the end of the red carpet, Eric was stopped by the NBC television host in charge of this year's Oscar broadcast. She politely invited Eric to the interview area. Mr. Williams, hello. This is the second time you're on the red carpet. Do you feel anything different? The female host in a black suit asked with a microphone. Eric smiled and said, of course, the fans have become more enthusiastic. I would like to thank everyone for their support during this time. The female host understood what Eric was referring to and did not continue. After all, NBC was not innocent in the recent storm. Then, Mr. Williams, tell me about your expectations for tonight's awards. Not only did you receive 2 nominations for Best Original Screenplay and Best Adapted Screenplay, but you also unexpectedly received a nomination for Best Soundtrack. That's really surprising. When Eric heard this question, he leaned close to the microphone and repeated what everyone would say, such as whether the judges liked it or not. Then, Eric patiently answered a few more questions before the host reluctantly let him go. Just as he walked to the waiting area, Eric felt countless eyes on him. Eric smiled at the crowd without any focus in his eyes, then walked to the several film crews related to Firefly. The men in the crew were easy to talk to. Jonathan Demme, Al Pacino, Tom Hanks, and the others all came up to greet him warmly, but the women were a little reserved. After all, this place could still be photographed by the media. Eric greeted the men before looking at the women. Virginia stood quietly at the edge of the crowd with a faint smile on her face, looking aloof from worldly affairs. Nicole looked eager, but she guessed that this was something, so she stood there without moving. She only looked at Eric with undisguised emotions in her eyes. As for Julia, she was intimately holding on to Elizabeth. The 2 women looked at Eric with inexplicable complex emotions. After thinking about it, Eric walked over to Julia and Elizabeth. Julie, Liz, Although it's a little late now, I still have to say sorry. Hearing Eric's words, Julia tightened her grip on Elizabeth's arm and even shrank back a little. Elizabeth was like a protective mother hen. She stepped forward and whispered, Mr. Williams, you don't have to apologize. I just hope you can stay away from us in the future. Julia and I will be very grateful. This? Of course, no problem. Eric couldn't help but raise his hand and touch his nose with his index finger. Looking at the 2 women, he felt a little strange, but he didn't know what was strange about it. However, he was sure that his feeling was absolutely right. By the way, Liz, why are you here? Eric asked again. Of course I have my ways, Elizabeth said and pulled Julia, who had been silent all this time, away. The others thought that Eric was defeated in front of the 2 women, so they all showed a mocking look. Eric shrugged nonchalantly, greeted Nicole, and walked to Virginia. Vicky, sorry, I couldn't attend the premiere of Drowning Dog at the beginning of the month. Eric walked to the girl's side and said apologetically and intimately. As Quentin's virgin work, because of Eric's support, this version of Drowning Dog was not like the previous life where it was lukewarm in North America because there was not much publicity. This version of Drowning Dog not only won a special jury award at the Sundance Film Festival in January because of its unique narrative, but it also had 500 screens in North America and a small premiere was held. Because her brother played a role in it, Virginia went to support it and also invited Eric. However, although the storm was coming to an end, Eric still couldn't spare any energy to attend the premiere of Drowning Dog. After the promotion of Firefly, the box office of Drowning Dog reached more than $6 million in the first week. Quentin Tarantino also jumped into the ranks of the A-list directors because the single theater box office of the film exceeded $10,000. He was currently thinking about his next script. Of course, the investor was still Firefly, but Eric didn't know if Quentin could write another pulp novel. After all, because of Eric's butterfly effect, although Drowning Dog was not swept away by the butterfly wings, the fate of pulp novel was much more uncertain. Eric also made up his mind to talk to Quentin when he was free. If Quentin didn't want to do it, he would come up with the script himself. It's okay. I regretted it later. You must have a lot of things to do. How could you take the time to attend the premiere? By the way, Eric, my brother asked me to thank you on his behalf, Virginia said softly. Eric smiled and thought that Michael Madsen definitely wouldn't say such a thing. It was most likely the girl's own idea. During this period of time, he had also paid attention to the situation of Drowning Dog. After the release of Drowning Dog, Michael Madsen had been interviewed on a talk show with the crew for the sake of promoting the movie. He had expressed that he did not want to work with Quentin anymore. Furthermore, in front of the other main creators, he had called Quentin Tarantino a bastard on the spot. During the shooting of the scene where he killed the kidnapped police officer, because of some lines, Michael Madsen thought of his newborn child and almost broke down. However, Quentin also said that he liked being called a bastard very much. As for whether it was a joke or not, no one knew. Because there were too many people, Eric couldn't do anything intimate. After chatting casually with Virginia for a while, the group began to enter the Los Angeles Music Hall. What a coincidence. We sat together last time, Eric said to Virginia after entering the hall and finding a seat. Can I sit next to you next time? Since there were no reporters around, Virginia relaxed a little and glanced at Eric. Eric smiled and took the girl's hand. He squeezed it and said, "Of course, as long as you're willing." Virginia looked around. The awards ceremony would start in a few minutes. She was familiar with the people around her, so she didn't break away and let Eric hold her hand. At 16:30 in the western United States, the 62nd Academy Awards ceremony officially began. Learning from the previous ceremony, this time, the ceremony had a host again, Billy Crystal. In Eric's memory, Billy Crystal had hosted 9 consecutive Academy Awards ceremonies. Many people wondered why such a guy who wasn't famous in Hollywood always appeared on the stage of the Academy Awards ceremony. In fact, the host of the Academy Awards didn't have to be a Hollywood actor. Most of the time, it was a TV talk show host. Of course, Billy Crystal and another famous Oscar host, Whoopi Goldberg, could be said to be the most famous Oscar hosts in Hollywood. In addition to his identity as an actor, Billy Crystal was also a famous talk show host on Saturday Night Live and other talk shows. At the beginning of the show, as usual, it was a song and dance of the Oscar-nominated films. Crystal sang the songs of this year's nominees, such as My Left Foot, Steel Magnolias, Island Horror, and Driving for Miss Daisy, one by one. Because the lyrics were very interesting, and he also made some jokes about the guests, it was very enjoyable to listen to. After the Best Supporting Actor award, there was a series of minor awards. 20 minutes later, the famous actor Steve Martin, who was known as the Pulsatilla in Hollywood, stepped on the stage and made Eric a little more excited. Because the next award was Best Original Score. Eric's copy of Silent Love and Dark War was nominated. An excellent soundtrack can make a movie even better. Let's take a look at which movies have been nominated this year, Steve Martin said as he gestured to the big screen. Clips of the soundtracks of the nominated movies appeared on the screen one after another. The nominees for Best Original Score are Kissing the Girl from The Little Mermaid, I Saw Your Smile from Warm Family, I Was That Kind of Girl from Second Spring, and Silent Love from Dark War. After introducing the nominees, Steve Martin opened the envelope in his hand and glanced inside. Then, he looked up in surprise and looked around the stage. His eyes locked onto Eric's face for half a second before he quickly looked away and read, "The winner of this year's Best Original Score Oscar is Silent Love, Dark Battle." Wow, before Wu Yan's music could start, the hall was filled with gasps of surprise. Then, countless gazes turned towards Eric. Eric also stood up in disbelief. He quickly hugged everyone around him and walked towards the stage with a smile. After receiving the Oscar from the guest, Eric came to the microphone and quickly organized his words. He looked around the audience and said with a smile, "This is really surprising. I didn't expect that the first Oscar I've won would be Best Original Score. However, the Oscar is a little more important than I thought." There was a burst of laughter in the audience. When the laughter stopped, Eric continued, "More than a year ago, I was just an unknown young man who had just come of age. Because of my father's sudden death, I had to drop out of school and work in an Italian restaurant. Then, one day, I suddenly felt that I couldn't be like this anymore. I had to do something. I had to do something. This idea was very strong. So, I began to write my first novel and first screenplay. Fortunately, with the help of some people, I succeeded and have come all the way to where I am today. I've loved music since I was a child. After I got paid for the movie Back to 17, I bought my first piano. In my spare time, I would occasionally ponder over some tunes, and then somewhat clumsily write them down with a staff. Speechless Love was the product of this inspiration. I'm not a professional composer, so it was very unexpected for me to win this award. Here, I want to thank those who have helped me along the way. Mr. Michael Klaus, he helped me publish my first book. James Brooks and Penny Marshall, they gave me the opportunity to enter Hollywood. Jeffrey Hansen, he helped me complete my first movie and silently supported me in the following year. Finally, there are the beautiful girls in my movie. Oh. Okay, don't laugh, I'm serious. Thank you all. Although he didn't prepare a draft, Eric finished his acceptance speech quickly and then followed the two presenters backstage. When Eric returned to his seat again, the award for Best Makeup, which was right after Best Soundtrack, had been presented. The presenters were introducing the nominees for Best Foreign Language Film this year. When the two people who were not very familiar with Eric read out the Best Foreign Language Film Award winner Rodin's Lover, Eric looked at the somewhat neurotic woman on the big screen and his expression changed slightly. What's wrong? Are you inspired again? Virginia's tone was a little teasing. Eric shook his head and said, Nothing, I just suddenly thought of a few people. Why don't you just say that you thought of a few women? Virginia softly teased again. Eric smiled. He did think of a few women. The one on the big screen was Isabella Connie and the other two women, Sophie Marceau and Monica Bellucci. Eric originally had a feeling that although Isabella Connie had the best acting skills, followed by Sophie Marceau and Monica Bellucci, they had a lot in common in terms of appearance. In his previous life, Eric had seen people say that Isabella Connie looked like a combination of Sophie Marceau and Monica Bellucci. Eric was thinking about the similarities and differences between the three European actresses as he looked around for Isabella Connie. If she hadn't been affected by Eric's butterfly effect, according to the Time, the actress who had won the César Award, the highest honor in French cinema, should have met Daniel Day-Lewis last year and fallen in love with him. But now, it was hard to say. After looking around, Eric still couldn't find Isabella Connie. Then, Virginia, who was sitting beside him, poked him in the waist. Eric, Best Supporting Actress. Eric hurriedly turned his attention to the stage. At that moment, the guest presenter for Best Supporting Actress, Kevin Kline, had already finished his speech. He began to introduce the names of the actors who had been nominated for Best Supporting Actress. The nominees for Best Supporting Actress this year are Brenda Frick for My Left Foot, Angelica Houston for Enemy, A Story of Love, Lena Olin for Enemy, A Story of Love, Julia Roberts for Steel Magnolias, and Diana West for Warm Family. Following Kevin Kline's introduction, the 5 nominees for Best Supporting Actress appeared on the big screen behind him one by one. Although Eric was a little surprised that Enemy, A Love Story had won 2 Best Supporting Actress nominations, Eric paid more attention to Brenda Frick, who had won an Oscar for Best Supporting Actress for My Left Foot. That was because My Left Foot was the first very successful film directed by Mira. Mike. Not only did it win 5 Best Film, Best Director, Best Actor, Best Supporting Actress, and Best Adapted Screenplay, but Eric clearly remembered that Daniel Day-Lewis had won his first Best Actor Oscar for this film. As for the other awards, Eric wasn't too sure. Therefore, the Best Supporting Actress nomination for My Left Foot was undoubtedly the biggest threat to Julia. When this year's Oscar nominations were announced, Eric was still in the midst of the storm and could not divert his attention to the public relations of the awards. As for Disney, it was even more impossible for them to do public relations for the film at that time. Therefore, they could only wait and see if Robert Shea, who had 10 more years of film distribution experience than the Wayne and Stan brothers of Mira and Mike, could beat the Wayne and Stan brothers in terms of public relations. Eric looked at Julia's image on the big screen. The girl was nervously staring at the stage, but her body was slightly tilted. Eric curiously found Julia's position and looked over. It turned out that the girl and Elizabeth were leaning against each other. Eric could even see the two girls holding each other's arms through the gap between the seats. The strange feeling he had when they met at the end of the red carpet surfaced in his heart again. But before Eric could think about it, Kevin Kline opened the envelope and read, "This year's Best Supporting Actress Oscar goes to Julia Roberts." The music and applause rang out at the same time. Julia, who was in the front row, covered her mouth in surprise and leaned back in her chair. After a while, she stood up with the encouragement of the people around her. She hugged the crew of Steel Magnolias one by one and walked to the stage. Although the girl did not turn her head to look at him during the whole process, Eric was not angry at all. Instead, he was relieved. At least this result proved that Robert Shea's public relations ability was not much worse than the Wayne and Stan brothers in terms of public relations. On the stage, Julia carefully held the golden man and gave her acceptance speech. She then walked off the stage with the guest presenter. What followed was another period of insignificant technical awards. A few minutes later, Julia walked out from the backstage exit on the left side of the stage. When she came to the set, she finally glanced at Eric with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Before Eric could respond, he saw an arm pull the girl over. Then Elizabeth turned her head and glared at Eric. "Eric, did you do something outrageous again? Why do Julia and Elizabeth seem to have a problem with you?" Virginia asked softly when she noticed the reaction of the two girls. Eric glared at Virginia unhappily. "Why do you say again? Do I often do outrageous things?" Virginia rolled her eyes. "What do you think?" Eric clenched his hands together and made a few cracking sounds. "It seems that you have a problem with me. Come to my place tonight. Let's talk about what you mean by outrageous things." Virginia blushed when she heard Eric's words, but she did not refute. Although she lived very close to Eric's Pointy Corner manor, she had not been there even once. When Eric had just moved, the girl had either gone to her parents' place to celebrate the holiday, or she had been running around to promote Scary Island. When he was free and returned to Los Angeles, Eric encountered that storm again. Come to think of it, the two of them had not been intimate for a few months. As a mature woman, it would be a lie to say that Virginia did not want to do it. However, because Eric had said it first, and the girl's career in Hollywood had just taken off with Terror on a Small Island, Virginia did not want to leave Eric. In any case, although the little man beside her was annoying sometimes, he was very considerate most of the time. After a series of technical awards such as Best Cinematography and Best Sound Effects, the awards ceremony slowly reached the second half of the climax. After Tom Hanks and Melanie Griffith presented the Best Cinematography award together, the famous Roman holiday actor, Gregory Peck, stepped on the stage. Although Sigourney Weaver had been nominated for Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress at last year's Golden Globe Awards, Eric was sure that it was very difficult for such a thing to happen at an awards ceremony like the Oscars. Besides, Julia was only 23 years old. In this era where the Oscars were relatively conservative, it was already very lucky for her to win Best Supporting Actress and be nominated for Best Actress at the same time. As for winning 2 awards at the same time, it was even less likely for her to win 2 awards at the same time than an alien invasion. While Eric was thinking, Gregory Peck on the stage had finished introducing the 5 nominees for Best Actress. In many previous reports, many media outlets predicted that the winner of this year's Best Actress Oscar was likely to be Jessica Tandy, who had an outstanding performance in Driving for Miss Daisy. This 81-year-old actress with a turtleneck was once called the First Lady of Broadway. From this title, one could see some clues about her brilliant acting career. Moreover, even without Jessica Tandy and Julia's recent Best Supporting Actress award, Eric was sure that Julia would not win this award. This was because there was another contender for the Best Actress nomination, and that was Isabelle Adjani. In the movie Rodin's Lover, Isabelle Adjani's performance was crazy. Although Hollywood had always discriminated against foreign actors, if there was no competition from a veteran actress like Jessica Tandy with a brilliant resume, the Academy would undoubtedly award this award to Isabelle Adjani. On the stage, Gregory Peck slowly opened the envelope. In the nervous anticipation of the audience, he read out the name that was no longer suspenseful after he and not the previous Best Actor, Dustin Hoffman, stepped on the stage. The winner of this year's Best Actress Oscar is Jessica Tandy. Applause rang out again. A white-haired old woman slowly stood up and stepped onto the stage amidst the congratulations of the crew of Driving for Miss Daisy. Eric also looked at the crew of Driving for Miss Daisy like everyone else. His eyes were locked on the male lead of Driving for Miss Daisy, Morgan Freeman. This veteran Hollywood actor had started acting at the age of 8, but his path to stardom had been extremely bumpy. It wasn't until 1987, at the age of 50, that Morgan Freeman emerged in Hollywood. It could be said that he was Hollywood's most legendary inspirational man. After Jessica Tandy's speech, she walked off the stage with the help of the guests. The host, Billy Crystal, followed closely onto the stage and silently watched as Jessica Tandy and company completely disappeared. Only then did Billy Crystal turn to the microphone and clear his throat. He didn't make any more jokes and instead said with a rare seriousness, "Without a doubt, Driving for Miss Daisy is a very outstanding movie. At the same time, it has also made two very outstanding actors. In addition to Ms. Jessica Tandy, who has just left, there's also Mr. Morgan Freeman, who is sitting in the audience. Mr. Morgan Freeman is already 53 years old this year. If we include Ms. Jessica Tandy's age, then the average age of this pair of male and female leads is 67 years old. It must be the oldest average age in the history of the Oscars to have both male and female leads." After Billy Crystal finished speaking, the audience immediately applauded respectfully. Although Morgan Freeman still sat upright in the camera, the excitement on his face could not be concealed. After all, from the beginning of his acting career to the end, it had been decades. It was indeed an extremely long time. After patiently waiting for the applause to stop, Billy Christopher said, "That's why Hollywood is a place full of dreams. Whether you're under 20 or over 80 years old, as long as you're really talented and willing to work hard, you'll definitely be recognized." There was another round of applause, and many people turned their eyes to Eric. There was no doubt that Billy Crystal was referring to Eric when he said that he was under 20 years old. The camera lens also turned to Eric. Eric clapped his hands without batting an eyelid. A faint smile appeared on his face as a response. After Billy Crystal finished his speech, he invited another group of guests and then left the stage. After a few more insignificant awards, another legendary Hollywood actress, Jane Fonda, appeared on the stage. Eric couldn't help but sit up straight, because the next two awards were the two most important awards for him in this year's Oscars. Although Eric had directed 4 movies this year, and Firefly had also applied for the Best Director award for Pretty Woman and Dark War, he didn't get a nomination for either of them. Therefore, the two Best Screenplay awards that Eric had won through Island Horror and Smelling a Woman were the two most important nominations for this year's Oscars. Jane Fonda, who was born in an acting family, was about the same age as Morgan Freeman. However, she looked like she was in her 40s. The black slim-fit dress made the actress vaguely show some of her youthful charm. This year is undoubtedly a bumper harvest for Hollywood. Not only did the total domestic box office exceed $5 billion for the first time, but there are also more excellent movies than previous years. And no matter which movie is called excellent, it can't be separated from a good script. The script is the foundation of a movie. So, let's take a look at the movies nominated for Best Adapted Screenplay. As Jane Fonda spoke, she turned slightly to the big screen and continued to read. The nominees for Best Adapted Screenplay are Driving for Miss Daisy, Alfred Ahari, Enemy, A Story of Love, Roger Simon, Dreams Come True, Phil Alden Robinson, Smelling a Woman, Jim Sheridan, Smelling a Woman, Eric Williams. The 5 nominees appeared on the big screen one by one. Eric stared at the stage without blinking. Although he wanted to show a nonchalant look, in this tense situation, Eric's hands on his knees still couldn't help but clench into fists. Although the Best Adapted Screenplay and Best Original Screenplay awards still didn't attract much attention compared to the last 4 awards, compared to the insignificant Best Soundtrack Technical Award, these 2 awards were much more valuable. After Jane Fonda introduced the nominees, she didn't let the audience wait too long. She quickly opened the envelope in her hand, glanced at it, and then leaned close to Mike and said, "The nominee for Best Adapted Screenplay is Driving for Miss Daisy." In the thunderous applause, Eric's heart skipped a beat. He had a strong feeling that something was wrong. Among the nominees for Best Screenplay, Smelling a Woman was the one most likely to win the award. After all, everyone knew that horror movies were not favored by the Oscars. Although he had thought of applying for Sleepless in Seattle or Pretty Woman for Best Original Screenplay, after all, romance movies were more popular than horror movies. However, after thinking about it again and again, Eric decided to apply for the Best Original Screenplay for Scary Island and gave up on Sleepless in Seattle and Pretty Woman. After all, the possibility of a romance movie winning the Best Original Screenplay was very low. Although Scary Island was a horror movie, this script was undoubtedly much more exciting than traditional horror movies. The possibility of winning an award was also higher than the other two romance movies. Although the Oscars wouldn't prohibit Eric from applying for the other two romance movies together and the possibility of being nominated wasn't small, that would only spread the votes and make the possibility of several scripts winning very low. But Eric now found that he still ignored another fact. Whether it was the Best Original Screenplay or the Best Adapted Screenplay, the voting was done by the members of the Writers Guild. Therefore, after he was nominated for the Best Original Screenplay for Smelling a Woman and Scary Island at the same time, the writers who had voting rights would consider that he had received 2 nominations and it would be inappropriate for him to lose all his nominations. They would at least vote for one of the 2 movies. But Eric was also sure that most of the writers wouldn't vote for both scripts at the same time. They would only choose one of the 2 scripts, Smelling a Woman and Scary Island. This also meant that although the Best Original Screenplay and the Best Adapted Screenplay were 2 different awards, the votes for these 2 awards were still divided. Then, there was no doubt that if the members of the Writers Guild were to choose one of the 2, Smelling a Woman, which had a higher artistic achievement, would definitely get more votes than Scary Island. Then, since even Smelling a Woman couldn't win an award, then Scary Island was even more hopeless. Eric sighed in his heart and shook his head slightly. He quickly restrained his expression and looked at the stage. After the Best Adapted Screenplay, Jane Fonda didn't walk off the stage. Instead, she continued to introduce the list of nominees for the Best Original Screenplay. The nominees for the Academy Award for Best Original Screenplay are Deaf Poets Society, Tom Schulman, Crime and Wrong, Woody Allen, Sex, Lies and Videotape, Steven Soderbergh, Scary Island, Eric Williams, When Harry Met Sally, Nora Ephron. Eric's face appeared on the screen in the middle of the stage again. Even though many people could see him when they looked up, many people still looked at where Eric was sitting. There was no doubt that these people were aware of Eric's current predicament. As for whether or not they were gloating over his misfortune, that was something that no one knew. Eric turned a blind eye to other unimportant gazes. He only nodded at the people around him who were looking at him with concern and gave them a reassuring look. Although he no longer had any expectations for this award, Eric's expression was still a little uneasy. However, at the same time, he comforted himself like a cue in his heart. Anyway, he was still young. It was not a good thing to win an award too early. On the stage, after Jane Fonda introduced the nominees for Best Original Screenplay, she looked around the audience. Intentionally or unintentionally, Eric found that the woman's eyes lingered on him for a moment. But before Eric could make any confirmation, Jane Fonda lowered her head and opened the envelope. She took out the card with the winner's name written on it and looked at it. A surprised expression flashed across her face. Then, she smiled and looked up at Eric again. Eric was sure that this time it was definitely not his imagination. If the look just now could have been inadvertent, then, this time, did it mean, his heart beat rapidly a few times. Eric unconsciously clenched his fists again and stared at Jane Fonda with bright eyes. Jane Fonda seemed to feel the urging of everyone below the stage. She did not keep them in suspense anymore. She leaned close to Mike and said loudly, "The winner of the Oscar for Best Original Screenplay is Island Horror." The most impossible thing happened. Most of the people in the Los Angeles Music Hall were people who had been immersed in Hollywood for a long time. When they heard the name, many of them also showed a surprised expression. Although he had been hinted in advance, Eric still stared in disbelief. It was not until people around him stood up that Eric stood up. Thunderous applause soon followed. At the same time, a scene that surprised everyone in the awards hall also happened. As Eric stood up, more people followed, including Island Horror, Sleepless in Seattle, Dark War, Pretty Woman and other Firefly-related crews that had a series of nominations. The number of people who stood up involved the people in the 5 rows around Eric. Although many people who stood up immediately realized that it was inappropriate, it was even more inappropriate to sit down, so they could only stay where they were. Eric hugged a few people nearby. Due to the pressure of time, he could only shake hands with the people around him. Some of them were too far away and could only touch fingers. Even so, it took nearly a minute for Eric to walk onto the stage. Below the stage, many people's serious doubts, shock, and helplessness had turned into envy. If a small Best Original Screenplay award could cause such a stir, after today, no one would dare to underestimate Eric's status in Hollywood. Eric had prepared the acceptance speech for this award beforehand, so it was easier than when he had won the Best Original Score award an hour ago. While Eric was giving his acceptance speech, he was also thinking about why he had won the award. Without a doubt, this was the result of Oscar dividing the pork. Eric felt that he had underestimated the Oscars. With his current influence in Hollywood, if he had won nothing after being nominated for 2 awards, then the fairness of the Oscars would be questioned again. Moreover, this time, the doubts would definitely not only come from the media, but also from the general public. As for the reason, it was because of the incident some time ago. Eric had already experienced a wave of malicious suppression. If the Oscars still let him go home empty-handed after he had been nominated for 2 awards, then the public would inevitably have some negative associations and be disappointed in the Oscars. As for why he didn't win the Best Adapted Screenplay award for Smelling Women, which was more likely to win, but the Best Original Screenplay award for Scary Island, Eric understood that it was likely the result of a series of games behind the scenes. Although he was very interested in this series of inside stories, Eric knew that he had not yet reached the level where he could touch on the internal games of the Oscars. With this in mind, he followed Jane Fonda and the presenter backstage. The staff attentively came up to take the little golden man that did not have a nameplate in Eric's hand and pinned the golden nameplate on for him. Next was the award for Best Director, and Smelling Women was also nominated for Best Director. Therefore, Eric, who was waiting for the staff to pin the nameplate, was inevitably a little anxious. At this time, Jane Fonda, who was presenting the award for him, came over. "Mr. Williams, congratulations." Jane Fonda smiled and reached out to Eric. "Miss Fonda, thank you for the tip just now." Although he was anxious, Eric still maintained his good interests and flattered her. "I've seen many of your movies. Return with Honor and Murder in Red Street are both very good, but my favorite is still Golden Pond. The kinship shown in this movie is very touching. Thank you for liking it." Jane Fonda maintained her smile and continued, "Mr. Williams, you are definitely going to have a celebration party next, right?" Eric's expression changed slightly, and he quickly realized that this woman did not simply come over to say hello to him. Although he did not know the other party's purpose, it was definitely beneficial for him to establish some friendship with a famous Hollywood acting family. Therefore, Eric said without hesitation, "Yes, Ms. Fonda. If you are free, you are welcome to our celebration party after the ceremony. The venue is on the 3rd floor of the Beverly Hills Hotel. I will be there." Jane Fonda nodded. She knew that Eric was also in a hurry to return to the hall, so she did not say too much and quickly left. Even so, when Eric returned to the awards hall, he was disappointed to find that the director of Born on the 4th of July, Oliver Stone, was giving his acceptance speech on stage. Al Pacino, who was nearby, saw Eric coming back and gave him a helpless look. As for Martin Brest, Eric did not see his expression, but other than disappointment, Eric could not think of anything else. Speaking of the movie Born on the 4th of July, it had to be mentioned about the sad Tom Cruise. After watching this movie, Eric remembered that Tom Cruise would have been nominated for his first Best Actor Oscar with this movie. Unfortunately, because of his role in Dark War, Cruise missed out on this movie. Originally, Firefly and Cruise had tried to get a nomination for Best Actor, but unfortunately, they were unsuccessful. Although Tom Cruise was nominated for Best Actor in a Drama Series at the Golden Globe Awards for his role in Dark War, he did not get an Oscar nomination. Therefore, when Eric saw Cruise a few days ago, the other party did not give him a good look. Cruise had already received enough remuneration for his role in Dark Warfare. Therefore, even though Eric felt a little helpless about Cruise not being nominated for an Oscar, he didn't feel like he owed him anything. After all, Cruise's remuneration was much higher than Hank's. With that thought in mind, the previous Best Actress winner, Jodie Foster, began to introduce the nominees for Best Actor. Listening to the introduction of the girl on the stage, Eric suddenly thought that if The Silence of the Lambs had been produced and released last year, Jodie Foster would have likely won the Academy Award for Best Actress. This was a pity. The nominees for Best Actor are Morgan Freeman, Driving for Miss Daisy, Al Pacino, Smell a Woman, Daniel Day-Lewis, My Left Foot, Kenneth Branagh, Henry V, God of War, and Robin Williams, Dead Poets Society. Every time a person was introduced, a wonderful film clip would appear on the big screen behind Jodie Foster. Eric looked at Al Pacino, whose waist was slightly tense not far away. He could understand Al Pacino's feelings. Since 17 years ago, Al Pacino had been nominated for 5 Oscars, but all of them failed. With Al Pacino's acting skills, it was not an exaggeration to say that the Oscars owed him an Oscar. As for the original Best Actor Oscar winner, Daniel Day-Lewis, although his acting skills were also very good, Daniel Day-Lewis's disadvantage was also very obvious. First of all, he was British, which would definitely be discriminated against by the Oscars. Secondly, Daniel Day-Lewis was only in his early 30s, which had just reached the average age of an Oscar. Compared to Al Pacino, who was already in his 50s, he looked even younger. In the end, it was impossible for Daniel Day-Lewis to compete with Al Pacino, who had been in Hollywood for almost 20 years, in terms of qualifications and connections. In his previous life, the reason why Daniel Day-Lewis was able to win the award had a lot to do with the fact that it happened to be the Oscar year. Although he was affected by the butterfly effect, Eric could still associate some clues from the current list. Most of the nominated movies should be the same as in his previous life. However, among these nominated movies, except for Born on the 4th of July, which originally had some fame because of Tom Cruise, the other movies didn't have much influence. This time, things were not out of Eric's expectations. After Jodie Foster opened the envelope, she quickly read out Al Pacino's name. In the warm applause, Al Pacino greeted the crew of Knowing a Woman by Scent. He did not immediately go on stage. Instead, he walked towards Eric in the back row. Eric realized what he was going to do and stood up with a smile. Jonathan Demme, who was sitting on the other side of Eric, sensibly moved aside. Al Pacino gave Eric a big hug and said, "Eric, thank you." Eric took a deep breath as he was hugged by Al Pacino. He smiled and said, "Al, you deserve it. Even without me, I believe that with your ability, you would have won the Oscar for Best Actor sooner or later." Patting Eric on the back, Al Pacino didn't say anything else. He looked at Eric gratefully and walked to the stage. Eric returned to his seat and saw Al Pacino walk to the stage. When he walked up the stairs, he staggered and almost fell, but no one in the hall laughed. Instead, the applause became louder. Taking the Golden Man from Jodie Foster, Al Pacino walked to the microphone. Although there was still a glimmer in his eyes, his gaze became sharp again. Looking at the audience below the stage, Al Pacino said generously after a moment, "I have been waiting for this day for 17 years, although he was very excited, Al Pacino didn't say too much. A minute later, Al Pacino followed Jodie Foster backstage. Then, Michelle Pfeiffer, who was nominated for the Best Actress Oscar, walked to the stage. After a speech, the nominated song, Flying Over the Rainbow, was performed live. A few minutes later, Al Pacino returned to the audience. The last and most important award of this year's Oscars was coming. Warren Beatty and Jack Nicholson walked to the stage together. After a short gag, they began to introduce the list of films nominated for Best Picture. As the award ceremony had lasted for several hours, the films nominated for Best Picture had already been introduced in detail, so the introductions were very brief this time. The 5 winning films appeared on the big screen one after another. Warren Beatty opened the envelope and quickly read out the name of Driving for Miss Daisy. After failing to be nominated for Best Director, Eric no longer had much hope of being nominated for Best Picture. Now that he heard the name Driving for Miss Daisy, he felt more balanced than anyone else. After all, this movie had won Best Picture in his previous life. Now that it had won Best Picture again, Eric wasn't too disappointed. This result was actually not bad. Although because of Eric's appearance, there were many movies that did not originally appear at the Oscars this year, if one were to think about it carefully, this year was still a small Oscar year. Knowing a Woman by Smelling Fragrance was undoubtedly excellent, but this excellence was mainly reflected in Al Pacino's acting skills. As far as the movie was concerned, it was far from the sensational effect of movies such as Schindler's List, Forrest Gump, and Titanic in the history of the Oscars. Therefore, this year's Oscars did not have a single movie that could win all the major awards. The Academy also divided the 4 major awards among several different movies. Firefly was already very lucky to be able to get a nomination for Best Actor. With the final award, the 62nd Academy Awards officially came to an end. Some people were happy, while others were disappointed. As he walked out, Eric saw the most disappointed people this year, the Wayne brothers of Mira Mike and the crew of My Left Foot. Although My Left Foot had received 5 nominations, it did not win a single award. Moreover, it seemed that it had been sniped by Firefly. For example, Daniel Day-Lewis, who was supposed to win Best Actor, was taken away by Al Pacino. Julia also won Best Supporting Actress. As for Best Adapted Screenplay, Best Director, and Best Picture, although it had nothing to do with Firefly, My Left Foot also did not win any awards. Eric and the Wayne brothers had met once when they tried to buy Mira Mike. Their offer did not satisfy Eric. In the end, the deal did not succeed, so Eric mainly focused on the new line. At this time, seeing Eric again after more than half a year, the Harvey Weinstein and Bob Stan brothers only hesitated for a moment before they walked up to Eric, who was in the crowd surrounded by Firefly. Eric smiled and shook hands with them. At the same time, he also noticed Daniel Day-Lewis' unconvinced gaze when he looked at the little golden man in Al Pacino's hand. He just smiled. "Mr. Williams, congratulations." Harvey Weinstein did not look disappointed at all. He discreetly pushed away Jonathan Demme, who was originally next to Eric, with a flattering smile on his face. "Mr. Williams, it's a pity that we didn't succeed in our cooperation back then. I think maybe we can find some time to talk again?" Eric raised his eyebrows slightly. Now that Firefly and the new line had been integrated, although Firefly would not be underestimated, its overall strength was still not comparable to the 7 major film companies. Therefore, if he were to buy the Weinstein brothers' Mira Mike, he did not know where to place the Weinstein brothers. Moreover, Robert Shay's operation of the Oscars this time also proved that Firefly's public relations ability for the Oscars was not much worse than the Weinstein brothers. In fact, it was even better than the other party. In addition, with Eric around, in terms of the selection of films for the Oscars, his vision was not much worse than the Weinstein brothers. Therefore, Eric was no longer as eager to buy Mira Mike as he had thought. However, the ability of the 2 brothers in front of him was there after all. Although he was no longer eager to buy Mira Mike, Eric did not intend to push the other party to other film companies. "In that case, let's make an appointment to talk about it." Eric nodded to Harvey Weinstein. Just as he was about to say something, Eric saw a group of people from another crew passing by. Although he did not know the others, Eric was very familiar with one of the women. She was Isabella Connie. The woman seemed to have noticed Eric's gaze. She looked at Eric for a moment and then looked away without any intention of greeting him. Eric didn't mind. Instead, he turned his head and looked around. Among the crew of My Left Foot, who was following behind the Harvey Weinstein brothers, Daniel Day-Lewis was completely indifferent when Isabella Johnny passed by. Clearly, the 2 of them weren't familiar with each other, let alone passionately in love. Eric stretched his fingers and thought so. It's really interesting. The spacious party hall was crowded with people. This was the Oscar celebration party that Firefly was holding. Under normal circumstances, except for those award-winning film crews, usually only the 7 major Hollywood film companies would hold similar parties after the Golden Globe Awards or the Oscars and invite a group of Hollywood stars to participate. Second- and third-tier film companies would not do this at all. This was not a matter of money, but a reflection of a company's strength. This was because when second- and third-tier film companies held similar parties, they would encounter the awkward situation of not having any heavyweight stars to support them. That would be even more embarrassing. But Firefly was different. Although Firefly was still in the position of a second-tier film company, Firefly had a great impact on the awards and box office this year. In addition to most of the original UTA stars, there were also many other Hollywood stars who came to support or look for opportunities. I feel that the Academy is still too conservative. This year, the 4 movies that you personally directed have all been successful in the box office. Other than Home Alone 2, which is a pure comedy, I feel that the other 3 movies won't have a problem getting a nomination for Best Director, especially Dark War. It's such a pity. Harvey Weinstein's chubby face moved closer to Eric's side and said sincerely. Eric happened to meet the Weinstein brothers after the Oscar ceremony. He originally wanted to find a chance to chat, but when the Waynestam brothers heard that Firefly was holding a celebration party, they directly brought the entire crew of My Left Foot over. Although My Left Foot received 5 nominations, they came back empty-handed in the end. The Waynestam brothers cancelled the original celebration party, and the crew of My Left Foot did not complain. Eric smiled with a red wine in his hand. Harvey, this is nothing. I'm still so young, and there will be many opportunities in the future. It's not a good thing to win an award too early. It's easy to lose one's direction and become stagnant. No, no, no. Harvey Waynestam immediately shook his head and said, Eric, actually, I think there are many mistakes in Firefly's strategy to win awards. Just like the 2 best screenplay nominations you received. If I were in your shoes, I definitely wouldn't have applied for Best Original Screenplay and Best Adapted Screenplay separately. It's not that your screenplay is not good enough, but that the 2 screenplays are good enough. This will cause both nominations to fail. As for the reason, I think you can definitely guess it now. There's also Knowing Women by Smelling Fragrance. It's a pity that he only won the Best Actor award. I think Mr. Daniel Day-Lewis's performance in My Left Foot was also very good. If it wasn't for Scent Knows Women, perhaps the Best Actor award would have been his. Eric looked at Daniel Day-Lewis, who was not far away, and continued, I heard that when Daniel was acting, he was so immersed in his role that he couldn't extricate himself. He even really treated himself as a disabled person and often needed help to eat. Harvey Waynestam looked around, then slightly lowered his voice and said, Actually, I originally wanted to PR for Best Actor. Although My Left Foot was good enough, it was a British film after all. The main character in the film was also an Irish artist. Therefore, although My Left Foot was nominated for 5 awards, it was most likely to only be Best Actor. However, after Scent Knows Women appeared, I knew that Daniel's Best Actress award was definitely out of the question. The possibility of Best Picture was even lower, so I changed it to Best Director. Unfortunately, I still couldn't win against Oliver Stone in the end. After all, Oliver is a famous director in Hollywood for many years, and it was Jim Sheridan's first time directing a film. In the end, it was Mira Mike's bad luck this time. Eric nodded noncommittally and continued to wait for Harvey to continue. He knew that Harvey definitely didn't lay out so much just to reveal a little inside information to him. Sure enough, after a short pause, Harvey Waynestam pointed at Robert Shea, who was excitedly discussing something with a few people nearby, and said, Eric, I know that Mr. Robert Shea was the one who led Firefly's Oscar public relations, but you also saw that Scent Knows Women is such an excellent film. Moreover, compared to My Left Foot, Scent Knows Women embodies typical American values. The director, Martin Brest, is also very experienced. With all these advantages, in the end, he only won the Best Actor award. Both Best Director and Best Picture missed out. That's really a pity. If Scent Knows Women was directed by Mira Mike, I believe that at least one of the Best Director and Best Picture awards could have been won. After hearing Harvey Waynestam's words, Eric said with some regret, Harvey, what you said does make a lot of sense. However, there's no place for Mira Mike in Firefly now. When I was planning to expand Firefly, I did some research on Mira Mike. I know that you 2 brothers buy films in Europe or the Far East all year round and then bring them back for distribution in China. Then, you must have a lot of foundation and connections abroad. My original plan was to let Robert Shea be in charge of distribution in North America, and leave the expansion of overseas channels to you 2 brothers. When Harvey Waynestam heard Eric's words, he couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his wet lips. The expansion of Firefly's overseas channels was a very big cake. It must be known that the first few films that Eric personally directed had similar box office results overseas and domestic box office results. Even Pretty Woman's box office overseas was $100 million higher than the domestic box office. The reason why the Waynestam brothers mainly focused on selecting indie films to compete for the Oscars was that they were not capable enough. Gaining fame through winning awards and then earning box office and peripheral profits was also an unconventional method. After all, Hollywood only had 1 Oscars every year. If there was a chance to release a commercial film that sold well, the Waynestam brothers would definitely change their route without hesitation. Then, Eric, I think now, Eric shook his head. It's too late now, Harvey. Firefly and New Line have now been integrated. Although I'm still the biggest shareholder of Firefly, I have to consider Robert's feelings. Compared to the current Firefly, Miramax's power is too weak. If we go according to the original plan, Robert will definitely not be willing to let you two brothers share the power of overseas distribution. After a trace of disappointment flashed across Harvey Weinstein's face, he quickly said, Eric, actually, I'm better at PR awards. Maybe we can. Harvey, why do you think so many people are so enthusiastic about the Oscars? Harvey Weinstein paused for a moment and said, benefits. Eric smiled and said, you see, that's right. That's why, although any large film company values the Oscars very much, none of them put the Oscars in the first place. Most of the movies they produce are commercial films. The same goes for Firefly. Moreover, in the next few years, Firefly's main focus will be on commercial films. When it has developed to a certain level of strength and scale, it will step into the field of indie films and gain some glory for the company. Eric, don't you think that these two things can go hand in hand? Harvey said unwillingly. Of course it can. So, there is still a high possibility of cooperation between us. But a merger is impossible. By the way, there's a film that I'm very optimistic about. The film's producer is also here today. Do you want me to introduce him to you? Harvey Weinstein nodded disappointedly. Eric brought Harvey to find Elizabeth and Julia quickly. The two girls were sitting on a sofa in the corner and whispering to each other. Hey, two beauties, can I sit down? Eric asked. Hearing Eric's voice, Julia's body suddenly stiffened. Elizabeth raised her leg and kicked at Eric. Go away, playboy. Eric quickly dodged to the side. Looking at the sharp black heels, he wiped the cold sweat in his heart. At the same time, he suddenly realized that the two women in front of him seemed to have kicked his leg, and it was the same leg. Birds of a feather flocked together. Liz, don't be like this. I've already apologized. Here, let me introduce you to someone. Hearing Eric's words, Elizabeth stood up reluctantly. Julia also stood up. Her eyes swayed a few times before focusing on Eric's face and forcing a smile. Elizabeth looked at the fat man beside Eric. You mean him? Harvey Weinstein. I know him. Harvey looked at Eric in confusion. Now in Hollywood, there were probably not many women who dared to kick Eric without hesitation. Therefore, he had a strong curiosity about Elizabeth's identity. Eric quickly said, Harvey, this is Elizabeth Murdoch, Mr. Rupert Murdoch's second daughter. Ah, Miss Murdoch, hello. I didn't expect you to know me. It's such an honor. Harvey Weinstein immediately reached out his chubby hand with a smile. Elizabeth shook hands with Harvey reluctantly, then turned her gaze to Eric. What's the matter? It's like this. I think that after The Silence of the Lambs is produced, it will definitely do well at next year's Oscars. Harvey is very good at public relations in this area, so I wanted to introduce you to each other. Oh. Elizabeth let out a long sigh, and her expression became slightly angry. So, after Firefly finished the distribution and made money, they didn't care about the awards anymore? Eric waved his hand. Of course not, Liz. You must have misunderstood. I mean, Harvey is very good at public relations, so I want to hand over the public relations for next year's The Silence of the Lambs awards to them. Don't worry, all the public relations fees will be paid by Firefly. Elizabeth heard Eric say this and snorted coldly. She raised her chin and said, That's more like it. After the girl finished speaking, she turned her gaze to Harvey Weinstein with a questioning look. Harvey Weinstein was more than happy to have a relationship with the little princess of News Corporation. Although he only heard a few words, Harvey was keenly aware that Elizabeth was now working as a producer. This was a good opportunity. If he could establish a relationship with Miramax, with the financial resources of the Murdoch family, would Miramax still have to continue to make trouble? Thinking of this, the expression on Harvey's face became even more attentive. Every wrinkle on his chubby face was smiling as he said, I don't have any problems here either, Miss Murdoch. It's an honor to work with you. After the matter was settled, Elizabeth waved her hand at Eric and Harvey. Then, if there's nothing else, you can leave. The two men suddenly looked at each other. Harvey thought in his heart that they hadn't exchanged contact information or anything. Eric recalled the scene in the palace drama in his previous life where the concubines asked the young eunuchs to kneel down. Elizabeth was just about to pull Julia to sit down again when she suddenly thought of something. She said to Eric, "You stay, I have something to ask you." Seeing this situation, Harvey could only tactfully leave for the time being. After Harvey left, Elizabeth asked, "Mr. Williams, I heard that Ghost has been launched." The corner of Eric's mouth twitched. He nodded cooperatively and said, "Yes, Miss Murdoch, do you have any orders?" Before Elizabeth said anything, Julia was already amused by the tone of the two people and burst out laughing. The atmosphere was ruined. Elizabeth immediately pretended to be angry and pinched Julia's ribs. She didn't stop until Julia giggled and begged for mercy. Eric looked at the two women's playful appearance and laughed. "Hey, I say, this is a public place. You should pay attention to your image. It's none of your business, you bastard." Okay, I don't care." "Your Majesty, if you have something to say, please go ahead." Eric smiled bitterly and raised his hands in surrender. "I can't help it, I won't lower myself to your level. I mean, the female lead in your next movie. What do you think of Julia?" Eric looked at Julia and hesitated. He was about to speak when Elizabeth raised her eyebrows. "You're not allowed to disagree. This role is decided." "Liz, don't be like this, and I don't want to be with." Julia reacted and quickly pulled Elizabeth back. Elizabeth patted Julia's thigh comfortingly and said, "Don't worry, I will be by your side during the filming. I won't give some despicable guy any more chances." Eric spread his hands helplessly. "But Julia is really not suitable." Upon hearing Eric's words, a look of disappointment flashed in Julia's eyes even though she wasn't too willing. Meanwhile, Elizabeth asked, "Then tell me, what's inappropriate about it?" "Julia doesn't fit the image of the female lead at all. In my imagination, the female lead should have short hair." Elizabeth said unhappily, "It's just hair. Just cut it." It's not like Julia didn't cut her hair when she was filming Steel Magnolias last year. "You're completely twisting my logic." Okay. Actually, the image of the character in my imagination should be like this." Eric looked, then reached out to dip his finger into the red wine in the glass. He quickly drew on the coffee table in front of the three of them. Soon, the image of Molly that Demi Moore had created in his memory appeared on the glass table. The two girls watched curiously as Eric quickly drew. When Eric finished, Elizabeth stared at him for a while, then raised her head angrily. "I get it. It's just that her mouth is a little small. You're complaining that Julia's mouth is too big now. When you did that, why didn't you complain that Julia's mouth was too big? You bastard." Eric said bitterly, "Liz, can we be more serious?" Julia also pulled Elizabeth at this time. "Okay, Liz. Even if he wants me to act, I won't act." Elizabeth was about to say something when another woman's voice suddenly sounded beside the three of them. "Mr. Williams, so you're here." Elizabeth and Julia first looked behind Eric, then opened their mouths at the same time and let out a soft sound of surprise. Eric looked behind him, and his eyes widened. The person who spoke was Jane Fonda, who had given him an award on the Oscar stage not long ago. However, this was not the key to the matter. The key was the young woman holding Jane Fonda's arm. Jane Fonda saw that the three of them were looking at her niece in surprise. She quickly followed Julia's gaze and looked at the coffee table in front of the three of them. Then, she also looked puzzled. "Mr. Williams, I didn't expect your painting skills to be so good. It's just a few simple strokes, but they look so vivid." Eric smiled awkwardly, then stood up and looked at the girl beside Jane Fonda. He asked knowingly, "Miss Fonda, this is, what a hypocrite. You've already drawn her, yet you're still asking who she is." Elizabeth pouted and sneered. She then pulled Julia and left. Although Jane Fonda knew Julia, she didn't know Elizabeth, so she didn't mind when the two girls left. Instead, she said to Eric, "Mr. Williams, this is my niece, Bridget Fonda. She's my brother's daughter." "Nice to meet you, Miss Fonda." Eric reached out and shook Bridget Fonda's hand. Bridget Fonda also noticed the almost dried head on the coffee table at this time. She had just cut her hair short because of filming some time ago, so her current appearance was almost 80% similar to the woman on the coffee table. Although she didn't know why Eric drew this picture, Bridget Fonda still felt that perhaps her goal would be much smoother today. Eric knew that Jane Fonda had started to contact him backstage at the Oscars. She must have something to say. Interluding the picture on the coffee table, Eric pointed to the seats where Elizabeth and Julia were originally sitting and said, "Both of you, please take a seat." The aunt and niece thanked him and walked to the sofa together. Eric looked at the two women in front of him. In his memory, it seemed that Jane Fonda should have fallen out with her brother, Peter Fonda. However, looking at the two women, perhaps the conflict of the previous generation didn't affect this generation. Speaking of which, although the Fonda family's power in Hollywood couldn't be compared to the Coppola family, it still couldn't be underestimated. This kind of power could be seen from Bridget Fonda, who was sitting next to Jane Fonda. This girl with mediocre acting skills had debuted in the late 1980s and acted in movies for more than 10 years. She had been neither popular nor had any achievements in awards or box office. Even until she had to retire from acting due to a car accident, Bridget Fonda had acted in dozens of movies, most of which were female leads, but she didn't have a single masterpiece. This kind of situation was simply unimaginable for other actresses with no background in Hollywood. If ordinary actresses had no background and no connections, they would have been abandoned by Hollywood producers if they didn't have any response after acting in a few movies. "Mr. Williams, may I ask why you drew that head just now?" After the two women sat down, Bridget Fonda couldn't help but speak first. Eric hesitated for a moment before giving her an ambiguous explanation. "I was just explaining something to Miss Julia and drew it in passing. I didn't expect it to be so similar to Miss Fonda." Jane Fonda didn't give Eric a chance to play dumb. She asked with a smile, "Mr. Williams, that should be the look of one of the female leads in your movie, right?" Eric coughed dryly before saying, "Sort of." "Don't tell me it's the movie Ghost that you're about to start filming?" Jane Fonda asked again. Sooner or later, the movie would be produced for the audience. Eric couldn't change the character's image just to tell such a small lie, so he nodded again. The aunt and niece looked at each other. Jane Fonda then said, "It's like this, Mr. Williams. Since it's such a coincidence, I was wondering if you could give Bridget a chance to audition?" Eric was a little hesitant. Since Jane Fonda had spoken, she definitely wasn't referring to the first few rounds of auditions, but the final audition for the role. Although Demi Moore, who played Molly in the original Ghost, had always been criticized for her acting skills, in that movie, Demi Moore had a rare outburst of acting skills. As a result, she was nominated for the Golden Globe Award for Best Actress. Moreover, when Demi Moore took on the role of Ghost, she had acted in movies for many years and had some experience. However, the girl in front of him was a newcomer who had only debuted 2 years ago. Her later movies also proved that she didn't have much potential in acting. Bridget Fonda saw the hesitation in Eric's expression and looked at her aunt for help. Jane Fonda gave her niece a reassuring look, and said, "Mr. Williams, although this request is indeed a little abrupt, you just need to give Bridget a chance to audition. Bridget's father and I will definitely remember your kindness." Hearing that, Eric quickly nodded. Although this favor would be greatly reduced if Bridget Fonda didn't get the role in the end, it was still a favor, and it might come in handy in the future. "All right then, Miss Fonda. However, I can only give Miss Fonda a chance to audition. As for the outcome, I can't give any guarantees." "Of course." Jane Fonda nodded and looked at her niece beside her. She stood up and said, "Mr. Williams, I'll take my leave first. Bridget likes your movies very much. Perhaps you can have a chat." Eric also stood up and watched Jane Fonda leave before sitting down again. He and Bridget Fonda looked at each other a few times. The two of them were like a blind couple meeting for the first time. They were so embarrassed that they didn't know what to say. In the end, it was Eric who spoke first. "Miss Fonda, actually, I've seen your movie." Which one is it?" Bridget Fonda asked. "Magnificent Aria," Eric said and pointed to the corner of his mouth. Bridget Fonda pursed her lips and said, "At that time, I had a pimple on the corner of my mouth, so I didn't look very good on camera." "I think it's still very good," Eric teased without leaving a trace. Most of the scenes in Magnificent Aria were nude scenes. Back then, Eric had also watched those scenes, so Bridget Fonda was no exception. Eric also couldn't understand why this girl would accept such a movie in the first place. Perhaps she was fearless. After all, with her family backing her, she didn't have to be careful about her image like other actresses. Upon hearing Eric's words, Bridget Fonda's face turned slightly red. As it was their first time meeting, the two of them didn't talk much. After chatting for a while, Eric said, "Miss Fonda, I've been sitting here for quite a while. With so many people here, I have to socialize." "Well, please help yourself, Mr. Williams. Also, you can call me Bridget." "No problem." Eric nodded with a smile and got up to walk elsewhere. After the Oscars, the newspapers made their usual comments about the Oscars. Most people felt that this year's Oscars had divided the pork a little too much. At the same time, many people complained that Eric had missed the Best Adapted Screenplay award for Knowing a Woman by Scent. Under such circumstances, Driving for Miss Daisy, which had taken the Best Adapted Screenplay award from Knowing a Woman by Scent, became the target of attack. Driving for Miss Daisy was a film released by Warner Pictures. Warner was currently the strongest of the 7 major Hollywood film companies. Therefore, after Driving for Miss Daisy caused controversy, Warner's counterattack came quickly. This incident caused a small stir in the newspapers and even overshadowed the limelight of several major awards. As for the controversy over the award, the Academy did not respond as usual. Everyone knew that no matter who the award was given to, it would always cause controversy. A few days after the Oscars, Firefly's first movie, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, was released after the turmoil at the beginning of the year. Many people were paying attention to the movie with all kinds of emotions. Although Drowning Dog had also achieved good box office results some time ago, that movie's box office was much larger due to Eric's influence. However, it was still considered small. Because Eric was very optimistic about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Robert Shea had collected as many as 2,000 screens for the movie. This was already the limit of Firefly's ability. If necessary, the 7 major film companies could collect more than 3,000 screens. Moreover, even if the box office of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was much better than the original plan after its release, it would be difficult to increase the number of screens. If the box office was not satisfactory, then hundreds of screens could be removed next week. Therefore, this release attracted the attention of most people in and out of the Hollywood circle. If Firefly encountered a failure this time, there would be a lot of people who would gloat or even kick them when they were down. However, because the box office results in his previous life were guaranteed, and the scale of the promotion was much larger than in his previous life, Firefly had invested more than $6 million in the promotion budget for the movie. This did not include the production cost of 2,000 copies. Therefore, Eric was not as nervous as Robert Shea or Jeffrey. Although he attended the premiere, Eric hid in the side as a guest this time. He gave the opportunity to show his face to the creators of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. At this time, he was discussing the preparations for Basic Instinct with Jeffrey. "Jeffrey, if you can't find a suitable actor in Hollywood, I suggest you go to Europe to try." Just like the movie Prague Love a few years ago, the director of that movie chose European actors because most of the Hollywood actors were too conservative and unwilling to act in them. Jeffrey looked at Robert Shea, who was passionately speaking on stage. He shook his head and said, "Eric, I'm not worried about this. There are many other things. For example, the director, Paul Van Hoven, who you recommended, recently accepted a big production starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. He doesn't want to pay any attention to Basic Instinct at all. Moreover, the budget is also a very big problem. I asked someone to do a detailed budget according to the script you gave, and the final result is that the cost of this movie is at least $30 million, which is far more than the $20 million budget you gave. Most importantly, there's the issue of rating. The few scenes you designed are really too much. It's very easy for it to be rated NC-17. We don't have the ability to interfere with the rating committee right now. Once it's rated NC-17 and scheduled for screening in restricted theaters, then this movie will definitely lose everything." Eric scratched his head in distress. He knew that Jeffrey was telling the truth. The American Film Rating Committee was completely controlled by the 7 major film companies. Many people had analyzed that some movies with exactly the same scenes would be rated R if they were produced by the 7 major film companies, but those that weren't produced by the 7 major film companies would be rated NC-17. Eric clearly remembered that in his previous life, Meg Ryan had starred in naked mutilation in order to find a breakthrough. Because it was released by a major film company, some of the scenes in that movie could be rated as IV, but it was rated R instead. If this movie was not rated NC-17 in the future, then the 7 major film companies must have collectively gone crazy. Although there was still the possibility of re-rating by modifying the plot, in that case, there would definitely be a lot of changes in the plot, and the box office results would be difficult to predict. After thinking for a while, Eric knew that he had no other choice. He could only say, "How about this, Jeffrey, contact the 7 major film companies and see which one is willing to cooperate. Choose one that is more beneficial to us. Then about you being the screenwriter, in that case, there's no way to hide it. Just use my real name. Anyway, I'm not even 20 years old now. Writing such a script would just make people think that I'm young and frivolous. If I hide it, I bet that no matter what the purpose of those guys is, they will definitely do everything possible to reveal it." Jeffrey shook his head helplessly. "Eric, I really don't understand why you have to make such a movie. I don't see how this movie is outstanding." "Then just read the script a few more times," Eric joked. "Do you know who killed with A38 now?" Jeffrey shook his head. "If you tell me what Beth said after she was shot by the male lead Nick, I'll be 100% sure." Eric kept him in suspense. "Maybe it was 'I was wrong, I let you down, I love you,' or something like that?" "I think the most unlikely thing is 'I love you.'" "The most likely thing is 'I was wrong,'" Jeffrey said. Eric was stunned. In fact, this sentence was originally "I love you." However, Eric felt that it would be difficult to say "I love you" before death when you were shot by the person you loved deeply without hesitation. Therefore, when he was writing the script, Eric made a small change and only left the word "I" for the audience to guess. Just like in Shock Island, leaving some suspense would be more beneficial to the box office. On the stage, after the main creators of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles took turns to give their speeches, the movie started to play. When he saw the scene on the screen again, Eric could not help but frown slightly. This was a strong B-grade Hong Kong movie. Although the total cost of $13 million was definitely a super big production for a Hong Kong movie, it could barely be considered a medium cost in Hollywood. Coupled with the fact that some special effects had to be used in the movie, the result was obvious. For example, in one of the scenes, when a group of people were fighting, a criminal with a knife cut a wire. Even if you did not have the ability to do lighting effects here, you should at least add some electric sizzling sound. But in the end, there was none. The criminal's body only trembled a few times, and it looked like he had been electrocuted. It looked a little funny. Of course, this was mainly because Eric's appetite had been spoiled by the special effects blockbusters in his previous life. Although Eric kept frowning, the audience in the movie theater who attended the premiere laughed from time to time at the words and martial arts moves of the 4 Ninja Turtles. Some of them even exclaimed softly. When the main creators of the movie, who were still a little nervous, heard these noises, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was because of the budget of the movie, or perhaps it was the usual practice of Hong Kong movies, but the movie was only 90 minutes long. It finished very quickly. Before the lights were turned on, there was a warm applause in the movie theater. A wonderful sci-fi action movie. Although many parts of the production are not satisfactory, with a $13 million investment, this is an outstanding movie. The mockery of the Renaissance characters in the movie from time to time is hilarious. The movie's action design also has many points. It's worth watching. After the premiere, all kinds of reviews came in. Because of Firefly's vigorous publicity and public relations, the overall reviews of the movie were very positive. Many newspapers gave it high marks. Although there were a few fierce criticism articles from time to time, they did not cause much of a stir. Although the 7 major movie companies did not want to see the movie succeed, in the face of Firefly's relentless publicity, no one would spend hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars to discredit the movie. What's more, the 7 major movie companies were not particularly optimistic about the movie. Otherwise, Fox would not have refused to release Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles after watching the movie. Under the attention of many people, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles earned $25 million in the first weekend box office in 2,000 theaters in North America 3 days later, which surprised many people. And Fox, who had misjudged again, fired several executives in a short time. Including the Golden Jade Alliance incident, Fox was inevitably ridiculed by many media outlets. In the face of this situation, Fox could not speak of his bitterness. After a full week, the box office of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for the first week was released, reaching $32 million. Seeing this result, many of the media outlets that were still complaining were silent. People in the Hollywood circle also realized that after the storm at the beginning of the year, Firefly was not affected in any way. The news that Eric was the first to be optimistic about the movie was inevitably revealed, which once again caused a heated discussion in the Hollywood circle. In addition to the few movies that Eric participated in, including Steel Magnolias, this was also the second time that a movie that others were not optimistic about but was optimistic about by Eric was a big success. For a time, many people began to inquire about which movies Eric was optimistic about. Therefore, a series of copyrights that Eric asked Drew to purchase before the new year once again attracted the attention of many people. Because the little girl was not in a hurry, Eric only bought more than half of the more than 20 copyrights listed. After the 2 copyrights that were being negotiated were discovered, all the powerful film companies in Hollywood joined in the competition, and the copyright owners were also waiting for a good price. In this case, Eric could only ask Drew to stop the acquisition of copyrights. Although there were still a few movies that had not been obtained, if he made a move now, it would definitely be a crazy scramble. The certainty of getting it was extremely low. Moreover, the adaptation rights of several movies that Eric valued the most, such as Charlie's Angel, Mission Impossible, and Bourne's Identity, had already been obtained. Of course, these were all in the future. After the success of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the person with the most complicated feelings was undoubtedly Robert Shea. After all, if Robert Shea could wait for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles to be released in the first half of the year, then the new line would be completely different. In an old-fashioned prison on the outskirts of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, a man and a woman were confronting each other through a glass door. Then, let's do this test. The woman in a rustic brown striped coat but with a very beautiful face tried to persuade him. No, but I'll make you happy. I'll give you a big chance. What? The woman asked doubtfully. The man in a prisoner's uniform behind the glass window interrupted the woman and said, "It's a promotion." "Listen, Chris darling, you should reflect on yourself and find out about my former patient, Miss Murphy." The woman tried hard to seize the initiative of the conversation, and in the end, she barely managed to get a word in. But in the face of the aggressive man on the other side of the glass door, the woman's efforts seemed insignificant and were completely suppressed. "I believe Miles won't act up so soon, although he's a madman," the man said. Suddenly, he raised his voice and shouted at the woman, "Now, go." The woman was so scared that she shrank her neck slightly and left in a hurry amidst the frantic shouts of the prisoners in the other rooms of the prison. Cut. Very good. It's impeccable, Jonathan Dime, who was standing behind the monitor with his headphones on, shouted excitedly. He had been watching Jodie Foster and Anthony Hopkins' performance. At the same time, the crew members around him also applauded enthusiastically. "Mr. Hopkins, your performance was great," Elizabeth, who was still clapping, complimented Anthony Hopkins after he walked out of the room. "Thank you, Miss Murdoch. In fact, Miss Foster's performance was also very good. Without her cooperation, I don't think I could have gotten into the groove so quickly. Mr. Hopkins, I have to admit that I'm not as good as you in this part," Jodie Foster said with a smile as she took a towel from her assistant and wiped the sweat off her face. "Okay, you're all great, so I think we should stop complimenting each other," Drew, who was standing next to Elizabeth, said with a smile. Then he looked at Jonathan Dime and said, "Mr. Dime, is that all for today's shooting?" "Yes, Miss Barrymore. We've finished filming the scenes here. Although we still have more than an hour, we won't be able to prepare for the next scene," Jonathan Dime said as he came over. He then instructed his assistant to prepare for the next scene. Drew looked at his watch and then said to everyone, "Then Julia and I will leave first. We're flying to Los Angeles at 4:30. Of course, no problem. I'll get the driver to take you to the airport," Jonathan Demme said immediately. It was already the fourth day of filming for The Silence of the Lambs in Pennsylvania. As TG Films' first movie, Elizabeth, Drew, and Julia attached great importance to it. Therefore, they arrived here before filming started. The three of them had already stayed in Pittsburgh for a week. Because the three women were the producers of this movie, Jonathan Demme was originally worried that the three of them would criticize the filming. However, after the filming began, this worry quickly dissipated. First of all, Elizabeth and Drew seemed to be following the crew around with the attitude of learning. Not only did they not cause any trouble, but they also helped from time to time. Among the three of them, Julia, who was the most famous, was the least worrisome. She did not care about anything at all. As a popular Hollywood actress, Julia had her own work to do. Although Drew wanted to stay with Elizabeth on the set, she was still a minor. No one dared to let her stay on the set for too long. In addition, Eric still did not know that Drew was the producer of The Silence of the Lambs. When he heard that the girl was here, he specially called her and told her not to play too much and to return to Los Angeles as soon as possible. Therefore, Drew and Julia booked today's plane tickets together and planned to return to Los Angeles. As the main producer, Elizabeth would continue to follow the crew until the filming ended. In the lobby of the Pittsburgh airport, Elizabeth hugged the girl and then hugged Julia. Under Drew's slightly raised eyebrows, Elizabeth gently kissed the girl's lips before saying, "Goodbye, Julie and Drew. Have a safe trip." "Goodbye." The two women waved at Elizabeth and walked to the boarding gate with their assistants. After the Boeing plane entered the stratosphere, Drew unbuckled his seat belt and looked at Julia, who was sitting next to him and flipping through a fashion magazine in boredom. "Julia, you and Liz." Julia, who was originally a little absent-minded, suddenly heard the girl say this and a look of panic flashed across her face. "You? What do you mean?" The girl pursed her lips and said, "You two are staying in the same hotel room for the next few days. Don't forget, I'm next door and can hear a lot of things. We're just..." Julia wanted to find a reason to refute, but Drew quickly patted Julia's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I won't discriminate against you." Julia opened her mouth and looked at the girl's serious face. She couldn't help but ask, "Don't you think it's weird?" After hearing Julia's question, Drew immediately showed a strange expression. "You guys are already, like that, do you still think it's weird?" Julia nodded honestly. "If it's weird, then why are you still like Liz?" Drew asked curiously. "I don't know, I just think, well, it's not bad being with Liz. Liz also thinks it's not bad, so that's how it is." The girl didn't understand what Julia was trying to say, but she realized that the girl hadn't completely changed her sexual orientation yet. It was just that for some reason, she temporarily became a fake couple with Elizabeth. How can this be? She has to change. It's best if she becomes disgusted when she sees someone. Oh, no, when she sees men. Thinking of this, Drew rolled his eyes and said, "Julia, this is just an inherent concept that you've formed since you were young. There are countless gay people in Hollywood, so you don't have to feel any psychological burden. I think you and Liz are a good match, and Liz is also very considerate to you, isn't she?" Hearing Drew say the word gay without any scruples, Julia's eyes flashed a few times in panic. How could she understand the little girl's thoughts? She thought that the little girl was really thinking for her. After thinking about what Drew said, she felt that it made sense, so she breathed a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. Perhaps the little girl felt that the fire wasn't big enough, so she continued to fan the flames. "Julia, maybe you don't know, but Jodie Foster is actually gay too." This time, Julia was really shocked. She turned her head to look at the little girl and asked in disbelief, "No. That's not possible, right?" Drew nodded with certainty and said, "This is absolutely true, but Jodie is more low-key. However, a lot of people know that she's gay. Apparently, it was because of Sinclair's assassination of the president that she was completely disappointed in men, so she changed her sexual orientation." Julia nodded softly and didn't say anything else. She looked at the magazine in front of her again. A few hours later, the plane landed at the Los Angeles airport. Because of the time difference, it was still evening in Los Angeles. Drew and Julia got into two separate cars. After dropping off her assistant in the city center, the little girl directly ordered the driver to drive to Malibu Point Manor. "Hey, Ron, it's me, open the door," Drew directly shouted at the security guard at the gate when they arrived at the manor. The security guard quickly opened the gate when he heard Drew's voice, then he greeted, "Miss Barrymore, you're back?" "Yes, is Eric home?" "Yes, Mr. Williams has been staying at home for the past 2 days," said the security guard named Ron. Looking at the suitcase Drew was pulling, Ron asked eagerly, "Miss Barrymore, do you want me to help you with your luggage?" "No need." "Oh, by the way, why are you the only one here? Where's the other one?" Drew looked suspiciously at the empty security booth behind Ron and warned, "Don't tell me the other one isn't here." No, Miss Barrymore, George went to the toilet." "He'll be back soon," Ron quickly explained for his colleague, then pointed not far away. "Look, he's back." The little girl followed Ron's gaze and saw the other security guard. Then, she nodded and did not say anything else. She pulled the small suitcase and walked to the villa. Along the way, the servants who were in charge of the manor greeted the little girl from time to time. As Eric could not be bothered with these trivial matters, most of the people here were selected by Drew. Therefore, although Drew was not staying here during this period of time, everyone still treated her as the mistress of the house when she came back. This attitude made the little girl very satisfied. Walking into the living room of the villa, the little girl looked around before saying, "Eric, I'm back." A moment later, Nicole walked out of the kitchen with her hair standing up on the back of her head and a small apron around her waist. She looked like she was at home. "Hi, Drew." Nicole greeted and stepped forward to take the little girl's luggage. Only then did Drew react. She sized up Nicole's outfit and a sense of hostility arose in the little girl's heart. "Why are you here?" After all, Nicole had been with Drew for a few months. How could she not hear the hostility in the little girl's voice? However, the little girl was not displeased. She brushed the scattered strands of hair from her temples and casually said, "I happen to have nothing to do these days, so I came over to stay for a few days." "Humph, it's because of the female lead of Ghost, right? You really put in a lot of effort." "I don't have a choice. I don't want to be someone who's so spoiled that she'll grant every request. I can only fight for it myself." The little girl snorted again, but there was a hint of pride on her face. "Since Eric didn't take the initiative to ask, it means you're not the female lead he wants at all." Nicole shrugged noncommittally and said, "It doesn't matter. I've also received a lot of offers. I just happened to live here and asked Eric to help me pick one. His vision has now spread throughout Hollywood. I heard that part of the credit goes to you." Hearing Nicole's words, Drew glared at the girl unhappily and asked, "Where's Eric?" "In the study, discussing something with a guest." "Help me put my things in my room." The girl pushed the suitcase in her hand in front of Nicole and ran to the door of the study. Nicole looked at the small suitcase in front of her and frowned slightly. Soon, a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She pulled the suitcase up and walked up the stairs. At the door of the study on the basement floor, Drew quickly pressed a few keys on the password lock. The door opened automatically. She walked down the spiral stairs, but did not see Eric. Drew immediately realized that Eric must be in the study on the second floor. There were so many private things like scripts in this room. Unless it was someone close to him, Eric would not have brought them in. She walked up the stairs to the study on the second floor. Pushing the door open, Drew saw Eric sitting opposite a brown-haired man, discussing something. Hearing the movement behind the door, the brown-haired man turned his head. Drew saw the man's face clearly. She had a good memory and recognized him at a glance. The middle-aged man was the boss of the publishing house where Eric published Jurassic Park, Michael Klaus. "Hello, Mr. Klaus." Michael Klaus saw Drew call out his name without hesitation and stood up in surprise. "Hello, Miss Barrymore. I didn't expect you to remember me. We only met once at the party last year, right?" Drew shook hands with Michael Klaus, then turned around the desk and threw herself into Eric's arms like a swallow returning to its nest. She rubbed against the man's face and said, "Eric, I missed you so much." Eric smiled and stroked the girl's hair. Alright, stop fooling around. The guests are here. Go and make us another pot of coffee. We just finished it. Humph, you've just come back and you're already ordering me around, the little girl muttered in dissatisfaction, but she still jumped up and walked out briskly. Drew has always been like this. Sorry for making a fool of himself, Eric explained helplessly as he looked at the dumbfounded Michael Klaus. Michael Klaus smiled awkwardly and said, No, nothing. Let's continue talking about the Matrix. Eric, I think this novel is too short. It's only about 50,000 words. Many of the things written are wrong. I think it would be better if it could be expanded to 200,000 words. I want to do that too, Michael, but you should know that I don't have that much time now. It's already good enough to write 50,000 words. Also, you should know that I wrote this novel only for the movie rights, Eric said. The two of them were talking about the famous The Matrix. Because of the release of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and some other things in the past, Eric's vision for movies had been spread all over Hollywood. As an industry with high risks, it was inevitable that Hollywood filmmakers would be fascinated by this kind of thing. Therefore, Drew's silent acquisition of the movie rights was criticized. After this incident, Eric's original plan to get the script of The Matrix from the Carpenter brothers could no longer be carried out. In his previous life, The Matrix had only appeared in 1999, and the concept of The Matrix was at most some random ideas in the minds of the two brothers who were still working as carpenters and painters. Eric did not hesitate to write it out, and made some specious changes, which made the novel and the movie a lot different. However, the main storyline did not change much. Although it was only about 50,000 words, it was enough to fill the hole, and he would not have to worry about copyright issues in the future. Eric, actually, this story is quite interesting, so I think maybe I can find someone to expand the story to 200,000 words. Don't worry, there won't be any problems with the copyright. I promise to sign a complete contract with the hired gunman. Eric immediately shook his head. Michael, finding a gunman is a very risky thing. In the future, when the benefits reach a certain level, I promise that the gunman will jump out, so I won't take this risk. As the two of them were talking, Drew came in with a pot of coffee. He poured coffee for the two of them and curiously picked up the manuscript between them. He asked, What are you talking about? The Matrix, a very interesting name. Michael Klaus looked at Drew, who was sitting on the sofa next to him with the manuscript, and looked at Eric helplessly. It's okay, let's continue talking. Eric gave Michael Klaus a reassuring look. He knew that Michael Klaus was worried that the girl would hear something she shouldn't and spread the news. Michael Klaus said, Then, Eric, since you don't agree, forget it. I want to ask about Dark War. Have you ever thought of turning this story into a novel? Michael, the copyright of Dark War is jointly owned by Firefly and Columbia. The first book in the series got more than $400 million at the global box office. Then, with the sequels, the box office value may exceed $1 billion. With such a huge amount of money involved, Columbia won't agree to turn this series into a novel for a few $100,000 or at most a few $1 million in royalties. That's a pity. Michael Klaus shook his head and chatted with Eric about the details of the publication of The Matrix. Michael Klaus politely declined Eric's invitation to stay for dinner and said goodbye. Eric walked Michael Klaus out of the villa and waited for him to drive to the gate of the manor before returning to the villa. Wow, Eric, how did you come up with this? You can even do this. As soon as they entered the living room, the little girl excitedly waved the script in her hand and said to Eric. Eric snatched the manuscript of The Matrix back from the girl and asked, When did you come back? I came here as soon as I got off the plane. Drew smiled and hugged Eric's arm, then followed Eric into the basement study. Then why did you go to the set of Silence of the Lambs? It's fine if you're filming in Los Angeles, but you actually went to Pennsylvania? Hearing this question, Drew laughed and said, I'm just curious. By the way, I also brought back a gift for you. It's in my suitcase. I'll give it to you tonight. You must be hiding something from me. Eric knocked on the girl's head and said, If you get into trouble, you better not let me be the last to know. Otherwise, I won't care about you. If you don't care, who will? After Eric sat down in the office chair, the girl let go of his arm and said. Eric smiled and picked up the folder on the table. He opened it and said casually, "Oh, you're still blaming me." "This is obvious," the girl said. She looked at the documents in Eric's hand and asked casually, "What are these?" "The list of candidates for the male cast of Ghost," Eric answered. The little girl casually pulled out a few pieces of information and pulled a chair over to flip through them, exclaiming, "Wow, he's so handsome." Eric shook his head helplessly and didn't say anything. He continued to flip through the pages. The casting for Ghost was very different from the casting for Eric's previous movies. In the past, he would release the news of the audition and then accept the files submitted by the actors for the audition. However, with Eric's current status, if he were to use the method of fishing for fish in the sea for casting, the number of files he would receive would probably explode Firefly's mail room. Furthermore, there would be a huge problem with the selection process. Therefore, a series of prerequisites were set for the 3 major agencies for the casting of Ghost this time, so that they could recommend qualified actors. Although many actors from small agencies might lose the opportunity because of this, it could not be helped. Hollywood had always been so unfair. No one could change it. Even so, Eric now had hundreds of copies of the male lead actor's information in his hands. As for the original male and female lead of Ghost, Eric did not consider it at the beginning. Because of some information in his memory, Eric did not like Demi Moore. This reason was enough. With his current status, there was no need to explain the reason to anyone. As for Patrick Swayze, Eric still felt that he was more suitable to act in an action film. The male lead in the movie, Sam, was set to be a department manager of a Wall Street investment bank. However, Eric felt that Patrick Swayze was more suitable to play the security guard at the entrance of the investment bank. In his memory, Demi Moore's performance in Ghost was barely commendable, but Patrick Swayze was completely a male vase, and a very ugly one at that. Eric felt that the male lead of this movie should first have the aura of a successful bank manager. Secondly, it would be best if he had a literary aura. Actually, when he was considering the male lead, he had quickly thought of someone. That's right, Tom Cruise. Cruise's acting skills, image, and box office appeal were all in line with Eric's requirements. Although there was some estrangement between the two of them because of their last cooperation in Dark War, Eric still sent an invitation to Cruise. Cruise also responded. There were no details, only an appointment for a face-to-face meeting the next day. Cruise had not produced any movies since he left CAA to set up his own production company. However, Eric also asked someone to find out that Cruise's production company was now preparing for a movie. It was an investment from Paramount, and Cruise and his partner, Paula Wagner, were both producers. Therefore, although Eric agreed to meet the next day, he did not have high expectations for Cruise's participation in Ghost. It was better to patiently choose from the actors in front of him. Eric was looking at the information in the study, chatting with Nicole from time to time. Before he knew it, the sky outside had turned completely dark. Nicole called the two of them to finish dinner at around 7 o'clock. "Let's go and have dinner. I'm sure you're hungry. By the way, tonight's the premiere of Who Will Be a Millionaire? I put all the questions you've been thinking about in the question bank. They might appear tonight," Eric said as he walked out of the study with Nicole. In the dining room, Drew sat at the table and talked about what he had seen during the filming of The Silence of the Lambs in Pennsylvania. Nicole sat next to Eric and put food in his bowl from time to time. She looked gentle and considerate. If the girl who spoke was 10 years younger, they would look like a family of 3. After dinner, Drew could not wait to go to a small living room. He turned on the TV and tuned to Fox. The show had not started yet. Soon, Eric carried a laptop into the living room. He sat down on the sofa, put the laptop on his knees, and tapped on it casually. Even though it was IBM's latest laptop, it was still very clumsy and ugly compared to the one in his previous life. Moreover, the specs were so low that it made one's hair stand on end. However, it was impossible to find a good laptop on the market, so Eric could only make do with it. Anyway, he was only writing scripts and looking at documents. Although the computer's memory was very low, it was enough for office use. After Nicole finished washing the dishes, she quickly carried a plate of fruit into the living room and sat down on the other side of Eric. She looked at Eric's nimble fingers on the keyboard and a trace of admiration flashed in her eyes. What did this man not know? Wow, it's starting. Eric, don't be busy. Let's watch TV, okay? Eric nodded and closed the laptop. Who Will Become a Millionaire was very simple. There was a stage in the middle. The host and the contestants sat on both sides. Below the stage was a circle of live audience. Behind the stage was a big screen. The questions could be seen on the screen. The contestants were divided into several groups. Each group had to go through a short round of competition. Whoever answered enough questions first would get the chance to go on stage and answer the questions face to face with the host. Eric, why do I feel like it's very different from the proposal I've seen before? Many of the settings aren't used, and the questions aren't categorized. I remember that in the proposal you wrote, there was a setting where the guests could choose a certain type of question. Oh, I'm so disappointed, Drew complained as he leaned on Eric. Eric casually explained, this is a strategy. What strategy? Drew asked curiously. Nicole also looked over. This is done to facilitate the upgrading of the show and to prolong the life of the show. If the show is set to be perfect from the beginning, then there won't be much room for change in the future. This way, when the audience gets tired of it, the life of the show will come to an end. But now, the show doesn't seem to be perfect at the beginning. Some of the novelty segments are kept. After a period of time, when the audience gets tired of the show and the ratings drop, they will be pushed out in time to arouse the audience's interest again. Just like the clothes that you girls wear, every year those clothing companies will come out with new styles. Although the changes are not too big, as long as there is this gimmick and appropriate advertising, then customers will be able to easily swipe their cards and pay for it. So that's how it is. The girl nodded her head in understanding. Nicole also revealed a thoughtful expression. On the TV, the first contestant had been selected and stepped onto the middle stage. After a simple self-introduction, they quickly began to answer the questions. Although some of the segments at the beginning of the show were relatively simple, in terms of setting the atmosphere, Firefly and Fox put in a lot of effort. Every sentence from the host, every prompt from the TV, and even the countdown sound made the audience nervous. Moreover, the questions at the beginning were very simple. Although a single guest on this stage might hesitate, if there was a family sitting in front of the TV, they might be able to come up with an answer after a few words of discussion. This situation also made the audience in front of the TV feel a sense of superiority and quickly fell in love with this kind of show. Wow, what's the highest plateau in the world? You don't even know such a simple question. Even I know. Sigh, Eric, is this a shill you guys hired? You're deliberately keeping people in suspense. Drew looked at the hesitant middle-aged man from Ohio on the TV and asked suspiciously. Eric shrugged and said, how is that possible? This show pursues authenticity. These people were selected from all over the United States. Plus, other TV stations and media are watching. If we found someone to fake this and it was exposed, it would be very harmful to the popularity of the show. Although this is indeed a very simple question, everyone has their own knowledge blind spots. No one can say for sure when they will encounter a bottleneck. Drew nodded and reluctantly believed Eric's words. After the guest on the TV used this opportunity to ask for help, he successfully completed the question. Eric did not follow the British version's system of 15 questions. Instead, he chose 12 questions and also set 2 guaranteed points for the 5th and 10th questions. Because it was the first show, the production team specifically chose some very outstanding guests. Also, they did not mind a millionaire appearing on the first show. This would stimulate the audience's interest. Because he just came back from the East Coast, Drew insisted on watching more than half of the show before he fell asleep on Eric's lap. When the show was about to end, the phone in the living room rang. Nicole consciously stood up and picked up the phone. Eric picked up the call and said a few words before hanging up. What's up? Nicole vaguely heard a few words and asked curiously. The rough ratings are out, Eric looked at Nicole and said calmly, the peak ratings are 33 million. The average is 28 million, not as good as Friends. Nicole secretly clicked her tongue. An average of 28 million viewers. After stabilizing, it would definitely be a high-rating show with more than 20 million viewers. For a show like this, the advertising fee for each episode was no less than $5 million, which was the same as her current salary. It was already good enough for her to take on 1 or 2 movies a year. Her salary was also very unstable. However, this show could earn her $5 million every week. If her salary was maintained at the current level, this show's annual income was probably equivalent to her acting in movies for a lifetime. Eric, how much can Firefly get from this show? Nicole could not help but ask. Eric looked at the girl. Although this was not too important, it was not suitable to announce it everywhere. We share the copyright with Fox, so the advertising fee is split 50-50. The producers and the broadcasters are also split 50-50. Moreover, the profits from the videotapes of such variety shows were very small. Therefore, even if the viewership ratings were similar to that of Friends, the final profits would be far less than that of Friends. However, this kind of show can bring more popularity. Any TV series has an age limit, but this variety show does not have many restrictions. I believe that people from 8 to 80 years old will be very interested. Although Eric said a little too much, Nicole was quickly calculating in her heart. Then she realized that Eric could get $1 million every week from this movie. $1 million every week. Compared to this, her current salary was not even worth mentioning. The show on the TV had unknowingly ended. Eric looked strangely at Nicole, who was still sitting on the sofa thoughtfully. He picked up the sleeping girl and said, "It's late, you should rest early. I'll send Drew back to his room." "Oh. Okay." Nicole nodded quickly. Eric sent Drew back to his room and then went back to his own room to wash up. Not long after he turned off the lights, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. "Drew, is that you?" Eric asked, thinking that the girl had come to get tired of him again. "It's me," Nicole said softly in the dim light. Eric was about to turn on the lights when he heard Nicole's voice, but he stopped. The girl floated over and went into his arms. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped after a while. Eric muttered in his heart that women were troublesome to take a shower, but he did not care. He turned his body and closed his eyes slightly. After a while, Nicole came out again and curled up in Eric's arms. "By the way, Nicole, we didn't use any safety measures just now. Is it okay?" Nicole hesitated for a moment, as if she was thinking about something, but she quickly understood. She shook her head gently and said to Eric, "Don't worry, it's okay." Eric paused. At this time, he could not say anything harsh. He could only say again, "I don't want to have a child so early. Now is not a good time. I'm not sure if I can be a good father if I have a child." "I understand." Nicole nodded obediently in the dark. Her eyes flickered a few times, then dimmed. Although she had some thoughts in her heart, if she still ignored Eric's words, then there would be no good result. Eric seemed to understand Nicole's disappointment, and he quickly comforted her. "By the way, I have a date with Tom Cruise tomorrow. I need a female companion. You can come with me." "Tom Cruise?" Nicole asked. She didn't understand why Eric would mention this person inexplicably. She still had some understanding of Eric's habits. If there was no reason, Eric would not suddenly do such an inexplicable thing. Eric said, "Yes, it's about the male lead of Ghost. To be honest, I don't like him. However, he is indeed very suitable for this role, but I don't have much hope. I'm just trying to get in touch with him. Cruise now has his own production company. I think the other party's offer will definitely not be too low. The possibility of negotiation is very low." "Oh." Nicole nodded noncommittally. At noon the next day, Eric took Nicole to a famous restaurant in Beverly Hills. After saying a few words to the waiter, a waiter took him and Nicole to the prearranged seats. Looking at the time, it was almost 12 o'clock. There were less than 5 minutes before the appointed time. Eric originally thought that Cruise should have arrived long ago, but he did not expect that the other party had not arrived yet. In this case, he had no expectations for the purpose of this time. Nicole sat next to Eric, looking at the menu in her hand in boredom. She asked Eric curiously. It should be here, right? Obviously, the girl had already felt that something was wrong. Eric smiled awkwardly. There was a trace of displeasure in his heart, but he did not show it. He said, "Don't worry." "Yes, but in Hollywood, there are still people who can make me wait." Nicole nodded noncommittally. She could see that Eric was a little absent-minded. Therefore, she also realized that this meeting would not be smooth. 12 o'clock passed quickly, and Cruz still did not appear. Eric played with the tableware in his hand. He was about to ask the waiter to serve a cup of coffee for the two and continue to wait when Cruz's voice sounded behind him. "I'm really sorry, Eric. There was a traffic jam on the road. You know, in a place like Los Angeles, there are traffic jams almost every day." "Although I was prepared in advance, I still accidentally ate it," Cruz said. But it was obvious that the other party's face was not too apologetic. "It's okay. We just arrived." Eric shook hands with the other party, and then shook hands with Paula Wagner, who was next to Cruz. Paula Wagner also apologized to Eric. Her attitude was much more sincere than Cruz's. "Hi, Miss Kidman, I'm Tom Cruise. You can call me Tommy. Wow, you're so pretty, even prettier than in the movies. Can I call you Nicole?" As Eric was chatting with Paula Wagner, he heard Tom Cruise's courteous voice behind him. "Of course, Mr. Cruz," Nicole's voice sounding a little distant. However, Cruz didn't seem to notice anything and began to talk about other topics. Paula Wagner smiled awkwardly at Eric, secretly blaming Cruz for his inappropriate behavior. Nicole Kidman was Eric's female companion, so their relationship was obvious. Eric turned his head and saw that Cruz had already sat opposite Nicole. He had no choice but to say to Paula Wagner, "Then, Miss Wagner, let's sit down too." "Okay, Eric, I'm really sorry," Paula Wagner said apologetically in a soft voice. "It's nothing," Eric said, returning to the table and sitting down. He called the waiter over and they began to order. "Nicole, the pan-fried foie gras here is very good. It's said that the ingredients are all flown in directly from France." "I think you should have one," Cruz said to Nicole with a smile after flipping through the menu for a while. "Sorry, Mr. Cruz, I'm on a diet," Nicole shook her head gently, then ordered a salad from the waiter and closed the menu. The smile on Cruz's face faded a little, but there was more interest in his eyes. Eric and Paula Wagner quickly finished ordering. After the waiter left, Cruz said without hesitation, "I'm sorry, Eric. I've read the script of Ghost, but the movie that Paula and I are working on is about to start shooting, so I definitely can't take on that role. To be honest, I think that playing a ghost sounds stupid. Also, I've studied the whole script and didn't find anything interesting. I suggest that you try another movie, such as the second part of Dark War. Although I can't take part in it, I believe that with the popularity of the first movie, the box office success is assured." Hearing Cruz's words, Paula Wagner placed her hand on her forehead and gently rubbed her temple twice. Clearly, Cruz's old habit of thinking too highly of himself had resurfaced. He had completely forgotten her previous instructions. Nicole opened her mouth slightly, then picked up the juice in front of her and put it to her mouth to hide the sneer on her face. Eric put his hands on the table and kept rubbing them, listening to Cruz's words with great interest. When Cruz finished, Eric looked at him with great interest and said, "In that case, Tommy, why did you invite me here today?" Paula Wagner was afraid that Tom Cruise would say something inappropriate, so she quickly answered Eric's question and said, "Mr. Williams, Tommy is such a person. He doesn't like to keep anything to himself, so please don't mind him. We think that the script of Ghost is very good, but Tommy's schedule has already been arranged, so we can't work together this time." "Oh, then this time," Eric continued. Tom Cruise was about to speak when he felt his calf being kicked under the table. He looked at Paula Wagner and saw that she had a faint pleading look on her face, so he could only shrug and shut his mouth. Seeing that Tom Cruise finally stopped talking, Paula Wagner was relieved. She said to Eric, "Mr. Williams, didn't Firefly's Flower Pictures acquire the rights to many novels and movies last year? One of them is a TV series called Mission Impossible. I want to ask if you can transfer it to us. We'll definitely give you a very reasonable price." Eric raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Ms. Wagner, why are you interested in this TV series? If it's a movie, it should be a spy action movie. It's very different from Tom's current screen image. Hearing Eric's words, Cruz couldn't help but interrupt again. See, Paula, Eric also thinks so I think it's better not to mention this matter anymore. I've already said that I'm not suitable for this kind of pure action movie. That's the role that Schwarzenegger or Stallone should play. I'm more suitable for dramas. Even if there are some action elements mixed in, it should be like Top Gun a few years ago and our recent movie. Eric, you should think so too, right? Eric smiled and echoed, of course, I also think that Tommy is more suitable for a narrative-driven genre film. It's very risky to change the genre rashly. Paula Wagner didn't know how to continue with the two men's interruption. She had a troubled look on her face as she helplessly looked at the man beside her who was feeling smug after being acknowledged. She then looked at Eric, who had a faint smile on his face. She didn't know why, but she felt that Eric's smile was a little strange. Bypassing the matter of the original Mission Impossible TV series, Eric quickly said, Tommy, let's talk about the movie you've been preparing recently. I'm sure many fans are looking forward to it. That's for sure. Tom Cruise was suddenly interested, but he kept looking at Nicole in front of him and said, a few years ago, when Mr. Paul Newman and I were working together on The True Color of Money, I became interested in racing, so I've always wanted to make a racing movie. In the script, the racing scenes in this movie will be very grand and exciting. Paramount has promised to invest $60 million in this movie. I believe that this movie will definitely achieve the box office glory of 1980's IXS Top Gun. By the way, Nicole, the movie just happens to lack a female lead. Do you want to try? From the first time I saw you, I felt that you were very suitable for the role of Claire. When Nicole heard that the movie was worth $60 million, she immediately took action. She glanced at Eric and saw that the man had a non-committal look on his face, so she asked tentatively, Mr. Cruz, can you tell me more about this role? Of course, Claire is a doctor, and the male lead, Cole, met after a racing accident. Claire was quickly moved by Cole's strength and unyielding spirit, and fell in love with the male lead. Cruz spoke excitedly for 7 or 8 minutes. He only reluctantly paused when the waiter served them food. Nicole also tried to sound him out from time to time. Listening to the couple's conversation, Paula Wagner looked at Eric worriedly. Seeing that Eric was enjoying the food in front of him as if nothing had happened, she was slightly relieved. Ms. Wagner, are you still Tom's agent? Eric didn't pay attention to the couple's conversation. After eating a few mouthfuls of food, he suddenly raised his head and asked Paula Wagner. Paula Wagner didn't know why Eric suddenly asked this question, but she quickly answered, no, I'm now in charge of C/W Productions, so Tom has a new agent named Paula Jinsley. Eric sighed in his heart. Tom Cruise was really lucky. Even though he, an outsider, had entered this time and space, the two women who were very important to his career still appeared by his side. Paula Wagner could be said to be Tom Cruise's great benefactor. She had brought Cruise from a nobody to the A-list Hollywood superstars. Later, she had helped Cruise establish a production company and acted as the producer for a series of Cruise's movies. It could be said that half of Cruise's success could be attributed to Paula Wagner. After that, Cruise and Paula Wagner established the Cruise/Wagner production company. Paula Wagner became the head of the production company, and Cruise changed to another agent, Pi Jinsley. This female agent was also very capable. She had taken over Paula Wagner's position and conscientiously managed Cruise's affairs for 14 years. In more than a decade, although Cruise had caused a lot of trouble, and his conduct was a mess, under Paula Jinsley's protection, Cruise's public image had always been flawless. In his previous life, both Cruise and Nicole had Paula Jinsley as their agents. However, after Cruise and Nicole's divorce, Cruise's own career didn't improve much, but Nicole skyrocketed. Not only was she crowned Best Actress at the Oscars, but she also entered the 20 million pay club. Cruise felt extremely unbalanced in his heart. He casually found an excuse that Pi Jinsley's public relations was not good at the Oscars and fired this hardworking agent. Then, he trivially asked his sister, who had no professional experience, to be his agent. It didn't take long for Cruise to taste the consequences of his actions. Without a strong agent to negotiate and manage his public image, a series of problems followed one after another. Negotiations with Paramount broke down, the sofa jumping incident, Faith was attacked by the media, and scandals with actresses frequently appeared in the tabloids. In just over a year, Cruise's public image plummeted, and his acting career suffered a huge blow. In the following few years, Paula Wagner left Cruise's production company in disappointment. After that, except for the Mission Impossible series, Cruise's movies were almost always losing money. Because of this, Cruise couldn't be strong in the Mission Impossible series. The glory of receiving $75 million from a single movie was gone forever. Hearing Paula Wagner's answer, Eric recalled some information in his mind and quickly said, "Actually, this is not bad. You can let go of a lot of unnecessary things and focus on being a producer. Maybe we can work together in the future." "Work together?" Paula Wagner asked doubtfully. Eric glanced at Cruise, who was standing beside Paula Wagner, who was talking about the movie Thunder Aspirations. He then turned to Paula Wagner and said, "Yeah, I think you're a very capable agent. It just so happens that Firefly is also in a period of rapid expansion. They really need someone like you." Paula Wagner quickly understood the subtext in Eric's words. However, Paula Wagner had just set up her own film company with Cruise and was now full of ambition. She had no intention of jumping ship. "Mr. Williams, Tommy and I are very happy working together, so please don't mention this again. Of course, I know you won't agree to it now, but things are unpredictable. If you want to change working environment one day, Firefly's door is always open to you." As soon as Eric finished speaking, Cruise's voice rang out. "Hey, Eric, I'm still here. You're too much to poach my partner in front of me." Seeing that Cruise didn't seem to care at all, Eric also laughed. "Tommy, any company would be happy to accept an excellent film talent, so you have to keep a close eye on Ms. Wagner. Maybe she will jump ship at any time." Cruise looked at Eric as if looking at an idiot. "How is that possible?" "Paula won't leave. There's no other Tom Cruise in Hollywood." When Paula Wagner heard Cruise's words, her expression became a little uncomfortable. Cruise's words were a little too self-centered, completely ignoring the help Paula Wagner had given him over the years. Eric keenly caught the flash of embarrassment on the woman's face, and a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This could be considered as planting a seed. Perhaps in a few years, Paula Wagner could be the producer of the Mission Impossible series again. This woman's ability was beyond doubt. As for the male lead, it wouldn't be Mr. Cruise anyway. Eric pondered and looked at Paula Wagner again. Soon, he thought of another woman. Maybe he could also try to poach another woman from Cruise. Pi Kingsley was also a very good agent. Moreover, 2 days ago, Eric happened to hear Nicole complain that her current agent was not very qualified. Eric knew that Nicole said that because she wanted him to go out, but her contract was changed to Kapoor's. However, Kapoor was now in charge of the contracts of several A-level stars, but there could be more. At this time, after listening to Cruise's explanation, Nicole shook her head slightly and said, "Mr. Cruise, I'm sorry, I can't give you an answer right away. I need to think about it." A look of disbelief appeared on Cruise's face as he asked, "Nicole, do you know about Top Gun from a few years ago? Many unknown actors in that movie shot to fame, just like Meg Ryan. If she hadn't shown her face in Top Gun, she would never have had the chance to get the female lead role in When Harry Met Sally. I believe that Thunderbolt Aspirations won't be any worse than that movie. If you're the female lead, your acting career will definitely rise to another level." Nicole glanced at Eric beside her, hoping that he would put in a good word for her. Before Eric could even react, Cruise seemed to have understood something and said, "Nicole, don't tell me you're still thinking of taking on the role of the female lead in Ghost? I think Emily is just a bawling character in the script. She's just a pretty face who doesn't have any room to express herself." Hearing Cruise's words, Paula Wagner had the urge to touch her forehead again. Since her original goal of getting the copyright of Mission Impossible had been ruined by the two men, and coupled with Cruise's current situation, Paula Wagner did not dare to stay any longer. Although it seemed that no matter what Cruise said, Eric did not show any signs of anger, he was after all a hot-blooded young man. In Paula Wagner's opinion, Eric's attitude was no different from those pretentious young men who pretended to be mature. Who knew when he would explode? Therefore, when Cruz began to mercilessly belittle Eric's script again, Paula Wagner quickly interjected, "Tommy, I think we should go. We still have some work to do in the afternoon." Cruz was interrupted by Paula, but he quickly reacted. It was always those actresses who cried and begged to cooperate with him. Since the woman in front of him was not willing to cooperate with him, could he not find a female lead? "Nicole, think about it carefully, but we don't have much time," Cruz said with a smile. Then he snapped his fingers and called the waiter to settle the bill. "I will, Mr. Cruz," Nicole nodded politely. After settling the bill, Cruz and Paula Wagner left directly. Eric was still sitting there and asked the waiter to serve them a fresh pot of coffee. He then turned to the woman beside him and asked, "How do you feel?" Nicole thought for a moment and said, "Self-righteous and not very smart. He's also a mess when it comes to dealing with people." Eric winked and said, "It's easy to get hold of such a man." If it was before she starred in Sleepless in Seattle, Nicole would definitely have such thoughts. But now, she was an A-list actress in Hollywood. Why should she let herself be wronged? Getting along with a self-centered man like Cruz would definitely not be a good experience. She picked up the silver spoon next to her and stirred the coffee in front of her. She supported her chin with one hand and looked at Eric with sparkling eyes. She rarely took the initiative to say, "Actually, I want to get hold of another man." Eric did not expect the woman to suddenly bring up this topic. He said, "Give up early. You won't succeed. I'll always be a hunter, not a prey. Also, in Hollywood, there are only women I'm interested in and women I'm not interested in. There's no woman who can get hold of me." Nicole raised her eyebrows and asked, "What kind of woman am I?" Eric said without hesitation, "The kind that doesn't interest you." After being speechless for a moment, Nicole asked indignantly, "If you're not interested, why did you keep me when you met the woman in the audition for Dark War?" Eric tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying, "It's fun." Nicole stared at Eric in disbelief. After a moment, the woman suddenly showed a smug smile and said softly, "I understand." Eric did not expect Nicole to have such a reaction. He asked in confusion, "What do you understand?" Nicole said with certainty, "You're jealous. You must be jealous when you saw me talking to Tom Cruise." "Why do you think so?" Eric asked in surprise, "I mean, how can you tell that I'm jealous?" "I can tell from what you just said." Nicole raised her chin and continued, "I know you don't want to admit it, but you must be jealous." Eric smiled and shook his head. "Okay, you can think whatever you want." When Nicole heard Eric's answer, she thought that he had acquiesced. She felt smug for a moment, then came over and asked curiously, "What do you think of the movie Thunder Ambition that Tom Cruise is producing? If you want to accept it, then accept it. You don't have to ask for my opinion. You know, a man who's jealous deep down in his heart will definitely not say anything good." Nicole smiled and shook her head. "I won't accept it. The role of the female doctor is completely a vase, and she doesn't have many scenes. Even if this movie can get a high box office, it won't help my image much. Maybe the critics will criticize me for acting as a vase. Then there's nothing to say." Eric finished the coffee in his cup, got up, and walked out. Nicole quickly got up and followed Eric. "Hey, wait for me." The two came to the parking lot together. After Eric started the car, he continued, "By the way, didn't you say 2 days ago that your current agent is not good? Now there's a very good candidate." Nicole was puzzled. "You mean," Eric also kept her in suspense. He said to Nicole, "Tom Cruise's current agent is called Pi Kingsley. Maybe you can try to get in touch with her. She's a very capable woman." Nicole was a little disappointed. Although Eric had sold UTA to ICM and Kapoor had become a partner of ICM, the two were still very close. Moreover, Kapoor's ability was also the highest in Hollywood. No matter what the consideration was, Nicole preferred to let Kapoor manage the agency. She originally thought that Eric would say this, but she didn't expect him to recommend an agent that she had never heard of. Eric also saw that Nicole didn't seem to be too satisfied. He had done it on the spur of the moment. At this moment, he shrugged and said, "It's up to you whether you want to or not. If you still want Kapoor to be your agent, then you can talk to him personally." As long as he's willing, I have no objections. Okay. I'll try looking for Pi Kingsley, Nicole said. Soon, a mischievous look flashed in her eyes. However, aren't you worried that something will happen if Tom Cruise and I are under the same agent? Eric pursed his lips and looked around. Then, he slowly stopped the car by the roadside and quickly unfastened the girl's seatbelt. After an unknown period of time, a cry of surprise came from inside the car. Eric glanced at the girl and started the car with a smirk. Then, he said, I'll give you a stamp. Remember, you're mine from now on. Nicole was worried for a while. When she heard Eric's words, she was even angrier. She stretched out her small fist and punched the man's shoulder a few times. Eric Williams, you scoundrel, bastard. Here, breakfast. Nicole casually placed the tray in front of Eric and walked to the other side of the table. Eric, who had just sat down at the table, looked at the food on the tray and asked, where's the milk? Also, like I said, I don't like fried bread. It's up to you whether you want to eat it or not. Also, I have to go to New York for a few days. I won't be staying here when I come back. You can continue to let the servants prepare breakfast for you, Nicole said angrily as she poked the salad in front of her with her fork. Eric smiled and said, you're still angry. Yesterday Drew left, and today you're leaving too. Won't I be alone in the villa again? That's none of my business. Anyway, if you wave your hand, there will definitely be women willing to throw themselves at you, Nicole said angrily. Eric touched his nose awkwardly and spread out today's newspaper on the table. He said, it's all your fault. If you didn't take every opportunity to seduce me, this wouldn't have happened. You. I'm not talking to you. Nicole pursed her lips and lowered her head. She ate the breakfast in front of her in big bites. She chewed on the vegetable salad as if she was biting Eric. Nicole always looked calm and steady. Eric had never seen the girl lose her composure before. This was the first time he saw Nicole throw a tantrum. To be honest, she looked quite cute. He got up with a smile and poured himself a glass of milk from the fridge. He pushed it in front of Nicole and said, do you want a glass of milk? If you eat salads all the time, your body won't be able to take it. You're in such a good shape. Why are you suddenly on a diet? I still prefer the feeling of meat. Nicole glared at Eric again and poured herself a glass of milk. Eric smiled and drank a few mouthfuls of milk. He ate his breakfast and casually flipped through the newspaper in front of him. After a while, Eric suddenly put down the cutlery in his hand and picked up a newspaper. The photo on the newspaper was clear at a glance. It was the scene when he met Cruz yesterday. The photo was taken through a glass window, and only the backs of Eric and Nicole could be seen. However, the faces of Cruz and Paula Wagner were very clear. Tom Cruise criticized Ghost in front of Williams and is suspected to have fallen out with him. The famous Hollywood director Eric Williams' new film is in the midst of intense preparations, and the choice of the male and female leads has also become the focus of attention. Yesterday, our reporter discovered that Eric Williams and Tom Cruise met at a famous restaurant on Wilshire Boulevard in Hollywood. He suspected that Eric Williams had invited Tom Cruise to be the male lead in his new movie. However, through the analysis of Tom Cruise's lips, our reporter discovered that the negotiations between the two parties were not going well. Not long after the conversation began, Tom Cruise said that the male lead in Ghost was very stupid in front of Williams. Afterwards, Tom Cruise didn't talk much with Eric Williams about Ghost. Instead, he had a good chat with Williams' female companion, the Australian actress Nicole Kidman, who had become famous in Sleepless in Seattle. During the conversation, he invited Nicole Kidman to be the female lead in his new movie. He also criticized the female lead in Ghost for not having any room for acting, saying that she was just a crying vase. After Cruise and Paula Wagner parted ways with Williams and Nicole Kidman sat down and talked for a while. As their backs were facing each other, we didn't know what they were talking about. However, not long after, Williams stood up and left. Nicole Kidman anxiously followed him out of the restaurant. From the looks of it, our playboy was very dissatisfied with Nicole Kidman's conversation with Tom Cruise. Maybe it was because he didn't want Nicole Kidman to be cast in Cruise's new movie, so he left angrily. Williams and Nicole Kidman might have a rift because of Tom Cruise. Eric. helplessly read the newspaper several times and then handed it to Nicole. Look, something happened again. Nicole took the newspaper in front of her and read it once. Then she curled her lips. The newspaper is right. There is a rift between us. Nicole, you look very cute when you're angry. If you don't believe me, you can look at yourself in the mirror. Humph. The girl coldly snorted and ignored Eric's teasing. She continued to eat her breakfast. Eric wasn't in the mood to eat breakfast. Although he didn't care about falling out with Cruz, he couldn't help but pay attention to Cruz's comments on Ghost in the newspaper. If they didn't make a clarification and counterattack as soon as possible, if the media turned their attention to the content of Ghost and spouted nonsense, it might create preconceived notions among the public and cause Ghost to be known as a bad film before it even started filming. Eric picked up the newspaper and went to the living room. He called Kapoor and discussed with him. Kapoor said that he would contact Cruz as soon as possible to make a statement. There was no comment about Eric and Nicole in the newspaper. It meant that the tabloid paparazzi only knew part of their conversation by lip-reading and didn't record it. This made Eric feel relieved. Otherwise, after Cruz and Paula Wagner left, the content of Eric and Nicole's conversation would be even more explosive and would definitely be exposed. After hanging up the phone, Eric returned to the dining room again. He looked at Nicole, who was still eating her breakfast slowly, and said with emotion, "The tabloid paparazzi can read lips. It seems that I have to be more careful with what I say in the future. Even if there's no one around, I can't speak carelessly." Nicole rolled her eyes at Eric and ignored him. Eric continued to eat breakfast and read the newspaper. However, this meal was destined not to be so peaceful. Eric soon saw the image of a man and a woman walking side by side in another newspaper. The man had an attentive look on his face, and the woman had a faint smile on her face. Eric shook his head, picked up the newspaper, got up, and went to the living room again. He made a phone call and gave some instructions. Finally, he returned to the dining room and finished his breakfast. After breakfast, Eric drove Nicole to the airport and then drove to the headquarters of Firefly. When he arrived at the company, it was almost 10 o'clock. However, he was just in time for the meeting with Robert Shea. Because of the box office success of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, it was inevitable that Robert Shea's mood was a little strange these days. Almost everyone who came into contact with Robert Shea noticed this. Robert Shea's temper had also become very irritable these days. This situation was actually very easy to understand. When Firefly bought the new line, the market value of the new line was only $150 million. Robert Shea took advantage of Eric's difficulties and barely managed to extort 10% of the shares from Eric, increasing his total share of Firefly's shares to 25%. But then, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was released. The movie earned more than $30 million in the box office in the first week. Robert Shea couldn't help but feel disappointed before he was overjoyed. This was because if he had insisted on not selling the new line back then, the current success of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles would have been solely enjoyed by the new line. Based on the current trend of the box office, the movie would have no problem grossing more than $100 million. In the overseas market, the videotape market, and the surrounding market, it would be easy for the movie to earn hundreds of millions of USD in profits. In addition, the movie could be developed into a sequel. Therefore, the market value of the new line could at least double with the distribution rights of this movie. If only I hadn't sold it back then, Robert Shea had secretly regretted not selling it more than once these days, but it was all to no avail. In a small conference room at Firefly, the four people sat around a small conference table. Robert Shea introduced the two people beside him to Eric and said, "Eric, these two are Ronald Bass and Nancy Price. They are the screenwriter and the author of the original novel. This is the script. You can take a look at it first." Eric nodded and took the script. He looked at the title on the cover and raised his eyebrows slightly. It said Sleeping with the Enemy. In his memory, this was a movie starring Julia. It seemed to be doing very well at the box office. "Eric, is there a problem?" Robert Shea saw Eric's strange expression and thought that Eric was a little dissatisfied with the script. However, this time, with the success of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Robert Shea's confidence was greatly boosted. He even felt that even if he failed once, so what? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles had already made a lot of money for Firefly. This money should have been his own. Therefore, Robert Shea made up his mind that no matter how much Eric objected, he would not make any compromises. Deep in his heart, Robert Shea even had the urge to fiercely argue with Eric. Hearing Robert Shea's words, Eric shook his head and said, "It's nothing." With that said, Eric opened the script and quickly flipped through the pages. After more than 10 minutes, Eric finished reading the script. He looked up at Robert Shea and said, "Robert, are you sure you want to make this movie?" Robert Shea nodded with certainty. "Eric, you said before that you won't interfere with my choice of script. As long as I choose, you will sign it." Eric could hear the unwillingness in Robert Shea's voice. Of course, he understood why. He chuckled and said, "Of course, I'll keep my word. The script for this thriller is not bad. By the way, do you have an actor in mind?" Robert Shea had originally planned to argue with Eric. Seeing that Eric did not raise any objections this time, he could not vent the inexplicable anger that he had accumulated. He suddenly became a little awkward and silent. After a while, Robert Shea said, "Yes, this is also the reason why I brought Ronald Bass and Nancy Price here today." "Ronald, you say it." Ronald Bass, who had been sitting beside Robert Shea, said, "Mr. Williams, it's like this. After the script was written, Nancy and I agreed that Julia Roberts was the most suitable female lead in this movie. However, we had previously sent an invitation, but Julia Roberts' agent quickly rejected it. Mr. Shea said that perhaps you could help. Robert, what do you think?" Eric looked at Robert Shea again. Robert Shea nodded and said, "I also think that Julia Roberts is very suitable to be the female lead of this movie. I even personally called Kapoor Sid. However, Kapoor said that Julia doesn't like the script, so she doesn't want to act. I think that with your relationship with Julia, you should be able to help persuade her." Eric rubbed the script and pondered for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay, I'll try." "Eric, everyone knows about your relationship with Julia. Moreover, you were the one who persuaded Julia to act in Steel Magnolias. So, please give me an accurate answer, okay?" Robert Shea continued. Eric stared at Robert Shea for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay, I promise that Julia will act in it, but you need to talk to Kapoor personally about the salary. Now that UTA is gone, Kapoor and I are just good friends, so it's impossible for Julia to make concessions on the salary with just a few words from me." "This is not a problem at all," Robert Shea said. "By the way, I have a preliminary estimate for this movie. The budget is about $30 million US. I also plan to find an A-level star to act as the male lead." Eric thought about the script he had just read and recalled the movies. In his mind, he knew that this movie would definitely not cost $30 million US. Looking at Robert Shea, who was eager to argue with him, Eric sighed helplessly and said, "Okay, $30 million US it is." Robert Shea had nowhere to vent his pent-up anger again. He picked up the cup in front of him and drank a few mouthfuls of coffee in frustration. He did not know why, but he had mustered up all his energy today to argue with Eric or something else. But until now, Eric had not given him any chance. This was very different from Eric's usual personality. Robert Shea did not know what the problem was. Eric looked at Robert Shea with a faint smile on his face. His fingers jumped a few times on the script in front of him. He had already made up his mind. Even if Robert Shea chose a bad script, he would accept it and pay a sum of money to make Robert Shea realize the reality. It would be very cost-effective for Robert Shea to give up the idea of producing the movie himself and just focus on distributing it. And now, the script that Robert Shea chose was not a bad one, but a movie that could sell well. Therefore, he would not object. "Ronald, Nancy, go to my office and wait for a while. I have something to discuss with Eric. I will talk to you about the movie later." "Okay, Mr. Shea." Ronald and Nancy were also experienced people. They realized that the atmosphere between the two of them was not very harmonious, so they quickly left the office. "Eric, regarding the overseas distribution of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I think it's best to let Disney distribute it. Michael Eisner offered a very high cut. If we do it ourselves according to your previous plan, I think we will earn at least $10 million less," Robert Shea said after the two of them left. "Michael Eisner contacted you?" Eric asked in surprise. Of course. Robert Shea seemed to feel that he had finally caught the dissatisfaction in Eric's tone. He immediately said, Eric, I know that Michael Eisner did target you some time ago, but it's all in the past. Moreover, you've already accepted the script for Ghost. So, I think it's time to put an end to this matter. Also, I contacted Michael Eisner for the benefit of Firefly. I have no selfish motives. If you like this work, you are welcome to come and vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please read it at M. Eric listened to Robert Shea's explanation without batting an eyelid. He tried his best to hide his sneer on the spot. Robert Shea said that he had no selfish motives, but on the surface, he looked open and aboveboard. However, Eric was certain that Michael Eisner had definitely discussed with Robert Shea before. There was no doubt that Michael Eisner had promised him some benefits. Otherwise, Robert Shea would not have betrayed him so obviously and wanted to give the overseas distribution rights of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles to Disney. With the success of a series of movies, Eric was no longer the young boy who had just entered Hollywood a year ago. His ambition was getting bigger and bigger. Moreover, Eric had told more than one person that his goal was the entire Hollywood. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable to recruit talents for his own use. He did not mind giving power to these people who could help him rise quickly. This was also one of the reasons why Eric was more patient with Robert Shea. Even during the storm some time ago, when Robert Shea clearly took advantage of the situation and took away 10% of Firefly's shares, Eric endured it. At that time, Firefly's 5 movies at the end of the year had been very successful. Firefly had the rights to 5 more blockbuster movies. The 10% shares were far more than a mere $60 million could get. However, as long as Robert Shea could take care of Firefly wholeheartedly, Eric felt that the price was nothing. Now that New Line and Firefly had completely merged, when the profits of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles were distributed at the end of the year, according to the proportion of each person's shares, Eric would take more than 70% of the profits. Robert Shea, the biggest contributor, could only get 25% of the dividends. Under such circumstances, it was understandable that Robert Shea was upset. Therefore, when Robert Shea played some tricks on sleeping with the enemy, Eric just let it be. However, now that he heard that Robert Shea wanted to give the overseas distribution rights of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles to Disney, Eric was completely disappointed with Robert Shea. It was not that he did not tell Robert Shea about his plans for Firefly. Although it had merged with New Line, Firefly's distribution ability was still relatively weak. Take Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, for example. Because of Eric's affirmation, Firefly took out 2,000 TV screens in one go. However, that was also Firefly's limit. Because of the release of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the original small production left behind by New Line had to be pushed back because Firefly could no longer afford any theatrical resources. In contrast, any of the 7 major film companies, if necessary, could raise more than 5,000 screens to support the release of 2 or 3 big-budget films at the same time. Of course, ordinary film companies would not do so, because it would only form vicious competition. From the very beginning, Eric had planned to use the next few years to expand the domestic and overseas market with the advantage of Firefly's outstanding blockbuster movies. As long as they could establish a complete distribution channel, it didn't matter even if they earned less for a while. This was because a complete and powerful distribution channel was the foundation of a large film company's survival. After all, everyone knew that relying on the distribution channels of other film companies was not a long-term solution. Now, just because of the accidental success of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Robert Shea's mentality was unbalanced to such an extent. As Firefly developed and grew stronger, the internal turmoil of Firefly in the future was almost inevitable. Firefly was the most important cornerstone for Eric to enter Hollywood. He would never allow this to happen. Then, there was only one solution, and that was to get rid of Robert Shea. Although he had already made up his mind, Eric also knew that now was not a good time to do this. New Line and Firefly had just completed the integration. Now, most of the people in charge of the various departments were still Robert Shea's direct subordinates. If Robert Shea was immediately kicked out of the company, it was hard to say whether these people would leave with Robert Shea under the influence of other forces. Once that happened, the distribution channels of new line integrated by Firefly would soon be paralyzed. This was what Eric did not want to see in any case. "Eric, are you listening to me?" Robert Shea saw Eric's distracted look and gently knocked on the table with a dissatisfied look on his face. "Oh, by the way, where were we just now?" Eric looked up and asked calmly. "I'm saying, how about handing over the overseas distribution of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles to Disney? I had someone calculate. According to the share Michael Eisner gave us, we can earn at least $10 million. Eric shook his head. "Robert, I don't agree." "Why?" Robert Shea raised his voice. Eric said, "Robert, have you ever thought about why Michael Eisner gave us such good conditions? This is a win-win situation," Robert Shea said after hesitating for a while. Eric immediately shook his head. "No, Robert. According to Firefly's current overseas distribution ability, perhaps if we distribute it ourselves, the overseas box office sales may only be 60% or even lower than when the 7 major distributors released it. However, I've talked to you before. Although we'll earn less, we can use this to open up channels and form a distribution network overseas. If we follow Michael Eisner's suggestion, we may be able to earn more money temporarily, but we'll never be able to form our own distribution network. Eric, don't you think that the price is a bit high? If we want to expand our distribution network, I think we can use low-cost small productions to expand. That way, we won't lose too much money. As for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, it's too much of a waste to use it to expand our distribution channels." Eric placed his right hand on the conference table in front of him and pressed it down slightly, as if he was suppressing something in his heart. But very quickly, he sighed softly and continued. "Robert, if a low-cost small production can't sell well, we won't be able to make much money overseas. If we can't make money, those overseas distributors aren't doing charity work. Why would they help to distribute it? It's not like you don't know that most of the Hollywood movies with box office sales below $50 million are basically bought out directly by overseas distributors. Even the 7 major film companies themselves can't be bothered to do global distribution." "Eric." Robert Shea stared into Eric's eyes and said seriously, "Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is my movie. I hope that it can maximize its profits. I think that Firefly's most important task now is to make money. As long as we have money, I believe that expanding our distribution channels will be a piece of cake." After Robert Shea said this, the two of them fell into a short silence. They stared at each other without giving in. After a while, Eric first avoided Robert Shea's gaze. A victorious smile appeared on Robert Shea's face. "All right, Robert, if you insist." Eric's voice was slightly hoarse and his tone had become lower. When Robert Shea heard Eric say this, he let out what he thought was a hearty laugh. He stretched out his hand slightly, as if he wanted to pat Eric on the shoulder. However, there was a conference table between the two of them. Robert Shea's action was obviously not going to succeed. "Eric, don't be like this. You have to believe me. In Hollywood, money is the most important thing. Without money, everything is just empty talk. Distribution channels can't be built in a day or two. Look at the other film companies now. Which one of them doesn't have decades of history?" After Robert Shea finished speaking, Eric nodded slightly. It was unknown whether it was acknowledgement or something else. "By the way, Robert, Jeffrey told me that you weren't optimistic about the Basic Instinct project?" Robert Shea was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, Eric, I think." Eric was not in the mood to listen to Robert Shea's reason. When he heard Robert Shea say this, he directly said, "In that case, cancel this project." Robert Shea opened his mouth. "What, cancel? But, hasn't Jeffrey already started casting? I mean cancel it from the company's production plan this year." Eric looked up. "If this movie is produced, there will indeed be a lot of trouble in the rating. So, to avoid risks, I intend to pull in investments from the Big 7. In addition, I will personally invest a portion and set up a separate shell company to operate it." Robert Shea had been in Hollywood for 20 years. How could he not understand what Eric meant? He was indeed not optimistic about the script of Basic Instinct, but he did not oppose it too firmly. Now, what Eric did was equivalent to taking the production of the movie out of Firefly's hands. Then, if the movie was successful in the future, whether it was the copyright or the income, it would have nothing to do with Firefly. In other words, it would have nothing to do with him. How could Robert Shea not understand that this was Eric's counterattack to his actions just now? He had been willful just now, and as a major shareholder, Eric had the right to be willful. After a moment of hesitation, Robert Shea said, "Eric, although I don't think highly of it, I actually don't object. According to the current plan, we will release Sleeping with the Enemy that you're in charge of, The Silence of the Lambs from TG Film Company, and part of Ghost during the summer. We will co-distribute them with Disney. I think that Firefly won't have enough resources to distribute Basic Instinct, so it's not a bad choice to do this project alone. It can also avoid risks." Robert Shea pondered for a while before he clenched his teeth. He did not believe that Eric would continue to be successful. Therefore, Robert Shea quickly nodded and said, "Okay, Eric, we'll do as you say." In fact, even if Robert Shea did not agree, Eric still planned to do this. In his previous life, the box office of Basic Instinct was only a little over $100 million. Whether it was reputation or box office, it could not be compared to Ghost or The Silence of the Lambs. It might not even be as good as Sleeping with the Enemy. However, since Robert Shea insisted on handing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles to Disney, Eric had to make a certain response to make Robert Shea hesitate. Otherwise, Eric was certain that Robert Shea would continue to push his luck. "Then, I'll go back to work." When Eric heard Robert Shea's response, he nodded, stood up, and left the conference room. After Robert Shea waited for Eric to leave, he smirked and finished the coffee in front of him before he slowly stood up and left. On the Santa Monica Mountain north of Malibu, in a forest, dozens of people were nervously working. There were all kinds of filming equipment everywhere. This was the set of The X-Files. Although the story of The X-Files took place in various states in the United States, it was impossible to travel around during filming. Instead, they shot around Los Angeles or set up a set in a studio. Only when it was unavoidable would they go to the corresponding state to take some outdoor scenes and then edit them. Muller and Scarlett were driving a black Ford sedan on a small road between the trees. Muller and Scarlett were chatting leisurely when the radio in the car suddenly became chaotic amidst a strange buzzing sound. Muller quickly stopped the car. "Cut, this scene is over." Raymond, quickly remove the camera from the car. "Brad, Fahmy, you guys can rest for a while." Director Kim Manas held a loudspeaker in his hand and shouted to everyone. The crew quickly got busy. Brad Pitt and Fahmy Jensen also heard the director's words and got out of the car while talking and laughing. Brad Pitt took a bottle of water from the logistics department and politely handed it to Fahmy Jensen. The girl smiled and thanked him before taking it. "Hey, Fahmy, it's time to get off work in 2 hours. How about going to the bar tonight?" Brad Pitt saw that the girl was in a good mood and invited her in a timely manner. Fahmy Jensen hesitated for a moment. Although he had a good impression of Brad Pitt over the past few days, to the point that paparazzi had taken pictures of the two of them and published them in the newspapers when they were strolling together, Brad Pitt didn't have a good impression of him. However, another figure kept flashing through the girl's mind. She knew very well how she got the role of the female lead. Back then, that little man had given the role to her, a newcomer with no acting experience, among a large number of strong competitors. In fact, the meaning was very obvious. He had taken a fancy to her. The girl knew that she had signed the acting contract, which meant that she had tacitly agreed to something. She originally thought that Eric Williams would quickly invite her, but not long after she got the role, Eric Williams was embroiled in a storm, and there was no follow-up. In addition, Brad Pitt tirelessly courted her. Fahmy Jensen felt that she got along well with this man. Brad Pitt was gentle, considerate, and very good at coaxing women. Fahmy Jensen slowly began to be moved. Maybe he has already forgotten about me, the girl thought. He hadn't done anything for a few months. In addition, he was obviously a playboy. How could a playboy lack women around him? She might just be an inconspicuous passerby by his side. Beautiful women were inevitably proud. Therefore, these thoughts inevitably made the girl feel a little depressed. She was even more upset than when she had signed the acting contract for the role. I think, maybe, okay. Famke Janssen thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Brad Pitt's smile became even brighter. By the way, do you have a bar that you often go to? Famke Janssen shook her head. Sorry, I used to live in New York. You can just pick one. No problem. Pitt nodded. Just as the two of them were about to continue talking, a car drove directly into the set. One of the producers of The X-Files, Hans Whittle, got out of the car and looked around. When he saw the two of them gathered together, he walked over with a slight frown. Hi, Hans. Why are you here? Before Hans Whittle walked up to them, director Kim Manners came up to him. Hans Whittle smiled and shook hands with Kim Manners. He pointed at Brad Pitt and Famke Janssen. I'm looking for them. What's the matter? Kim Manners asked. Hans Whittle shrugged helplessly. Mr. Williams is looking for them. Mr. Williams. Kim Manners was stunned, but she quickly reacted. The only person who could be addressed by Hans Whittle in such a manner was Eric Williams. What's the matter? Hans Whittle stuffed a newspaper into King Monas's hands. Read it yourself. At this time, Brad Pitt and Famke Janssen also walked over. When they saw the newspaper that Hans Whittle had stuffed into Kim Manners' hands, they were stunned. It was clearly a photo of the two of them. Brad Pitt knew very well that Hans Whittle was a producer for Firefly. He immediately had a bad feeling. He couldn't be that unlucky, right? He still hadn't forgotten how he had been chased out of a TV set in New York because he had struck up a conversation with the female lead of a TV series. Although he hated Eric very much at the time, as the matter slowly passed, Eric became more and more dazzling, and he became more and more insignificant. A person would be envious and jealous of those who were 1 or 2 steps ahead of them, but for those who were far ahead of them, they usually wouldn't have such feelings. Although Eric was much younger than him, Brad Pitt didn't have much negative feelings towards Eric. Instead, he was more in awe of him. When the set was first established, he was worried that Famke Janssen might be Eric's woman, so he didn't think much of it at first. But as time passed, Brad Pitt realized that Famke Janssen and Eric didn't seem to have any relationship, so he was relieved to pursue her. But now, he realized that he had miscalculated again. Glancing at Famke Janssen beside him, Brad Pitt really wanted to slap himself. This woman had no acting experience before. Who would believe that she was picked out from a large group of auditionees because of luck? Since it wasn't luck, there must be other reasons. And the male and female leads of The X-Files were personally decided by Eric Williams, so this other reason couldn't be more obvious. Kim Manners looked at the newspaper, where Brad Pitt and Famke Janssen were walking side by side, and the article's content was about the love sparks between the male and female leads of The X-Files. He asked curiously, Hans, what's the meaning of this? Hans Whittle leaned close to King Monas and whispered a few words into his ear. King Monas looked at the man and woman in front of him and immediately said, Hans, I think there must be some misunderstanding. I thought this article was for the promotion of the movie. Brad Pitt couldn't hold it in any longer and added, Mr. Hans, this is really just a misunderstanding. I have absolutely nothing to do with Miss Famke Janssen. When Famke Janssen heard Brad Pitt's words, her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the man beside her. Brad Pitt looked at the woman who was looking at him with a guilty conscience, but he quickly said, Miss Janssen, we just happened to meet yesterday. After chatting for a while, we parted ways. Nothing happened between us, right? Famke Janssen finally reacted. She didn't know what had happened to Brad Pitt in New York. Therefore, when she saw the man deny it without hesitation, as if the things he had done to her before were all an illusion, her good impression of him immediately disappeared. Yes, Mr. Hans. I have nothing to do with Mr. Pitt. The rumors in the newspaper were all made up by the paparazzi, Famke Janssen said coldly. While Pitt felt relieved, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, he quickly adjusted his mentality. As long as he could keep his position as the male lead, when he became famous in the future, he could get any woman he wanted. He learned from his agent that Fox attached as much importance to the X-Files as to Friends. Whenever he fantasized about his future as the 6-man team in Friends, Brad Pitt felt that his years in Hollywood had not been in vain. Everything he had done was worth it. Hans Whittle glanced at the two of them expressionlessly, then set his eyes on Fami Jensen. He said meaningfully, "Mr. Williams wants to see you. You can say this to him in person." When director Kim Manus saw this, he was both unhappy and unwilling to give up. He asked, "Hans, is it now? Is the next scene ready? Why can't we finish the next scene?" Hans Whittle patted Kim Manus on the shoulder. "I'm sorry, Kim. We might have to stop here today. It will take more than an hour to drive from here to Firefly's headquarters. Mr. Williams told me to take them there before I get off work." Although Kim Manus was a little helpless, seeing Hans Whittle's unquestionable gaze, he had no choice but to compromise. He said, "All right, I'll let the crew shoot the other scenes first." Brad Pitt and Fami Jensen got into Hans Whittle's car together. Although they sat in the back, both of them leaned against the door as if they didn't want to have any contact with each other. "Mr. Hans, may I use your mobile phone?" Pitt thought for a moment and felt that it was better to inform his agent about this matter. Hans Whittle handed over the large brick beside him. Pitt thanked him, then called his agent, Xianxia Cody. He explained the matter in front of Fami Jensen and Hans Whittle before hanging up. Seeing the undisguised contempt on Fami Jensen's face, Pitt really wanted to curse to her face. "What right does a B***TCH like you who relied on men have to look down on me?" More than an hour later, the three of them arrived at Firefly's headquarters. Brad Pitt's agent, Xianxia Cody, was already waiting outside. Hans Whittle said something to the receptionist, then led the three of them upstairs to Eric's office. "Mr. Williams is currently auditioning actors. You'll have to wait for a while. I have something to do, so I'll head back first." As Hans Whittle spoke, he gave instructions to the secretary who served them coffee and quickly left. Eric only instructed Brad Pitt and Fami Jensen to meet him. Hans Whittle wasn't willing to listen in on such matters. After Hans Whittle and the secretary left, Xianxia Cody and Brad Pitt, who were sitting on a large sofa, whispered to each other before looking at Fami Jensen. "Miss Jensen, can you do me a favor?" Fami Jensen was originally flipping through a magazine on the coffee table in boredom. She wasn't as worried as Pitt. After all, compared to Brad Pitt who had been in Hollywood for 7 or 8 years, she was still a newcomer. No matter what profession they were in, before encountering countless setbacks, newcomers would always feel that they definitely had many, many opportunities. If they failed, they would just have to start all over again. Upon hearing Xianxia Cody's words, Fami Jensen looked up and looked at the petite but elegant woman, but he didn't say a word. "It's like this, Miss Johnson. You and Brad really have nothing to do with each other, right? Then wait a moment, can you? Don't worry. We have nothing to do with each other to begin with. You don't have to worry about me spouting nonsense," Fami Jensen said coldly before lowering his head. Xianxia Cody was a little embarrassed, but she continued to explain, "Miss Johnson, Brad isn't like you. It wasn't easy for him to get the opportunity to be the male lead this time." The woman tightened her grip on the magazine but didn't say anything. Everyone fell silent. "Thank you for your audition, Mr. Brosnan. We'll let you know the results as soon as possible," the assistant said to a handsome man in his 30s in a spacious audition room. After the man left, the two assistant directors beside Eric came over and asked, "Mr. Williams, how did it go?" "Still no good." Eric shook his head and crossed out Pierce Brosnan's name. This 007 actor had left a deep impression on him. After all, he had acted in 4 007 movies in a row, and they were all very late. It was impossible not to remember him. Although the actor's acting skills were good and his image was very suitable for a bank manager, Eric couldn't associate him with Sam, the male lead of Ghost. "If that's the case, our audition today will be for naught," one of the assistant directors complained with a smile. "No rush, take your time." Eric closed the folder in front of him and instructed his assistant to put it away for him. Then, he said to everyone, "Let's continue tomorrow. I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first." After leaving the audition room, Eric took the elevator to his office. He pushed the door open and saw 3 people sitting in his office in 2 distinct groups. When they saw him come in, the 3 people in the office quickly stood up and greeted him. "It's okay, have a seat." Eric waved his hand. When he saw Xianxia Cody, he smiled and said, "Ms. Cody, why are you here?" Xianxia Cody smiled and said, "I happen to be free." Eric nodded and walked to his desk. He took out a newspaper and sat down on another sofa in the lounge area. He spread the newspaper on the coffee table in front of him. It's like this, As soon as Eric opened his mouth, Brad Pitt anxiously blurted out again, Mr. Williams, this is really a misunderstanding. I have nothing to do with Miss Johnson. Eric frowned slightly. What? It's like this, Mr. Williams. Although Xianxia Cody blamed Brad Pitt for losing his cool, she still answered Eric's question and said, yesterday, when the X-Files was filming in Santa Monica, Brad and Ms. Johnson happened to arrive at the filming location together. After parking the car, the two of them walked to the set together. This photo was secretly taken by the paparazzi at that time. It's actually a misunderstanding. They have nothing to do with each other. Eric looked at Brad Pitt and Xianxia Cody, who were eager to clarify, then turned to Famke Johnson. When the girl saw Eric looking at her, she nodded reluctantly and said, yes, I have nothing to do with Mr. Pitt. It's just a coincidence. Eric closed the newspaper, shrugged and said, well, it seems like there's no need to continue the discussion. Ms. Cody, Mr. Pitt, you can leave now. Brad Pitt and Xianxia Cody were delighted, knowing that Eric didn't plan on pursuing the matter. After thanking him, they quickly pushed open the door and left. After the two left, Eric walked to the coffee machine and poured 2 more cups of coffee. He returned to the sofa and handed a cup to Famke Johnson. The girl took a sip and looked up to quickly glance at Eric before saying softly, what are you going to do with me? What? Eric was exhausted from the day and had just leaned back on the sofa, so he didn't hear the girl's voice clearly. Humph. Famke Johnson snorted with a hint of desperation. I mean, what are you going to do with me? Did something happen to you? Eric asked curiously when he heard the dispirited tone in the girl's voice. It's all your fault, bastard. The girl mumbled, but she didn't say the last word. Eric smiled, squinted his eyes, and exhaled as he leaned back on the sofa. Can you help me rub my temples? It's been a tiring day, and my head hurts a little. Moments later, a pair of cold, slender fingers gently pressed down. Eric's nose was filled with a fragrance that was different from other women's. It was faint and very pleasant. If I were to say that I saw the news in the newspaper this morning and only called you here to tell you to keep a low profile, you definitely wouldn't believe me, right? Eric suddenly said after a while. The fingers that were moving paused for a moment before they quickly began rubbing again. You definitely wouldn't believe it. Even I don't believe it myself, but it's true. In the settings of this television series, the male and female leads won't be together until the end of the series. They will always maintain an ambiguous relationship, and it's also a way to maintain the ratings. If the two of you are together in real life, then it'll seem fake to maintain an ambiguous relationship in the television series. That's why I want you to keep a low profile and try not to be discovered by the paparazzi. The girl still didn't say anything, but the fingers that were massaging Eric became much gentler. Eric continued, as if he was muttering to himself. This morning, I almost quarreled with my partner. He felt that he didn't get enough, so he wanted more. He always wants more. Humans are greedy, and that's nothing. However, if he wants more, then he has to show the corresponding strength. How can he have that strength? Jenny left me some time ago. She was my first woman. She chose to leave because of that storm, those stupid things. Actually, it wasn't wrong, but I always wanted to get her back. Even if I had to build an ancient castle on the edge of a cliff like the villain in the story, lock her inside, and raise her like a princess. My princess alone. I built a house by the sea. I wanted to face the sea and let the spring flowers bloom. Then, one by one, they all left. In the end, I found that I was the only one facing the sea. The house was too big, and it was very empty. I wanted too much, but I couldn't catch any of them. In the end, they all ran away. I couldn't be bothered to catch them. They always ran away anyway. Originally, I was really interested in you. Your legs are very long, and I like long-legged beauties. That's because you're too soft-hearted. For some reason, the girl couldn't help but interject even though she blushed slightly when she heard the latter half of Eric's sentence. Eric was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. Yes, I'm too soft-hearted. A bunch of little girls. They all need to be taught a lesson. The girl choked. Okay. I take back what I just said. Eric grabbed one of the girl's small hands and pulled Famek Jensen into his arms. The girl obediently let the man do as he pleased, gently pressing her face against Eric's body. Have you seen Smell a Woman? I wrote that script. After hesitating for a moment, the girl still denied it. I haven't seen it. I'll find time to watch it. Actually, I can distinguish the body fragrance of every woman I've been intimate with. Now, I've remembered yours. The girl mocked. That doesn't sound like a good thing, right? It does seem like it's a bad thing. Eric laughed self-deprecatingly. How can it be a good thing that I've taken a liking to? It's very difficult for them to escape. Look, since it's already like this, don't run away. I still have to try. Who knows, I might be able to escape. I won't be satisfied if I don't try. Besides, what kind of man wants to possess so many women? At least, it's not possible in this day and age, right? No, you're wrong. It's completely possible, Eric said. The two chatted endlessly. Unknowingly, time slowly floated by, and Eric fell asleep with the woman in his arms. When he woke up again, it was completely dark outside. He was covered with a woman's jacket. Eric put the jacket aside and stretched. Feeling a light behind him, Eric turned around and saw Famek Jensen sitting behind his desk, quietly reading a magazine with his head lowered. Noticing the movement in front of her, the girl looked up. You're awake? Yeah. Eric stood up and stretched his neck that was a little uncomfortable from sleeping on the sofa. He asked, what time is it? The girl looked at her watch against the desk lamp. 7:20. You've only slept for 2 hours. The company's security knocked on the door just now. I told them that you had something to do, so they left. Oh, why didn't you leave? Eric asked casually. The girl raised her beautiful eyebrows. Do you want me to go back? Okay, pretend I didn't ask. Eric shrugged. Then, do you have any plans for tonight? If you didn't call us over, I would have already agreed to go clubbing with Brad Pitt tonight. If it was good, maybe something would have happened. But it's definitely impossible now. So, if there's nothing else, maybe I'll go home, wash up, and sleep. When I wake up tomorrow, I'll dress up nicely for the shoot. You didn't have a boyfriend before? Eric asked curiously. Please, I'm already 25 years old. How can I not have a boyfriend? The girl said helplessly. He's a photographer, but when we came to Los Angeles, we broke up. Oh. Eric nodded and continued, then, what's next? The girl blinked quickly a few times. Seeing the smile on Eric's face turn evil, she had an inexplicable expectation in her heart. What do you think? Eric thought for a moment, then walked around the desk to the girl and said, then, maybe we can. Seeing Eric's actions, Famek Jensen thought that the man wanted to do something here, and his neck shrunk reflexively. But the girl clearly misunderstood Eric's intentions. The man came to her side, pulled out a small drawer behind the desk, and took out a stack of things. It looked like they were invitations. Then let's go to the party. I often get invitations, but I've never been. These were all sent by my assistant. Let me see if there's anything for today. Seeing Eric looking down at the invitations one by one, the girl relaxed in disappointment and said, but, the clothes I'm wearing aren't suitable for a party, right? Eric looked up. The girl was wearing a light gray shirt, loose trousers, and shiny leather boots that looked like men's. The last time I saw you, you weren't wearing these, right? These are costumes, okay? Big boss, you gave the order, and we didn't even have time to change before we were dragged here, the girl complained unhappily. Oh, I remember now. I think the set photos were like this. Okay, it's my fault for calling you here in such a hurry. I'll give you a dress later, Eric said casually as he lowered his head and continued searching. The girl opened her mouth, wanting to refuse, but in the end, she didn't say anything. After all, this man wasn't short on money. By the way, where are the parties held? I live in Burbank now. It's too late, I'm afraid. The girl's voice became softer as she spoke. She probably couldn't escape tonight. She didn't seem to want to escape either, or she would have left earlier. Beverly Hills. It's usually there. You know, most of the celebrities live there, Eric said. He finally found one. How about this? It's from Coppola's house. It happens to be tonight. Francis Coppola? Eric nodded. Yes, the one who filmed the Godfather series. I'm also curious as to why I received an invitation from them. Oh, I think Alan specifically reminded me this morning, but I didn't take it to heart. I've never been to such an invitation before. So, I'm the first one? The girl raised her eyebrows. Eric smiled. Yes, you're the first one. In a brightly lit manor in Beverly Hills, a party to celebrate the opening of The Godfather 3 was being held. Beside the swimming pool outside the villa, a middle-aged man in his 40s, who was slightly bald, was gesticulating to the black-haired girl beside him. Back then, I served as Mr. Coppola's assistant for 2 consecutive productions of The Godfather. My position was equivalent to that of an assistant director. You know, I was only in my early 30s at that time. It's not easy to become an assistant director at the age of 30 in Hollywood. In the following years, I kept in touch with Mr. Coppola. Mr. Coppola introduced me as an investor for this movie. He was very optimistic about my script. So, Miss Connolly, as long as you can act well, I promise you that this time, you will make a successful transition. Although Jennifer Connelly was a little impatient, she didn't dare to show it. Ever since she lost the role of the encounter girl in Dark War last year, her agent, Jim Lester, no longer focused on her. Because of this, she hadn't gotten any roles for a year. If this continued, she might be completely forgotten by Hollywood. Every time she thought of this possibility, she felt a strong sense of uneasiness. What else could she do after leaving Hollywood? She knew nothing except acting. She would find a man to marry and be a full-time housewife. Although she could accept this choice, she didn't want to live a boring life of caring about daily necessities. Even if she got married, she wanted to live a little more affluent. But among the people she knew, only people in their 40s or 50s who could give her such a life were people with certain qualifications and status in Hollywood. Not to mention that these people were usually the same age as her father, but in Hollywood, these people's marriages were the most unreliable. She might be dumped at any time. At that time, she would be old and no longer beautiful. What would she do? Hey, Miss Connolly, are you listening to me? She was just distracted for a moment, but soon heard a slightly unhappy voice in her ear. She quickly pulled herself together and smiled. Sorry, Mr. Brandt. Tony Brandt was very satisfied with the girl's attitude and said, Miss Connolly, it's very rude to be absent-minded on such a grand occasion. Those big shots won't be as generous as me. Oh, Mr. Coppola is here. And Al Pacino, that, seems to be his nephew, Nicolas Cage. Jennifer Connelly also saw a few people walking out of the villa, talking and laughing. The bearded man with glasses in the middle was obviously Francis Coppola. The people who were chatting in the courtyard all gathered to greet each other. Miss Connelly, let's go up and say hello, Tony Brandt said, raising his arm slightly. Jennifer Connelly hesitated for a moment, but still took the man's arm and walked towards Francis Coppola and the others. After arriving near Francis Coppola and waiting for the previous group of people to leave, Tony Brandt hurriedly let go of Jennifer Connelly and walked towards Coppola and the others with a fawning smile. Mr. Coppola, congratulations on being able to direct the finale of the Godfather series. I believe this movie will definitely cause a sensation again. Thank you, Tony. How's your movie going? Francis Coppola shook hands with Tony Brandt and asked casually. It's almost ready to start shooting. Oh, this is the female lead I chose, Miss Jennifer Connelly. She starred in Mr. Sergio Lionel's Once Upon a Time in America. That little girl, Deborah, I don't know if you still remember her. Francis Coppola looked Jennifer Connelly up and down as if he was examining an object. For Hollywood moguls like them, no beautiful woman could amaze them. Being sized up by such a gaze, the girl, who had wanted to greet Francis Coppola, immediately felt reserved and uneasy. Her right hand, which she had been about to raise, gently drooped down as she clutched the hem of her gown. Well, not bad, but she's a little too beautiful. Tony, your movie is a drama. It's not a good thing for the female lead to be too beautiful. Tony Brandt was about to speak when Francis Coppola waved his hand and said, "Of course, that's a movie you've been preparing for a long time, so it's your business how you choose the female lead. I won't interfere." No, Mr. Coppola, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know where I got the investment from. Moreover, your vision is much better than mine. If you think it's not suitable, I'll definitely consider it carefully. Hearing Tony Brandt's words, the girl opened her mouth slightly and looked at Francis Coppola. Her fingers that were pinching the hem of her dress were trembling because of the force. She felt even more wronged. The role that she had fought so hard for was going to be ruined because of these people's casual words. For a moment, she wished that these big shots would be dragged to hell. Francis Coppola happened to see Connolly's expression. Coppola quickly patted Tony Brandt on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't be like this, Tony. I was just saying. This little girl is still not bad. If you replace her, I don't know how many times she'll curse me secretly." "How is that possible?" "Miss Connolly admires you very much." "We were just talking about your movie," Tony Brandt hurriedly said as he gently nudged the girl standing beside him. Jennifer Connolly held back her sniffling. Just as she was about to perk up and say something, Francis Coppola had already led Al Pacino and Nicolas Cage to somewhere else. "Frank, who was that person just now?" "I think I've seen him somewhere before," Al Pacino asked after the three of them walked away. Francis Coppola said casually, "When we were shooting the first two parts of The Godfather, he was my assistant." "That's why you have an impression of him." "We've had occasional contact over the years. Some time ago, he planned to shoot a movie himself and came to me for help. I couldn't bring myself to do it, so I introduced him to a few investors." Al Pacino thought for a moment, but he still couldn't remember Tony Lambert, so he threw him to the back of his mind. Seeing that Nicolas Cage, who was standing on the other side of Francis Coppola, was still looking at the door, Al Pacino smiled and said, "Well, Nick, I've already said that Eric rarely attends parties. He doesn't like this kind of occasion. You'd better prepare for the audition. As long as your performance can satisfy Eric, and you're a child of the Coppola family, I believe that Eric will definitely give you the male lead in Ghost." Hearing Al Pacino suddenly mention Eric, Francis Coppola also looked emotional. Speaking of which, a lot of people thought that the little guy wouldn't be able to survive the storm some time ago. Who would have thought that in the end, not only did he come out unscathed, but he also made Michael Eisner suffer a loss and gave him a script. "Al, you've worked with Eric Williams before. What kind of person do you think he is?" Al Pacino thought for a moment and shook his head gently. "I can't say. At the end of the year before last, I had just returned to acting in a play on Broadway, and Eric came to me. We were in a coffee shop, and he told me about his script. I didn't find anything special about it and wanted to refuse, but then the little guy confidently told me about the script for Smelling Women. Then I found that I was moved, and soon I came to Los Angeles with him. If I have to say, he is very mature, far more mature than his peers. When you get along with him, you quickly forget that you're talking to a young man who's not even 20 years old. Instead, it's like you're talking to your peers. Now that you mention it, I'd like to meet this miraculous young man," Francis Coppola said with a smile. It seems that Steven contacted him and wanted to get the adaptation rights for Jurassic Park, but the little guy rejected him. "Haha, in Hollywood, there aren't many people who can make Steven suffer. He definitely has that right now," Al Pacino said with a smile. Francis Coppola was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Yes, he does have that right. Maybe in a few years, the Big Seven in Hollywood will become the Big Eight. I really don't know how he created so many blockbuster movies. Last year, half of the top 10 box office hits were produced by Firefly. It's really amazing." As the three of them were talking, they saw that there seemed to be a commotion at the entrance of the manor. They looked at each other and walked in that direction in unison, wanting to see what was going on. "Famek, why do you look a little uneasy? Is the dress not fitting?" As they drove to the Coppola manor, Eric glanced at Farmak Jensen, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and asked curiously. At this time, the girl was wearing a rose-colored one-shoulder corset evening gown. Her hair was also tied up in a bun. Although she had only put on a simple layer of makeup, she was still many times more beautiful than when Eric saw her in the afternoon. No, nothing. It's just a professional habit, Famke Jensen said embarrassedly, his hands finally relaxing on his knees. A professional habit? Eric was even more curious. Yes. The girl smiled awkwardly and explained, in the past, when I attended fashion shows, the clothes I wore were all made by the designers. If I accidentally tore them, us small models can't afford to pay for them. So, after the runway, I couldn't wait to take them off immediately. Wow, you don't have that kind of impulse now, do you? The girl nodded slightly, her face turning even redder. Eric's smile suddenly turned naughty. Then you have to hold it in. At least wait until we're done with the party. The girl raised her small fist as if she wanted to punch Eric on the shoulder, but she retracted it in midair and said in a low voice, Eric, I think it's better to return this dress and shoes after the party. You don't like it? Of course not, I like it very much. Famke Jensen bit her lower lip and continued, but it's too expensive. I can't accept it. As long as you like it, Eric said casually. Anyway, I'll return the dress tomorrow and return the money to you, the girl said in a firm tone. Eric turned his face and sized up the girl. His tone was faint and seemed to have some other meaning. Don't worry, you won't be able to return it. The car stopped outside the Coppola Manor. As soon as they got out of the car, a black doorman came up and recognized Eric with his sharp eyes. He immediately grinned and took Eric's car keys and helped Eric drive the car to the parking lot. Nothing could be seen in the car at first, but after getting out of the car, Famke Jensen put on high heels and reached a height of 6 feet 3 inches. Coupled with the rose-colored evening gown handmade by a famous designer, the moment he appeared, the few security guards and doormen at the entrance of the Coppola family's mansion revealed looks of amazement. Everyone had a sense of vanity, and Famke Jensen was no exception. The girl was enjoying the stunned gazes of the people at the door. She enjoyed it even more than the most famous runway shows she had ever walked. Because at that time, she was just a hanger. But now, the expensive evening gown had become her foil. However, Eric was still not satisfied. He looked at the girl's neck and said regretfully, it would be even more beautiful with a necklace, but time is tight today. Let's talk about it next time. I think this is already very good, the woman said as she held Eric's arm intimately. But I like perfection, not just good, Eric said as he handed the invitation to the security guard in charge of inspection. He then walked into the Coppola family's mansion. Although there was no shortage of beautiful women in Hollywood, there weren't many who were as tall and beautiful as Famke Jensen. Therefore, when the two walked into the manor side by side, the guests who were chatting in groups of 3 or 5 turned their gazes to them in unison. Some of the female guests even subconsciously hugged the men beside them when they saw Famke Jensen. Many of the male guests quickly identified Famke Jensen as a model from his mannerisms and gait. In Hollywood, it was very easy to get a female model. However, before these people could have any other thoughts, they quickly noticed the young man beside the girl. Now in Hollywood, as long as one paid a little attention to Hollywood's current affairs, it was impossible not to recognize Eric. Those who were able to attend the Coppola family's party were definitely people of a certain status. The chances of them recognizing Eric were even higher. It looks like Williams. What do you mean it looks like? It's obviously him. Why is he here? I've never seen him at a party before. I heard that he doesn't like to socialize. At most, he only attends Firefly's internal parties. Wow, it's really Eric. He's so handsome. Who's that woman? He's a playboy. It's normal for him to have women around him. Hey, Jilly, don't be fooled by his appearance. Should we go up and say hello? That's a bit abrupt. Let's go. It's just a greeting anyway. There aren't many opportunities like this. Eric, who felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange, couldn't help but slow down. This was the first time he attended a party after the incident at the beginning of the year. Moreover, it was a party where he didn't know many people. He couldn't predict how these people would react. Seeing how the people around him were pointing at him and Famke Jensen, Eric immediately regretted it. If he received a cold reception, it would be embarrassing for him. Just as he was unsure whether to continue walking forward or turn around and leave, the guests who recognized the two of them whispered for a while. Soon, 2 or 3 people walked towards him and Famek. "Hello, Mr. Williams. I'm Gary Fredrickson, the executive producer of The Godfather 3. Welcome to this party." "Mr. Williams, hello. I'm Richard Billette. I play a role in The Godfather 3. "Mr. Williams, hello." Seeing the 3 people walking towards him, Eric breathed a sigh of relief and greeted them with a smile. When the hesitant people around him saw Eric's reaction, those who thought they had some power came over enthusiastically. Francis Coppola, who happened to notice the commotion, walked over curiously with Al Pacino and Nicolas Cage. What he saw was Eric being enthusiastically surrounded by a circle of people. Al Pacino was the first to recognize Eric through the gaps in the crowd. After exchanging a few words with Coppola, he walked towards the crowd. The people on the periphery quickly noticed Francis Coppola and the other 2 and consciously made way for them. "Hey, Eric, long time no see. I didn't expect to see you here tonight." Al Pacino gave Eric a warm hug, then nodded at Famke Janssen before turning around. "Eric, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Francis Coppola." "Hello, Mr. Coppola. I'm Eric Williams. I like your The Godfather series very much. I believe this The Godfather sequel will definitely become a classic once again. Thank you for your affirmation, Mr. Williams." Francis Coppola warmly shook hands with Eric. "Just call me Eric, Mr. Coppola." "Oh, yes, this is Miss Famke Janssen." Eric gestured to the girl beside him. Francis Coppola smiled and shook hands with the girl, then gave his nephew a look. Nicolas Cage, who was already eager to try, quickly stepped forward. "Hello, Mr. Williams. I'm Nicolas Coppola." Compared to Francis Coppola, Eric was naturally more familiar with Nicolas Cage. Although Cage was once known as the king of bad movies, it was undeniable that Nicolas Cage had filmed quite a number of classic movies. "Hello, I think it's more cordial to call you Mr. Cage. I really liked your alluring Moonlight. You and Madame Cher's performances were excellent." "Thank you, Eric. Just call me Nick." Nicolas Cage shook Eric's hand slightly, obviously a little excited. This detail made Eric feel a little strange. The other party's eagerness seemed a little too much. On second thought, Eric quickly realized why he had received this invitation. Nicolas Cage was obviously eyeing the role of the male lead in Ghost, just like Bridget Fonda. He sized up Nicolas Cage. Cage was only 26 years old, and his hairline was not as receding as it would be 20 years later. His hair was thick, and his eyes were deep. There was a hint of melancholy in his temperament. Noticing that Eric was sizing up Cage, Francis Coppola stood aside with a smile and did not disturb him. Al Pacino also knew that Eric, the smart little guy, must have realized something, so he also stood aside with a smile. Although it felt a little strange to be scrutinized by someone 5 or 6 years younger than him, Cage sensibly stood where he was and did not speak. The whole party was to celebrate the upcoming filming of The Godfather 3. At this time, the director and the male lead, 2 important tasks, did not speak, and the people around them also sensibly quieted down. After more than a minute, Eric carefully considered it, and combined it with Cage's performance in City of Angels. He finally made up his mind and reached out his hand again. "So, Nick, are you willing to join Ghost?" Cage's eyes widened in disbelief. As a descendant of the Coppola family, he knew better than ordinary people that it was not so easy to be the lead in a big commercial movie. It was not just a matter of acting skills, it even involved a lot of competition. Because a successful commercial movie could completely turn an unknown Hollywood actor into a world-class superstar. Although there were many popular movies in Hollywood every year, most of the leading roles were taken up by famous actors, leaving very few opportunities for newcomers. Therefore, although he had been given the opportunity to audition for Ghost, and was fully confident in his acting skills, he still took the opportunity of The Godfather 3 party to persuade his uncle to invite Eric. He wanted to use the Coppola family's influence in Hollywood to promote it, hoping to increase the success rate of getting the role. He did not expect that in the end, things would become so simple. This made him want to pinch himself hard for a moment. This must be a dream. Before Cage could pinch himself, Al had already clenched his fist and punched Cage. "Lucky boy, do you still need to hesitate?" The impact on his shoulder finally woke Nicolas Cage up. He grabbed Eric's hand and shook it hard. Of course, Eric, thank you. Of course, Eric would not let it go so easily. After Ghost, there would be another Hollywood star in the Coppola family. How could he let go of such a favor so easily? Therefore, after letting go of Cage's hand, Eric turned to Francis Coppola and said with a smile, Mr. Coppola, Nick is a descendant of the Coppola family. I believe that his acting skills will not disappoint me, right? Eric's words seemed normal, but some of the people around quickly realized that Eric was hinting that the Coppola family owed him a favor. It was just that they did not know if Francis Coppola would be willing to admit it. Favors had to be returned. In the future, the greater the success of Ghost, the greater the favor would be. Cage saw the reactions on the faces of some people around him and pondered for a moment. He also realized the meaning of Eric's words. He looked at his uncle with some apprehension. Although this uncle treated him well, and when he had just debuted, Francis Coppola had arranged several small roles for Cage in his movies, he was not Francis Coppola's son after all. Unexpectedly, Francis Coppola hesitated for 2 seconds, then smiled freely and grabbed Eric's hand. Of course, Eric, Nick will not let you down. If he can achieve some success in his acting career, it will also be the glory of the Coppola family. As expected of one of the 4 major Hollywood directors, his bearing was not something that ordinary people could compare to. When the people around heard Coppola say this, they sighed in their hearts. Then, without knowing who took the lead, there was a burst of applause. Eric let go of Coppola's hand with a slightly embarrassed expression. Well, it seemed that he had become a villain who wanted to be repaid. However, he did not regret it. He would be an idiot if he did not reach out at this time. He was not doing charity. It was just that, he glanced at the girl who was smiling and clapping beside him. Stupid woman, what are you clapping for? Are you laughing at me? Famke Janssen was acutely aware of the murderous intent in Eric's eyes. Her delicate hand froze in front of her for a moment before she realized what was going on. She hurriedly held on to Eric's arm intimately, like a cat who had caused trouble and was asking for trouble from its owner. Okay, Eric, let's go in. Let me introduce some people to you. After a moment, Francis Coppola smiled and gestured for him to enter. The few of them chatted as they walked towards the luxurious villa. To be honest, Eric, you should attend more parties. It will help you understand Hollywood in more detail. Oh, right, your Freedom City in Malibu is really spectacular. Now, many people regard it as a landmark in Malibu. When are you going to invite us over? I really want to see what a mansion built for more than $20 million looks like. Francis Coppola walked beside Eric and spoke like a familiar elder. Eric also smiled and echoed. He looked around the manor and chatted with Coppola. When they were about 10 meters away from the villa, Eric suddenly stopped and looked in one direction curiously. However, the graceful figure quickly disappeared into the crowd. Noticing Eric's strange behavior, the few of them curiously followed Eric's gaze but did not see anything strange. However, seeing that Eric did not speak, they did not ask further. Francis Coppola withdrew his gaze and took the initiative to introduce, Eric, there is a garden. If you are interested, you can go and have a look later. There are ornamental plants transplanted from the jungles of South America. No, I think I saw an acquaintance, but I may have mistaken her. Eric recalled the figure that flashed by just now. It seemed that she was holding a bald middle-aged man. Then, there was an 80% chance that he had mistaken her for an arrogant little girl like her. Shaking his head, Eric did not say anything more. He made an expression to the crowd that said it was okay and continued to walk into the villa. Tony Brandt, who had been fawning over Jennifer Connelly, heard the faint applause from the manor's entrance. He inquired around and soon returned to Jennifer Connelly's side. It's actually Eric Williams. That ridiculously young director, I really didn't expect it. The middle-aged man seemed to be lamenting about something. He did not realize that the girl beside him almost dropped the goblet in her hand when she heard the name Eric. She also became flustered. Miss Connelly, do you know Eric Williams? He is a very magical young man. In less than 2 years, he has made a great name for himself in Hollywood. Being kissed by a lucky woman can no longer explain his good luck. He is like the illegitimate child of the goddess of luck. Tony Brandt seemed to think that his sentence was very humorous and laughed to himself. Jennifer Connelly could not laugh. Holding the goblet in her hand, she lowered her eyes slightly and a string of numbers flashed clearly in her mind. It was the phone number that Eric left her. However, she only dialed it once. It was 9 months ago when Dark War was released. She regretted it. But at that time, the phone happened to be unanswered and she did not leave a message. After that, as Eric's fame in Hollywood grew, the pride and inferiority in her heart made her lose the courage to call that number again. She felt that as long as she did this, and could only do this, she seemed to be able to protect something. She was also involved in the scandal between Eric and the other girls at the beginning of the year. However, later on, the media's attention was focused on several Hollywood actresses who had risen to fame because of Eric. Just like those actresses who had only briefly interacted with Eric, she was only treated as a name in a large number of scandals. Mixed in with a long list of names, she seemed so inconspicuous. It was probably because of this that the middle-aged man beside him asked him if he knew about Eric Williams. What a joke. Who in Hollywood doesn't know about that guy? Soon, Jennifer Connelly saw Eric walking over with Francis Coppola. He looked about the same as he did a year ago, but there seemed to be a different woman beside him. Although the woman wasn't as beautiful as her, she was very tall, at least 4 inches taller than her. However, Jennifer Connelly forced herself to have a faint sense of superiority in her heart. At least, she was able to protect herself, but they had fallen. Yes, that's it. She was a little flustered in her mind, and Tony Brandt next to her was wondering if he should go up and get familiar with them. However, looking at the situation on the opposite side, because Francis Coppola was beside Eric, no one around went up. It was Francis Coppola who took the initiative to introduce Eric. Obviously, he hadn't reached the point where Francis Coppola would take the initiative to introduce him. Perhaps, if he stood closer, Coppola would casually mention him. Seeing Eric occasionally take out his business card and hand it to others, Tony Brandt couldn't help but think that if he could get Eric Williams' contact information, it might come in handy in the future. After this idea popped up, Tony Brandt was a little eager to give it a try, but he couldn't muster up the courage for a while. Jennifer Connelly noticed the eagerness in the middle-aged man's eyes and realized something. She quickly said, "Mr. Brandt, I remember there are benches in the garden. Let's go sit there." This. All right. Tony Lambert was already feeling a little unconfident, and after hearing Connelly's words, he immediately built a ladder for himself in his heart, and climbed down. The woman was afraid that Tony Brandt would go back on his word, so she took the initiative to take the man's arm and pulled him into the garden with a little force. The benches in the garden were all occupied by guests. The two of them searched for a while before sitting down near the table where the drinks were placed. Tony Brandt eagerly fetched 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Connelly. Then, he quickly found a topic to talk about. The woman seemed a little absent-minded. She kept sipping the red wine, and in just a few minutes, the red wine in the glass was empty. They had been here for a long time, but the woman had always maintained a restrained attitude. It had been an hour, and she had only drunk 2 glasses of red wine. Therefore, Tony Brandt, who noticed this situation, took another glass of red wine from the wine table next to him and handed it to the woman. Jennifer Connelly was immersed in some emotions at this time. She didn't think much about it. Instead, she thanked him and took the glass again. A few minutes later, another glass of red wine was unknowingly emptied. Tony Brandt saw the woman take the glass of red wine he handed to her again. She finally looked excited, and her heartbeat accelerated. After a few glasses of red wine, Jennifer Connelly seemed to realize something, but she was already a little tipsy. It was easy for a drunk person's defense to be very weak. Therefore, gradually, the woman even began to give up on herself. Although her drinking speed slowed down a lot, she didn't refuse every time Tony Brandt handed her a new glass of red wine. "Eric, this is my daughter, Sophia. Sophia, this is the youngest and most outstanding director in Hollywood, Eric Williams." In the villa, after walking around, Francis Coppola introduced another girl to Eric. "Hello, Miss Coppola." Eric's expression didn't change at all. He warmly greeted the girl who was looking at him curiously. "Hello, Eric. Can you call me Sophia?" Sofia Coppola seemed to be more enthusiastic than Eric. I like your movies very much. It's hard to imagine that you're so young. Eric's expression changed. He remembered the woman's terrible performance in The Godfather 3 and said meaningfully, maybe you can make a good movie. Why don't you try? I believe your father will definitely support you. The girl's expression changed. She looked at her father and said, I can't do it. I'm not a genius like you. I'm still so young. Also, Dad has already decided to let me play the role of the Godfather's daughter in The Godfather 3. I think I should be like my cousin and try to develop into an actress. Of course, you should try everything when you're young. Only then can you find the most suitable path for yourself, Eric continued. Wow, you don't sound like you're your age at all. You sound like an old man, the girl couldn't help but say. Sophia, don't be so rude. I think Eric is right. Francis Coppola glared at his daughter. The girl stuck out her tongue and said, still unconvinced, I'm right. Otherwise, why would an old man like you agree with him? Hee hee. Francis Coppola looked at Eric helplessly. The girl smiled mischievously and suddenly said to the tall woman standing beside Eric, my name is Famke Jensen. Famke Jensen introduced himself. Then, Miss Jensen, can you let me have Eric for a while and let us dance? The tall woman shrugged and looked at Eric. Of course. Hey, I don't think I've agreed, Eric said with a smile as he allowed the girl to pull him onto the dance floor. Are you going to refuse? Sofia Coppola looked up and asked. She was a little petite. Even though she was wearing high heels, she was still 10 centimeters shorter than Eric. Okay, of course not. Eric shrugged and gently hugged the girl's waist. After a while, the girl who was gently dancing to the music suddenly said, Hey, you seem a little absent-minded? Eric asked doubtfully, is it obvious? How can I tell if it's not obvious? The girl pouted and said gloomily. To be honest, Sofia Coppola's lips were a little thick. When she spoke, one side of her upper lip liked to curl up, making her look even more awkward. Although in the eyes of Westerners, thicker lips were sexier, Eric still felt that thin lips looked better. Okay, I apologize, Eric said as his thoughts ran wild. Sofia Coppola tilted her head and thought for a while before asking, by the way, what you said just now seemed to be implying something. Can you tell me what you mean? You want to hear the truth? Eric asked as he stared at the girl. Sofia Coppola nodded without hesitation. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to be so wishy-washy. Eric thought for a while. It would be good if he could get the girl to give up the idea of harming the classic series, The Godfather. In his memory, Sofia Coppola's performance in The Godfather, Part 3, was indeed terrible. With the help of an Oscar-level veteran like Al Pacino, it gave people a strong sense of drama. The 2 Golden Raspberry Awards were not undeserved at all. As the two of them did not have much of a friendship, Eric did not say it in front of Francis Coppola. It was a taboo to talk about such things when you were not close. However, now that he was alone with the girl, as long as he was tactful, it would not have much of an impact. Even if the other party did not listen to his suggestion, he could just treat it as a joke and laugh it off. After pondering over the wording, Eric said, since your father asked you to play the role of Marie Corleone, I think you must have participated in the audition before, right? Of course, Sofia Coppola nodded. So, what did your father say about your audition? Eric asked patiently. Hearing this question, the girl was obviously a little guilty. Dad said, my acting is not bad. Sofia Coppola's hesitation allowed Eric to continue the topic without any pressure. You grew up on the Coppola family set and have seen countless actors perform. You must be aware of your acting skills, right? I think that if I rehearsed more during the shoot, I would definitely be able to meet the requirements. And Dad also said that it doesn't matter if I don't act well. After all, this is the first time. As if she remembered her father's encouragement, Sofia Coppola raised her head and looked at Eric confidently. Eric said with some emotion, from this, it can be seen how much your father loves you. You must know better than me what the Godfather series means to your father. This series is the glory of Francis Coppola as the director. I think that no matter to any other actor in The Godfather 3, your father would never say it doesn't matter if I don't act well. Only you are so tolerant. In this case, you should think of your father. The Godfather 3 is the end of the Godfather series. I believe that no one in the Coppola family wants it to be flawed because of an actor's performance, right? Sofia Coppola heard Eric's words and lowered her head in silence. Eric stroked the girl's back and patted her gently. He continued, in Hollywood, as the daughter of the Coppola family, you have more opportunities than others. If you are really interested in acting, I think it's best to be like your cousin. Start from small roles and slowly hone your acting skills. After a while, Sofia Coppola looked up. Eric could tell from the girl's expression that she had made up her mind, so he smiled at her. Unexpectedly, Sofia Coppola did not appreciate it. Her small hand, which was wrapped around Eric's waist, scratched his back in dissatisfaction. Eric, everyone says that you're a playboy. As a playboy, shouldn't you be glib-tongued when you see a woman? Your reaction is not right at all. The change of topic was so sudden that Eric didn't know how to respond. Seeing Eric's speechless appearance, the girl's face dimmed. She said with some self-abasement, all right. I know I'm not that pretty, but you don't have to be like this, right? Eric quickly shook his head. No, Sofia, you are very beautiful. If you don't believe me, you can ask your father. How could my father say that I'm not pretty? The girl rolled her eyes at him, but she didn't pursue the matter. After the song ended, the crowd on the dance floor began to leave. Eric held Sofia Coppola's small hand and walked out. Eric, I've decided to listen to your suggestion. I'll start from small roles. At the long table, the girl took a glass of red wine and gestured to Eric. I hope we can work together in the future. We definitely will. Eric's smile didn't change as he clinked glasses with the girl, but in his heart, he added, under the circumstances that you're not an actress. Then, have fun. I'll go talk to my father about this now. With that, the girl turned and left. After the girl left, Eric looked around but couldn't find Famke Jensen. He thought that the girl must have gone outside the villa. In addition, there was something else on his mind. Eric decisively walked out. He had to confirm it before he was satisfied. Along the way, Eric greeted the guests who came up to greet him. Soon, he arrived at the garden. No, Mr. Brandt, I can't drink any more, the girl murmured to herself, and felt the world turn round, and she swayed unsteadily to one side. Tony Brandt nimbly supported the girl and let Jennifer Connelly lean on him. Although it wasn't that no one had seen Tony Brandt get the girl drunk, this kind of thing often happened at Hollywood parties. In addition, Jennifer Connelly didn't resist much from the beginning to the end. The guests who saw this naturally treated it as a consensual act. Miss Connelly? Tony Brandt whispered into Jennifer Connelly's ear twice. The girl glanced at him with hazy almond-shaped eyes. She seemed to be aware of her current situation. Her small hand subconsciously pushed the middle-aged man away, but she didn't have any strength at all. This made Tony Brandt completely relieved. He raised his voice enough for the surrounding guests to hear, Miss Connelly, I'll send you back. Of course, the girl couldn't have any answer. Some of the male guests who heard Tony Brandt's words just blinked at their companions. At the same time, they were a little envious of Tony Brandt's luck with women. The female guests frowned slightly, but they didn't intervene. Tony Brandt had just put Jennifer Connelly on his shoulder and was about to take a shortcut to go straight out when a cold voice sounded, Sir, where are you taking her? Tony Brandt's body stiffened. He secretly cursed for being a busybody, but he had to temporarily put the girl on the chair next to him. He turned around and saw Eric with one hand in his trouser pocket and the other holding a glass of red wine. He glanced between him and the girl expressionlessly. Mr. Williams, nice to meet you. I'm Tony Brandt, also a director. Tony Brandt recognized Eric. He quickly calmed down and reached out his hand to Eric. Eric just looked at the hand that reached out to him. He raised his chin expressionlessly in Jennifer Connelly's direction and asked, Where are you taking her? Tony Brandt retracted his hand awkwardly and looked at the girl behind him. If he let go of her now, perhaps nothing would happen. Unfortunately, in the process of getting Jennifer Connelly drunk, Tony Brandt also inevitably drank some wine. At this time, he was already 70% drunk. When he thought of the girl's beautiful face, his mind was completely occupied by lust. He said, "Mr. Williams, are you talking about Jenny? She's my girlfriend. She accidentally got drunk, so I'm going to take her back." Eric's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the drunk girl and couldn't help but say, "She's drunk." "Of course, you can say whatever you want, but I definitely don't believe that she'll be your girlfriend." Tony Brandt was stunned. Then, he spread out his hands in amusement. "Mr. Williams, Jenny came with me." "Shut up, don't call her Jenny." Eric suddenly raised his voice as if he was provoked. Tony Brandt was so scared that he trembled. He also sobered up a lot. However, at this time, because of Eric's words, the surrounding guests also came over curiously. Some of them recognized Eric's identity. When they saw that he and Tony Brandt seemed to be about to have a conflict, they thought about it and didn't stay to watch the show. They turned and hurriedly left the garden. Seeing that everyone was surrounding him, Tony Brandt, who was in a dilemma, quickly raised his voice. "Mr. Williams, you're too rude. Miss Connolly came with me. If she's not my girlfriend, is she your girlfriend? There are so many people here who can testify that Miss Connolly and I are together. What else do you want?" The surrounding guests looked at the three people in the hall. Most of them didn't know Tony Brandt, but Eric's identity was well known. At this time, when they heard Tony Brandt's words, everyone associated it with the rumors of Eric being a playboy. They pointed at Eric one after another, but because of Eric's current identity, no one dared to speak up for Tony Brandt. Tony Brandt saw that the surrounding situation seemed to be on his side. He was drunk and confident. He immediately said, "Mr. Williams, don't you think you're being unreasonable? My girlfriend is drunk. I just want to take her away. What right do you have to stop me?" Crack, with a soft sound, the goblet that was broken in two fell to the ground. The crisp sound of glass hitting the cobblestone road startled the surrounding people. Eric looked at the wound on his hand that was cut by the goblet in a daze. He whispered, "You can't take her away. At least wait until she sobers up. If she admits that she's your girlfriend, then I'll apologize." Tony Brandt saw Eric lowering his head and thought that he was guilty. His voice became louder. "Mr. Williams, you don't have the right to do this. Jane. Miss Connolly is drunk and very uncomfortable. She needs to rest." After Tony Brandt finished speaking, he glared at Eric fiercely. He turned around and was about to help the girl up from the chair again. At this time, the crowd opened up a gap. A group of 7 or 8 people walked in with anxious expressions. "Eric, what's wrong with your hand?" Famke Jensen, who came with Francis Coppola, saw Eric's right hand dripping with blood at a glance. He came over worriedly and grabbed Eric's hand to check. He quickly pressed on the bleeding wound. On the other side, Sofia Coppola also came over. She quickly untied the silk scarf that matched her gown and bandaged Eric's wound with Famke Jensen. Seeing that Eric was fine, Francis Coppola looked at the mood of the crowd. Only then did he pull a person over and ask, "Corit, what happened?" The guest named Corit happened to see Tony Brandt pouring alcohol into the girl's mouth. Then, he saw Francis Coppola's daughter and another tall girl carefully treating Eric's wounds. He quickly understood the situation and immediately recounted how Tony Brandt had gotten the girl drunk, as well as the situation that had just taken place, embellishing the details. The moment Francis Coppola appeared, Tony Brandt had a bad feeling in his heart. The momentum he had just gathered was swept away, and he was completely sober. Before Tony Brandt could think of a way to remedy the situation, Jennifer Connolly, who had been slumped in the chair, said in a weak voice, "Water, I want water." Although the voice was very soft, it attracted the attention of many people. Sofia Coppola saw Jennifer Connolly's beautiful face. The girl was still very gossipy. After recognizing Jennifer Connolly, she recalled the scattered news in the newspaper some time ago. She said to Eric with a little jealousy, "Wow, Eric, your other girlfriend." The girl's unintentional words with a hint of sarcasm made Famke Jensen's movements stagnate. Hearing this, Tony Brandt's legs went soft and he almost collapsed to the ground. Although Francis Coppola knew that Eric was a playboy, he was not as concerned about gossip as his daughter. When Francis Coppola first learned about the situation from Corit, he did not know how to deal with it. After all, although Tony Brandt's methods were a little underhanded, if Jennifer Connelly did not agree, she definitely would not have gotten drunk so easily. Therefore, Coppola originally thought that Eric had taken a fancy to Tony Brandt's female companion and had acted impulsively to save the damsel in distress. But at this moment, hearing his daughter's words, Francis Coppola immediately believed it. He questioned Tony Brandt sternly, "Tony, how could you do such a thing?" "Mr. Coppola, this is a misunderstanding. Miss Connelly just accidentally got drunk. I was about to send her home." Francis Coppola heard that Tony Brandt still wanted to quibble under such circumstances, and his tone became even sterner. "There are so many people here. Do you still want to lie?" "No, I didn't, Tony Brandt quickly waved his hand and then looked at Eric. "Mr. Williams, this is really a misunderstanding." "If I had known," Eric sighed and ignored Tony Brandt. He went forward and picked up the drunk girl by the waist before saying to Francis Coppola, "I'm sorry, Mr. Coppola. I've caused you trouble." "It's nothing," Coppola said, and then said to his daughter, "Sophia, take Eric to a room and let this miss rest. There should be hangover soup in the kitchen. Eric, come with me." The girl immediately led Eric out of the crowd. Eric took a few steps before he suddenly remembered something. He turned back and said to the tall girl, "Farmy, you come too." Farmy Jensen, who originally thought that he was going to be awkwardly left behind, breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed through the crowd. Seeing this, the guests couldn't help but look envious. He was indeed a playboy. He had one in his arms, and he still wouldn't let go of the other. When Eric's figure disappeared, Francis Coppola said to Tony Brandt, "Tony, you can go. Don't come back again." "No, Mr. Coppola, this is really a misunderstanding. I didn't." Seeing that Coppola was about to turn and leave, Tony Brandt didn't dare to quibble anymore. He grabbed Coppola's arm tightly and begged, "I'm sorry, Mr. Coppola. I was wrong. I really was wrong. I'll apologize to Mr. Williams and Miss Connelly now. Mr. Coppola, please give me another chance." Coppola shook his arm in disgust, but he couldn't shake Tony Brandt off. He could only say, "Tony, let's go. Change the female lead and finish your movie well. If you continue to pester me, I'll call Cliff." Hearing that Coppola was going to call the investors of his movie, Tony Brandt immediately let go of his hand. Without his hold, Coppola left without looking back. The guests who had originally been watching the show looked at the middle-aged man with pity. If word got out that he was kicked out by Francis Coppola and offended Hollywood's upstart Eric Williams, Tony Brandt wouldn't be able to survive in Hollywood in the future. After all, if anyone wanted to work with him again, they would definitely involuntarily think about whether the Coppola family or Eric Williams would have any ideas. This kind of potential risk was unpredictable, and it could cause a lot of trouble at any time. Hollywood didn't lack small directors who wanted to make a name for themselves. Not many people were willing to take this kind of risk. "Eric, leave her here. I've already asked the servant to bring some hangover soup." Sofia Coppola took Eric all the way to the second floor of the villa. She opened a room and let Eric in. "Thank you, Sophia." Eric put Connelly on the bed and looked around before he reacted. "This isn't your room, right?" Sophia hurriedly stuffed a few undergarments into the wardrobe. When she heard Eric's question, she blushed and explained, "Yes." Sensing the girl's embarrassment, Eric didn't look around anymore. He looked at Jennifer Connelly's blushing face. He hadn't seen her for a year. The girl's face was a little thinner, but she looked more beautiful. A middle-aged maid dragged a tray to the door and looked into the room. Famke Jensen, who was standing at the door, took the tray. "Let me do it." The maid nodded and handed the tray to the tall girl before she turned and left. "Eric." Famke Jensen handed him the hangover soup. Eric took the bowl and looked up at the girl. "Sorry, Famke." Famke Jensen forced a smile and said, "It's okay." In a daze, Jennifer Connelly felt that she had been placed on a large bed. She vaguely recalled some of the situations before she got drunk. She felt that something was wrong and wanted to struggle up, but she couldn't summon any strength in her body. Soon, she felt herself being helped up by someone, and a strange yet familiar voice rang in her ears. She struggled to open her eyes, and soon revealed a slightly self-deprecating smile. I must have seen wrongly. How could it be him? Such a faint thought popped up in his mind. Connolly's mouth twitched in self-mockery, but he was unable to smile. She brought the spoon to her lips and opened her mouth weakly. The warm liquid flowed down her throat and into her stomach, and she instantly felt much better. However, after a few mouthfuls, her stomach churned, and she retched twice before she felt her body floating again. A moment later, she felt herself lying on the side of the toilet bowl. The gentle tapping on her back made her unable to hold it in any longer, and she vomited out all the wine that she had drunk the entire night. After coming out of the bathroom, Eric patiently fed the girl the hangover soup. Finally, he wiped the corner of her mouth before standing up. Behind him, Famek and Sophia looked at Eric with complicated gazes. Eric, you're so considerate. If only my future boyfriend could treat me like this. Sophia saw that Eric had finally finished his work and spoke her mind without hiding anything. Although Famek Jensen didn't say a word, there was less jealousy in his gaze when he looked at Eric. There was more gentleness in it. Eric smiled and wiped his hands with a towel before saying to Sofia Coppola, Sophia, can you let her rest here for the night? She just vomited out all the alcohol in her stomach. She definitely won't dirty your bedroom with alcohol again. Sofia Coppola asked in surprise, you're not bringing her back? After the girl finished speaking, she suddenly remembered that there was another woman in the room and subconsciously covered her mouth. Eric also looked at Famek Jensen apologetically before explaining, I think you must have misunderstood. I haven't seen her in a year. I didn't expect to meet her here today. We don't have the kind of relationship you think we have. Wow. Sofia Coppola sighed. She didn't know what to say. They hadn't seen each other for more than a year, yet they were still treating each other so well. Who would believe that there was no relationship between the two of them? However, Sofia Coppola didn't say anything else. When Famek Jensen heard Eric's words, although he did not quite believe it, he inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief. Then, let her sleep here. I'll make do with the guest room for the night, Sofia Coppola said after some thought. Eric thanked them, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, under the strange gazes of the two girls, he took Jennifer Connolly's handbag from the table and took out a small address book from it. After searching for a while, Eric quickly picked up the phone beside him and called Jennifer Connolly's agent. Hello, Jim Lester. This is Eric Williams. Are you in Los Angeles? Okay, come to the headquarters of Firefly Films at 10 tomorrow morning. We'll talk about Jennifer Connolly. That's all. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Eric flipped through the address book again and quickly found a page. This page was obviously different from the other pages. It seemed to have been rubbed many times. The corners were gone, but the phone number of his mansion in Beverly Hills was clearly written on it. With a smile, Eric closed the address book and put it back into the girl's white handbag. After getting up and looking at the sleeping Jennifer Connolly, Eric pulled the tall girl beside him. Famek, we should go. Sofia Coppola instructed a maid to stay in the room to take care of Jennifer Connolly. She walked out with Eric and Famek. Don't you want to play for a while? It's still early. No, it'll be around 11 by the time we drive back to Malibu, Eric said as he looked at his watch. The girl didn't ask him to stay any longer. After going downstairs, Eric said goodbye to Francis Coppola and the others before leaving with Famek Jensen. An hour later, after parking the car in the garage of the Sharp Corner Manor, Eric walked into the villa with the girl. After tugging at his tie, Eric said to the girl who was looking around curiously, Sorry, Famek. Tonight must be a bit of a bummer. No, I think it's not bad. The girl looked at Eric with a smile. In the past, as an unknown model, it was impossible for her to participate in such a party. Seeing Eric walk towards the floor-to-ceiling glass window by the sea, the girl followed. After a few steps, she couldn't help but say, Your place is really big. It doesn't feel like a place for people to live in at all. Realizing the ambiguity in his words, Famek Jensen quickly corrected her. Oh, no, I mean, it doesn't feel like a place for people to live in at all. This place is too big. It's more like a library or museum. Freedom City and Iron Man appeared very stingy because of its setting. However, if it was really built according to the design in the movie, the main building of the villa was more than 5,000 square meters. It was indeed much more impressive than many school libraries. Eric didn't mind the mistake in the girl's words. He brought a pot of coffee to the round table by the window and turned off all the lights in the hall. When the surroundings suddenly darkened, the girl cried out in fright, "Hey," but soon, her eyes adjusted to the darkness and saw a faint light shining through the glass window. She walked to the glass wall and looked out. Below was the pitch-black sea. In the night sky, a few stars dotted the surroundings of the full moon, bringing with it a tranquil beauty. "How is it?" Eric asked softly as he sat down on a chair by the round table and poured coffee for the two of them. The girl carefully leaned against the wall and admired the night view outside the window for a while. She sighed and said, "It's very beautiful. I take back what I said just now. This is a place for people to live in. The apartment I rented in Burbank can't see this. Not only that, but I can't sleep because of the sound of passing cars all night. I'm almost traumatized from the noise." Eric leaned back and looked at the girl who walked to the hanging chair opposite him and sat down. She held the coffee cup he had pushed over and gently swayed it with a look of admiration. The girl was still wearing her rose-red gown. The hem of her gown fluttered as she swayed. Her feet that had taken off her high heels were faintly discernible under the hem of her gown. Her slender body leaned against the white egg-shaped chair, looking extremely beautiful. It gave Eric the urge to take a photo. "If you like, you can stay here," Eric said again after admiring it for a while. Upon hearing this, Famke Jensen's gently rocking motion of the space chair came to a stop. Her expression was clearly tempted, but she quickly shook her head and looked at Eric. "If I live here, I don't even know what position I should place myself in." Eric was taken aback, but he quickly smiled and said to Famke Jensen, "I remember in the office this afternoon, you said that I'm too soft-hearted." Famke Jensen revealed a puzzled expression and let out a puzzled sound. "Huh?" Eric didn't answer the girl's puzzlement and continued, "When I saw Jennifer Connelly again tonight, I suddenly regretted letting her go last year." "Ah? Do you know Howard Hughes?" Eric's topic seemed to have strangely changed to something else. Famke Jensen tilted his head and thought for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't know." Eric was taken aback. He recalled that the girl wasn't an American, but was born in the Netherlands. She came to the United States when she was an adult, so it was inevitable that she didn't know the legendary figure Howard Hughes. Since the girl didn't know, Eric explained, "Howard Hughes is one of the greatest filmmakers in Hollywood, and he's also one of the greatest playboys. His dating partners almost covered all the famous A-list actresses in Hollywood in the 30s and 40s. Katharine Hepburn, Bette Davis, Susan Hayward, Jean Tilney, Rita Hayworth, Ava Gardner. Perhaps you haven't heard of many of them, but as long as you check, you'll find that any one of them will be crowned as the most dazzling or greatest actress." A magazine once revealed that Howard Hughes once had as many as 164 girlfriends. He had his mistresses all over Los Angeles. Famke Jensen listened to Eric narrate Howard Hughes's glorious resume as if he was telling a story. Furthermore, the man's tone seemed to become more and more admiring, yearning, and even a little fanatical. The girl couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. Taking advantage of Eric's pause, she interjected, "Don't tell me, you want to be like him?" Eric paused for a moment, then quickly said with determination and fanaticism, "Why not? In terms of achievements, at my age, I've already far surpassed Howard Hughes when I was the same age. Furthermore, he inherited his father's fortune, while I started from scratch. In terms of wealth, I'll definitely be richer in the future. In terms of status, I have Firefly. In a few years, this film company will be able to join the ranks of the movie giants. So, why not?" Famke Jensen flung his right hand around in surprise, but he didn't make any gestures. But, no buts." Eric suddenly waved his hand. "I've decided. As long as it's a woman I like, I'll definitely hold her tightly in my hands in the future, no matter what method I use." Famke Jensen subconsciously shrank into the space chair. I can't be one of them, right?" Eric's tone had a hint of wickedness. "What do you think?" I haven't decided yet." The girl's mind was already in a daze from Eric's devastating words. She seemed to be mumbling to herself. Come here. Eric's deep voice had a hint of bewitchment. When the girl heard this, she subconsciously put down the coffee cup in her hand, got up, and walked to Eric. Her body was soft and very comfortable, but she was also very tired. She didn't want to open her eyes. However, she seemed to feel that she still had to do something. What was it? The girl's thoughts turned in a daze before she remembered that she still had work to do. Right, I'm filming a TV series. I'll be scolded if I'm late. Then, he suddenly sat up, grabbed his hair, and rubbed his eyes. Only then did Famek Jensen clearly see his surroundings. This was a very large bedroom with windows on all four sides. At this time, all of them had been opened, and the morning light shone in, illuminating the bedroom. However, there was no dust in the air that floated around with the sunlight. She quickly recalled everything that had happened last night. It felt like a dream, but how could it be a dream? It's over. I seem to have agreed to something. The girl mumbled to herself. She was barefoot, but she didn't see any clothes around her. She could only search the small wardrobe beside her and find one to wear. As her height was about the same as Eric's, although the shirt was very big, her height was similar to Eric's. She couldn't look like a little woman wearing it. Her two legs were completely exposed. She curiously circled the bedroom. The bedroom was located at the highest point of the manor, and the view was abnormally wide. The girl saw that to the north was Malibu City. The densely packed small villas looked a little laughable. Well, she didn't know why she had such a feeling either. With this thought in mind, she walked to the other side. The scenery in front of her was even more stunning. The sun had already risen high, and the sea and sky were a line. The azure blue intertwined indiscriminately. It was a beautiful sight. After hesitating for a few minutes in the bedroom, the girl opened the wardrobe and rummaged through it. She slammed the wardrobe door shut. Why are there only shirts? There aren't any trousers. She looked down at her outfit and glanced at the alarm clock on the table. It was already 8:30. It would take at least an hour to drive from here to the filming site on the other side of the Santa Monica Mountains. She would definitely be late. However, no one would dare scold her today, right? She thought smugly. It seemed that, although her performance was terrible, she had never been scolded. The reason she was always worried about being scolded seemed to be because that Brad Pitt was often scolded, even though his performance was much better than hers. Thinking of that figure, she quickly understood why. She didn't know why, but she was delighted. Then, he walked down the stairs and cautiously glanced at the hall. It would be terrible if someone saw him dressed like this. Famek, you're awake. Wow. Eric had just finished his routine exercise and had just taken a shower. When he came out with a towel wrapped around him, he saw the girl standing on the stairs and couldn't help but exclaim. Eric's gaze happened to be looking up from below. Famek Jensen saw Eric's expression and his cheeks heated up. He helplessly tugged at the hem of his shirt and complained again, why are there only shirts in your bedroom wardrobe? There aren't even any trousers. In order to make the layout of the bedroom more simple, the wardrobe in the bedroom was very elaborate. Eric's clothes were placed in different compartments, so the girl definitely couldn't find them. However, Eric didn't explain. Instead, he looked the girl up and down with interest and teased, just to see this situation. Pooey, bastard, the girl cursed under her breath and shyly tugged at the hem of her shirt. Eric didn't want the girl to continue being embarrassed. He smiled and said, all right, Famek, I do have a few sets of Drew's clothes, but you definitely won't be able to wear them. You'll have to wear yesterday's costume. I'll go get them for you. I think they're still in the car. Famek Jensen hurriedly waved his hand and urged, go quickly. Bring all my clothes over. Don't leave a single one behind. Understood. Eric turned and walked away. The girl hesitated for a moment on the stairs before carefully walking down. She was still barefoot as she walked around the hall. Eric quickly returned and handed the clothes and shoes in the bag to the girl. He pointed in the direction of the bathroom. You can take a shower while you're at it. Thank you. Famek Jensen took it. Go quickly. The corner of Eric's mouth curled into an inexplicable smile. Seeing this situation, the girl suddenly felt a little flustered and hurriedly fled. 10 minutes later, the two were sitting in the dining room. Looking at Eric, who was eating breakfast and reading the newspaper, Famke Jensen complained, "We're so late this morning. We definitely won't be able to film anything." "Don't worry, it'll be quick," Eric said as he flipped through a page of the newspaper without looking up. "It'll take at least an hour to drive from here to the set. It'll probably be past 10 by the time we get there. I still have to do my makeup, set up the scene, and rehearse my lines." The girl drank a mouthful of milk and grumbled. "It won't take that long. We'll be half an hour late at most." Famke Jensen looked at Eric in disdain. "Humph, you make it sound so easy. I can fly there." Eric finally looked up and raised his eyebrows. "You guessed right. I did call for a helicopter. It'll take less than half an hour to send you there." The girl opened her mouth, then suddenly shook her head. No, that's too ostentatious. "If that's the case, all of them will definitely, Eric said with a chuckle, "that's the effect I want. Let's see who dares to have any ideas about you in the future." "You're being unreasonable," the girl was stunned and quickly retorted. "All right, baby, whatever you say," Eric continued. "By the way, a real estate agent will be looking for you this afternoon. Didn't you say yesterday that the apartment in Burbank was too noisy? You'll wrap up early and get him to take you to Beverly Hills to pick a villa. I'll let the crew know." I can't afford to rent that place now." The girl shook her head. Eric said with a smile, "Pick whatever you want. Whichever building you pick is yours. I'll pay with my card." Famke Jensen still shook his head firmly. "I don't want it. Even if I want it, I can earn money to buy it myself." "Well, you can buy the furniture yourself." "I'm not going to care." "I don't want it," the girl said again. "By the way, do you want a car? How about a Lamborghini?" "Well, no, the Lamborghini's seatbelt is too hard. I think a Ferrari is more suitable for women," Eric said. He suddenly thought of the scene where the girl drove a convertible Ferrari and raced with Bond in James Bond's The Golden Eye. It was so cool. "Well, a Ferrari then. It's settled." Seeing that Eric didn't seem to hear his repeated rejections, Famke Jensen felt a little helpless. He also felt a little sweet that even he didn't know about. He could only keep a straight face and eat his breakfast in protest. However, it didn't have any effect. After breakfast, Eric brought the girl outside the manor. A red and white Bell helicopter was already parked on the helipad. When the helicopter pilot saw Eric, he quickly jumped down from the helicopter and walked towards them. He was a tall white man who was nearly 2 meters tall. He had a faint stubble on his face and sharp eyes. His words and actions had the demeanor of a soldier. He was probably a retired soldier. "Hello, Mr. Williams. I'm Mark Billman." The tall man walked up to Eric and Famke Jensen and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Billman." Eric shook hands with him. "I'm sure you already know what your mission is." "Of course." Mark Billman nodded and said to Famke Jensen, "Miss Jensen, follow me." "Eric, I still think." The girl looked at the helicopter and turned to Eric, still hesitant. Eric hugged the girl and kissed her on the cheek. "All right, Famke. It's nothing. You'll get used to it in the future." "Miss Jensen, are you worried about air sickness?" "Don't worry about that. It only takes about 10 minutes to get to Calabasas from here. It won't take long." Seeing that Mark Billman had spoken, Famke Jensen did not say anything else. Otherwise, it would definitely embarrass Eric. Soon, the girl boarded the helicopter. Eric took a few steps back and waved at the girl who was slowly ascending into the air. He watched as the helicopter gradually disappeared into the distance and finally became a small white dot. He thought to himself that perhaps he should hire an exclusive helicopter team. That way, he could save a lot of time traveling to and from the city. Moreover, compared to private jets, helicopters were much cheaper. The price of a helicopter was only equivalent to a high-end sports car. Even if he hired a team to pilot and maintain the helicopter, it would not cost much in a year. Furthermore, he could protect his privacy this way. No matter how strong the paparazzi were, it was not realistic for them to chase after the helicopter. Back at the villa, Eric walked to the space chair where the two of them had chatted last night. He saw that there were still pieces of scarlet silk scattered around. Obviously, this was the remains of the expensive evening gown from last night. After casually picking up the scattered pieces of fabric and putting them into the trash can, Eric walked to the space chair and sat down. He looked at the sponge outside the window and thought about what had happened the day before. Since he had already made up his mind, Eric did not intend to change it. Although Eric often told the women in the past, including Drew, "You are my woman," in a very domineering manner, if they were determined to leave him, Eric did not intend to stop them. As a person who had lived two lives, he was originally very open-minded about many things. But now, he had decided not to let such things happen again. Eric was determined to keep all the women he liked by his side. This was not a delusion. He could give them everything they wanted, whether it was material or fame. Didn't the women who could step into Hollywood pursue fame and fortune? Therefore, if he gave them everything they wanted, then they had to give him what they wanted. This was an equivalent exchange, very fair. Of course, all of this was based on strength. When Eric had enough power in Hollywood, those women who took what they wanted but did not want to pay for it would certainly have to consider the consequences. Famke Janssen was the first in his plan. After spending half a day together, Eric more or less understood the tall woman's personality. She was proud, confident, and had some feminist tendencies. But at the same time, Famke Janssen also yearned for the prosperity and luxury of Hollywood. This was also the reason why the woman did not refuse Eric's gift of the Beverly property at breakfast. If it were not for Eric, the woman might have needed a long time to obtain all of this. In his previous life, Famke Janssen had always been a second-tier actress in Hollywood. Although she played Jean Grey in the X-Men series, compared to Halle Berry, who played the role of Lady Stormsword, the woman could only be considered a small vase. In his memory, the woman was like many stars in Hollywood who encountered bottlenecks in their development and switched to acting in American dramas. And now, although Famke Janssen was acting as the female lead of the X-Files under Eric's arrangement, this TV series would definitely have a deep impact on the actress' image. But as long as Eric was willing, the woman could easily switch to the big screen. She could even develop on both the big and small screens at the same time. Of course, in order to obtain all of this, there must be a prerequisite. After thinking for a while, Eric smiled and got up. Now, it was time to settle the matter of the other woman. Jennifer Connelly woke up very early. She pulled the blanket and looked at the bedroom in a daze. Her head still hurt from the hangover. As a girl, she quickly realized that this was obviously a girl's room. Moreover, there were no signs of being violated on her body. This discovery made her heave a sigh of relief. There were only a few vague fragments in her mind. It was difficult for her to recall what had happened last night. She only remembered that she was a little upset, so she drank a lot and got very drunk. And then, there was no and then. When she woke up, she found herself here. The weak morning light was gradually replaced by sunlight. The bedroom became brighter and brighter, so bright that even the curtains could not block it. Just as she was at a loss, the bedroom door was pushed open. She hurriedly pulled the blanket up and wrapped herself up. She looked at the door with some apprehension. A girl wearing a dark blue long-sleeved t-shirt and jeans walked in. Seeing her wide-open eyes, she smiled, revealing 2 rabbit teeth. "Miss Connelly, you're awake?" Jennifer Connelly vaguely remembered that this girl should be Francis Coppola's daughter, Sofia Coppola. She had seen her when she arrived at the party last night. "Hello, Miss Coppola. Excuse me, this is my house. You were drunk last night. Eric let you sleep here." Eric Williams. She quickly remembered the high-spirited young figure she had seen from afar last night. When she heard Sofia Coppola's words, for some reason, Jennifer Connelly suddenly felt wronged. Then, tears welled up in her eyes. "What's wrong with you? Are you still feeling unwell? You drank so much last night. If it wasn't for Eric, you might have been." Sofia Coppola asked with concern when she saw the girl's teary eyes. Soon, the girl felt that it was better not to mention what had happened last night. "I'm fine." Jennifer Connelly shook her head. She hesitated for a moment before asking, then what about him?" "Him? Oh, you mean Eric. He went back," Sofia Coppola said. The girl shrank into the blanket. She could not help but feel disappointed. After Sofia Coppola said a few words, she pulled over a small stool beside the dressing table and sat down. She asked in a gossipy manner, "Hey, Jenny, what's going on between you and Eric? He was so angry last night because of you. He almost got into a fight with the person who brought you here. Anyone can tell that he likes you a lot. However, he said that he hasn't seen you for a year." Jennifer Connelly was stunned when she heard this. She just shook her head and did not answer. She really did not know how to answer. Seeing that the girl was unwilling to speak, Sofia did not force her. She continued, "Oh yes, when he left last night, he took out your address book and called a person named Jim Rester. He asked him to look for him at 10 in the morning. Jim Rester is your agent, right?" The girl was stunned again. She softly hummed an acknowledgement. At the same time, a faint expectation rose in her heart. This expectation was not for her acting career, but because she heard that the guy was still paying attention to her. As Sofia Coppola was chattering, a maid knocked on the bedroom door and said, "Miss, it's time for breakfast." "Oh, we'll be right there," the girl replied. Then, she said to Jennifer Connelly, "Get up quickly. Let's go to the dining room together." More than 10 minutes later, Sofia pulled Jennifer Connelly, who had washed up simply, to the dining room downstairs. At this time, there were already a few people sitting in the dining room. Francis Coppola and his wife, Sofia's brother, Roman Coppola, and Nicolas Cage, who had not left last night. Seeing her daughter pulling Jennifer Connelly into the dining room, Francis Coppola greeted her kindly, "Good morning, Miss Connelly. Did you have a good rest last night?" "Very well. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Coppola," Connelly said stiffly. Then, she nodded at the others in the dining room. In the short conversation last night, Francis Coppola had looked at her as if he was sizing up a beautiful vase. But now, his tone was like that of a kind elder. This surprised Connelly a little. The girl did not know how to react next, but she had already been pulled to the dining table by Sofia. The maid skillfully divided breakfast for the two of them. "So, Sofia, you're really going to listen to that kid and not play the role of Marie Corleone?" Francis Coppola waited for the two girls to sit down before he quickly changed the topic to his younger daughter. Hearing this, Connelly's little ears pricked up. She acutely sensed that the kid Francis Coppola was talking about was Eric Williams. Sofia quickly confirmed her guess. "I think what Eric said makes sense. I don't have any acting experience in movies. I don't want to ruin Dad's hard work because of me." Francis Coppola hurriedly said, No, Sofia, you have to believe in yourself. You have a lot of potential. Don't listen to that little guy's words. He's only 19 years old and he's already achieved so much. Of course, my daughter can do it too." "Dad, I think Williams is right," Roman Coppola, Sofia Coppola's brother, suddenly raised his head and said. "Roman." Francis Coppola glared at his son with dissatisfaction. Roman Coppola shrugged his shoulders and quickly lowered his head again. Cage had no intention of speaking at all. Although he agreed with Eric's point of view, because he had seen his cousin's performance before. That feeling, it was better not to say. Sofia saw that the atmosphere was starting to change, and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "Dad, don't say any more. I know you love me very much, and I love you very much too. So, I hope that The Godfather 3 can be even better. I've already made up my mind. I'll start from small roles. Like Nick. Didn't Mr. Tim Burton recommend a girl named Winona Ryder to you before? I heard that her performance is very good. Maybe you can let her try." Francis Coppola glared at his son, and soon turned to his younger daughter somewhat dotingly. "Okay, Sofia, I'll let that Winona Ryder try." Roman Coppola was helpless against his father's favoritism. After thinking for a while, he said to his sister with a smirk, "Sofia, since it was Eric Williams who suggested it, you should ask him to compensate you with a role." "Humph, I'm not as thick-skinned as you." The girl snorted softly and continued to eat her breakfast. Francis Coppola did not scold his son this time. Instead, he said with some emotion, "Indeed, Eric Williams' movies are very good at creating stars. From the little boy in Home Alone, to the actress from Australia at the end of the year, I think her name is Nicole Kidman." now, they are all A-list actors. I heard that Tom Cruise not only rejected the invitation of Ghost, but also spoke nonsense about the movie. What a stupid guy. Hey, Dad, Cruise is one of my idols. How can you say that about him? Sofia Coppola raised her head in dissatisfaction. Sister, Dad is right. What Tom Cruise did this time was really stupid. Although he has been popular for 10 years, the box office results of his personal movies are very unstable. What's more, Tom Cruise has a fatal shortcoming. He doesn't have any popular movie series. In this case, once the movies he starred in encounter several box office failures in a row, he will quickly step down from the A-list star position. The girl was unconvinced and asked, many famous actors in Hollywood don't have a series of movies to rely on. Roman Coppola continued, it doesn't matter if many people don't. For example, actors like Al Pacino and Robert De Niro can gain enough popularity with their acting skills. But Cruise is different. Do you remember the very popular Grease and an Officer and a Gentleman a long time ago? The girl nodded. Yes, I know. The male lead of Grease, John Travolta, and the male lead of An Officer and a Gentleman, Richard Gere, were both considered idols back then. But after all these years, who can still see their shadows in Hollywood? As for the reason, it's because after these two masterpieces, they were unlucky and didn't encounter any other popular movies. And Tom Cruise's path is similar to theirs. It's just that his luck is very good. Every few years, he can encounter a popular movie, which keeps him in the A-list position in Hollywood. But in Hollywood, luck is the most unreliable thing. Francis Coppola also nodded at his son, which was rare. Sofia Coppola also had a thoughtful look on her face. You mean to say that if he has another popular series, even if his popularity falls, he can still gather popularity through reboots and sequels? Of course. Look at Harrison Ford. His popularity declined a lot in the past few years, but last year, with Raiders of the Lost Ark, he easily returned to the A-list. Roman Coppola suddenly lowered his voice and said in a gossipy tone, also, I heard at a party that Tom Cruise's very capable agent, who seems to be called Paula Wagner, had originally found a movie series for Cruise, but the adaptation rights of the related TV series were obtained by Eric Williams. Sofia Coppola immediately moved closer to her brother and asked with great interest, what TV series? I'll go look for a videotape. Roman Coppola stirred the plate in front of him with his fork and said, I think it's called Mission Impossible, but that TV series is very old. You definitely won't be able to find a videotape. Ahem, alright, let's stop chatting. Hurry up and eat, Francis Coppola said in dissatisfaction when he saw his son and daughter huddled together and whispered like two little mice conspiring. Then, he said to Cage on the other side, Nick, work harder in Ghost this time. Try your best to build a good relationship with Eric Williams. It will definitely be of great help to your future development. I know, Uncle. Nicolas Cage nodded. Jennifer Connelly listened to the family casually talk about various Hollywood rules that most people would not know about. Although the Coppola family always talked to her from time to time so that she did not feel neglected at all, the girl still felt that she should not be here at all. After breakfast, Jennifer Connelly hurriedly said goodbye to the Coppola family. She was still thinking about another matter. Eric had asked her agent to go to Firefly to look for him at 10 o'clock today. As soon as she walked out of the Coppola family mansion, Jennifer Connelly saw a silver-gray car parked far away more than 10 meters to the west of the Coppola family's gate. Her agent, Jim Rester, was anxiously looking at the gate. The moment he saw her come out, he immediately waved at the girl excitedly. Connelly quickened her pace and walked over. After receiving Eric's call last night, Jim Rester did not sleep well the whole night. He was in a state of slight excitement, but he could not contact Connelly. It was not until the morning that Jim Rester shamelessly called Tony Brandt. Although the other party's tone was very unpleasant, he still told him Connelly's whereabouts. Therefore, Jim Rester came to the Coppola family's gate early in the morning. However, after arriving, Jim Rester was a little uncertain. How could Jennifer Connelly be staying here? This was the house of Francis Coppola, one of the 4 great Hollywood directors. Therefore, he did not even have the courage to go forward. He could only wait foolishly near the gate, hoping that Jennifer Connelly would come out early so that he could bring the girl to Firefly Films. Although Eric did not say that the two of them would go together on the phone, Jim Rester naturally felt that Eric must have meant that. Moreover, with Jennifer Connelly, Jim Rester would feel more confident. "Morning, Jim." Jennifer Connelly walked to her agent's side and greeted him a little guiltily. However, the agent did not have much time to chat with her. He quickly said, "Jenny, get in the car. We'll talk on the way." Do I have to go too?" the girl asked hesitantly. Jim Rester nodded. "Of course. Eric Williams will definitely want to see you." The girl was pulled into the car by the agent in a daze. Then, they soon arrived at the headquarters of Firefly Films. Jim Rester brought the girl to the front desk and said a few words to the receptionist. The receptionist looked at the records and said politely, "Sir, you must be Jim Rester, right? Mr. Williams has already told you to come. You can go directly to him." However, he did not mention this lady. Jennifer Connelly's gaze suddenly became a little gloomy. However, Jim Rester said, "Mr. Williams must have forgotten. Can you inform him that Miss Jennifer Connelly is also here? I believe he has already allowed us to go up together." The receptionist looked at Jennifer Connelly and nodded reluctantly. She picked up the phone and dialed for a while before saying, "Please go up. Mr. Williams' office is on the 7th floor, room 706. After Jim Rester thanked her, he led the girl to the elevator. In the elevator, Jim Rester hesitated for a moment before saying, "Jenny, this time. Can you not be so willful?" Jennifer Connelly was silent for a moment before she nodded her head silently. Jim Rester breathed a sigh of relief and could not help but comfort her. Eric Williams is now single. Who knows how many women in Hollywood have their eyes on him. Moreover, he obviously likes you very much. If you can become his girlfriend, it will be a great help to your future development. Hollywood is very realistic. I think you must have experienced it very deeply this year." In the office, Eric was multitasking. While listening to Ellen describe his work arrangements for the past few days, he lowered his head and quickly flipped through the information about Hollywood special effects companies that the consulting company had submitted. Eric did not look at the specific details. He was only looking for the information to see if there were any special effects teams that were more outstanding in his memory. He was still very superstitious about his memory. If there were some people who were outstanding in his memory from his previous life, in this time and space, with his help, they would definitely be able to do even better. Very soon, Eric found a familiar name. Stan Winston Studio. He quickly glanced at the details below. Stan Winston's studio was established in 1972. So far, it had taken on the special effects work for many movies, including the famous Terminator and the sequel to Alien. It even won an Oscar for Best Special Visual Effects in 1986. After searching his mind, Eric also found a lot of other information. In his previous life, the Digital Domain Movie Special Effects Company, which stood side by side with Industrial Light and Magic and Vita Digital, was founded by Stan Winston and James Cameron. This studio's achievements in CG technology were even more advanced than Industrial Light and Magic's. However, Digital Domain was not like Industrial Light and Magic, which had a strong accumulation of technology and a steady stream of projects. It was also not like Vita Digital, which was located in New Zealand in the Southern Hemisphere and enjoyed all kinds of support from Xianxia. In addition, the signboard James Cameron and the founder, John Tickster, left one after another. Stan Winston passed away due to illness. In the end, without a leader, Digital Domain was reduced to bankruptcy. However, there was no doubt that Stan Winston's ability was unquestionable to be able to develop Digital Domain to the same level as Industrial Light and Magic. Therefore, Eric quickly identified a target. "Alan, help me contact Mr. Stan Winston." Eric took out the information of Stan Winston's studio and handed it to Alan. "Try to hurry up. Ghost's schedule is very tight. The preparations in New York are already done. I only need the female lead here. The most important thing now is to solve the special effects problem." Alan took the information and looked at it. He nodded but still could not help but advise, "Eric, I think if the special effects are handed over to Industrial Light and Magic, the movie will definitely be completed on time. But if we do it ourselves, the effect and time will be very difficult to determine. Eric was silent for a moment before he said, "Everyone has to learn how to walk on their own. You should contact Stan Winston as soon as possible." "Alright, I understand." Alan nodded. Just as he was about to leave, someone knocked on the office door. After receiving permission, the female secretary poked her head in and said, "Mr. Williams, Mr. Lester, and Miss Connolly are here." "Let them in," Eric said. Alan had just heard Eric answering the call from the front desk, so he tactfully turned around and left. Jim Lester and Jennifer Connolly walked in one after another. "Hello, Mr. Williams." Jim Lester extended his hand and shook Eric's hand as he walked out from behind his desk. "Hello, Jim." Eric smiled and let go of the man's hand, then looked at Jennifer Connolly. The woman lowered her head slightly, but she quickly raised it again and tried to look straight at Eric. She wanted to show a generous smile, but her expression was a little uncomfortable. "Jenny, long time no see," Eric said gently. "Yes, yes." The woman nodded, as if she felt that this answer was a little inappropriate. She wanted to say something, but Eric had already pointed to the sofa in the lounge. "Let's talk there." The three of them sat down on the sofa, and the secretary quickly left after serving coffee. Eric was not in a hurry to speak. He sat on the sofa opposite the two of them and looked at the woman in front of him without hiding anything. Jennifer Connolly and Eric's eyes met for a moment, then quickly looked away in a panic. The man's gaze was almost the same as it was a year ago. "What have you been busy with this year, Jenny?" Eric asked after a while. The woman hesitated, not knowing what to say. Could she tell him that she had been going around for auditions, running into rejection everywhere, or being ignored by her agent? Jim Rester was here now, and even if her agent wasn't here, she couldn't say that. After all, it had been a year, and she understood that there was nothing wrong with what her agent had done. Seeing the woman's embarrassed expression, Jim Rester took the initiative to help her out. "Mr. Williams, Jenny has been studying at Stanford University for most of this year. You know, she's still young, and it's never wrong to learn more." Eric nodded, looked at the woman, and asked, "Is that so?" Jennifer Connolly bit her lower lip but still said softly, "Yes, it is." Eric continued, "By the way, last night, and that. Sorry, I forgot his name, I think it was Brandt, Tony Brandt," Jim Rester reminded him politely. Eric nodded. "Yes, it was Tony Brandt. I had some conflict with that gentleman, and it ruined your female lead role." The woman didn't have any reaction, but Jim Rester was surprised. He didn't know about this. However, when he recalled Tony Brandt's tone when he called him in the morning, Jim Lester quickly understood what was going on. Just as he was about to blame Tony Brandt, he quickly reacted to the situation. It was just a small production's female lead role, so it didn't matter if she lost it. As long as she could hug the big shot in front of her, she wouldn't have to worry about not having a role. "It's okay, Mr. Williams. Actually, that movie wasn't suitable for Jenny, so it's fine if she doesn't act in it." Eric looked at the woman, and Jennifer Connolly forced a smile, but didn't say anything. "You should know that I've been planning to make a movie recently, and I just happened to confirm the male lead role last night. The preparations in New York have also been completed. As long as we can find the female lead, we can start shooting." When he said this, even Jennifer Connolly, who had been pretending to be reserved, couldn't help but light up. Jim Rester's eyes flashed with ecstasy. However, Eric continued, "It's just a pity that the female lead role in that movie isn't suitable for Jenny." After that, Eric slowly picked up his coffee and looked at the changes in their expressions. He teased them a little. Their expressions were really interesting. Even though Jim Rester realized that Eric did it on purpose, he didn't dare to show any displeasure, but the regret on his face was obvious. Jennifer Connolly, on the other hand, clutched the corner of her dress tightly. She was still wearing the dress from the party last night. After hearing Eric's words, the woman couldn't help but breathe a little faster due to her disappointment. Jim Rester thought for a while, and still asked unwillingly, "Mr. Williams, maybe you can let Jenny audition and see how it goes. Her performance in last year's Death of the Swan was quite outstanding." Eric shook his head. "If it's just a matter of acting, then it's not a problem at all. The key is the image. My movie needs the image of a housewife, but Jenny's temperament is too cold and glamorous." It's not suitable at all. That's really a pity. Jim Rester shook his head and sighed. Eric took a sip of his coffee and said leisurely, but it's not a big deal. Hollywood shoots hundreds of movies every year. Even if it's the Big Seven, the total number of movies produced every year is also in the hundreds. Finding a movie suitable for Jenny is a piece of cake. Jennifer Connelly was still a little doubtful. Everyone knew that Eric was besieged some time ago. Although no evidence was revealed, everyone knew that the Big Seven must have been behind it. Now, Eric should be in a deadlock with the Big Seven. What was the use of saying all this? However, Jim Rester saw it more clearly than Jennifer Connelly. Since Eric had successfully weathered that storm, it meant that Firefly's position in Hollywood had been confirmed whether the Big Seven were willing or not. Under such circumstances, with Eric's current status in Hollywood, asking for a female lead role from one of the Big Seven was a piece of cake. He believed that any one of the Big Seven would be very willing to give Eric face. Mr. Williams, is what you said true? Eric nodded. Of course, but it will take some time. I have to get someone to look for it first. Also, I need Jenny's cooperation. Don't worry, Jenny will definitely fully cooperate with you this time, the agent blurted out without waiting for Eric to finish. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Not only did the girl's face turn red, but even Eric himself felt his face heat up. Did he know how to speak? So direct. Ahem, Jenny has to make time to cooperate with some auditions. After all, only by passing the auditions can I help to lobby. If the role is not suitable for Jenny, then even if she gets it, it will only have a negative impact on Jenny's career in the future. Although he felt that there was no use in trying to salvage the situation, Eric still added on what he had just said. I understand, Jim Rester said fawningly. In the midst of the awkwardness, there was a knock on the door. Alan poked his head in and showed an apologetic look. Mr. Williams, there's something urgent. Wait a moment, Eric said hurriedly and then left the office. It's like this, Mr. Williams. I just called Mr. Stan Winston. After explaining the purpose of my visit, he agreed very quickly. Also, the time is set at 11:30 today. By the way, Mr. Stan Winston also hopes to bring a friend, so I thought it would be better to inform you as soon as possible. Friend, Eric raised his eyebrows and quickly thought of someone. Stan Winston's best friend, without a doubt, must be Cameron. No problem. Is the phone still online? I'll talk to him personally. He's already hung up, Alan said regretfully. But if you agree, it's already 10:30 now. The location is at Krar Restaurant in Beverly Hills. I think you should, pay attention to the time. Eric looked at his watch and glanced at his office. He nodded. Don't worry, I got it. Then I'll get to work, the assistant said quickly. I'm sorry, both of you. There's a situation. Eric returned to the office and said to Jim Rester and Jennifer Connelly, I'm afraid we can't talk too much. It's okay, Mr. Williams. Maybe we can arrange a time to have dinner together. How about tonight? Sorry, I have plans tonight, Eric said as he thought of the tall girl. Since he had made up his mind to hold Famic Johnson in his hands, he obviously had to take advantage of the situation to go on a few more dates to increase their relationship. Material things were necessary, but so was feelings. After some thought, Eric said to Jennifer Connelly, by the way, Jenny, I'm going on a date later. Would you like to be my date? The girl hesitated when she heard Eric's words. Jim Rester almost wanted to agree on behalf of the girl, but at this time, he felt it was better to let the girl make her own decision. It's just a normal lunch, Eric added. The other party is a very famous special effects artist in Hollywood, and maybe a director. After lunch, I'll send you back. Then, okay. Jennifer Connelly nodded when she heard Eric say that. Eric smiled and looked at the girl's dress. Actually, your outfit is just right. Yes, very beautiful. Thank you, the girl said softly. In that case, I'll leave first. After the girl agreed, Jim Rester felt relieved and quickly stood up to leave. Eric sent him out and returned to the office again. The girl suddenly became more uneasy when only the two of them were left in the room. Wait a moment, let me change, Eric said lightly to the girl and walked to the small room next to the office. Stan, why do you think that little guy is looking for you? In Craw restaurant in Beverly Hills, two big men sat in a corner. The man with a crew cut said to the middle-aged man with a big beard. I heard that he's going to use special effects in his next movie. With that young man's ambition, what do you think, James? James Cameron paused and quickly said, You mean, he wants to buy your studio? It's obvious, Stan Winston said without changing his smile. I see that you're very interested. James Cameron thought for a moment and laughed. He's a billionaire, very rich. Last year, he bought Steve Jobs' animation studio. It said that he invested tens of millions into it. Nothing came out, but he still invested without blinking. Such a generous young man, of course I'm very interested. You know, special effects are very expensive. With money, you can experiment with more interesting things. Also, this is why I brought you here. Haven't you always wanted to make Terminator 2? This is a good opportunity. James Cameron suddenly looked excited, but soon shook his head in disappointment. That young man has never made a high-budget movie. I remember that the movie he invested the most in, Dark War, only cost $30 million, and it was Columbia who paid for it. Although I lowered the budget for Terminator 2 again and again and only reported a budget of $70 million, none of the big 7 companies were willing to take it. I don't think they'll take the risk. Anyway, you can't find an investor now. Stan Winston patted his friend's shoulder. So, it's better to try than wait. Although model special effects are still the mainstream technology used in special effects movies, I'm sure that in 10 to 20 years, CG special effects will definitely replace model special effects as the mainstream of special effects movies. About 10 years ago, Industrial Light and Magic created full CG scenes in movies, and in Jim's Abyss last year, there were even full CG characters. These are the most direct manifestations of this development trend. In Craw restaurant, Eric was talking to Stan Winston and James Cameron opposite him. Although the two opposite him were both special effects artists, in terms of professional special effects technology, Eric certainly could not show off his slight skill in front of an expert. However, Eric's identity as a time traveler made him see the development trend of special effects more clearly than the two opposite him. Therefore, after finding the right topic, he could easily seize the initiative of the conversation. Eric, I don't agree with what you said. Although CG special effects can achieve more diverse scenes, it is still too expensive. In comparison, model special effects are much cheaper. You must know that Jim's Terminator only cost $6.5 million. If CG special effects were used, maybe the $6.5 million would not even be enough to cover the cost of the special effects, Stan Winston retorted. Of course, I'm just saying that CG special effects are the main development trend of special effects, but model special effects will always play their role. Speaking of which, Eric suddenly turned to James Cameron as if nothing had happened. Jim, have you ever thought of making a sequel to Terminator? I remember you said in an interview that you had many regrets in the first Terminator that were not realized. Hearing this question, James Cameron and Stan Winston looked at each other at the same time. They had been talking for more than half an hour, and lunch was almost over. Originally, James Cameron did not know how to bring up this topic, but he did not expect Eric to take the initiative to ask. Eric, actually, I have already written the script for the second movie, but I am still looking for investors, James Cameron said, pretending to be reserved. Although he was known as the tyrant of the set, James Cameron was usually not a hot-tempered person. When he was looking for investors for a movie, he did not lack any tricks. Otherwise, he would not have been able to get the investment time and time again in his previous life. Eric certainly understood James Cameron's thoughts, and he was also very clear about James Cameron's current situation. Although Cameron had not yet evolved into the comma of the future, as a transmigrator, Eric would certainly pay special attention to this name. He also maintained the good habit of reading newspapers and magazines every day, so he knew a lot of the developments in Hollywood like the back of his hand. Therefore, when news of James Cameron occasionally appeared in the newspapers, Eric would subconsciously take a second look at it and remember it in his heart. The cost of James Cameron's Abyss last year was as high as $70 million, which was exactly twice the investment of Warner's Batman, which was a global hit last year. Although it eventually received a series of good reviews and an Oscar nomination, the box office was very miserable. The North American box office only grossed over US $50 million, while the overseas box office grossed only US $30 million. Since the box office was not good, the corresponding peripheral films would not be too good either. Therefore, this movie brought a loss of US $30 million for Fox. In Eric's memory, this was the only movie of James Cameron that made the investors lose money. After being severely cheated, Fox of course would not invest in Cameron's new movie, let alone the more expensive Terminator 2. Although the first movie did well at the box office, it was not enough for Fox to take the risk to fork out money again, and the other 6 major film companies that did not cooperate much with Cameron were even more unlikely to fork out money so easily. In his memory, Terminator 2 was made by a film company called Kerala, who sold everything they had and raised $100 million US. In the end, it received more than $500 million US at the box office worldwide. For this movie that was destined to be a big hit, although the investment was a little high, Eric certainly did not intend to let it go. Moreover, he did not intend to let Cameron off. After some consideration, Eric continued to ask, "Jim, if it's possible, can you briefly explain the plot of Terminator 2? When James Cameron saw that Eric was interested in the movie, a glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in his heart. "Of course, but please keep it a secret and don't disclose it." "That's for sure." Eric nodded, then said to Jennifer Connelly, who was doing her job as a vase, "Jenny," the girl smiled knowingly, revealing 2 small canine teeth. "Don't worry, I won't either." "Then, the story is probably like this." James Cameron briefly explained the outline of his creation. When Jennifer Connelly heard James Cameron's idea of the liquid metal robot, her eyes widened slightly with a look of disbelief and surprise. Eric already had the complete movie in his memory. In addition, James Cameron did not have much talent in telling stories verbally, so he did not show any strange expressions. He just listened attentively to Cameron's narration. Occasionally, he would find some differences between Cameron's story outline and the movie. For example, in Cameron's story outline, Sarah Connor, played by Linda Hamilton, was not locked up in a mental hospital. Of course, these were just some insignificant details. During the entire narration process, Cameron and Stan Winston had been silently paying attention to Eric's expression. When he found that Eric's expression did not change much, Cameron suddenly felt that something was wrong. If a story could not interest investors, then the possibility of getting an investment was definitely slim. "Jim, according to your idea, the cost of this movie is definitely not low. Have you done a preliminary budget?" Eric asked after Cameron finished speaking. "I have. Although the idea of the liquid metal robot may cost a little more, I only need 60 million. I only need $60 million US to make this movie. The liquid metal robot does not have to use all the CG. Some of the scenes can still use relatively cheap models. I have discussed this with Stan," Cameron said. In the end, he unconsciously took the initiative to promote to Eric. His original pretense of being reserved was also thrown to the back of his mind. After all, among the people he knew, Eric was the most likely to come up with this amount of money. The funding for several movies released around Christmas last year had already begun to recoup. Coupled with the video and other peripherals, it could bring in at least $400 million US for Firefly. Stan Winston quickly echoed, "Yes, Eric, we can use Mercury or models to replace some of the scenes." $60 million US of investment is enough. $60 million US? As if you can make this movie, Eric complained in his heart. His face became solemn. 60 million, almost 10 times the investment of the previous movie. Firefly has never operated a movie with such a large investment. "Eric, believe me, this movie will definitely not disappoint you." Cameron wanted to continue saying something, but he was interrupted by Eric. Since James Cameron had not found an investor yet, it was necessary to whet Cameron's appetite. If it was too easy to get an investment, then Cameron would be even more unscrupulous in his squandering. Eric even had the idea of letting Jeffrey be the producer of Terminator 2, but he quickly gave up. Jeffrey's frugality and Cameron's squandering happened to be two extremes. It would be strange if they did not fight when they were together. Sorry, Jim, I need to think about it carefully. $60 million of investment is not a small amount. Let's talk about business today. Stan, I think you must have guessed something. I plan to set up a movie special effects company, and I want to invite you and your team to join. In the future, this movie company will be responsible for most of the special effects work for Firefly's movies. Stan Winston was not angry because of Cameron's rejection. Eric's cautious reaction to Terminator 2 was almost inevitable. It would be strange if he immediately agreed. Eric, why me? I mean, there are many excellent special effects teams in Hollywood. Eric remembered something Stan Winston once said in his previous life. He smiled and replied, because they only do special effects, but you are using special effects to perform. Stan Winston was a little moved. This sentence touched the deepest nerve in Stan's heart. Once upon a time, Stan Winston's dream was to be a movie actor, but dreams and reality were always very different. After graduating from college, Stan Winston worked as a makeup apprentice at Disney for 3 years, and then opened his own Winston studio. Later, he realized that he did not completely abandon his dream. Actors were performing with themselves, but he was performing with special effects. Therefore, over the years, Stan Winston had always maintained his passion for movie special effects. He was even often described as crazy. This consistent passion for movie special effects was the main reason for Stan Winston's success. To be honest, without Stan Winston, James Cameron would not have been able to shoot the classic Terminator with a mere $6.5 million. Because of a serious lack of funds, the Terminator robot in the first movie was just a simple metal model without any mechanical kinetic equipment. Therefore, the special effects of the robot's movements in the movie were almost shot frame by frame using a method similar to stop-motion animation. The movie had 24 frames per second, and 1440 frames per minute. It was easy to imagine how much work it took to shoot a scene that was several minutes long. If one did not have enough faith and passion, no one would be able to persevere. However, although he was a little moved by Eric's words, Stan still had no intention of relenting. He said, Eric, what you just said is almost exactly the same as what I thought. I've never thought that special effects is just a marginal profession. Without special effects, a box office miracle like Star Wars would never happen again, let alone other movies that use a lot of special effects. However, I know that you've only been shooting drama movies and have not participated in the production of special effects movies. Many Hollywood directors don't pay much attention to special effects. Although some special effects were used in Ghost this time, do you have any specific plans for this company in the future? I don't like to be in a situation where I have nothing to do after joining. Eric immediately shook his head and said, Of course not. I can tell you very clearly, Stan, my goal is to surpass Industrial Light and Magic. You should know about Jurassic Park, right? This project definitely won't drag on for too long. There's also Resident Evil. Recently, I handed a draft to my book agent. It's also a science fiction novel called The Matrix. These 3 novels will be made into at least a trilogy of special effects movies in the future. Therefore, the special effects company will not lack projects in the next 10 years. Industrial Light and Magic can develop to its current scale only with the Star Wars series, and Firefly's special effects movies will definitely be much more than Lucasfilm's in the future. As long as the special effects company can handle it, I don't mind letting my own special effects company do all of it. Stan Winston had not read the novel version of Resident Evil, nor did he hear anything about it from the name The Matrix. However, he knew about Jurassic Park. This novel had attracted the attention of many movie companies, but Eric had never given up the movie rights. His purpose was obvious. Eric definitely planned to produce this movie himself. Imagining the scene of ancient giant dinosaurs resurrected on the big screen, Stan Winston was already a little excited, but he did not lose his calm. Instead, he asked, then, Eric, about my conditions for joining the company. You know, although my current studio is very small, I'm the boss myself. I don't lack projects. Eric said, I'll give you 10% of the shares. The special effects company will be completely handed over to you to manage. The company will not be listed for 10 years. I will always provide the company with enough funds, but before the company is listed, no matter how much money I invest, I will never dilute your personal shares. Stan Winston still remained cautious. Although 10% of the shares was not a lot, if Eric could provide enough funds for the development of the special effects company, he would not mind it. Eric, I don't have any objections about 10% of the shares, but although I know you have enough funds, you still need a specific investment amount, not an ambiguous promise. You know, in Hollywood, a lot of investment promises can't be fulfilled. Eric thought for a while and said, for the first investment of $20 million, I hope that this money will be used to purchase equipment, research and development of computer CG technology, as well as the preparation of the early special effects for Jurassic Park. Therefore, you can also see it as the early investment for Jurassic Park. By the way, Pixar can provide some technical support to the special effects company. At the same time, the special effects company will have to set up its own CG technology research and development team. Stan Winston nodded with satisfaction and then said, "It seems that you are really optimistic about computer CG special effects?" Yes, the development of model special effects has reached its peak. However, there are also great limitations to the development of model special effects. Just like the movie Cleopatra starring Elizabeth Taylor a few decades ago, if there was a production system at that time, there would be no need to risk bankruptcy for large-scale real-life construction. In addition, model special effects can't create natural landscape movie special effects. In the future, I will be making a disaster film series, which involves large-scale natural landscapes such as hurricanes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, etc. These are not things that model special effects can realistically simulate. After all, the authenticity of miniature landscapes is too difficult to guarantee. Eric smiled and said, "So, our company will maintain the foundation of model special effects, and the main research direction will be computer CG special effects. I have named this special effects company Digital Domain." Digital Domain, Stan Winston murmured, and James Cameron, who had been listening silently, couldn't help but say, "Eric, in that case, this company is just right for the production of Terminator 2. Most of the liquid metal robots shots are planned to be made with CG, so I hope you can consider it. As long as you agree to invest part of the investment for Terminator 2, even if it's only $10 million, I can raise the rest of the funds." Eric smiled and said, "Jim, I know what you are thinking. Because my previous movies were relatively successful, many people in Hollywood now believe in my vision, but I can't risk my own reputation. Otherwise, if this movie fails, no one will blame you, and I, the culprit who misled them to fork out the money, will definitely become the target of public criticism." Cameron's thoughts were exposed, and he couldn't help but blush. After all, Cameron was his good friend for many years, and Stan Winston also wanted to put in a good word for him. Thinking of this, Stan Winston couldn't help but ask, "Eric, do you really not think highly of Jim's sequel movie?" Hearing this question, Eric suddenly hesitated. It was impossible not to think highly of it. Originally, he just wanted to keep Cameron in suspense, but now, he was in a dilemma. After thinking about it, Eric said, "It's not that I don't think highly of it, but the risk of this movie is too high. The investment of $60 million, plus the post-production publicity budget, and not considering overseas, the North American box office is estimated to take $150 million to recover the cost. The global box office of the first Terminator was less than 80 million, and Jim's last movie, Abyss, also had a global box office of 80 million, so you should understand my concerns." Stan Winston nodded understandingly, and James Cameron was a little disappointed. Eric pondered for a moment, and as if he had made a big decision, he said, "Well, in that case, I'll take a gamble. $50 million, Jim, I can take out $50 million, so I hope you can take out the cautious attitude you had when you filmed the first Terminator, and try your best to shoot this movie with this budget." James Cameron only hesitated for a moment before he quickly nodded without any integrity. "Let's settle the movie project first. 50 million it is. If we can't finish filming, I don't believe that you'll let the project go down the drain and let the 50 million go to waste." "All right, Eric, I'll do my best." The two unscrupulous guys looked at each other and smiled, as if they had been friends for many years. Eric never thought that Cameron could use $50 million to produce Terminator 2, And Cameron himself never thought of using $50 million to produce Terminator 2. As for what would happen if the movie ran out of money halfway through production, well, it was up to him. After a while, Eric said, "Right, James. Since I'm taking out this money, then the copyright of Terminator must belong to me. There's no room for negotiation." James Cameron was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Anyway, in his plan, the second Terminator 2 was the end of the story. As long as he had the money to produce the story, the copyright would not be of much use to him. This, of course, no problem. However, Eric, the copyright is still in the hands of Helmdale Productions, who produced the first film. That company is now bankrupt, so we can buy the copyright back with a sum of money. Also, in my plan, I won't make any more sequels after this one. How much will it cost? Eric asked calmly. At the same time, he was a little surprised. Another super series was about to be in his hands. In his memory, he did not know if Terminator was the third or fourth film. The producer spent $30 million just to get the copyright from his predecessor. If he got it, Eric would definitely not let it go easily. $2 million, I've already talked to the original producer, Cameron said quickly. Eric took out his checkbook, wrote a check for $2 million and handed it to James Cameron. "Jim, I want all the copyright, the kind that can't have any disputes in the future." "That's for sure," James Cameron said happily as he put the check away. The three of them discussed a lot of things. It was already 3:00 in the afternoon when they parted. Because the male lead of Ghost had been confirmed, the audition that was originally scheduled for today had been cancelled, so Eric did not need to go back to Firefly. Looking at Jennifer Connelly, who had been standing beside him like a flower vase, Eric said, "Jenny, I'll take you back." Jennifer Connelly quietly listened to the conversation of the three people during lunch. Her salary for her last movie, Death of the Swan, was only $50,000, and for the movie that was ruined by Eric last night, Tony Brand only offered her $100,000. Therefore, during lunch, the girl had a faint sense of unreality when the three people talked about tens of millions of dollars. She was even a little depressed now. No matter how hard she worked, the reward she received was not even 1/10 of the check that the man beside her casually signed. Thinking about it made her feel sad. Not hearing the girl's answer, Eric, who had just opened the car door, looked at Jennifer Connelly's face. From the other party's faint expression of disappointment, Eric quickly understood what the girl was thinking. It seemed that because of the loss of the role last year, some of the emotions accumulated in a year, after what happened last night and today, hit Jennifer Connelly hard. In this case, Eric quickly decided to add fuel to the fire. The more exciting it was, the easier it was to get hold of this girl who originally had a little fantasy. Dreams reflected in reality, that scene was really unbearable. Eric thought so in his heart. When Jennifer Connelly sat in the passenger seat, he did not ask for the girl's address again. Instead, he drove directly to Malibu. The car drove for more than 10 minutes before Jennifer Connelly reacted. She said a little nervously, You said you would take me back." Although she said so, her tone was not firm at all. Eric nodded. "Yeah, but it's only 3:00 now. You must have nothing to do if you go back so early. Why don't you come to my place?" The girl pinched the corner of her skirt, lowered her head, and did not say anything. Eric smiled slightly and drove all the way to the Sharp Corner Manor with the girl. As soon as they walked through the gate of the manor, Eric did not drive the car directly into the garage like before. Instead, he got out of the car at the gate and handed the keys to the security guard. He took the girl's small hand and walked to the mansion on foot. More than $20 million was invested in the Sharp Corner Manor, so it was much more luxurious than the Coppola mansion last night. As they walked, the two quickly walked into the mansion. "What do you think of this place?" Eric did not wander around the mansion with the girl. Instead, he went directly to the open-air pool on the southwest side of the mansion. It happened to be windy today, so the sound of the waves hitting the rocks under their feet was loud. "It's not bad." Connelly sat down on a deck chair next to Eric. She adjusted her skirt that was blown up by the wind and spoke softly. Because of the sea breeze, the thin dress on the girl's body was blown tightly against her body, revealing her exquisite curves. Eric admired for a while and suddenly pointed at a small room behind him. That's the changing room. There are spare swimsuits in there. Do you want to swim? But, there's no water in here? Jennifer Connelly pointed at the dried-up pool and found a very lame excuse. It'll be full in 5 minutes. Go change, Eric said. Jennifer Connelly bit her lower lip, got up, and walked to the changing room. A few minutes later, the girl changed into a swimsuit and walked out. She saw that the pool was full of water. The temperature is just right. Eric stood by the water and reached into the pool to test the temperature. What about you? The girl looked at Eric, who was still dressed formally. I'll watch you. Eric smiled and sat down on the deck chair next to him. He found a pack of cigarettes and lit it up. Then, he showed an excited expression. His eyes were like an unscrupulous uncle waiting to watch a show. Jennifer Connelly stood there and hesitated for a long time. Then, she cautiously took off the bath towel on her body and quickly jumped into the water. Like a mermaid, she quickly swam into the distance. The pool was not too big, so she quickly reached the end. She leaned against the pool in the southwest corner and glanced at Eric. Seeing that the man was still looking at her with interest, the girl shyly shrank back into the water. She hesitated for a moment and swam toward Eric. For some reason, after swimming for a few meters, Connelly felt a slight pain in his right leg. Then, he couldn't feel anything. His whole body flopped a few times and quickly sank. While struggling, the girl saw the figure by the swimming pool quickly jump into the water. It didn't take long for the figure to reach her side. Then, her whole body was lifted out of the water. The water in the swimming pool only reached Eric's abdomen. It wasn't too deep. Looking at the girl's flustered appearance, Eric reminded her, "Don't move. You might have a cramp." After massaging the girl's cramped calf, Eric sent someone to send the girl back. Anyway, the meat was already in the pot. There was no hurry. At the same time, he let the girl digest the various information she had received in the past 2 days. If Jennifer Connelly had the courage to immediately pack up and leave Hollywood in order to not be a vassal, Eric would accept it. Of course, he was 100% sure that the girl would not give up the flashy life of fame and fortune. In the next few days, Eric once again immersed himself in his busy work. Due to the dispute with Robert Shea, Eric set up another film company. Moreover, since the initial company was called Firefly, Eric took the opportunity to name it Black Ant. In fact, he originally wanted to name it Black Spider, but Jeffrey firmly objected. This name was too unconventional. If it was just a small production company, it would not be a big deal. However, although this company would not develop into a giant like Firefly, it would definitely not be a small one. Therefore, after some discussion, Eric gave the company the name Black Ant Film Company. Then, the Basic Instinct project was quickly transferred to this company. At the same time, because of the movie's content, in order to avoid being rated NC-17 in the future, Eric chose to cooperate with Universal among the Big Seven. Compared to the other film giants, Universal did not have any big movie projects this year. Therefore, they could use most of their resources on this movie. Moreover, the other party offered a relatively fair price. Both parties shared the copyright and split the investment equally. The movie project was still completely led by Eric himself. He had absolute control over this movie project. In fact, the Big Seven originally had the initiative in this project. Everyone could see that Eric chose to cooperate with them to avoid something. However, after the previous incident, it was difficult for the Big Seven to unite as one. Basically, no one trusted anyone. Therefore, when it came to quoting prices, they all offered their own. The reason why Universal could offer the best price was because Japan's Matsushita Financial Group, like Sony, had launched an acquisition of Universal's parent company, MCA. Universal, of course, wanted to stimulate the share price through a hit movie, just like Columbia. A few days later, James Cameron quickly obtained the copyright of Terminator and handed it over to Eric. The originally agreed investment of $50 million was definitely not enough. Although he had made up his mind to cheat Eric, forcing him to invest more when his funds were exhausted, Cameron still felt a little guilty. Therefore, he made some minor changes to the copyright contract. This change was actually very simple. Originally, in the contract signed by James Cameron and the production company, there was a clause that stated that the film copyright of Terminator would automatically return to his own hands after 2018. However, Cameron, who felt a little guilty, quickly removed this clause. After all, he had made up his mind that Terminator 2 was the end of his personal series. Therefore, the copyright was not of much use to him. At least, that was what he thought in his heart. Cameron could not be Eric. Of course, he did not think that the copyright of this series would be worth so much in the future. Eric was certainly happy to see this, but he did not put the copyright in Firefly. Instead, he put it in the newly established Black Ant Film Company. This was because when he discussed the Terminator 2 project with Robert Shaye once again raised conservative objections. His concerns were similar to those of the Big Seven. Therefore, Eric did not have any psychological burden. Terminator 2 was like Basic Instinct, becoming the second work after the establishment of Black Ant. As for whether there would be problems in the future distribution, Eric did not consider it for the time being. After all, Cameron's filming speed was not fast. It would be good enough if this movie could be released in the summer next year. While the two matters of Basic Instinct and Terminator were settled, the digital domain was quickly established. After Eric readily allocated $20 million in startup funds, Stan Winston quickly began to recruit and at the same time set up the headquarters in Venice, Los Angeles. This Venice was, of course, not Venice, Italy. It was a district of Los Angeles, located near the city of Santa Monica. Eric remembered that more than 10 years later, because of the gathering of high-tech companies, it would be called Silicon Beach, echoing San Francisco's Silicon Valley. In the midst of the complicated affairs, Eric personally went to persuade Julia, and she quickly agreed to Robert Shaye's Sleeping with the Enemy. After 2 consecutive hit movies, the actress offered $8 million, and Robert Shaye actually agreed. Eric shrugged at the actress's exorbitant demand. Anyway, Julia was definitely worth the price. After that, the female lead of Ghost was quickly finalized. In the end, Eric chose Bridget Fonda, the niece that Jane Fonda had personally recommended, among a large number of actresses who auditioned. The reason why he chose her was not only because the actress's image was very suitable, but also because he had gathered the backs of 2 major Hollywood families to act in his movie. It would be a good publicity stunt in the future. From the earliest silent era of Henry Fonda to Peter Fonda, then to Jane Fonda, and finally to the 4th generation of Bridget Fonda, this family had stood tall in Hollywood for more than half a century. Although the Coppola family rose a little later, their power and connections were not much worse than the Fonda family. If he could be on good terms with these 2 families at the same time, it would definitely be useful in the future. For example, the Oscars. Although Eric was still very young, there was no way he could avoid the Oscars. No one in Hollywood could avoid it. In his previous life, Shelley had an unruly personality, but he was tortured to death by the Oscars. After reaching an agreement with Stan, Eric asked him about the special effects in Ghost. Although Stan used to specialize in special effects, he quickly came up with a solution for the special effects in Ghost. Even though Eric wanted to make it more detailed than in his previous life, it was not difficult. It was just a matter of money. In the end, Basic Instinct, Sleeping with the Enemy, Ghost, and The Silence of the Lambs produced by TG Film, which was set up by Elizabeth and a few others. According to the plan, The Silence of the Lambs had already started filming for some time, so it was scheduled to be released in early June by Firefly. Next was Sleeping with the Enemy. Although this movie was prepared late, it was a very simple movie with no big scenes and no special effects. Therefore, 2 months of production was enough, and it was scheduled to be released in late June. The middle of June was the peak of the summer box office. Robert Shaye could not have made this arrangement without selfish motives. However, Eric did not object. Next was Ghost at the beginning of July. The production of this movie was almost the same as last year's Dark Battle, and its schedule was similar to last year's Dark Battle. It was jointly released by Disney and Firefly. On the other hand, Basic Instinct was scheduled to be released in mid-July. Not only was the production cycle of this movie longer, but because of the theme, it was scheduled to be released at the end of the summer. It was the middle of April, and all the preparations for Ghost were completed. Eric also planned to shoot a few scenes that required special effects and let the digital domain handle it. According to the plan, he would soon go to New York to shoot. However, the reason why he still could not go to New York on April 13th was because of Basic Instinct. The main lead and director of this movie needed to be decided by him personally. Back then, Eric had considered that the actresses in the United States were relatively more conservative. For famous actresses, it would not be easy for them to act in such a large-scale movie. Moreover, the female lead of Basic Instinct, Catherine, was not a flower vase, and the requirements for her acting skills were more stringent. In his memory, although Basic Instinct was a big production, many famous actresses rejected it. In the end, the production team used the not-so-famous Sharon Stone. Therefore, Eric locked his eyes on actresses from Europe. Compared to Hollywood actresses, European actresses were much bolder. This was just a matter of perception. After all, in most European movies, even if it was completely unnecessary, they still had to take off some clothes. It was as if the director felt that it was not considered a movie if they did not take off some clothes. In such an environment, the actresses had to take the initiative to adapt. Therefore, the scale of Basic Instinct was nothing to many European actresses. Eric, take a look. The situation is not what you think it is. Carol Bouquet, Natasha Kinski, Isabelle Huber, and Isabelle Akani, these European A-list actresses have either rejected the invitation or are very interested in the story. However, I hope that you can remove as much of the revealing scenes as possible. In the office, Jeffrey handed a stack of emails to Eric and said. Eric took them and silently checked the replies one by one. After a while, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seems that I really thought too simply. Of course, it is very difficult to get an A-list actress with good acting skills to act in Basic Instinct. Even for these European actresses, although they can accept the standard of this movie, if they are interested in developing their career in Hollywood, they will not easily accept this kind of movie. Otherwise, it will have a great impact on their image in Hollywood. If they have no intention of developing their career in Hollywood, there is no need to talk about it. Your movie's taste does not suit most of the European actresses who are used to acting in literary films. By the way, Eric suddenly looked down at the emails in his hand. Carol Bouquet's agent replied that she is very interested in this movie. Contact her and see if you can get her to fly to Los Angeles for a face-to-face discussion. Jeffrey looked at Carol Bouquet's information and smiled. Eric, the image of this French actress is indeed the most compatible with Catherine Chimè's setting. However, she just won the Best Actress award in France in March this year. It will be even more difficult to convince her. Eric thought for a moment. He could also imagine the other party's concerns. He said, then pack her up. I happen to have a female lead role in a movie in my plan. It is also a big production. The investment will not be less than $60 million. How come I don't know? Jeffrey was suddenly interested. Tell me, what is the plan? Eric smiled and shook his head. I will keep this a secret for now. Moreover, it may not be my next movie. I have already asked Stan and the others to do the special effects for Ghost and prepare the early technical development for Jurassic Park. Therefore, my specific work arrangements after Ghost have not been decided yet. Maybe I will start preparing for Jurassic Park, or maybe I will shoot some other simple special effects movies to accumulate experience. Okay, then I won't ask, Jeffrey said. However, Disney is very dissatisfied with the progress of Ghost. They hope you can start shooting as soon as possible. Eric said in a relaxed tone, it's not that they don't know my shooting speed. Although this movie will use special effects, they are not too complicated. I will shoot the parts that need special effects first and let Stan and the others do the post-production. It won't take a month. According to the plan, it will be completed in mid-June. There is still nearly a month of promotion time. It should be enough. I told them the same thing. Jeffrey smiled and said, however, Eric, I think we still have to prepare a backup plan. Many second and third tier local actresses have handed in their information. You can choose from them. I think there are still many good ones. Then when you leave, give me a copy of their information. I will choose and arrange a simple audition, Eric said. As the two of them were talking, Jeffrey's assistant knocked on the door and said, "Mr. Hanson, Mr. Williams, Mr. Roger Spottywood, and Mr. Don Johnson are here." "Let's go over," Jeffrey said to Eric. Finally, the director and the male lead have been confirmed. Eric and Jeffrey went to a small reception room together. The three people in the room quickly stood up. Eric was a little surprised to see Melanie Griffith here, but he was soon relieved. Melanie Griffith was Don Johnson's wife. The reason Eric knew about this couple was not because they had any outstanding works. Although the two of them had some works in Hollywood and many of them had good box office sales, they spent most of their time in the TV industry. It was because of their daughter, Dakota Johnson, who would play the female lead in 50 Shades of Grey. To be honest, Don Johnson had always been a TV actor. In terms of fame, he was far less famous than his wife, Melanie Griffith. Melanie Griffith was probably here to cheer her husband on. The two of them had only been married for a little more than a year and were still in their honeymoon phase. Eric only chose Don Johnson as the male lead of Basic Instinct because of a movie in his memory. As for the original Michael Douglas, Eric felt that he was too old. Although his acting was good, Eric always felt that he was a little weak. He did not fully portray a hot-tempered inspector like Eric. Shaking hands with the couple, Eric suddenly thought of another person. According to the timeline, Eric's rebirth should not have affected this person's appearance. That person was Don Johnson and Melanie Griffith's daughter, Dakota Johnson. In the parallel timeline, Dakota Johnson starred in a very famous movie called 50 Shades of Grey. Speaking of which, Melanie Griffith's family could be considered a Hollywood film family. However, in terms of influence, they were far from the Coppola family or the Fonda family. "Mr. Williams, is there a problem?" Don Johnson asked curiously when he saw Eric looking at the couple with interest. "Oh, sorry. I suddenly remembered something." Eric smiled and turned to the other person, Roger Spottywood. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a thin face and glasses. In his previous life, his most famous movie was 007, Tomorrow's Empire. But now, although Roger Spottywood was already 45 years old, he was not very popular as a director. He did not have any outstanding movies. After Jeffrey recommended him, Eric specially looked for his movies and found that he was very good at dramas like Basic Instinct. More importantly, Roger Spottywood was not only cheap, but he also did not ask for the final editing rights. Therefore, Eric quickly decided. After greeting each other, the three of them sat down. "Mr. Spottywood, you have been studying the script for a few days. Tell me your thoughts on this movie." "Of course, Mr. Williams." Roger Spottywood nodded and said, "I feel that Instinct is, on the surface, a description of the investigation process of a murder case, but in fact, it's a depiction of a primitive fishing net, a wild emotion. From the script, it can be seen that Inspector Nick is actually the same kind of person as the murderer, Catherine Chume. Deep in their hearts, they both have the most primitive inclination for destruction. Therefore, in the process of Nick's undercover work, he accidentally killed an innocent tourist in his agitation. Moreover, after the rock singer was killed, Nick was sure that Catherine Chume was the real murderer from the beginning. After the interrogation, Nick was provoked by Catherine Chume, which stimulated the fishing net deep in his heart. That was why he was so violent to Beth. Although Roger Spottywood had been a director for 10 years and had not been very popular, he had put in a lot of effort to understand the script. Everyone in the meeting room nodded as they listened. Eric also realized that Roger Spottywood was probably the same as Jonathan Demme. Jonathan Demme became famous because of Eric's Island Horror and was now a first-tier director in Hollywood. Roger Spottywood probably wanted to seize this opportunity. Although the script of Basic Instinct was very different from other scripts of Eric's movies, it was still a script written by Eric himself. Even if there was a controversy in the future, the criticism would definitely be on Eric. As long as this movie was a success, he would be able to take another step forward as a director. The few of them discussed all aspects of the filming of Basic Instinct for the whole afternoon. After work, Eric returned to the Sharp Corner Manor with a thick stack of candidate actress files. He pushed open the door and walked into the villa. A petite figure greeted him. "Hi, Vicky. When did you come back?" Eric asked as he hugged the girl and kissed her. I got off the plane at 10:30 in the morning. It felt terrible. I don't want to take such a long flight again. Virginia complained as she held on to Eric's arm. The girl had gone to Europe to attend a film award ceremony. She had wanted to invite Eric, but Eric could not make time. Besides, if he had to attend all the awards himself, he would definitely be exhausted. Jonathan Demme was busy filming The Silence of the Lambs. In the end, they could only let Virginia make the trip. Actually, I hate taking long-distance flights too. The experience in Venice was terrible, Eric said with a smile. Since you're back, stay here. I'm going to New York in a few days. Help me look after the house. I'm not going to help you look after the house, the girl said reproachfully. By the way, in the afternoon, a person named Michael Klaus sent a sample of your new book. I've read it. The story is really well written, but it's a little short. Virginia said and left for a while. A moment later, she came back with a hardcover book. Eric had specially instructed her to design the cover. In the middle of the green stream of numbers, the words "The Matrix" were written. Eric looked at the cover and nodded. Not bad. I didn't expect it to be published so soon. Eric walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Then, he flipped open the book. Virginia quietly put away Eric's coat and office bag before walking over and sitting down next to the man. Eric naturally put his arm around Virginia's waist. Virginia giggled a few times before lying down on the sofa and using Eric's thigh as a pillow. Have you decided on your next movie? Eric asked casually. Virginia shook her head and said, Not yet. I've received a lot of scripts, and they're all horror movies. Scary Island just ended. If I continue to act in horror movies, it'll be difficult for me to change my genre in the future. So, I want to try other genres. As the girl spoke, she opened the book in front of her and looked at Eric with sparkling eyes. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for you, Eric said casually. Virginia nodded and said, Well, why don't you help me write another script? Eric smiled and gently pinched the girl's face. You're really greedy. Are you going to act in Basic Instinct? Virginia happened to see the script for Basic Instinct. She glared at Eric and said provocatively, I'll act if you want me to. Eric pretended to be angry and glared at her. Okay, get up, Eric said helplessly. You're despicable. You're not considerate at all, Virginia complained, but she quickly got up. I don't have a script that's suitable for you for the time being, so you should try to ask Kapoor to help you pick one. Otherwise, you can find some for me to look at, Eric explained. Seeing the girl nod, he continued, By the way, help me get my briefcase. I still have some things to deal with. It's time to get off work now, the girl said. She got up and took the briefcase. Eric took out a stack of actress documents and placed them on his lap. He flipped through them one by one, and from time to time, he would pick out a good one and put it aside. What are these for? Virginia asked curiously as she picked up a document and looked at it. The list of actresses for Basic Instinct, Eric said. Almost all the A-list actresses in Europe have rejected it. The A-list actresses in Hollywood basically won't accept it. I can only choose from the B-list actresses. Actually, many of the B-list and B-list actresses have good acting skills. Of course. However, I don't have time to pick pearls in the sand now. If I can use the A-list actresses, of course, I will try my best to use them. This way, there will be a certain guarantee in the box office. Virginia sighed softly. Soon, she felt that she was really lucky. Eric, then I'll leave you to work. I'm going to make dinner. What do you want to eat? Anything. You can make whatever you want, Eric said without looking up. The girl knew that Eric was telling the truth. Eric had never been picky about food, so she stood up and walked to the kitchen. Eric was halfway through choosing when the phone behind him rang. Eric got up and picked up the cordless phone. Jeffrey's voice came from the other end. Jeffrey, what's the matter? On the other end of the phone, Jeffrey spoke for a while. Eric thought for a while and said, Okay, let's talk over the phone. Give my phone number to Carol Bouguet. No problem. I'll hang up then. Eric pressed the hang up button and put the cordless phone on the coffee table in front of him. He continued to choose the list of actresses in front of him. More than 10 minutes later, the phone rang again. Eric picked it up and a female voice with somewhat poor English pronunciation came from the other end. "Hello, Mr. Williams. I'm Carol Bouguet." Half an hour later, Virginia came out of the kitchen to call Eric to eat. She saw that Eric was still holding the phone in his hand and walking around the open space by the floor-to-ceiling window. He was gesticulating and saying something. She did not dare to disturb him. After a while, Virginia saw that Eric had hung up the phone. He threw the cordless phone on the sofa and threw himself on the sofa, looking very tired. The girl walked to Eric and asked considerately, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I invited a French actress, Carol Bouguet. I wanted her to star in Basic Instinct, but she rejected it." Virginia wanted to gloat a little. She did not expect that there would be an actress that Eric could not invite. However, when she saw Eric's anxious look on the sofa, she quickly controlled her emotions and comforted him. "Then take your time to choose. It's not like no one wants to act anyway." Carol Bouguet, the spokesperson for Chanel No. 5 a few years ago? "Yes. She also acted as a Bond girl." Eric nodded and said. "I remember a little. I heard that she was a very unique woman. After she acted as a Bond girl, she did not want to continue being a vase, so she went back to France to act in literary films. Let's not talk about her. If she rejected it, then so be it," Eric said dejectedly. Anyway, most Hollywood movies were like this. There were endless twists and turns in the casting process. Even Steven Spielberg and James Cameron were no exception. He remembered that in his previous life, Cameron spent a few months convincing Fox to let Leonardo play the role of Jack in Titanic. "Then, let's eat first," Virginia said. Eric nodded and stood up to walk to the dining room. It was already past 10 o'clock at night. Virginia was still in her pajamas as she watched Eric pacing back and forth while making a phone call to the list in his hand. "I don't care. I've already given them enough time by not scheduling it for tomorrow morning. If they can't make it, then I can only say that it's a pity. Tomorrow, I'll confirm the female lead for Basic Instinct." "Yes, on the spot. New York just called me an hour ago. Royce and the others have been waiting in New York for a week. The two leads have already gone over, so I can't waste any more time." Eric let out a long sigh and hung up the phone. He put the phone on the phone stand and collapsed on the bed, exhausted. Virginia's small hands gently massaged Eric's temples. She said softly, "Eric, do you have to be in such a hurry? You are already so outstanding. Why do you have to tire yourself out? These were originally planned for the first half of the year. Unfortunately, because of the incident at the beginning of the year, I wasted more than 3 months. That's why it's like this now," Eric explained in a weak tone. "I always feel that time is too tight. I want to do too much. I really wish I could help you. Unfortunately, I don't know how to do anything," Virginia said softly. Eric smiled and hugged the girl's waist tighter. "Actually, you can help me. Be my big pillow. I like to hug women to sleep." "Just hug to sleep?" the girl asked. She reached out and turned off the lights in the bedroom. The room suddenly became dark. Because the soundproofing was very good, although there was wind outside, there was no sound of waves. The surroundings were silent. "Yes, just hug to sleep," Eric murmured. Unknowingly, his eyelids began to droop and he quickly fell asleep. The girl was stunned for a while before she tenderly pulled the blanket over the two of them. In the Firefly audition room, a woman in a simple coat sat down on a chair. She crossed her long legs with a relaxed expression and took out a cigarette from her pocket. There was always a faint, indifferent smile on her face. "You can't smoke here, Miss Chumay," the assistant behind the camera said. The girl glanced at the assistant's seat flirtatiously and said, "What are you going to do? Sue me for smoking?" After the girl finished speaking, she lit the cigarette, took a puff, and exhaled a faint green smoke. After a short silence, the assistant said again, "Can you tell me about your relationship with Mr. Bartz?" "I've been in a relationship with him for more than a year. He's not afraid to try new things. I like that kind of man. He can give me a lot of happiness," the woman said as she smoked a cigarette. she didn't hide her private affairs. Have you played civvy before? The assistant asked again. The girl maintained her smile. You guessed right. Do you know how to tie him up? No. Have you never tied him up? No. The girl denied again. Johnny likes to use his hands. I like his hands. After the girl said this line, the assistant was about to continue when Eric interrupted. Okay, let's stop here. The girl sitting on the chair suddenly looked disappointed. At the same time, she was a little resentful. The Firefly gave her too little time to prepare. She received the audition invitation in the morning and rushed over. She had less than an hour to prepare. However, although she was resentful, the girl didn't dare to reveal it in front of the young man. Otherwise, there would be no hope. Mr. Williams, I think I can try again. No need, Eric said. Miss Nelson, although your appearance is very suitable for the role of Catherine Chumay, I can't see much of Catherine's aura from your performance. You were too restrained just now, as if you were carefully walking on a single plank bridge. I understand that this may be because you didn't have enough time to prepare. However, the most fatal point is that I didn't see the potential in you. The potential to release the aura of a woman like Catherine. So, I can only say sorry. Eric explained patiently. Although the girl was still a little unsatisfied, she didn't ask for anything else. She stood up and thanked him, then opened the door and left dejectedly. After the girl left, Jeffrey couldn't help but say, Eric, I think your emotions are not right. You're too impatient. Why don't we rest for half an hour and give the actresses another half an hour to prepare? Anyway, there are only 11 people left. We have enough time to finish the audition. Eric sighed and looked at his watch. There was indeed enough time. He had already eliminated 8 people on the spot. If this continued, he wouldn't get anything today. The female lead role of Basic Instinct would continue to be stranded. Tell them to rest for half an hour. Eric stood up and said to Jeffrey, I'm going out to get some fresh air. Okay, go ahead. Jeffrey nodded. Eric opened the door and went out. The girls who were sitting on the bench in the corridor and waiting for the audition couldn't help but stand up when they saw him come out. Rest for half an hour. You can go to the conference room over there to prepare again, Eric said to the girls, then walked to the other side of the corridor. The remaining girls looked at each other. A few of them were eager to chase after him, but in the end, they didn't move. Eric came to the bathroom at the end of the corridor. Just as he was about to go in and wash his face, a girl suddenly walked out and happened to bump into Eric. Because she lost her balance, she fell to the ground. Eric also took a step back. The girl was a little angry at first. When she saw that it was Eric, she stood up in a panic. I'm sorry, Mr. Williams. I didn't do it on purpose. It's okay. It's my fault. Eric shook his head and looked at the girl opposite him who had very special eyes. He said, You're Joanna Pakula? The girl's eyes lit up and she quickly nodded. Yes, Mr. Williams. I didn't expect you to know me. By the way, the audition over there, rest for half an hour. You can prepare more, Eric said. His heart moved slightly and he said, Miss Pakula, can you say it again? What? When the girl heard that the audition was suspended, she didn't intend to go back. She keenly felt that this was a good opportunity. It's the first sentence you said just now. Joanna Pakula thought for a while. Although she didn't understand what he meant, she still said, I'm sorry, yes, that's it. Say it a few times. Eric leaned against the wall in the corner, lowered his head, and took out a cigarette and lit it. When Joanna Pakula heard Eric asking her to apologize repeatedly, she suddenly felt nervous. Mr. Williams, I really didn't do it on purpose. No, it's not that sentence. Eric shook his head and said. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The girl clenched the small red leather bag in her hand tightly and repeated it repeatedly. She felt that the young director in front of her was really abominable. She just accidentally bumped into him and he tortured her like this. For a moment, Joanna Pakula felt that today's role would definitely not be hers. She wanted to summon up the courage to leave in a huff, but there was still a trace of expectation in her heart. Okay, stop. Eric finally interrupted the girl's repetition. your accent is wrong. It doesn't sound good. I saw your information last night. You're from Poland and used to be an actress in the Polish National Theatre? Yes. The girl nodded. Why did you come to the United States? A national theater is better than being a third-rate actress in Hollywood, right? Joanna Pakula was silent for a moment before saying, because of Xianxia. Eric nodded and did not ask any more questions. He was not interested in Xianxia at all. He carefully looked at Joanna Pakula in front of him. She was the same age as Sharon Stone, the heroine of the original version of Instinct. However, Sharon Stone looked much older than the girl in front of him. Some people would even believe that the girl was in her early 20s. I really couldn't tell that you're already 33 years old, Eric said with emotion. Joanna Pakula's expression was a little gloomy. Women always did not like to pay attention to their age. Moreover, thinking about the situation she had been in all these years, she really felt a little sad. In 1980, because of the national turmoil in Poland, she was put under house arrest. It was not easy for her to emigrate to the United States. The man who helped her emigrate did not care about her anymore. Instead, he married another woman. All these years, she had been drifting alone in Hollywood, feeling like a lonely ghost. Although she had played the female lead in a low-budget horror film last year, the film had only earned a pitiful box office of more than 1 million yuan, which did not bring any improvement to her career. The more Joanna Pakula thought about it, the sadder and sadder she felt. She glanced at the man in front of her. It was obviously his fault just now, but she had to apologize repeatedly. He was so hateful. The girl suddenly felt that the whole world was bullying her. Unknowingly, her eyes were filled with tears. What's wrong with you? Eric was at a loss when he saw Joanna Pakula's tears. He searched in his pocket and finally found a piece of tissue. Don't cry. Joanna Pakula nodded her head. The girl took the tissue and wiped her eyes. However, the more she wiped, the sadder she became. Gradually, she could not help but choke with sobs. You abominable Americans. Back then, that bastard sent me to the United States and left me alone. You are also a bastard. I just accidentally bumped into you and you bullied me like that. You bastards, all bullied me. Eric raised his hand in a panic. Seeing that the girl was nagging with an accent that was not very standard, he finally gradually became impatient. He raised his voice and said, "Okay, stop." The girl's voice faltered. She wiped her tears and sobered up a little. Suddenly, she realized the situation she was in. Soon, she regretted it. This opportunity was completely ruined. When the girl stopped crying, Eric asked, "By the way, I didn't see it clearly last night. Why do you want to act in this movie?" What? I mean, Instinct, Eric continued. What's wrong with that? Joanna Pakula asked softly, puzzled. Eric thought for a while and said, I don't want you to act in this movie. You should act in more mainstream movies. Since you can join the Polish National Theatre, your acting skills must be good. Do you think I don't want to act in mainstream movies? Joanna Pakula said, but where can I get such an opportunity? I have participated in many auditions, but I have never succeeded. They always find all kinds of reasons to reject me. I can't compete with local actors. Eric thought for a while and said, how about this, you don't participate in today's audition. Then Joanna Pakula realized something, but found it hard to believe. After all, it was the first time she had met Eric. Eric continued, even if you attended the audition, your image doesn't fit the role of Catherine Chume at all. I need an actress with an imposing aura, and you are more suitable to play the role of a gentle and virtuous wife. To be honest, you look a little different in person from the photo I saw last night. Otherwise, you would have been eliminated last night. Joanna Pakula was a little embarrassed. The photo was specially taken for this role at the suggestion of her agent. Because of the angle, her face shape in the photo was more square against her long hair, which made her temperament more fierce. Although Eric didn't point it out, the girl still felt a little embarrassed. Eric didn't intend to pursue the matter. Many actors used much more aggressive means to get the role. Compared to that, Joanna Pakula's little tricks in the photo were not worth mentioning at all. How about this? Give me your contact information. If there is a suitable role in the future, I will inform you, Eric said quickly. Joanna Pakula raised her head and looked at Eric. Then she lowered her eyes again, and her slender hand holding the bag rubbed the leather uneasily. She had heard the kind of promise that Eric had just made from many people. Most of them were perfunctory words without any follow-up. After that, there was no follow-up. Eric noticed the girl's little movements and quickly realized the inappropriateness of his words. This promise was no different from those perfunctory words. Eric didn't deny that the first time he saw Joanna Pakula, he was interested in this woman who exuded a gentle temperament from head to toe. Moreover, although it was a little unreasonable, Eric really liked Joanna Pakula's accent when she said "I'm sorry." The somewhat short flat-tongued hair was like a finger inadvertently plucking the string at the bottom of his heart. Therefore, what he had just said was certainly not perfunctory. But obviously, Joanna Pakula didn't think so. She was obviously a very insecure woman. In fact, it was easy to understand. She was a stranger in a foreign land, and her personal career was very bumpy. From what she had just said, it seemed that she had been hurt in love. It was certain that she was insecure. "Miss Pakula, how about this? I'll treat you to dinner tonight and we can have a good chat, if you don't think it's a little abrupt?" The girl's expression instantly became more hesitant. Eric quickly added, "You choose the place, I'm fine with anything." Then, "Well, maybe my cooking skills are not bad. Mr. Williams, how about?" Eric raised his eyebrows and realized what the girl wanted to say. "Of course, no problem. But is it convenient to go to your house? I mean, won't your husband or boyfriend misunderstand?" The girl shook her head sadly. "I'm single now." "It's good to be single," Eric immediately echoed in his heart. As the two were chatting, footsteps came from the corridor. Soon, Eric's assistant, Alan, came around the corner and saw Eric and Joanna Pakula standing together. He stopped in surprise, not knowing whether to continue walking. "What's the matter, Alan?" Eric saw his assistant and asked casually. Alan pointed to the bathroom door behind Eric, and then immediately shook his head. "No, nothing, I'll go over there." After that, the assistant walked quickly and left without looking back. Both of them couldn't help but chuckle at Alan's reaction. "That's my assistant." "He must have misunderstood something," Eric explained, and then said, "Why don't you wait in my office first? I may need a few more hours." Joanna Pakula nodded obediently. Eric took the girl to the elevator all the way to the top floor and brought her into his office. He pushed open another door in the office, turned his head and said, "There's a TV here, you can." Joanna Pakula saw the big picture in the lounge and shook her head hesitantly. She pointed to the lounge area with a set of sofas near the desk. "I'll wait there." "Okay then." Eric didn't insist. "There are magazines in the bookcase. You can do whatever you want. I'll go down first." 2 hours later, in the audition room, the remaining actresses had finished their auditions. Eric, Jeffrey, and the director of Instinct, Roger Spottywood, gathered together to discuss the final result. Kelly Lynch's audition was the best, and her image was good. However, she doesn't have much acting experience, so it's hard to be sure if her long performance can be brought into the shooting. As for the other one, although Diane Lane's performance just now was a little worse, I think she's more malleable. Besides, her acting skills definitely won't be a problem. Otherwise, Francis Coppola wouldn't have chosen her to star in The Cotton Club. Besides, she already played a similar role in Perfume of a Dangerous Woman last year. "I think it's safer to choose her," Roger Spottywood said as he looked at Eric. On the other side, Jeffrey didn't express any opinions at all. However, it wasn't hard to see from his nodding from time to time that Jeffrey agreed with Roger's point of view. Eric sighed and said, "Diana Lane's appearance is still a little soft." "Eric, you don't have to worry about this at all. As long as you put a little more effort into the makeup, you can even mold her into a man," Roger said again. Eric looked around and stared at Alan. "Find a few stylists in half an hour. Do you want the best?" Alan was stunned and immediately nodded. "Of course, no problem. I'll contact them now." After the assistant finished speaking, he hurriedly left the audition room. Eric thought for a moment and said to another staff member, contact Mr. Don Johnson and ask him to come here in an hour. I need him to rehearse the lines with the female lead to see the effect." Hearing Eric's order, the staff member nodded and left the room. Eric closed the documents in front of him and said, "Okay, inform the actresses that Mississippi Diana Lane will stay. The others can leave." The staff in the audition room quickly moved to dismantle the camera equipment, organize the documents, and tidy up the seats. As Eric spoke, he led the main creators of Instinct out of the audition room. Half an hour later, in another dressing room, Deanne Ryan was sitting on a chair with excitement and nervousness, allowing the makeup artist to quickly touch up her eyebrows and hairstyle. Several staff members were circling around her, and Eric, who was at the periphery, was giving pointers to the makeup artist from time to time. This situation made Deanne Ryan realize that she was really going to get the female lead role in Basic Instinct. Although the scale of this movie was a bit too big, it would definitely have a great impact on her screen image in the future. However, this was Eric Williams' movie. Although Eric was not the director and was only the producer, his name was Eric Screenwriter. No one would think of this movie as someone else's work. Thinking of the female leads who had become famous because of Eric's movies, Deanne Ryan could not help but feel a little excited. "Mr. Williams, do you think this is okay?" The stylist quickly swept Deanne Ryan's face with a brush, then straightened up and asked. Eric walked in front of the girl, looked at her carefully, and shook his head. "No, the eyebrows need to be thicker and straighter. The lips are too sexy. I don't want that." "Do you want it to be more masculine?" the stylist asked tentatively. "Of course not. The female lead must be a woman, but not a sexy one." The stylist frowned and thought for a while. As the best stylist in the industry, he had seen all kinds of weird requests from many famous directors. Therefore, he did not feel impatient with Eric's words. After a while, the stylist quickly retouched Deanne Ryan's face. The girl's eyebrows were thicker, and her sexy upper lip was lightly touched up. After finishing, the stylist looked at Eric again tentatively. Eric nodded slightly, then looked behind him. "Have you cut out the clothes I just drew?" "Right away," a staff member answered. 3 minutes. "Hurry up," Eric shouted, then looked at Deanne Ryan. "Mr. Tang Johnson will be here later. I need you to perform a few more scenes. Go and get ready." Diane Lane carefully stood up, as though he was afraid of messing up his newly styled hairstyle. He nodded and took a few pages of lines from the staff. He walked to the sofa in the corner and sat down. He quietly flipped through them as the noisy crowd around him couldn't help but lower their voices. "Mr. Williams, the clothes are ready." The assistant brought over a white dress and showed it to Eric. "Is it okay?" "It's okay." Eric took it, walked to the sofa, and handed the dress to the girl. He said to Deanne Ryan, "Go and change. Wear this dress and experience Catherine Chumey's mentality. Although you have a good chance, if the effect is not good, I don't mind changing." "No problem." The girl nodded. Although Eric's invitation for a vacuum audition was a little awkward, the girl didn't refuse. She took the clothes and walked to the fitting room. "You just said that you like men to use their hands, didn't you?" Tang Johnson asked aggressively. Deanne Ryan had a faint confident smile on his face. He calmly retorted, "No, I mean, I like Johnny to use his hands. I don't make rules, Nick. I like to let nature take its course." "You killed Mr. Bartz, right?" an assistant read out the line. The girl leaned forward and said with slight mockery, "I'm not stupid enough to kill someone with the method in my book and then announce that I'm the murderer. I'm not an idiot." "We know you're not that stupid. Maybe that's how you can get away with it?" "Write a book as an excuse," Tang Johnson said again. Deanne Ryan immediately looked at Tang Johnson with a smile. "Of course, that's good," the girl said with a smile, but she quickly became serious, as if what she had said was just a joke. She looked at the people opposite her and said, I didn't kill him." "Did you take drugs with Mr. Bartz?" "Of course." "Which kind?" "Keika, Nick, have you smoked keika before?" The girl looked at Don Johnson again and asked calmly. After that, the scene was silent for a moment. The scene in Basic Instinct that people loved to talk about appeared in the audition room. Deanne Ryan was clearly in the zone. She couldn't help but follow the script that she had just read and changed her legs. Jeffrey, who was sitting opposite her and drinking water, saw the scene in front of him and immediately spat out the water in his mouth. With this interruption, Diane Ryan was also out of character. She raised her hand to cover the corner of her skirt, but there wasn't much embarrassment on her face. Instead, she looked boldly at Eric, who was sitting opposite her. Eric must have seen under her skirt just now. Eric coughed twice. He was very satisfied that Diane Ryan could completely let go. Therefore, Eric quickly said, "Very good. Congratulations, Ms. Diane Ryan. You've passed the audition. Thank you for your recognition, Mr. Williams. I will definitely work hard." The girl straightened up and thanked him in a reserved manner. Eric nodded and then said to Roger Spottywood, "Since the female lead has been confirmed, I will rush to New York tomorrow. This movie will be handed over to you and Jeffrey. According to the normal shooting schedule, this movie will take 3 months to complete, but I hope you can reduce the production period to 2 months. Because the movie will be released in 3 months, we need to reserve a month for publicity. I'll try my best." Roger Spottywood nodded. "I don't want to hear words like try your best. I need a 100% guarantee. The budget of this movie can be increased appropriately. What I need is to complete it on time and ensure the quality of the movie." Roger Spottywood felt a sense of pressure, but when he thought of Eric's movie, he still had to complete Ghost first. It was said that the movie still needed special effects, but Basic Instinct didn't need them. He had been in Hollywood for so many years. He couldn't be worse than a young man. "I promise, I will complete it on time," Roger Spottywood said quickly without hesitation. Eric nodded and reached out to shake hands with Roger Spottywood. He said, "This is also something I have to do. Roger, you know, I wasted a few months at the beginning of the year. I have to rush back and show some people that they can't hinder me at all. So, if you can finish this movie, we can definitely continue to cooperate in the future." After confirming the female lead, he had a small meeting with the creator of Instinct to finalize some miscellaneous matters. It was already past 7 in the afternoon. Eric was about to leave when he remembered that there was a woman in his office. Eric pushed open the office door and walked in. The little woman who was sitting on the sofa, absent-mindedly flipping through the magazine in front of her, was startled. Seeing that it was Eric, she breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, all the lights in the office were turned on. The wall lamp, the ceiling lamp, and even the desk lamp on Eric's desk were turned on. "Why do you turn on so many lights?" Eric asked casually and walked to the desk. "No, nothing." Joanna Pakula hurriedly stepped forward and turned off the desk lamp on the desk. Then, she quickly went to turn off the wall lamp. The office suddenly became much darker. Seeing Joanna Pakula turn off the lights, Eric quickly understood that the reason why the girl turned on so many lights was because she was insecure. Maybe she was afraid of being alone. While feeling pity for her, Eric's tone also became gentle. "Sorry, Miss Pakula, for keeping you waiting so late. But I really have a lot of things to do." Joanna Pakula shook her head. "It's okay. Anyway, I have nothing else to do. How about I don't go to your place tonight?" "It's too late now," Eric said. The girl's insecure behavior just now made him feel guilty, as if he was taking advantage of her. "No. It's not too late. It's only past 7, Joanna Pakula said a little anxiously. Although she inevitably realized something in her heart, the girl instinctively did not want to give up this opportunity. She had had enough of these uncertain days, and the young man in front of her was obviously able to help her end all of this. She did not ask for too much. She just wanted to settle down and not be like before, where she did not get any roles for the longest period of 3 years. She had to rely on temporary jobs to make a living. In that case, let's go. Eric did not refuse. When they arrived at the parking lot, Eric did not drive his own car. Instead, he sat directly in the passenger seat of Joanna Pakula's car. The woman looked at Eric, who was fastening his seatbelt, took a deep breath, and started the car. "I didn't expect you to live in North Hollywood. My home used to be nearby, so it should be in the north," Eric said after entering Joanna Pakula's small apartment. Speaking of which, the original apartment in North Howley had been sold. However, the mansion in Beverly Hills was not sold. It was used as another residence. Although there was a property tax every year, the property tax in North America could offset part of the personal income tax, so it was not too much. Joanna Pakula said, "Actually, I just moved here not long ago. I used to live in the city, but I moved here after earning some money from that movie last year." Eric shrugged slightly and did not say anything. Obviously, the woman's previous situation was not very good. The city center of Los Angeles was not as prosperous as the city center of the country in his previous life. Instead, it was a very chaotic community. The Beverly Hills area had the best security in Los Angeles, and the downtown area had the worst security. "Mr. Williams, you take a rest first. I'll go and make dinner. It won't take long." Joanna Pakula pointed to the small sofa in the living room and said. "Well, just call me Eric," Eric said as he took off his coat casually and hung it on the hanger at the entrance. "Okay, Eric. My friends call me Joan," Joanna Pakula said as she walked to the kitchen. Eric looked around the small apartment. It was one bedroom and one living room. The decoration and furniture were quite simple. There was a sofa in the middle of the living room. In front of the sofa was a small TV cabinet. Behind the sofa was a small dining table against the wall. There were a few photos hanging on the wall. Eric leaned over to take a look. Some of them were probably stage stills from Shakespeare's plays. Joanna Pakula looked very young in the photos. Thinking back to the woman's time in the Polish National Theatre, these photos should be from that time. These photos should be from more than 10 years ago. However, in comparison, the current Joanna Pakula did not look much different from more than 10 years ago. Compared to the Westerners who aged easily, the woman's appearance showed that she wanted to enjoy God's favor. After walking around, Eric walked to the small TV and saw a VCR under the TV cabinet. There were a few videotapes next to it. Eric casually flipped through them and saw a movie called Kiss. The introduction said that it was a horror film. Half of the woman's face on the poster was made into a skeleton with thick red lipstick. She did not look like the woman who was busy in the kitchen at all. Putting the videotape into the VCR and turning on the TV, Eric sat back on the sofa. The scene began with the parting of a divorced family. A mother and a daughter boarded a train that was going far away. But on the train, the mother's evil spirit acted up. But the evil spirit in the mother's body spread to the daughter and she died. The daughter sneaked off the train and disappeared. More than 10 years later, the sister who grew up with the father had a family and the daughter was an adult. But because the mother took off the protective cross and gave it to the daughter, the sister died in a sudden car accident. The sister, who had never shown up, appeared at the sister's grave and met the sister's husband and daughter. After only watching for half an hour, Eric could almost foresee the result. There was a slight sound behind him. Joanna Pakula had appeared in the living room without him noticing. She stood quietly behind Eric and stared at the TV screen in a daze. "I don't like this movie," Eric said as he stepped forward to turn off the VCR and change the channel. The woman did not answer, but the sadness in her eyes could not be concealed. If she had a choice, she would definitely not accept such a movie. "Eric, let's eat," the woman said after a moment of silence. "Well, let me help you." Eric got up and followed Joanna Pakula into the kitchen to help the woman put the simple dinner on the table. "I don't have any ingredients here. This is all I can do," Joanna Pakula explained. Eric scooped a small bowl of corn soup for himself. After tasting it, he nodded and praised, "It's very good. I like it very much." Joanna Pakula looked at the somewhat shabby dishes on the table and regretted. If she had known, she would have taken Eric out to eat. In fact, it would not have cost too much. Although the man kept praising her, she was still very unconfident and her smile was very forced. Although Eric tried his best to liven up the atmosphere was slightly awkward because of the girl's absent-mindedness. After dinner, Eric looked at the girl who was quietly cleaning up the tableware. After thinking for a while, he stood up and said, "Joan, it's getting late. I think I should go back." "You didn't drive here. How are you going to go back?" The girl looked up at Eric and asked casually. It was not easy to find a taxi in this area. Joanna obviously knew that too. Eric coughed awkwardly. When he was about to call someone to pick him up, Joanna Pakula suddenly said, "Can you watch TV for a while?" Eric's expression changed. He nodded slightly and sat back on the sofa obediently. The girl cleaned up the tableware and then went into the bathroom. The small apartment had poor soundproofing. Eric could clearly hear the sound of running water. His heart suddenly throbbed strangely. After a while, the girl walked out of the bathroom in a pink bathrobe. Her wet hair was loose. She turned off the light in the living room. Suddenly, there was only the flickering light of the TV in the living room. Eric watched the girl turn off the TV in silence. After a while, the girl leaned over and said softly, "I've heard about you." Huh? Eric felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. He subconsciously asked in confusion. Joanna's voice was a bit low. "About you, That's all I have. My request is not high." The sunlight was blocked by a slightly tall building outside the window. It barely squeezed through the gap and squeezed into the narrow bedroom through the curtains. Although it was not too big and made Eric feel a bit uncomfortable, the faint fragrance of a woman lingering in the room combined his feelings very well. Most women's rooms could make people feel a trace of natural warmth. At least, that was what Eric had seen before. A tuft of light brown hair leaned in front of him. The woman was actually very tall, only less than 10 centimeters shorter than Eric. However, at this moment, she curled up in front of Eric like a little girl. Eric could clearly feel the faint warmth of the girl's breath. Eric could clearly feel the woman's insecurity from her posture. Eric wondered if he should get up now. His watch was on the dressing table next to him. He was afraid that his movements would wake the girl up. Because he didn't take it, he didn't know what time it was. However, looking at the sky outside the window, even though the sun was blocked, it was still bright. Eric was very sure that it was definitely not early now. He did not bring his mobile phone with him. Although Motorola had provided him with several microtacs, which were only slightly larger than the palm of his hand, compared to the mobile phones in his previous life, they were still very clumsy, and he did not like to carry them. Many people were probably looking for him anxiously. Joanna Paku, who was in his arms, moved and opened her eyes. She felt that she was curled up in a man's arms. After a short period of confusion, she quickly remembered what had happened last night. "Eric, what time is it?" The girl raised her head and asked timidly. Seeing that the girl had woken up, Eric felt relieved and took a look at his watch. "It's 9:40. Do you want to rest for a while more? It's already so late." The girl sighed and shook her head. However, she was not in a hurry to get up. She rested her head on Eric's arm and blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes at Eric. "You don't want to get up?" Eric asked curiously. The girl shook her head, and her eyes were a little confused. "It's not that I don't want to. I just don't know what to do after I open my eyes every day." "That's not good. Without a goal, it's easy to get old." "Oh, I'm indeed much older than you," the girl said disappointedly. Eric comforted her. "You look about the same age as me, at most 25 years old." Joanna smiled and said, "But after all, I'm not 25 years old. Even if I can fool others, I can't fool myself." Eric kissed the girl's lips and said with a smile, "Okay, let's not talk about these sad things." "Yes, Alan, of course I'm fine. I'll go to the airport on time in the afternoon. Go to Malibu and ask someone to help me pack some luggage." "Yes, there are people there. You'll know when you get there. Also, buy another ticket." After putting down the phone, Eric looked at the woman who was already dressed neatly. "Come to New York with me. I've already asked someone to buy a ticket." Joanna Pakula was a little hesitant. "You're going to shoot a movie. What am I going to do?" "I've already thought of a position for you. Be my personal assistant." "Personal assistant?" the girl asked in return. After thinking about it, she nodded. "Okay, up to you. I have nothing to do in Los Angeles anyway." "But what about my agent? What do you think of your agent?" Eric asked. "He's okay," Joanna said reluctantly. In fact, most agents in Hollywood were very practical. When a star had no potential, the agent would quickly give up on the star. Eric shook his head. Don't use such an uncertain tone. What I mean is, if you think he's good, you can keep him. If not, you can fire him. Without much thought, Joanna Pakula quickly said, then, let's fire him. That's it, Eric said with a smile. If you call him now, he'll be fired. Then you'll be free. We'll go to New York. Joanna was already a little hesitant. But, personal assistant? Eric stepped forward and exposed the girl's waist. Why? You don't want to? No, I'm just a little scared, the girl said with flickering eyes. Scared, of what? Joanna Pakula hesitated and closed her eyes slightly. I'm scared that you just want to play with me. When you're tired of me, you won't care about me anymore. Eric pretended to be angry and said, do you think I'm that kind of person? It's precisely because I don't know that I'm scared. I just want to settle down. You're the big boss of Firefly. Just help me arrange a movie and stabilize my career in Hollywood. This is not a high request. I promise I won't pester you in the future. If you want, you can still come to me. After hearing the girl's nervous words, Eric hugged her tightly in his arms. Don't worry. You definitely won't be like this in the future. Although you don't believe me, I still promise you that you'll definitely become a big star in Hollywood. In my next movie, I'll let you be the female lead. In late April, Firefly's 3 movie projects were launched almost at the same time, and the schedule was set for this year's summer. This move violated the normal release cycle of many movies. After all, many Hollywood movies in this era were generally released after a few months to more than a year after production. Therefore, many media outlets questioned Eric's arrangement. However, Eric did not respond to these comments, because Firefly was still very different from the 7 major film companies in terms of operation. After all, Firefly was still a lot smaller than the 7 major film companies. For the major film companies, they had to arrange the release of dozens of movies a year. Of course, some movies would be repeatedly delayed due to various conflicts, but Firefly was different. After the merger with New Line, Robert Shaye had suspended the New Line's low-budget production plan. Therefore, Firefly only had 3 movies to arrange for the release of in the first half of the year, which included The Silence of the Lambs, Sleeping with the Enemy, and Ghost. Basic Instinct was being distributed by Universal, so Firefly did not have to worry about it at all. As for Ghost, it was being distributed in cooperation with Disney. Under such circumstances, Firefly's distribution pressure was even lower, and it was easier to operate. Almost at the same time as the movie was being produced, they could start simple promotional work. By the time the movie was released, the publicity had already been going on for 3 months. Compared to the major film companies, which only had a month's publicity time, Firefly's publicity was very sufficient. At the same time as the movie was being filmed, Eric's The Matrix, which was only about 50,000 words, was also quietly sold on the shelves. Michael Klaus spent almost no effort on publicity, and the book easily climbed to the top of the bestseller list. After all, this book had been written too hastily. Eric had only spent a little over a week on it, and many of the details were not considered completely. It was more like he was narrating a lot of specious but actually wrong segments. Therefore, many newspapers criticized Eric's book, saying that although it had an ingenious idea, the details were completely shoddy. It was simply fooling the readers. Some newspapers even criticized Eric for being a money grubber. Even the readers who didn't like this book laughed it off. With Eric's current net worth, why would he care about some insignificant royalties? Of course, many people in Hollywood realized Eric's real purpose for writing this book. Compared to the previous Jurassic Park and Resident Evil, this novel was obviously geared towards the movie industry. Moreover, after carefully studying this novel, many people realized that The Matrix had great potential in the movie industry. Even though they knew that the chances were slim, there was still a constant stream of people contacting the film rights. Even Cameron, who was preparing for Terminator 2, became very interested in the novel. He even called New York to discuss some of his views on The Matrix with Eric. Of course, Cameron was tactful enough to not mention the film rights in the end. Eric also had no intention of letting Cameron direct The Matrix. Although the idea was very tempting and interesting, The Matrix was very different from Cameron's film style. Cameron's films were not lacking in thought. For example, the Terminator series could be said to express a strong concern about mankind's endless expansion of nuclear armaments. In the previous world, Avatar expressed a strong concern about mankind's endless plundering of natural resources through the story of the alien race, the Na-6, defending the planet Pandora. In the end, it expressed a strong concern about mankind's endless plundering of natural resources and the possibility of a strong backlash from nature. However, although there was some thought, Cameron's films had always pursued the most gorgeous visual effects and the most explosive scenes. These were not the main focus of The Matrix. The storm caused by The Matrix continued. No matter what the outside world said, Eric was not affected at all. The shooting of Ghost was carried out in an orderly manner in all districts of New York. Stan, the Grim Reaper I need is a real Grim Reaper with a black cloak and a scythe in his hand, not a few blurry shadows. But according to what you said, the final effect is likely to be a few shadows. Night had just fallen in New York. On a closed street, the crew was busy preparing for the early stages of filming. Eric and Stan, who was in charge of the special effects, were discussing something. Right, speaking of shadows, this is a big problem. Sam has become a ghost, so according to common sense, he shouldn't have a shadow in the end, and he shouldn't have footsteps when he walks. The footsteps are easy to solve, but what about the shadows? Stan pondered for a moment and said, that's easy. Use shadowless lights, and then adjust the lighting in post-production. But this will be very troublesome to shoot. I'm not afraid of trouble, as long as you can do the details well, Eric said decisively. At this time, the set supervisor in charge of the set came over and told Eric that everything had been arranged. A few extras wrapped in blue tights came to Eric and Stan. These people were the terrifying Grim Reapers that appeared in the movie. However, not only were they not scary, they looked a little funny. Stan and Eric went up together and personally checked the extras' costumes. Eric, I don't think the Grim Reaper needs to be too realistic. If it's too realistic, it will become a horror movie. So, a few shadows are just right. No, Stan, I'm talking about realistic effects, not terrifying effects. If the Grim Reaper is realistic, wouldn't it be scary? Stan asked with some difficulty. Eric shrugged helplessly. You just need to do it according to the effect I want. I'll take care of the rest. Stan shrugged. Okay, as you wish. Actually, this has to do with post-production rendering. The rendering farm for the digital domain hasn't been set up yet. Then we'll borrow Pixar's. They have a ready-made rendering farm. Although it's used to render 3D animation, I remember that the principle is similar. You can talk to John Lasseter. If it doesn't work, we'll borrow Industrial Light and Magic's. Eric and Stan finished checking the extras and made an okay gesture to the assistant director. Then, filming began again. This was the scene where the villain who killed Sam, Willie Lopez, was frightened by Sam's ghost and ran out of the old Mather apartments in a panic. He was then accidentally killed on the street. For such a small role, Eric did not bother to find the original actor. Instead, the casting director chose a Latino actor in his 30s named Philip Reed. The scene where Willie was hit by the truck was also quite dangerous. Therefore, even though Philip Reed was only a small role, he still had to be upgraded. Otherwise, if Philip Reed was accidentally injured, the crew would have to change the actor at the last minute. Stan, are you ready? Eric walked up and asked. Of course, I promise there won't be any problems. Get ready. Stan Winston gestured that he was ready. Eric returned to the monitor and looked around again. After confirming that there were no problems, he shouted, "Action!" A red car and another truck drove toward each other. In the shot, Willie, played by Philip Reed, looked terrified and forgot to dodge. In the other camera, the two cars crashed into each other with a bang. Good, one shot. Special effects crew, get ready. Hey, you two, help Mr. Reed to the side to rest, Eric said with a sigh of relief. No accidents, very good. Philip Reed, who was standing next to the two colliding cars, was so scared that he went limp. He had to be helped down by two staff members. Although the stunt staff had repeatedly assured him that there would be no problems, and that there would be no danger at all from where Philip Reed was standing, it was inevitable that he would feel timid when he saw the two cars colliding next to him. However, it was impossible to use a stunt double for this frontal shot. After Philip Reed left, after some simple preparations, a special effects crew member dressed exactly like Philip Reed walked out and stood in the gap between the two cars. He had a wire hanging from his body and was ready to shoot the scene where Willie was hit. This shot was quite difficult. In order to avoid being exposed, the special effects crew member had to land face first after flying up. Therefore, the special effects crew member's face was covered with protective gear. Although the person in charge of the stunt was an experienced stunt technician from Stan Winston's studio, it still took him 7 or 8 tries to get it right. The stunt technician also endured falling down 7 or 8 times in a row. After all, it wasn't easy to land face first. After completing these 2 scenes, the rest of the shoot went a lot smoother, including the scene where Willie's soul was dragged away by the Grim Reaper. Actually, it was just a scene where the Grim Reapers in blue tights dragged the screaming Willie to a corner. In post-production, these people would go through special effects to create the desired image of the Grim Reaper. Although the scenes were simple, it was already past 11 a.m. by the time they finished filming. When Eric returned to the hotel, it was already past 12:30 a.m. Eric, I've asked the kitchen to prepare supper. Joanna Pakula, who had just come out of the shower and was sitting in the living room watching TV, stood up and said. Eric stepped forward and kissed the girl's face. Didn't I tell you that if we finish too late, you can rest first? The girl took the towel from Eric's hand and carefully wiped the man's wet hair. She said, It's okay. Didn't you ask me to be your personal assistant? Of course I have to do this job well. Eric put his arm around the girl's waist with a naughty smile. So obedient. Are you willing to do anything I ask of you? Joanna Pakula struggled slightly but couldn't get rid of the man's grip. Soon, she softened. However, she didn't answer Eric's question. Instead, she put the towel in her hand aside and complained, We've been busy all day. Let's get some news early after supper. Anyway, we'll have plenty of time in the future. Then you stay here tonight. I want to sleep with you in my arms, Eric said softly as he sniffed the girl's long hair. Okay. Oh, don't touch me. The supper will get cold soon. Hurry up and eat. After a while of intimacy, Eric walked to the dining table and had supper. From time to time, he chatted with the girl who was leaning on the sofa and looking over. After that day, Eric took the girl to New York. Joanna Pakula didn't resist. After these days of getting along, she also developed a faint sense of dependence on Eric. The special effects scenes of Ghost took 2 weeks to finish shooting. After a detailed review and confirmation, Eric handed the sample film to Stan Winston and others to take to Los Angeles for post-production. This was because the special effects used in Ghost were relatively simple, and there weren't many special effects shots. Many of the shots could even be completed using the most primitive film overlapping technique. Therefore, even if Eric had high requirements for some effects, the post-production wouldn't take more than a month. At most, it would be completed by the end of May. At that time, with Eric's filming speed, the whole movie wouldn't be far from completion. After the completion of the special effects part, it was May. Gradually, people began to visit the set. To Eric's surprise, the first to visit the set were the Trumps. Donald Trump brought his daughter, Ivanka Trump. It was noon. Because they had to shoot several outdoor scenes before and after Sam took Oldham to the bank to withdraw money, the crew blocked off a street that wasn't too busy in Manhattan. Eric, I'm really sorry. I couldn't help much with the matter some time ago. Donald Trump's first sentence was to apologize when he saw Eric. Eric smiled. Donald Trump really couldn't have helped much with that matter. It's okay, Donald. By the way, how are things on your side? Hearing this question, Donald Trump smiled. It's okay. I finally got through it. Thanks to your reminder, after spending some effort, the bank had no choice but to agree to continue the loan to me. Now that the resort has been completed and part of it is already in use, at least I won't go bankrupt again. After Donald Trump finished speaking, he conjured a card from his pocket and handed it to Eric. This is a membership card for my resort. Of course, this is the highest level. You can go to Atlantic City to take a look when you have time. Eric smiled and took the membership card. After thinking for a while, he remembered that Atlantic City should be in New Jersey. He had never been there. Some time ago, he happened to see on the entertainment news that Michael Jackson had attended the opening of Trump Resort. I'll go take a look when I have time. After Eric finished speaking, he looked at the little loli who was hugging a doll and walking around curiously. Innie, why didn't you say hello when you saw me? You look so unhappy. Did someone bully you? Ivanka Trump wrinkled her nose and snorted. Then, she glared at her father with dissatisfaction. Donald Trump awkwardly whispered to Eric, Innie is angry with me. I promised to bring her over to watch your movie. That's why she's willing to talk to me. Eric raised his eyebrows slightly. Did something happen? I divorced Innie's mother some time ago. Donald Trump didn't hide it. So, you know. Eric remembered that he had seen Donald Trump's wife at the premiere of Home Alone 2 a year ago. At that time, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the two of them. However, this was someone else's family matter, so he couldn't ask too much. The divorce rate of Americans was more than 50%. Eric was almost used to this kind of thing. Among the people he knew now, most of them had divorced or their parents had divorced. After a few rounds, Ivanka suddenly leaned in front of Eric. Eric, Dad, and Mom divorced. You're not a good person either. Eric was slightly taken aback. This logic is a bit strong. Your dad dumped your mom. What does it have to do with me? Eric helplessly spread his hands. Innie, I'm innocent. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with me, right? Did you forget what you promised me? Ivanka asked angrily. Eric thought for a moment and then shook his head. Why don't you give me a hint? Humph, bad guy. Ivanka hit Eric with a Mina Bunny doll in her hand. You promised me that you would let me act in your movie. Now, you're shooting a movie, but you didn't tell me. Oh, that. Eric suddenly realized. He had just mentioned it casually. He thought that with Ivanka's age, she might forget it quickly. He didn't expect the little loli to remember it even deeper than him. But, there's no role for a little girl in this movie. Humph, bad guy. You're lying. I won't talk to you anymore. Ivanka turned her face and said angrily. Ignoring him was a serious threat. Eric thought for a moment before saying, Innie, how about this? Later on, you will act as a little girl passing by the main lead. Yes, it would be best if you could hug your rabbit. Ivanka wanted to continue being angry, but she couldn't resist Eric's temptation. She quickly turned her face away. Really? Of course. Eric nodded solemnly. After all, it was just a passerby role. Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. I remember you saying that you joined an acting class. Let me see the results of your practice. You'll definitely be surprised, a guy who doesn't know anything other than directing, little loli said sarcastically. Eric was a little speechless. He hadn't forgotten this sentence. The lunch break passed quickly. Nicolas Cage and Whoopi Goldberg's scenes were needless to say. Originally, the passers-by on the street were all adults, and there were no little girls. Now that little loli suddenly joined, Eric had to rearrange the scene. Innie, when that lady comes here, she can pull you along and start walking around. Keep walking along this road until you reach the other side. Remember, you have to act as if nothing happened. Don't look at the camera lens, and don't look curiously at the lady in the pink coat. I know. You're so long-winded. Ivanka waved her hand. Eric shrugged and walked back to the director's seat. Originally, he had suggested for Donald Trump to hold little loli's hand and sit with her as passers-by. Donald Trump was of course very happy to be able to mend his relationship with his daughter. Unfortunately, little loli wasn't willing. Eric could only choose a lady from the extras to hold little loli's hand and act as a mother and daughter pair. Everyone, get ready to shoot. Eric held the loudspeaker and shouted at everyone. The actors began to take their positions. Action. As soon as the voice fell, the camera showed Odimi, who had just donated the $4 million check to the Welfare Institute, walking forward with a depressed expression. Odimi, I'm proud of you, Sam's ghost said as she followed behind Odimi. I don't care if you're proud of me or not. What does a nun need so much money for? Odimi, played by Yubi Goldberg, complained angrily to the air, "Stop pestering me, and stop talking to me." Sam looked at Odimi, who was walking away, and added, "You're amazing." Hearing this, Odimi suddenly turned around. Of course, she couldn't see Sam, so she looked around, spat in the air, and turned away. Her figure looked so funny that Eric almost wanted to applaud. At the same time, on the monitor, on the other side of the road, the little girl holding the Mina Bunny plushie held the hand of a lady and walked across the street as if nothing had happened. Little Loli even glanced at Odimi, who seemed to be talking to the air, and then looked up as if she said something to her mother. However, the extra actress obviously didn't realize that the little girl would suddenly talk to her. Her expression froze and her footsteps paused for a moment. Cut. Eric shook his head regretfully. If the extra actress could cooperate, this scene would be perfect. After all, Odimi was talking to the air and spitting. It would be abnormal if the passers-by didn't have any reaction. And the little girl asking her mother what Odimi was doing out of curiosity looked very natural. "Wait a moment," Eric said to everyone, and then walked to Ivanka and the extra actress. "Madam, what's your name?" "Director Williams." "You can call me Elena." The extra actress was obviously a little nervous. She also realized that the problem just now was with her. Although she was a little angry that the little girl suddenly spoke out of the blue, she didn't dare to say it. After all, the little girl had a very special relationship with the director. "Well, Madam Elena, what did Annie say to you just now?" "She asked me, Auntie, why did that lady act like that?" Elena said honestly. Eric nodded. "That's right. If you had reacted appropriately just now, then the scene just now would have been perfect." In comparison, Yubi Goldberg was talking to the air, so passers-by would definitely take a second look. So, Innie's reaction was right. "Oh, don't worry, I'm not criticizing you. I just hope that you can cooperate with the next scene and react appropriately." "Then, how should I react?" Elena asked. Eric looked at Yubi Goldberg, who came over and said with a smile, "If you see a woman acting crazy on the street with a child beside her, your first reaction will definitely be to speed up and leave." "Hey, Eric, which part of me looks like I'm crazy?" "You look like you do in every way," Eric said to Yubi Goldberg with a smile. "Alright, that's it." After Eric said that, he reached out and pinched the little Loli's face. "Innie, you did well just now. Let's continue." "You're so annoying. Don't pinch my face." Ivanka, who was a little smug, suddenly waved her little hand angrily and swatted away Eric's devil's claws that reached out to her face. Eric smiled and shrugged, then instructed everyone to start again. It was still the same scene just now. Nicolas Cage and Yubi Goldberg's performance was still impeccable. When Odme walked to the middle of the road and spat into the air, a pair of mother and daughter happened to pass by. The little girl, who was hugging the Mina Bunny plushie, glanced at Odme and curiously looked up to say something to the middle-aged woman. The woman quickly glanced at Yubi Goldberg and did not explain. Instead, she nervously grabbed the little girl's little hand and walked away quickly. "Good, it's perfect," Eric said as he clapped. Although many people around did not know what exactly happened, they also clapped in support. When the next scene was arranged, the little Loli proudly came to Eric's side and reached out her little hand to him. "What?" Eric looked at the little hand in confusion and asked. "My reward, Eric, $20. Ivanka said confidently. Everyone was amused by Lorita's money-grubber look. Eric laughed too. He took out his wallet from his pocket and asked curiously, "Innie, what do you want the money for?" "I don't like my father anymore. I've decided not to spend his money anymore," Ivanka said crisply. Donald Trump, who was standing at the side, rubbed his forehead awkwardly. However, there was a smile on his face. Eric glanced at Donald Trump, held the wallet he had just taken out in his hand, and asked again, "But, your school fees, food, and accommodation are all your father's money, right?" "I've checked. This is my father's duty as a father. However, other than that, I don't want to spend his money anymore. Look, I bought the rabbit plushie with the money I earned from cleaning the house," Ivanka said seriously. She looked very cute when she was serious. However, her bright eyes stared at Eric's wallet as if she was afraid that Eric would go back on his word. Eric looked down in his wallet and took out a $100 bill. He handed it over and said, "Take it. The extra will be your reward for your outstanding performance. Don't treat me like a child. My father did that before. I don't want it. $20 it is." The crowd of onlookers finally burst into laughter. All right. Eric shook his head with a smile. He opened his wallet, only to find a stack of $100 bills. "Look, Innie, I don't have any change. What do you think I should do?" Although the people around them definitely had $20 bills, Eric still showed his wallet to Ivanka. He wanted to tease the little girl. Ivanka carefully looked at Eric's wallet and was stunned. As Donald Trump's daughter, the little girl used to live a carefree life. Whatever she wanted, someone would buy it for her. Therefore, she rarely came into contact with money. Due to her parents' sudden divorce some time ago, Ivanka had the idea of earning money on her own. Now that she was faced with such a complicated problem that she had never experienced before, she was suddenly at a loss of how to deal with it. Therefore, the little girl subconsciously looked at her father. "Innie, if you want my help, you'll have to pay a consultation fee." $20, Donald Trump said in a businesslike tone with a straight face. Ivanka stared at her father angrily and looked at Eric again. $20. Ivanka repeated. She then looked at Eric without blinking. It was obvious that the little girl was not going to be reasonable. Eric saw the assistant director gesturing to him that the next scene was ready. Therefore, he did not have time to joke with Ivanka. He stuffed the $100 bill into Ivanka's hand and said, "Here, take the $100. The remaining $80 will be the advance payment. You can make 4 cameo appearances in my movies in the future." Ivanka was about to return the money to Eric in dissatisfaction when she heard what he said. She tilted her head and thought that it was a good idea. The most important thing was that Eric did not charge her a consulting fee like her despicable father did. Therefore, she nodded quickly and said, "No problem. But you can only make 4 cameo appearances." "Of course." Eric nodded. Looking at Ivanka's little face, he somehow thought of an old man who always appeared and disappeared mysteriously in superhero movies. It would be very interesting if there was always a little girl who appeared and disappeared mysteriously with a doll in her arms, wouldn't it? After the filming started again, Donald Trump tactfully left with his daughter. In the next few days, the filming of the exterior scenes was almost done. Eric began the most important indoor scenes. Sam and Molly's house was set in an apartment in Soho, Manhattan. Soho was originally an old industrial area in New York. Later, due to the decline of New York's manufacturing industry, there was a period of time when a large number of factory apartments were empty. Because of the cheap rent, many artistic creators who came to New York to pursue their dreams gathered here and rented cheap factory buildings as their own studios. Over the decades, Soho gradually became synonymous with contemporary art. The concept of Soho also spread throughout the world with the development of the times. Molly in Ghost was an artist. Therefore, the two of them living here was very suitable for their roles in the movie. Because of the report about the plane crash on TV, Sam's pessimistic words caused Molly to lose sleep. Therefore, the girl got up alone to make ceramics. Sam, who woke up in a daze, found that his lover had left and went to Molly's studio. Immediately, it created the most classic scene in Ghost. I want to be able to shoot this scene with a stage effect. The most important thing is the lighting. This scene is roughly divided into 2 parts. The first part is the scene where the embryo is pulled. Look, although there is a light here, I don't need it to be used in the shot. I just need a lighting effect. As for the second part, I need a high contrast lighting effect, Eric said as he walked around the room with the lighting technician. The lighting technician nodded repeatedly to show that he understood. After a series of instructions, Eric walked to Nicolas Cage and Bridget Fonda, who were preparing. Initially, Cage and Bridget Fonda were chatting casually. It was obvious that the relationship between the two was somewhat intimate. In fact, this was the effect that Eric needed. As a touching romance film, if the male and female protagonists did not have chemistry, unless the two actors' acting skills reached a certain level, it would be a disaster for the movie. Because of this, although Bridget Fonda was very beautiful, Eric did not make a move like he did in the past. He needed the female lead to maintain chemistry with the male lead. When it came to movies and women, Eric had always been clear about the relationship between the primary and the secondary. In Eric's heart, movies had always been the most important. This was the foundation for him to establish himself in Hollywood. As long as he could achieve enough success in movies, chasing women would be a piece of cake. Seeing Eric coming over, the two who were chatting involuntarily wanted to get up. "It's okay. Have a seat." Eric waved his hand and pulled a chair to sit opposite the two. He casually asked, "What were you talking about just now?" The two looked at each other. Then Bridget said, "Cage said that a famous English troupe will be performing Hamlet on Broadway tomorrow night. He asked if I wanted to go see it." Hamlet. Not bad. As long as it doesn't affect the shooting, you can arrange your time in private. Eric nodded noncommittally and did not express any opinions. He then asked, "How's the preparation for the next scene coming along?" Hearing Eric's words, Bridget Fonda was clearly a little disappointed. Although Cage was very outstanding now, he was still a far cry from Eric. When she got the role, Bridget Fonda felt that with Eric's rumored personality, something would definitely happen during the filming process. After all, she was very confident in her appearance. Unfortunately, things did not go as she wished. Now that filming had been going on for more than half a month, Eric had never shown any interest in her. Bridget Fonda's nature as a woman's resentment inevitably made her feel a little indignant. Seeing that Bridget Fonda was no longer speaking, Cage quickly said, "It's all ready. Bridget and I have rehearsed several times in our free time. There definitely won't be any problems." "Rehearsal?" Eric asked subconsciously. After all, after the stretching scene, there would be an intimate scene that would last more than 2 minutes. Cage also realized that his answer was a little ambiguous, so he explained awkwardly, "It's just a simple rehearsal. Nothing else." Eric was not interested in such details, so he nodded and said, "Okay, you guys continue to prepare. I'll go take a look at the set." As soon as Eric left, Bridget Fonda punched Cage in a shrewish manner. "Who rehearsed with you? We clearly just had a casual chat." Cage was a little embarrassed. "Do you want me to tell the director the truth that we didn't do much preparation? You shouldn't have said that. You clearly know what's going to happen next." "Okay, that's a mistake." Cage shrugged. "But, Bridget, you don't have a chance. Everyone can tell that Eric and his personal assistant, Joanna Pakula, are very close. Let me tell you, a few days ago when I woke up for a run, I saw that woman coming out of Eric's room." Bridget Fonda never expected her thoughts to be seen through by Cage as she reflexively retorted, "What has that got to do with me?" "Well, forget what I said," Cage said, then picked up the script and began to read. Bridget Fonda also raised the script in her hand to block her face, but it was inevitable that she was a little distracted. The camera paused on the quiet corridor for a moment before moving slowly. Finally, it stopped on Emily, who was concentrating on making a vase. The vertical orange light shone on the girl, who was wearing a simple sleeveless shirt, giving her an indescribable sense of beauty. In her free time over the past few days, Bridget Fonda had been learning the art of pulling embryos from the ceramic master hired by the production crew. On the shelf near the girl were the works she had personally completed over the past few days. At this moment, in the camera, Bridget Fonda was doing quite well. A vase embryo was gradually taking form in the woman's hands. The silence lasted for a moment before Sam, bare-chested, walked out from behind Jasmine. His arms were folded in front of him, and he had a drowsy look on his face. "What are you doing?" "I can't sleep," Emily said, turning her head to look at him. Sam moved a stool to sit behind his lover and said apologetically, "I must have fallen asleep." "What time is it again?" 2 in the morning, Emily said as she stuck her head out and pecked Sam lightly on the lips. After carefully observing Emily's movements for a while, Sam gently poked the woman's waist when she bent over, and the vase embryo in Emily's hand suddenly became deformed. Emily did not mind at all and twisted her waist. Her boyfriend had no choice but to let go of her. He reached out and touched the embryo gently, instantly destroying it. "Oh, no, I hope this isn't your masterpiece," Sam said with an insincere smile. Emily pursed her lips helplessly and said, "Not anymore." Emily removed the clay from the extractor and planned to start again. Sam asked tentatively, "Can I help?" "Of course, place your hand here and let the clay flow through your fingers," Emily instructed Sam. However, Sam was not too obedient and kept teasing the woman. Gradually, Emily also began to feel aroused, and the two of them naturally kissed. "Cut," Eric called out at the right time. The two actors stopped and walked to his side under Eric's instructions. Eric instructed the stage supervisor, who quickly got to work and placed an identical embryo on the extractor. Although this was already the sixth take, Eric still replayed the scene calmly and explained the strengths and weaknesses of the two actors. He did not show any signs of impatience, because Eric knew that once he showed that he could not see it, the two actors would definitely be affected by his emotions and become anxious. Therefore, he spoke with a faint tone of encouragement. "Nick, your performance just now was almost perfect, but there's one thing you need to pay attention to. Look at this scene, your smile is a little too forced. It'd be better if you were more relaxed. And Bridget, you only need to remember one emotion, and that is indulgence. Although your lover is making trouble for you, you can't show any displeasure from the beginning to the end. Instead, you have to indulge your boyfriend like a mother indulging her naughty child." "Like mother?" Bridget Fonda asked in puzzlement. Eric nodded and said, "Yes, think of when you were young and your mother was cooking dinner in the kitchen, and you ran in to help. Back then, although your mother would pretend to be angry and glare at you, she would definitely have a loving smile on her face. I need you to express this indulgence emotion." Hearing Eric's words, Bridget Fonda's eyes became a little blank. Eric wanted to facepalm helplessly. It seemed that she was another poor girl from an unlucky family. In short, indulgence. Take a 5-minute break and let the makeup artist touch up your makeup. Take a good look at what I just said. Don't be in a hurry. It'll be fine as long as we can finish this scene today, Eric said again. Bridget Fonda and Cage nodded and walked to the rest area together. Eric walked to the automatic record player and inserted the unrestrained melody record into it. He pressed the play button, and a familiar melody immediately came from the set. With the help of the makeup artist, Fonda and Cage, who were touching up their makeup, looked over and understood that Eric had specially played it for them. They listened quietly. In the shot, the girl hung on Sam like a koala bear, kissing the man infatuatedly. The two of them slowly fell onto the sofa next to them. "Good, this one is done." After more than 4 hours, Eric, who was sitting behind the monitor and staring at the screen, finally shouted. Everyone present, including the two protagonists who had just gotten up from the sofa, breathed a sigh of relief. It was less than 4 minutes, and there was only 1 page in the script. After 4 hours of shooting, anyone would inevitably feel anxious. However, Eric, who should have been the one to explode the most, didn't say anything. Of course, the people present didn't dare to show their impatience. They just repeated the scene over and over again. Eric looked at his watch and said, "Let's call it a day. It's already very late. There's no need to tidy up here for the time being. Go back and rest as soon as possible." Before everyone had time to cheer for the director's thoughtfulness, Eric added, "Don't be late tomorrow." There was a sudden cry around, but no one dared to complain. After all, they were all paid enough overtime, and Eric definitely had work to do next. He was much more tired than they were. The crowd quickly dispersed. By the time Eric and the assistant director checked the filmed material together and put it away in the safe, more than half an hour had passed. The shooting in Manhattan, New York, had been going on for nearly a month. Because Eric had a ready-made film in his mind as a reference, his shooting progress had always been much faster than other Hollywood directors. In just a month, the shooting of Ghost had been completed by 2/3. It might only take another 10 days of shooting before it could be wrapped up. There was also news from Los Angeles from time to time. The production of the film's special effects was going smoothly. Eric even watched part of the effects through a video call. The filming of Basic Instinct in San Francisco did not go so smoothly. It was not because of the male and female protagonists. The performances of the two protagonists were very good. It was because of something else. As everyone knew, San Francisco was a city where homosexuals gathered in North America. Because of a controversial scene in Basic Instinct that was reported by the paparazzi with exaggerated details, it caused protests from San Francisco homosexual organizations. Some people even obstructed the filming of the movie. Jeffrey had to personally contact the San Francisco Police Department for help. These days, Basic Instinct had been filming under the protection of more than 50 police officers all day long. For this reason, the crew had to pay a large sponsorship fee to the San Francisco Police Department. On the other hand, Firefly's first movie, The Silence of the Lambs, had already finished filming for more than a week. It was said that in order to complete the movie as soon as possible, the crew had to split into 3 parts. By the end of May, the film would have completed its post-production work. However, due to the rush of production, the original 20 million yuan cost had increased to 25 million yuan. Eric had not seen the sample yet, but he believed that with the original director, Jonathan Demme, directing the movie, and even the 2 main actors, there would not be any changes. This movie should not be too different from his previous life. According to the plan, the movie would start screening at the beginning of June. The official release date was scheduled for June 8. However, Robert Shea only arranged for 1,500 premiere theaters for the movie. Although Eric knew that Robert Shea was squeezing resources for his own movie, Sleeping with the Enemy, Eric did not say much. It was good enough that the movie could be released during the summer. After all, The Silence of the Lambs was an R-rated bloody horror movie. According to Hollywood's usual practice, this kind of movie would either be released during the Easter season or at the end of the summer. It was very lucky that it could be released during the popular summer. As for 1,500 theaters, it was not a small number for a horror movie. In addition to the movie, Eric gradually realized that he had more things to do. Not only did he have to worry about Firefly's operations, but he also had to deal with Pixar, Digital Domain, and even Cisco from time to time. Although he had been focusing on Firefly, Eric did not stop paying attention to these companies. Due to sufficient financial support, the production of Toy Story was already more than halfway done. It might not make it in time for the Christmas season, but it would definitely make it in time for next year's summer. This version of Toy Story was much more refined than the one in his previous life. There were many more details, and the total length was not 81 minutes like in his previous life. Instead, it had been increased to a more standard 90 minutes. Eric believed that the appearance of Toy Story would definitely surprise the Hollywood film industry. As for Digital Domain, Eric was very assured to hand it over to Stan Winston. He only arranged for a financial director to supervise the company's finances in the digital domain. He did not intervene much in other aspects. After going public in February, Cisco's stock price skyrocketed. Although it slowed down after more than a month, after Cisco's first quarter profit report was released, the stock price rose again. Eric had invested $70 million, and it was now worth more than $200 million, and it showed no signs of stopping. Many investors had already begun to regret transferring their original shares to Firefly Investments. While paying attention to these things, Eric gradually realized that the people around him had become a little strange. Occasionally, they would look at him strangely, as if they were planning something. This feeling was very subtle, and he could not tell whether it was his illusion or not. For example, today, the crew members all found excuses to ask for leave, hoping that Eric could end today's shoot an hour earlier. At the same time, they also said that they had things to do. If it was only 1 or 2 of them, it would be fine, but everyone was like this. If Eric still did not realize something, there would really be a problem with his IQ. Because everyone's attitude was firm and unanimous, Eric had to compromise. Anyway, after working so hard for so many days, the film was almost finished. He planned to comply with the public's wishes. However, when it was time to wrap up, Eric still caught the cameraman, Nickel, who was about to leave. "Nickel, tell me, what happened?" Nickel looked at Eric strangely, as if to remind him, but also felt that it was a little unbelievable. Faced with Eric's interrogation, Nickel looked around and saw that many people were looking in his direction. He quickly shook his head and said, "Eric, I can't tell you. I'll be killed. If you don't tell me, I'll kill you right now," Eric threatened. The cameraman straightened his neck and looked like he was ready to die. Anyway, he knew that Eric could not do anything to him. Eric punched Nickel and said, "Okay, get out of here. I hope you don't cause any trouble for me." "Of course not, of course." Nickel smiled and nodded. After walking a few steps away and making sure that Eric could not hear him, Nickel could not help but sigh. Unbelievable, really unbelievable. You can forget this kind of thing. No wonder you're a workaholic. With a head full of doubts, Eric cleaned up the set and returned to the hotel where he was staying. He found that the first floor where the crew was staying was deserted. The lively scene after the crew had finished work had completely disappeared. As soon as he opened the door and walked into his room, a pink figure floated on top of him. She wrapped herself around Eric like a koala and kissed him. Okay, Drew, why are you in New York?" Eric pulled Drew off of him and looked at her. She was wearing a pink knee-length skirt. Her hair was in a bun, and it seemed that she had cut her hair. The fringe on her forehead set off her unique aura. "I'm here to visit," Drew said with a smile. She pulled Eric to sit next to her and sat on Eric's lap. Eric looked at the lass's rolling eyes and quickly realized that today's matter had something to do with the lass. Eric said, "Okay, tell me honestly, what are you guys planning?" "Hee, I won't tell you," Drew said shamelessly as she propped herself up in front of Eric. Eric immediately scratched the girl's armpit. The little girl chattered for a while before Eric let her go. "Are you going to tell me or not?" Eric made a gesture to continue scratching her. Okay, you'll know later," Drew said and stood up. She sat down and took a few deep breaths. Then, she took out an eye mask from the coffee table. "Here, put it on first. I'll take you somewhere." Eric took it and played with it. He looked up and smiled. "What if I don't want to?" "Then I'll cry for you to see," the little girl immediately threatened. "This isn't a common scene." "Come on, cry," Eric said with interest. Drew wrinkled her face and sniffed a few times. She didn't squeeze out a single tear. Then, she screamed and jumped into Eric's arms. She scratched Eric's body like a wildcat. Put it on, okay, stop scratching, I'll put it on," Eric said helplessly. He was curious to see what the girl was going to do today. Drew put on the eye mask and pulled Eric out. Eric only felt like he entered an elevator and was pulled into a car. Then, he heard the sound of the car starting. "Hey, I'll say this first. Don't go overboard. Otherwise, I'll be angry." "Am I that kind of person?" the girl retorted. "Aren't you?" The car wasn't fast, and Eric wasn't in a hurry. He leaned against the back of the seat with the eye mask on. He closed his eyes and rested for a while. After a while, Eric felt that the car was still driving. It didn't seem like it was going to stop anytime soon, and Eric was already a little sleepy. "How much longer?" Eric couldn't help but ask. "Don't worry," the girl looked at the pager in her hand. In fact, the car had been driving around the streets of Manhattan to buy time, but Eric didn't know. Eric didn't say anything and leaned against the back of the seat again. The pager in his hand finally beeped. Drew gestured to the driver, and the car sped up. It only took them 10 minutes to arrive at their destination. The girl pulled Eric all the way out of the underground parking lot and into the elevator. A few minutes later, the girl pushed open a door and whispered in Eric's ear, "Surprise." Then she quickly pulled off Eric's eye mask. The sound of firecrackers and flying ribbons filled the hall. The people in the hall had obviously rehearsed this, and they all said in unison, "Happy birthday!" "Wow," Eric exclaimed, not knowing what to do. Hearing this, he finally remembered that today was the 16th of May, the birthday of the original owner of this body. In his previous life, Eric didn't care much about birthdays, let alone now. In addition, he had been so busy these days that his feet didn't touch the ground, so Eric couldn't even remember this. Familiar faces crowded around him. In addition to the crew members, the actors and directors that he had worked with over the past year were all here. The executives of Firefly and Pixar were also here. Eric also saw Stan Winston, who was supposed to be in Los Angeles, and James Cameron, who was supposed to be preparing for Terminator 2. Obviously, in order to prepare for this birthday party, Drew must have put in a lot of effort. It wasn't easy to just hide it from him. After joking around for a while, the crowd slowly dispersed. "Hey, Jonah, how's the post-production of The Silence of the Lambs going?" "Not bad, my movie?" "Of course, it's almost done." "Wow, I didn't expect you to come." "Tom, what films have you taken on recently?" Of course, what I said still counts." "Hello, Julia." "Hey, Liz, it's my birthday today." "You can't be like this, like an old hen." "Robert, how's the filming of Sleeping with the Enemy going?" "Well, when I'm done with Ghost, I'll go take a look." You should believe in Julia. She has enough box office appeal now. After walking around and greeting the guests one by one, Eric was finally able to take a short break. He found a sofa in the corner and sat down. The little girl who had been sticking to him righteously all this time carefully poured a glass of juice for Eric. At this time, James Cameron, who had greeted him not long ago, walked over with his wife, Catherine Bigelow. "Hi, Jim and Ms. Bigelow." Eric straightened up. James Cameron and Catherine Bigelow sat down next to Eric. Looking at the couple, Eric couldn't help but recall some memories from his previous life. Cameron aside, Catherine Bigelow was also a legendary woman in Hollywood. The themes of this female director's movies were completely different from those of other women in Hollywood. It could even be said that Catherine Bigelow's movies had little to do with women. Just listen to the names of the movies she directed: Assassination of Osama bin Laden, The Hurt Locker, K-19, End of the Century Frenzy. Most importantly, in the parallel universe, Catherine Bigelow was the first female winner of the Best Director award in the history of the Oscars. Moreover, Catherine Bigelow's biggest rival for that year's Oscars was James Cameron, who was sitting next to her at this moment. The level of excitement was enough to make a movie, such as The Attack of the Ex-Wife or something. In his memory, James Cameron had a spark with the female lead of Terminator 2, Linda Hamilton, when he was filming Terminator 2. After Terminator 2 was released, Cameron quickly divorced Catherine Bigelow. "Eric, actually, I want to discuss something with you," James Cameron said after greeting Eric. Eric made a puzzled expression. He thought to himself, don't tell me you want the best investment so soon? The movie hasn't even started shooting yet. Seeing Eric's expression, James Cameron looked at his wife. Catherine Bigelow took the initiative to say, "It's like this, Mr. Williams, just call me Eric." Eric interrupted her. Catherine Bigelow did not show any displeasure. She nodded and said, "Some time ago, I got a good script. It's a story about surfers, but because of a conflict in the casting, Columbia Pictures, who originally owned the copyright, gave up the project. So, I'm now looking for investors." When Eric heard the word surfer, he vaguely thought of a movie, but he had not seen it. He had only seen some introductions in his previous life. He only remembered the male lead of the movie. "Can you introduce the plot?" Eric asked. "It's roughly like this. The new young FBI agent, Johnny, is investigating a bank robbery. After some investigation, he finds that many clues point to a group of surfers. So, Johnny goes to the beach in Southern California and explains the young surfing coach, Tyler. It took Catherine Bigelow 5 minutes to briefly recount the entire story, and she also shared some of her own opinions on the shoot. "So, you want to tell this story in a darker way, right?" Eric asked. Catherine Bigelow nodded. "I think this way, we can interrogate human nature more and have more practical significance. By the way, you just said that you and Columbia had a conflict in the casting. Who is the male lead you chose?" Eric asked cautiously, although he already had the answer in his heart. "Keanu Reeves," Catherine Bigelow said. "This big boy played Ted in Bill and Ted's Adventures last year. Columbia said that Keanu Reeves' image is very different from that of an FBI agent. However, I think that Keanu Reeves can definitely become an excellent action actor. He has this potential." Sure enough, Eric said in his heart. After recalling the brief introduction of the movie in his memory, Eric was 80% sure. At this time, when he heard Catherine Bigelow say Keanu Reeves' name, Eric no longer had any doubts. Although he did not know how the movie turned out, Eric did remember one thing very clearly. In the end, the movie was successful in the box office. As long as he could confirm this, Eric had already made a decision. "Ms. Bigelow, I need a detailed script and project budget," Eric said. Cameron and Catherine Bigelow both looked surprised. Since Eric said so, it must mean that the other party agreed. The couple did not have much hope. After all, neither of them thought that this was a commercial film. Otherwise, Columbia would not have given up on this project. Way. Eric, I didn't bring this information today, but I can give it to you in 3 days. Eric nodded and said, by the way, who will be the producer of your movie? Catherine Bigelow looked at her husband. Originally, Jim had already agreed, but now it seems that we have to change the producer. Originally, we couldn't confirm when we would be able to get the investment. I thought that it wouldn't be too late for Jim to finish filming Terminator 2. Then I'll be the producer myself, Eric said after thinking about it. You'll do it? Catherine Bigelow immediately revealed a look of suspicion. Hey, Kate, don't you believe that Eric has the ability? Cameron pretended to be dissatisfied and glared at his wife. Catherine Bigelow finally reacted. Although Eric was only 20 years old today, the achievements of the young man in front of her made more than 90% of the directors in Hollywood feel inferior. In addition, he was now running a film company second only to the Big Seven in Hollywood. It was definitely more than enough for him to be the producer of a movie. Okay. Catherine Bigelow nodded and said, I was just thinking, Eric, don't you need to shoot your own movie? Of course I do, but it doesn't seem to conflict. It just so happens that I haven't done any specific production work before. I believe this is also a form of training. Seeing Catherine Bigelow's expression just now, Eric quickly waved his hand. Don't worry, Ms. Bigelow. You should believe in my ability. I think that as long as they know me well enough, no one in Hollywood will doubt my ability, right? Seems like it. Catherine Bigelow finally nodded. Seeing that the matter was resolved so easily, Cameron's expression changed. He wanted to continue working hard, such as increasing the budget for Terminator 2 or something. However, Eric obviously saw Cameron's intention to take advantage of the situation. It was obviously not a good idea to let Cameron succeed so easily. Eric stood up directly. That's it, Jim. We'll talk about the specifics later. Today is my birthday. Have fun. After saying that, Eric let the little girl take his arm and walked to other places. Hey, Jim, that little guy must have seen through what you wanted to say. After Eric left, Catherine Bigelow teased him with a hint of mockery. Cameron shrugged indifferently. Anyway, he won't be able to escape sooner or later. Although Catherine Bigelow wanted to persuade her husband to restrain himself, she gave up when she thought of Cameron's harsh and nitpicky character when making movies. She knew that her husband would definitely not listen to her. Jim, tell me the truth. How much are you planning to spend on Terminator 2? Cameron calculated for a moment, then looked around and sneakily raised a finger at his wife. Catherine Bigelow sucked in a cold breath. $100 million? Cameron nodded. You must be crazy. That little guy will be pissed to death by you, Catherine Bigelow said helplessly. After all, in the entire Hollywood, there was no film with an investment of $100 million. An investment of more than $50 million was enough for the film company to hype up. He has money. Isn't money used to make movies? Cameron retorted righteously. As the waiter pushed a multi-layered cake into the party hall, the birthday song started playing and the party reached its climax. Several women who were known to be close to Eric were pushed out of the crowd by the guests. They blushed and surrounded Eric as they helped to blow out the candles on the cake. The lively party didn't end until the early hours of the morning. The crowd gradually dispersed. As the host, Eric politely sent them off one by one. During the process, he inevitably encountered a few pairs of resentful eyes. But in this situation, of course, he couldn't bring any women back to his residence. Not only did he have to take care of the other women's feelings, but there were also a lot of paparazzi gathered outside the Hilton Hotel where the birthday party was held. Eric's every move tonight would definitely be the focus of the paparazzi's attention. For example, now, when they were rushing back to the hotel in the same car that they came in, there were several paparazzi following behind them. There were even a few paparazzi riding motorcycles that were close to Eric's car. Although he tried to restrain himself, he had to socialize with so many people. It was inevitable that Eric was a little drunk. At this time, he was leaning against the back of the car. Drew, who was sitting next to him, was leaning on Eric like a kitten. Because there were many people at the party, the girl was very obedient and didn't drink. When they returned to the hotel where the crew was staying, Eric went directly to the floor of the underground parking lot. The girl followed Eric without hesitation, as if everything was natural. Although a lot of crew members who came back at the same time noticed this detail, they turned a blind eye. After all, the girl's curvy figure made it easy for people to forget her age. Eric looked at the girl and shrugged helplessly. Drew, did you get a room at the hotel? Drew raised her hand and pointed at Eric's door. My luggage is inside. Okay. Eric knew that it was useless to say anything more, so he took out the room card from his pocket. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a small mountain of beautifully packaged gift boxes in the suite's living room. Wow, when was this delivered? Eric asked in surprise. I ordered someone to send it over during the party. In fact, gifts have been coming over in the mail for the past few days. Alan and I spent a lot of effort to hide this matter, Drew said with a smile, looking as if he was asking for credit. Alright, thank you for preparing this surprise for me. I like it very much. Eric held the girl's little chin and kissed her on the cheek. Feeling that her little hands were about to hug him again, Eric quickly let go. Let's open the gifts. I've never received so many gifts before. Let me help. Drew was obviously interested as well. He walked over and picked up a gift box to take a look. He curled his lips and said, "Oh, you can do this yourself." Eric took it and looked at the name on it. So it was from Nicole. No wonder the girl had such an expression. Eric opened the palm-sized box and saw the gift's content. It was a blue and white striped Versace silk tie. The girl, who had been paying attention to Eric's movements, suddenly widened her eyes when she saw the gift's content. Then, she said with dissatisfaction, she really doesn't hide it. Why didn't she just give him a red tie? Eric smiled and ignored the smell of the girl's snacks. Generally, only between a man and a woman who were intimate would a woman give a man a tie in the hope of tying the man down. If a woman gave a red tie, it meant that she wanted to marry the man. That was why the girl said that just now. Alright, let's open the others. After the girl said that, she sat cross-legged on the carpet next to the pile of gifts. She picked up a relatively large box that was definitely not a tie and opened it. Eric put the tie that Nicole gave him aside and walked to the pile of gifts. He sat down next to Drew and picked up a box to open. After a while, Eric opened the gift box from Virginia. Then, another tie appeared in front of the two of them. Humph, how tasteless. She actually chose this pattern. The girl didn't have as big of a reaction this time, but she still muttered with dissatisfaction. Eric picked up the light blue polka dot tie from Virginia with great interest and gestured in front of him. Then, he put it back into the box. After thinking about it, Eric began to look through the pile of gifts. More than 10 minutes later, a few more ties appeared in front of the two of them. Don't move, let me count. Drew gloomily stopped Eric from putting away the gifts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wah, I don't want to live anymore. The girl was like a young woman who had caught her unfaithful husband on the spot. She jumped up and threw herself on the sofa next to her, covering her head with a pillow as she cried out. Eric ignored the girl. Instead, he held an unsigned gift box in a daze. Of the 6 ties, 5 of them had names: Virginia, Nicole, Jennifer Connolly, Famek Jensen, and Joanna Pakula. Julia and Elizabeth, who he had a relationship with, didn't give him a tie. Then, who was the other person? He put the gift box under his nose and sniffed it. The faint smell of fresh perfume was familiar. A pretty and stubborn face appeared in Eric's mind. Speaking of which, the 2nd season of Friends was about to start filming. He hadn't seen Jennifer Aniston in a long time. Acquaintances in the past were always unforgettable. Although the two of them had broken up, he occasionally saw news about Jennifer Aniston on TV and newspapers. When the paparazzi asked about Jennifer Aniston, she was no longer as excited as when the news first broke out. Seeing that Eric didn't come over to coax her, the girl quickly poked her head out from under the pillow. Seeing that Eric was deep in thought, she stuck out her tongue and obediently climbed down from the sofa to get close to Eric. Eric, Eric, Eric. Drew waved his hand in front of Eric and called his name several times. Eric pushed the girl's hand away and asked, "By the way, where's your gift?" "Huh?" The girl opened her mouth and hesitated for a moment. She got up and ran to the corner of the living room. She opened her suitcase and took out a small box. She walked back to Eric and said, "Here." Eric looked at the palm-sized box in his hand and suddenly had a premonition. He quickly opened the box and took out a red tie. He waved it in front of the girl and said, "This is too obvious." "What did someone say just now?" Because of the party last night, Eric made a last-minute adjustment to the weekly rest day to today. Everyone in the crew had a wild night last night and had been busy for so many days. Therefore, although it was late now, not many people were up. Finally, it was the day off, so of course, they had to sleep in. However, there were people who got up early. Since she became Eric's personal assistant, Joanna's work and rest schedule was very regular. Most of the time, she even got up earlier than Eric. Although she went to bed late last night like the others, she still got up early today. She went to the restaurant to pack some food and went back to the floor where the crew was. Walking through the quiet corridor, Joanna Pakula came to Eric's door with breakfast in one hand and a stack of today's newspapers in the other hand. She hesitated whether she should go in or not. Looking at her watch, it was already 8:30. Although they had not known each other for a long time, Joanna Pakula knew Eric's work and rest habits very well. Under normal circumstances, Eric should be up at this time. However, that was only under normal circumstances. Last night, that little girl, Drew, had followed Eric back to the room. Who knew how long the two of them would go crazy? Joanna Pakula's face turned slightly red at the thought of certain scenes, although she also gave Eric a tie as a gift yesterday. However, Joanna Pakula was not as ambitious as other women. After so many years, the girl had recognized a lot of reality, or rather, she had given up on many things. Now she only hoped to live a more stable life. Although Eric had not fulfilled his promise, her life now was much better than before. She always felt that she was a very useless person. Other people could find a job in Hollywood while pursuing their dream of being a star, but she knew nothing except acting. In the eyes of outsiders, the acting industry always seemed to mean money and fame, but the reality was far from as good as people imagined. Take Hollywood for example. There were more than 100,000 people who had registered for the Actors Guild, and there were countless actors who were not even qualified to join the guild. However, in this huge group, only a few A-list and B-list stars could live a glamorous and decent life. As long as these people could film a film every year, the salary they received would allow them to live a very comfortable life. But other than that, actors below C-list were much more downtrodden. Let's not talk about actors who were not popular. Just C-list actors were usually only able to play supporting roles in movies. Even in those big-budget movies, many of the supporting actors' salaries were not even 1% of the main characters. The main character was paid millions of USD, while the supporting actors were only paid tens of thousands of USD. In those low-budget movies, even the lead actor's salary was usually only tens of thousands of dollars. The supporting actor's salary was often less than that of many ordinary wage earners. Even so, there were often thousands of people fighting for such an opportunity. Originally, Joanna Pakula was in this class of actors, and she was even unemployed all year round. However, because she studied drama in college and had no other skills, it was not easy for her to change her profession. Therefore, in the case of not receiving a script, Joanna often had to do some odd jobs to get by. "Good morning, Miss Pakula." A door in the corridor suddenly opened, and a lighting technician of the crew walked out of the room. Seeing Joanna Pakula standing at the door of Eric's room, he did not think much and casually greeted her. "Ah, Mr. Lawrence, good morning." Joanna Pakula was shocked and hurriedly greeted him. Afraid that the other party would see her embarrassment, the girl did not hesitate any longer. She took out the room card of Eric's room from her pocket and directly opened the door and walked in. After closing the door, Joanna Pakula breathed a sigh of relief. The room was quiet, and all kinds of packaging boxes were scattered in the living room. Looking at the closed bedroom door, Joanna Pakula thought that Eric had not woken up yet. She quietly put the things in her hands on the coffee table and bent down to clean up the mess. Just as she folded a few pieces of packaging paper together, the girl heard the sound of the door opening from the balcony. Looking up, she saw Eric, who was shirtless and wearing a pair of sports shorts, wiping the sweat on his forehead with a towel. "Joan, good morning." Eric greeted the girl. "Morning, Eric." Joanna Pakula quickly got up and replied. The girl knew that there was a treadmill on the balcony, which was specially arranged by the hotel on the day Eric checked in. Looking at the situation, Eric obviously had just exercised, but, glancing at the bedroom door, the girl was a little surprised. Based on her understanding of Eric, this man slept with Drew last night, so it was impossible for him to not do anything. She did not expect Eric to wake up early in the morning to exercise. Seeing Joanna Pakula looking at the bedroom door, Eric quickly guessed the girl's thoughts. Smiling, he asked, "What are you thinking about?" "No, nothing." Joanna Pakula shook her head and said, "By the way, I've already prepared breakfast and today's newspaper." Eric did not walk to the coffee table where the breakfast was placed. Instead, he walked straight to Joanna and said in a joking tone, "What did you buy today?" "Same as before." "It's all your favorite food," Joanna said as she opened the bag containing the breakfast. In the bedroom, Drew, who was sleeping restlessly, turned over and kicked the quilt away. Feeling the coldness on her body, the girl waved her little hands unwillingly, as if she was trying to grab something, but to no avail. So, she could only open her eyes lazily and look beside her. Eric was no longer beside her. After muttering a few words, the girl grabbed Eric's pillow and hugged it in her arms. Like a puppy, she sniffed it twice and snorted a few times, planning to go back to sleep. However, she vaguely seemed to hear something, and this voice did not belong to Eric. The vigilant girl quickly opened her eyes wide and listened carefully. Due to the hotel's excellent soundproofing, although the sound was very faint, she could be sure that it was definitely not an illusion. She randomly found a t-shirt of Eric's and put it on. Like a cat, the girl leaned against the door and stopped for a while. Suddenly, the voice became clearer. After climbing to the door and eavesdropping for a while, Drew identified the woman's identity. "Sigh, really?" After sulking for a while, the girl sighed in a very weary manner. No matter who it was, turning 20 was an important birthday. Eric's 20th birthday would definitely attract more attention from the media. In addition, many famous people in Hollywood would appear at the birthday party. Therefore, after the party, the media would inevitably hype it up. The focus of the entertainment tabloids was on the actresses who attended the party. After the big reversal of the storm at the beginning of the year, the actresses who were originally attacked, no matter what happened in private, had clarified the facts on the surface. In addition, Eric and Jennifer Aniston had broken up. Therefore, the candidate of Eric's next girlfriend had become the focus of the tabloids. When he was in Los Angeles, Eric had been very careful to protect his personal secrets. The paparazzi had not been able to dig up much information. However, the situation this time was very different. Many actresses had specially come for Eric's birthday. In addition, this was New York and not Los Angeles. The crew was shooting a movie. It was almost impossible to keep many things a secret. However, the first person to be dug up by the paparazzi was not Nicole, Julia, and other actresses who had specially left the set to celebrate Eric's birthday. Instead, it was Joanna Pakula who had just appeared beside Eric. After all, Joanna's appearance was not inferior to any of the actresses who had a scandal with Eric. Under the powerful digging attack of the paparazzi, Joanna's personal details quickly appeared in the media. For a time, the girl's limelight in the media directly overshadowed many A-list actresses. Her fame skyrocketed. Due to the strong curiosity of the public about Joanna, the production company that owned the copyright of the girl's previous movies timely released videos of Joanna Pakula's acting in the movies. In the following period, they made a lot of money. As for the public opinion, Eric did not let anyone make any response. Instead, he strengthened the security of the ghost crew. Anyway, the movie would be completed in half a month at most. Many of the scenes were indoor scenes. Therefore, there were many paparazzi around the crew every day. However, the filming was not affected much. Charlie Walker sat on the sofa in the living room of Eric's room. He stared at the closed bedroom door and let his imagination run wild. He was the agent that ICM, International Innovation Management Company, had arranged for Joanna Pakula. Due to the media hype these days, Charlie Walker had received many offers for Joanna Pakula to act in movies. Among them, there were a few big-budget movies from the 7 major movie companies. Charlie Walker, who was originally in Los Angeles, called here excitedly, but he didn't even manage to contact his client. Only Eric's assistant, Alan Fissman, told him that Eric had told him to reject all calls. Of course, Charlie Walker was not willing to accept the fact that he had turned down so many offers. One had to know that Warner Brothers had offered him a salary of $1 million for a movie. As Joanna's agent, this meant that he would get a commission of $100,000. This amount of money was a lot for Charlie Walker, who only had a few second-tier actors under him. Although Charlie Walker also realized that Eric was likely to personally support this beautiful Polish girl, he was not going to do anything about it. But Eric's movie had not been completed yet, and there was no sign of his next movie. He felt that if he let Joanna Pakula take on a movie first, there would be no problem with her schedule. 7 to 8 minutes later, the bedroom door finally opened. After changing out of the dirty clothes that he had spent the whole day on the set, Eric was wearing a simple white shirt and casual pants. Joanna Pakula was holding a few clothes and following behind Eric. Seeing the two of them coming out, Charlie Walker quickly stood up and greeted the two of them with a smile. Eric and Charlie Walker shook hands, while Joanna just nodded at her agent. Then, she turned to Eric and said, "You guys can talk, I'll help you wash your clothes." While the agent was stunned, the girl turned around and left the room. After the door closed, Charlie Walker looked at Eric with strong envy. If he had such a beautiful girl to wash his clothes and cook for him, it would be worth it even if he had to give up 10 years of his life. "I'm sorry, are you Mr. Walker?" Eric gestured for his agent to sit down and asked doubtfully. Of course, Charlie Walker did not dare to be angry because Eric did not remember his surname. He quickly nodded and handed his name card to Eric respectfully. "Yes, Mr. Williams. I'm Charlie Walker, this is my name card." Eric took the name card and looked at it. Although he did not care much, Eric still put the name card into his shirt pocket politely. Then, he said to his agent, "Mr. Walker, I remember that I asked Alan to reply to you." Charlie Walker nodded, "Yes, Mr. Williams. However, I think it's best to let Ms. Pakula read the script personally. It would be a pity if she gave up directly." After the agent finished speaking, he took out a thick stack of about 7 to 8 scripts from his official bag and placed it in front of Eric on the coffee table. Since he had nothing to do, Eric casually flipped through the scripts. Charlie Walker looked at Eric nervously and expectantly. Because of the continuous success of Eric's movies, everyone in the Hollywood industry knew that he had a good eye for scripts. If Eric nodded, even if he did not choose the one with the highest salary, he could use the excuse that Eric was interested in this movie to bargain with the production company. He believed that the other party would be willing to give a satisfactory price. After spending more than 10 minutes, Eric went through the scripts in front of him. He mainly looked at the outline of the story. If he was interested, he would simply flip through the content. However, after going through the 7 to 8 scripts, Eric did not see any movie script that he had an impression of. Moreover, the content of the scripts in front of him did not make his eyes light up. Gently shaking his head, Eric did not mind letting Joanna take it if there was a good script among them. "I'm sorry, Mr. Walker. None of them worked. I think you might have made a wasted trip." Charlie Walker was disappointed. He said unwillingly, "Mr. Williams, I think that Trumbull is not good enough. Moreover, Warner offered a salary of $1 million USD. Why don't you let Ms. Pakula try?" "$1 million, Eric repeated. He picked out the script that Charlie Walker mentioned and looked at the note. It was indeed a script sent by Warner. The budget was about $30 million US. It was a story about a wife who had to take risks to fight for the custody of her daughter after she divorced her rogue husband. Eric had just glanced at the outline of the story and put the script aside. When he heard that Warner had offered a salary of $1 million, Eric read the script again in detail. "Mr. Walker, I don't see any good points in this movie. To be honest, the story is a little messy, and the theme of the story is a little vague. the description of kinship is very weak. Instead, a lot of ink is used to exaggerate the details of the heroine working with criminals to raise money. Although the description of the change in the heroine's heart is barely outstanding, these words have diluted the theme of the mother-daughter relationship that the author wanted to express. Or rather, the author wants to express both themes. But if that's the case, it will be more complicated. After reading the script, Eric commented subconsciously. Charlie Walker listened carefully to Eric's comments on the script. There were not many opportunities like this. He believed that any producer from the 7 major film companies would be willing to pay a lot of money to listen to Eric's advice on the script. Although Charlie Walker was only an agent now, it was not certain in the future. It was very common for agents to become producers or executives in film companies. It could even be said that an agent who did not want to be a producer was not a good agent. After Eric finished speaking, Charlie Walker nodded and said, "Mr. Williams, what you said makes sense. However, this movie hasn't started filming yet. I believe that as long as you make a call, Warner will definitely be very willing to cooperate with you to modify the script." Eric smiled at Charlie Walker and said, "That's for sure. However, I have no obligation to guide Warner to modify the script. It's getting late. Mr. Walker, I think you should go back." Of course, Charlie Walker was not willing to give up. With a salary of $1 million, his commission alone would be more than $100,000. Moreover, as long as Joanna's fame spread, his salary would be even higher in the future. "Mr. Williams, why don't you listen to Miss Pakula's opinion? After all, this is a salary of $1 million. How many actresses in Hollywood can get such a salary? My opinion is Joan's opinion, Mr. Walker." Eric stood up and gestured for him to leave. Charlie Walker put away the script and stood up helplessly. He couldn't help but say, "Mr. Williams, if you like Miss Pakula, you should think more about her. She's an actress. She should be filming a movie, not helping you wash clothes." Eric raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Walker, if you feel that this is unfair, I can immediately call ICM and have Mr. Marvin Joseph find someone to replace you." When Charlie Walker heard this, he suddenly realized that he was a little impulsive. Eric's current status was not something a small agent like him could challenge. "I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Mr. Williams, I'll go back first." "It's okay." Eric waved his hand. "Mr. Walker, Joan will become an A-list celebrity sooner or later, but she needs patience." "I think so." After saying goodbye, Charlie Walker picked up his briefcase and left Eric's room. When Charlie Walker walked to the elevator, he saw Joanna Pakula walking out of the elevator with a few pieces of washed clothes. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Walker. Are you leaving?" Joanna saw Charlie Walker and greeted him. Charlie Walker looked at the beautiful woman and wanted to say something to instigate her. But when he thought of what Eric said just now, he quickly gave up the idea. If his instigation was successful, Eric would definitely settle the score with him. At that time, it was uncertain who Joanna's agent would be, not to mention the commission from the movie's salary. "Yes, Miss Pakula. We finished our discussion." Charlie Walker nodded and took out a business card from his pocket. He handed it to the woman. "By the way, this is my business card. There are all kinds of ways to contact me. If you need any help, you can contact me at any time." Joanna Pakula took the business card and put it in her pocket. She pointed to Eric's room and said, "I'll go back first. Then, goodbye." Another elevator door opened. Charlie Walker quickly walked in and waved at Joanna. When the woman returned to the room, she saw Eric sitting on the sofa with a sketchpad on his knees. He was holding a pencil and drawing on it quickly. When he looked up and saw Joanna walking in, Eric said, "Actually, you can just leave these things to the hotel staff. Didn't you say that you don't like the smell of their laundry detergent?" The woman walked to Eric and sat down on the sofa. She took out a shirt from her arms and showed it to Eric. "Smell it. It smells like lemon." Eric lowered his head and sniffed the shirt. Then, he changed his target and moved closer to the woman's neck. It smells good." Joanna shrunk her neck and wanted to push the man away. However, Eric threw away the sketchpad on his knees and hugged the woman to fall on the sofa. "Eric, don't do it here. I don't think I locked the door just now. It was so embarrassing when Drew saw it a few days ago. Eric didn't go overboard. He just hugged Joanna and kissed her on the face. He said, I just rejected all the scripts that were sent to your manager, including one with a salary of $1 million USD. Joanna's expression froze. Her eyes flickered a few times, but she soon relaxed. If it wasn't for Eric, she wouldn't have been invited even if it was 100,000 US dollars, let alone a salary of 1 million USD. Although she missed out on $1 million USD and felt disappointed, Joanna quickly adjusted her position. She knew that Eric was her biggest support. Eric, I'll listen to your arrangement. The woman didn't hesitate for too long and said quickly. Eric couldn't help but kiss the woman's beautiful eyes. He felt her long eyelashes trembling and said, that's 1 million USD. Are you really not angry? Joanna only opened her eyes when she felt the man's lips leave her eyes. She looked at Eric's slightly teasing expression. There was a trace of grievance and coquettishness in her voice. She honestly said, I'm angry. That's 1 million USD. I feel a little uncomfortable. Eric could also see that Joanna wasn't really angry. He smiled and said, wow, that's too serious. Let me take a look for you. I have experience in this area. At the end of May, Ghost officially wrapped up filming in Manhattan. Eric brought the crew back to Los Angeles to start post-production. At the same time as North American schools began their holidays, the 1990 summer break officially arrived. On May 25, Universal Pictures' Back to the Future 3 and Disney's Firebird Strikes were released in more than 2,000 theaters. The production of Back to the Future 3 was quite rushed. After all, Back to the Future 2 was released at the end of last year. As for the reason, it was almost exactly the same as when Columbia rebooted the Ghostbusters franchise after 5 years. The acquisition negotiations between Universal's parent company, MCA, and the Matsushita Consortium had entered the final stage. In order to sell MCA for a good price, Universal Pictures needed better performance support. Because of the tight schedule, even though Back to the Future 3 was produced by Spielberg and directed by Robert Zemeckis, the movie was criticized by a large number of film critics. Even with the support of a large number of die-hard fans, it only grossed US $19 million in the first 3 days. However, compared to another movie released at the same time, the results of Back to the Future 3 could only be described as brilliant. That was Disney's Firebird Attack. This was a story about a US Apache helicopter pilot. Compared to the controversy caused by the quality of Back to the Future 3, Firebird Attack immediately became a dud after a lot of publicity. It didn't cause much of a splash. This movie was very similar to Tom Cruise's famous film that had earned $350 million US dollars at the box office. Therefore, when it was occasionally mentioned by film critics in the newspapers, it only received the comment of a clumsy imitation of Top Gun. Similarly, Firebird Strikes Out only received a measly $6 million US dollars at the box office. This box office result made the theater managers who had signed a 2 to 3 week release contract with Disney complain. After 3 weeks, this $30 million US dollars movie would face the fate of being removed from the theaters. Including the distribution cost, this movie would bring Disney at least $30 million US dollars in losses. Eric should have been very happy that Disney's first summer break was a dud. However, because of the male lead of this movie, Eric couldn't be happy. This was because the male lead of this $3,000 movie was Nicolas Cage, the male lead of Eric's version of Ghost. On the morning of May 29, when Eric and the several main creators of Ghost walked out of the Los Angeles airport, they were stopped by a large group of paparazzi. They all asked Eric for his opinion on Firebird Strikes. Eric woke up early in the morning to catch a flight back to Los Angeles. He didn't know anything about Firebird Strikes, so how could he have any opinions? In addition, the paparazzi's questions were full of traps, so it was impossible for Eric to respond rashly. He could only silently leave in a hurry under the protection of his bodyguards. However, his silence clearly wasn't a good solution. The next day, the tabloids had news of Williams being questioned about Firebird Strikes with a cold expression. The article went from Eric to Nicolas Cage, and very quickly, it shifted its focus to Ghost, which was in its final stages. It just so happened that the rushed production of Back to the Future 3 led to an unsatisfactory box office. Many media outlets began to question the quality of Ghost. While the matter was in an uproar, Eric had already left Los Angeles for San Francisco. After all, this kind of thing could only be handled by Firefly and Disney's publicity department. Eric only needed to let the agent make some statements. Disney had just experienced a box office failure, so they definitely wouldn't take Ghost lightly. Although Los Angeles wasn't too far from San Francisco, and it only took more than an hour by plane, Eric hadn't been here for more than a year because he had been busy. The last time he came was for the acquisition of Pixar. Over the past year, Eric had given John Lasseter full authority over the affairs of Pixar. The two of them communicated over the phone most of the time. Even if they needed to discuss things in person, John Lasseter would go to Los Angeles. Because of Eric's investment without hesitation, Pixar was no longer the shabby animation studio that hid in a small building in San Francisco Bay more than a year ago. At this time, the headquarters of Pixar had moved to a small town called Amalaville near Berkeley. The number of employees had also increased to more than 300, and the team of engineers specializing in providing technical support for 3D animation production had more than 100 people. Compared to the size of Pixar when it was first acquired, the current team could be described as extravagant. "John, compared to Steve Jobs, I'm like an angel, right?" Eric hugged John Lasseter, who walked out of the Pixar office building to greet him, and this was Eric's first sentence. "Of course, Eric, let's go in." John Lasseter knew that Eric was joking with him. After shaking hands with Alan and Joanna, who were behind Eric, John Lasseter said, "Of course, Eric, let's go in." Eric followed John Lasseter into the office building and pretended to be unhappy as he said, "But, I only promised to invest $30 million in Toy Story. But now, you've already spent close to $30 million, and I haven't even seen the shadow of an animated film." Even though John Lasseter knew that Eric wasn't blaming him, he was still a little embarrassed. The first Toy Story in his previous life was completed under extremely difficult circumstances, so the cost was only $30 million, and many details were quite rough. After receiving sufficient financial support from Eric, John Lasseter's perfectionist tendencies as an artist made it almost certain that the budget would be overspent. Therefore, the animation was only two-thirds complete, but the cost was close to $30 million. Fortunately, John Lasseter wasn't as reckless as Cameron. After all, he didn't have 100% confidence in 3D animation. In order to minimize the impact and losses caused by failure in the future, John Lasseter was very restrained in spending funds. In his previous life, because of the success of the first Toy Story, the cost of the second Toy Story directly soared to $100 million, and the cost of the third Toy Story was as high as $200 million. It could be seen that in the pursuit of perfection, John Lasseter was the same type of person as James Cameron. He was just not as crazy as Cameron. Although the studio had undergone tremendous changes in the past year, the working style of Pixar's employees had not changed at all. They were still as casual as Eric had seen them a year ago. When he passed by the office, a young female employee recognized Eric and called out a group of sisters to ask for a few autographs. Other than that, Eric's arrival did not cause much of a reaction. In a screening room, Eric, John Lasseter, and a few other people in charge of Pixar watched the completed version of Toy Story. Although there was no sound, the completed footage was still very interesting. At least, Joanna, who was sitting next to Eric, watched it with great interest from beginning to end. Compared to the original version in her memory, this version of Toy Story had indeed improved greatly in terms of details. The graphics were more detailed and realistic, and the movements of the toys were more agile. After watching the completed film, Eric chatted with John Lasseter for a while. After confirming the finished product, John Lasseter finally asked, "Eric, I think you didn't come here today just to see the success of our production, right?" Eric smiled and pointed to Pixar's CTO, who was sitting next to John Lasseter. "Of course. Actually, I'm here to see Mr. Ed Kamal." Ed Kamal had never been very interested. If it were not for Eric's identity as the big boss, Ed Kamal would have long gone into his office to research technology. Compared to socializing, he preferred to work. Seeing Eric suddenly pointing at him, Ed Kamal recovered from a technical problem. "You're looking for me?" Yes, let's go to the conference room, Eric said as he stood up. The group moved into the conference room. Eric sat down at the head of the table, and Alan took out a stack of documents from his official bag and distributed them to Ed Kamal and John Lasseter. Mr. Stan Winston was supposed to come, but he was tied up with some matters, so I had to come here as an outsider. Although I've read some information before, if there's anything unrealistic, you can tell me at any time. Hearing Eric's solemn words, Ed Kamal and John Lasseter nodded solemnly. Eric quickly added, "This is a plan that I came up with Stan's help during the filming of Ghost. It's a software engineering plan for special effects. You can take a look at it first, and we'll talk about it later." Only then did Ed Kamal and John Lasseter open the documents that Alan had just given them. As they read through the documents, John Lasseter was slightly better, but Ed Kamal had a shocked expression. He had a PhD in computer technology, so he had a deeper understanding of the scale of Eric's plan after thinking about it a little. In the document, Eric proposed a plan that Ed Kamal thought was somewhat unrealistic. He hoped to create a top technical team to engineer the computer special effects technology used in future movies. Generally speaking, in a movie that used computer special effects, the film director would encounter a problem. For example, if he wanted a living person to melt like a heated candle, then the computer special effects engineers would specially develop the corresponding program code to solve this problem. Under normal circumstances, after solving this problem, the code would become useless data. In Eric's vision, he did hope to further process this useless data into a set of fixed software. If they encountered the same kind of special effects problem again, they could use it directly. Although many movies now began to use computers to create special effects, in general, computer special effects were still in the era of model special effects. Therefore, Eric's plan, in Ed Kamal's opinion, was very unrealistic and extremely wasteful. After all, to develop the corresponding program code to solve the special effects problem was already quite time-consuming. If it were to be processed into software, it would be even more of a waste of time and money. Moreover, whether the processed software could still be used in the future was a very big problem. The two of them finished reading Eric's plan in detail, then raised their heads. Eric shrugged. "Okay, if you have any questions, just ask." "John, you first." "Eric, I think that this is completely unnecessary. It's too wasteful." John Lasseter expressed his opinion very bluntly. "Ed, what about you?" "My opinion is the same as John's. It's a very wasteful thing." Ed Kamal said, "Take Toy Story for example. In order to solve the problem of making Cowboy Woody's facial expressions more realistic, our team spent a month writing the corresponding program code to solve this problem. However, if you wanted to make this set of code into software, the time consumed would definitely exceed the time spent writing the code. Moreover, after the software was made into software, it would need to be upgraded and maintained along with the upgrade of the computer hardware. This was another expense. And it's hard to say whether this software can be used again in the future. Even if Toy Story has a sequel, it can only be used 3 or 4 times at most, or maybe 4 or 5 times. Eric nodded. "I understand what you mean, but I have already given a solution to this point in the plan. We will set up a very professional evaluation team to evaluate the usability of the special effects program. We will classify the code programs developed by the technical staff to solve the special effects problem, and then choose the most likely program to be used in the future to be software engineered." John Lasseter still asked, "Eric, I want to know, why are you doing this? There are still very few movies that use computer special effects, and compared to computer special effects, model special effects are much cheaper, and most of the time, they are much more realistic. I really can't think of any studio that would give up cheap and realistic model special effects, and instead use expensive computer special effects that don't have very good effects." Eric said, "Because I have a hunch that computer special effects will become the mainstream of film and television special effects in the future. I can't prove my statement now, but it won't be long before James Cameron's Terminator 2 and my Jurassic Park projects are completed. You will definitely understand this point." John Lasseter and Ed Kamal were obsessed with making 3D animation because they had a good feeling about the future of this form of animation. Hearing that Eric was optimistic about the future of computer special effects, the two of them could not think of any reason to refute him. After all, the 3D animation that the two of them insisted on had not achieved any results yet, and Eric's vision in movies had been proven through many movies. After saying so much, Eric laid out the detailed plan in front of Ed Kamal. Ed Kamal also realized Eric's intentions. Although he was now making 3D animation was still a type of computer CG special effects. When Ed Kamal was at Lucasfilm, he was responsible for the computer CG scenes in Star Wars. Therefore, it was obvious that Eric wanted him to be in charge of this team. Of course, John Lasseter also realized this, and his expression was one of worry. After working together for so long, the two of them had a tacit understanding of each other. If Eric transferred Ed Kamal to be in charge of the computer special effects department in the digital domain, what would happen to Pixar? Eric, you have to know that although most of the technical problems with Toy Story have been solved, Pixar still can't do without Ed. Eric nodded. I understand your concerns, John. I have no intention of asking Ed to lead Pixar. I just plan to set up a technical team that specializes in computer special effects and software engineering. Ed is not only an outstanding computer technologist, but he is also more familiar with computer special effects than most of the special effects personnel in Hollywood. After all, he started working with computer special effects more than 10 years ago, so I hope that he can be the chief technical officer of the digital domain and lead this team. Ed Kamal's mind was racing as Eric and John Lasseter talked. Now that he heard Eric's arrangement for him, he began to feel tempted. From Eric's plan, Ed Kamal could sense Eric's ambition in computer special effects. Although he still had doubts about the prospects of Eric's plan, it did not hinder his understanding of this huge plan. Once the development of film and television special effects went in the direction that Eric said, then the digital domain, which was more focused on computer special effects research than any other special effects company, would undoubtedly become the industry's leader. Moreover, there was also the plan of software engineering for special effects processing. Although this plan would consume a lot of manpower and financial resources, once it accumulated to a certain extent, the digital domain would undoubtedly become the overlord of the special effects industry, and its position would be unshakable. This was because when a latecomer to the film and television special effects field faced with a special effects problem, but found that the digital domain already had a detailed special effects software that could solve the problem, then, would they choose to build a technical team of dozens or hundreds of people to reinvent the solution, or buy the software directly from the digital domain? The answer was obvious. After pondering for a moment and noticing the expression on his partner John Lasseter's face, Ed Kamal, who had originally planned to agree, said, Eric, I hope that the headquarters of the digital domain technology research team can be set up in San Francisco. That way, I can take care of Pixar. Moreover, although Los Angeles is the base of the film industry, San Francisco, with Silicon Valley, can attract the best computer technology talent. Eric nodded and said, Of course, that was my original plan. Even setting up the team headquarters in Amorville is fine. Perhaps we can even be neighbors with Pixar. They spent a few more hours discussing the details. The specific plan still needed to be discussed by Stan Winston and Ed Kamal. After leaving Pixar and getting into the Chevrolet commercial vehicle, Eric breathed a sigh of relief. Another important chess piece had been placed. No one knew the development trend of film and television special effects better than he did. Computer special effects would become the mainstream of film and television special effects in the future. Even Industrial Light and Magic, which had started with model special effects, closed down the model special effects department that had created many of the virtual characters in Star Wars after the new era and focused mainly on digital special effects. Moreover, the reason why Eric insisted on the software engineering of the special effects solution was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Instead, it was made after careful consideration. This plan stemmed from Eric's understanding of another development trend in the film and television special effects industry. After the new era, with the rapid development of computer technology, the barriers to entering the film and television special effects industry became lower and lower. Film and television special effects companies sprung up all over the world like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Under these circumstances, the original film and television special effects giants' living conditions became worse and worse. In order to compete with Hollywood's original special effects giants, other states in the United States, and even other countries outside of the United States, implemented high tax rebates and other financial support for special effects companies. Under this cruel competition, Hollywood's veteran special effects companies went bankrupt one after another. Of course, Eric would not allow the digital domain's bankruptcy to happen again. He also had no intention of saving the entire film and television special effects industry. As a film producer, his economic interests were at odds with those of the film and television special effects companies. Eric's plan was to be ahead of other special effects companies in terms of technology accumulation and software engineering of commonly used special effects solutions. Finally, by selling special effects solutions and software, not only would the digital domain maintain an absolute lead in the film and television special effects industry, but he also hoped that the digital domain would become the oligarch of the film and television special effects industry, forming a technological monopoly. This idea was not impossible because computer special effects had just started to emerge. The big special effects companies were still the nobles in the film industry. If a film company wanted to make a special effects movie, there were not many special effects companies to choose from. Under these circumstances, the digital domain would definitely not lack special effects movie projects. As long as they were willing to invest, the digital domain would accumulate enough special effects solutions. 10 years later, when the barriers to entry in the film and television special effects industry were lowered, the latecomer special effects factories would realize that the digital domain already had mature special effects software for many of the special effects technologies that needed to be developed. Then, these companies would definitely choose to buy the software instead of spending a lot of money to develop it themselves. What? We don't have the software you want, don't worry, we have a strong technical team. As long as you pay the right amount, the digital domain can quickly and cheaply develop the technology you want. This is much cheaper than raising a technical team yourself, isn't it? Like many other industries, once a monopoly was formed, it was very difficult to break it. In his previous life, Industrial Light and Magic originally had this potential because in the early 1990s, when computer special effects became popular, Industrial Light and Magic dominated the film and television special effects industry. If the 7 major film companies wanted to make films with excellent special effects, their first choice would always be Industrial Light and Magic. Unfortunately, after the success of the Star Wars trilogy, George Lucas had a huge fortune that he could not spend in his lifetime. He did not have the ambition to develop Industrial Light and Magic into a giant. Eric's business car left Amorville, where Pixar was located, and came to downtown San Francisco through the Bay Bridge of Highway 80. Their destination was the set of Instinct near Pacific Heights in San Francisco. Pacific Heights, near San Francisco's Fortress Park, was the most expensive residential area in San Francisco. Several scenes in Instinct were shot here. Eric came to the shooting site on Broadway Street in Pacific Heights according to the address provided by Jeffrey. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw dozens of heavily armed riot police outside a mansion that was cordoned off. As soon as they got out of the car, Jeffrey greeted them. "Jeffrey, isn't this a bit exaggerated?" Eric pointed to the group of riot police and asked. Although he heard some things here when he was shooting Ghost in New York, he still felt a little surprised when he saw the situation on the scene. Jeffrey smiled bitterly. "Eric, let's go in first. If someone finds out that you are here, there will probably be trouble again. To be honest, I advise you not to write such a script in the future." After taking Eric and others into the shooting site, Jeffrey explained, "San Francisco is originally the stronghold of gay people in North America. After some plot details of Instinct were revealed last time, the gay organizations in San Francisco felt that the movie was suspected of discriminating against homosexuals. During this period, there were 4 protests with more than 100 people. In order to prevent some radical homosexuals from forcibly obstructing the shooting, we have to be more careful." Eric walked side by side with Jeffrey. After listening to Jeffrey, he asked, "What does the San Francisco County government think?" Jeffrey pointed to the riot police outside. "Look at them. We invested more than $30 million in this movie, most of which was spent in San Francisco. This is a big tax income for the San Francisco County government. Coupled with the donation I mentioned to you before, they can't see any accidents happening to the crew. However, the riot police can only prevent the excessive behavior of homosexuals, they can't forcibly disperse the other party." "That's good. Eric nodded in satisfaction. When they arrived at the filming location, they saw several staff members guarding outside a door. They're filming the scene where Catherine Chumay kills Johnny Bartz. It's been cleared. Jeffrey had just explained when the bedroom door was opened. Quick, someone has fainted. Help carry him out, the staff member said anxiously and immediately returned to the bedroom. The floor supervisors who were guarding outside also went in. Eric and Jeffrey looked at each other and looked into the bedroom worriedly. Because this scene is too bloody, in order to prevent anyone from fainting, we specially arranged a doctor in advance. So don't worry, there won't be any problems, Jeffrey explained. Eric remembered the scene in his memory and nodded. The filming scene suddenly turned into a bloody murder scene. Even if they knew it was fake, it was inevitable that they would be stimulated. Eric was thinking about whether to go in and take a look. A middle-aged man in a white coat with his eyes closed and a pale face was lying on a stretcher. He was hurriedly carried out by several staff members. This is the doctor we arranged? Jeffrey muttered to himself in disbelief. Eric saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He looked at Jeffrey and wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. After all, laughing in this situation would be too rude. However, in the face of the bloody scene, the filming crew did not have any accidents, but the doctor responsible for dealing with the accident fainted. This scene was a bit funny. I'm sorry, Mr. Williams, there was an accident, Director Roger. Spottywood quickly walked out and shook hands with Eric. It's okay. Then, can I go in and take a look? Of course, Roger nodded. Seeing Joanna Picula behind Eric, Roger said, I suggest this lady not go in. Although the room has been preliminarily cleaned, it's still a bit horrible. Joan, you can wait outside, Eric said to the girl and followed Roger Spottywood into the bedroom. This was a very spacious European-style bedroom. According to the settings in the script, there was a large mirror on the ceiling. At this time, several staff members were cleaning up the bloody mess. Of course, it was not real blood, but it was not ketchup either. It looked quite realistic. The female lead, Diane Lane, quickly came out of the bathroom next door. She was still wearing a large white bathrobe. Seeing Eric appear, the girl walked forward with some surprise in her eyes. Mr. Williams, hello. I didn't expect you to come today. Mr. Spottywood didn't tell me. Eric shook hands with Diane Lane and said with a smile, it seems that the scene just now did not cause any discomfort to Mississippi Lane. This is really a good thing. I just saw the doctor being carried out. Diane Lane, who was originally full of smiles, thought of something and put away the smile on her face without a trace. She said, actually, I also felt very uncomfortable just now. I even felt like vomiting, but I just washed my face with cold water and felt better. Roger Spottywood looked at the lying woman strangely. Just at the end of the scene, when the doctor who was guarding nearby rolled his eyes and fainted, Diane Lane was so amused that she laughed. If the scene had not been completed, maybe they would have to do it again. However, Roger Spottywood had no intention of exposing such a trivial matter. Eric nodded. Hearing the sound of water in the bathroom, he asked curiously, is there someone else in there? Yes, Mr. Cabell is washing the stains on his body. If this kind of artificial blood is not washed off immediately, it will be difficult to get it off the skin after it dries, Roger Spottywood said. There are curtains inside. I just washed my hands, Diane Lane explained. Eric looked around and saw that the staff had begun to move the filming equipment outside. He suddenly asked, by the way, I remember that the next scene should be the police investigation of the scene? Roger Spottywood explained, in order to arrange the schedule of some supporting roles, that scene has been finished in advance. Then what next? Eric asked again. Roger Spottywood asked for the shooting schedule from his assistant and handed it to Eric. Next, we have to go to Catherine Chumay's villa to shoot a few sets of scenes. It's not far from here. It's just nearby on Vallejo Street. After staying on the set of Instinct for an afternoon and checking on the progress of the movie, Eric stayed at the hotel where the Instinct crew was staying that night. The crew also held a small cocktail party and invited everyone to attend. Eric was very satisfied with the progress of the Instinct shooting, so he no longer wasted time on the set. The next morning, Eric left the Instinct crew and went to Cisco's headquarters in San Jose, south of San Francisco Bay, to attend a small high-level regular meeting. Then, he hurried back to Los Angeles. Less than 2 days after leaving Los Angeles, he received no less than 10 calls urging him to go back. Most of them were internal affairs of Firefly, which made Eric's resentment towards Robert Shea even deeper. As the CEO of Firefly, these things should have been handled by Robert Shea. Firefly's current affairs were not complicated. As long as he put in some effort, these things could be taken care of in an orderly manner. However, to Eric's disappointment, Robert Shea put more energy into Sleeping with the Enemy, which he personally served as the producer. Robert Shea personally handled all the distribution affairs of Sleeping with the Enemy. It was estimated that this was the only project in Firefly Films that Eric did not have to worry about. If it weren't for the fact that Eric was very satisfied with the movie after watching the preliminary edited sample, he would probably have fallen out with Robert Shea. It was normal for the executives of major Hollywood film companies to stabilize their positions and strive for more benefits through successful film projects. Therefore, it was not difficult to understand why Robert Shea attached so much importance to Sleeping with the Enemy. However, Robert Shea's behavior was completely contrary to Eric's plan. What he didn't know was that if he could devote himself to the management of the company, then he would definitely become one of the most powerful people in Hollywood in the future. However, Robert Shea wanted to prove himself by making movies. He wanted to seize the power that did not belong to him. This behavior made Eric more and more intolerable. On the plane to Los Angeles, Eric frowned, thinking about how to solve Firefly's current situation. Joanna Pakula's soft voice came into his ears. "Eric, do you want something to drink?" Eric looked to the side and saw a blonde air stewardess smiling at him with a small cart in front of her. Eric glanced at the dazzling variety of drink names, shook his head, and said to the stewardess, "If there is purified water, just give me a glass of purified water." The golden-haired stewardess nodded and poured a glass of water for Eric. Eric reached out to take it, and his arm passed by Joanna. The girl subconsciously shrank back, as if she wanted to melt into the seat. After the stewardess left, Eric helplessly said, "Joan, can you relax a little? I'm not a tiger. I didn't do it on purpose last night. I drank a little too much, so I lost my composure." Joanna Pakula's face blushed. She recalled the scene last night, and her cheeks could not help but heat up slightly. It was a small cocktail party held by the crew of Basic Instinct for Eric's arrival. Joanna felt a little tired, and she did not know many people, so she left early. But when she left, Eric directly put his room card in her hand, and the girl took it obediently. After returning to Eric's suite, Joanna quickly fell asleep after taking a shower. Not knowing how long had passed, Joanna heard some strange sounds coming from the living room outside the bedroom. At first, she thought that Eric had come back, so she did not pay much attention to it. After being in a daze for a while, Joanna did not see Eric coming into the bedroom. Then she realized that something was wrong. Barefoot, she carefully opened the bedroom door and looked into the living room outside. The scene in the living room shocked her. What happened next made Joanna panic. She wanted to pretend that she did not see anything and go back, but she accidentally made some noise in the process. Eric was having fun. When he heard the noise in the bedroom, he was a little confused. But fortunately, Eric was not too drunk. He quickly remembered that he had told Joanna to wait for him in his bedroom during the cocktail party. Realizing this, Eric quickly sent the woman away. When he returned to the bedroom and saw Joanna's situation, he comforted her and made her relax. However, Joanna would not be able to forget what happened last night for a long time. At this moment, hearing the apology in Eric's voice, Joanna bit her lower lip. After a while, she finally asked in a low voice, "Eric, would you do that to me?" Eric shook his head and said, "Of course not. They wanted to please me. I was just playing with them. You are my woman." Joanna knew that Eric was telling the truth. This kind of thing was very common in Hollywood. Over the years, Joanna had received similar hints. If she had been able to put down her persistence and integrate into the rules of Hollywood, she would not have been in the United States for 10 years without achieving anything. However, the woman could not help but complain softly, "So I am just your woman, not your lover." Eric reached out and hugged the woman. "If I say lover, you must think that I am hypocritical, right? According to Eric's mental age, it was difficult for him to fall in love at first sight. Joanna was obviously not the kind of little girl who liked to fantasize. Joanna obediently leaned on Eric and murmured in a low voice, "Don't you know that women are very willing to be deceived?" Eric said, "It takes a lot of brain power to lie. You know that I am very busy and don't have much time to think about this kind of thing. I've already arranged your future for you. As long as you want, you'll become a big star in Hollywood. You'll be paid millions for each movie and you'll even win an Oscar. In the future, if you're tired and don't want to act anymore, you can change your career to another one. We can also have a few children and watch them grow up day by day. Then, they will become heartless and try to seize our property." When Joanna heard the last sentence of Eric's words, she could not help laughing and said, "It seems that except for love and marriage." Eric shook his head gently and seemed to be a little emotional. He said, "Love and marriage are very unreliable, especially in the United States. Do you know the two women last night?" Joanna nodded her head. Eric continued, "Diana Lynn, who played the role of Catherine, her parents divorced 13 days after she was born. Jenny Triplehorn, who played the role of Beth, her parents divorced when she was 3 years old. You see, this is the true portrayal of the life experience of many stars in Hollywood. Except for the two of them, many people I know basically grew up in broken single-parent families. There are not many families that can maintain a complete marriage for a long time. Eric, what about you?" Joanna heard Eric's words and asked subconsciously. Eric thought about it and did not hide it. He said casually, "I don't even know who my mother is." Joanna's arm tightened around Eric's arm and did not ask any more questions. Back in Los Angeles, Joanna parted ways with Eric. Although Eric hoped that the woman could move to the Sharp Corner Manor for a while, Joanna did not want to. She did not want to encounter any more awkward situations. However, the woman accepted a small villa in Beverly Hills that Eric bought for her. This was the second villa that Eric had given her. Previously, Famke Jensen had also chosen a villa near Sunset Boulevard in Beverly Hills. However, it was far from the first villa that Eric bought. It was closer to West Hollywood. For Eric's current net worth, a villa worth about $1 million was nothing. Therefore, Eric was looking forward to the day when he could hide his mistress in a better place than Howard Hughes. The first thing that Fengyu did when he returned to Los Angeles was the release of The Silence of the Lambs. In the past 2 weeks, there were no outstanding box office movies in Hollywood. Compared to last year, the sequel of Raiders of the Lost Ark had a box office of nearly $50 million in the first week. Among the movies that were released in the past 2 weeks, only Total Memories, which was released on June 1st, had a better box office. Total Memories was an action movie starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. It was also the first big-budget movie released by Sony Pictures after the establishment of the company. Although this movie had a box office of $36 million in the first week, it still did not meet Sony's expectations. The production cost of Total Memories was $65 million, and the marketing cost was more than $30 million. The North American box office was close to $200 million to recoup its costs. However, from the first week's box office results and the response after the release, this movie did not have the potential to reach $200 million. The other movie, Back to the Future 3, had a drop of 49% in the box office. It only got $14 million. There was no hope for the box office to exceed $100 million. As for the dud released by Disney's Bowie International, it was not worth mentioning. Firefly and Disney had spent a lot of effort to divert the public's attention away from the male lead in the movie. The premiere of The Silence of the Lambs was not a big movie. Other than Eric, there were the main actors of the movie, Jodie Foster, Anthony Hopkins, etc. Of course, there were also the 3 producers of the movie, Elizabeth Murdoch, Julia Roberts, and Drew Barrymore. Under Eric's interrogation, the girl told him everything about TG Film. Only then did Eric find out that the girl owned 30% of TG Film's shares and that Drew had invested $3 million in The Silence of the Lambs. Of course, this money was secretly transferred from the credit card that Eric had given her. Carolyn Elliott, who was in charge of Eric's personal finances, had mentioned that something was wrong with Drew's credit card. However, Eric didn't care too much as he believed that the girl wouldn't do anything rash. Who would have thought that he would be able to witness such a pleasant surprise? However, if the movie really went according to its original trajectory and won the Best Picture award, then it would be quite lively. That was because the Best Picture award would at most go to the three main producers of the movie. However, The Silence of the Lambs happened to have three producers, three women. The development of the situation was that before the Oscars, after the movie was released in 1,500 theaters on June 8, the three female producers of The Silence of the Lambs became the hottest topic in Hollywood in the next few days, just like the movie itself. That was because the producers of a bloody horror movie about cannibals and killers were actually three delicate beauties. The contrast was too great. What's more, the main lead of the movie was the famous Hollywood actress, Jodie Foster. Under the influence of this strong topic and the movie itself, The Silence of the Lambs earned $14 million in the first 3 days. Because of the movie's R rating and the limitations of the theaters, this result was already very good. The box office statistics agency estimated that the movie would earn close to $20 million in the first week. Also, because of the good reviews, the movie had a high chance of breaking the 100 million mark after a long run. Here, another sad movie had to be mentioned. It was another dud from Disney, The Rocket Man. This movie had been in the works for several years. It was said that Disney had spent a lot of money to develop a special camera mount for some of the camera effects. Under the influence of Eric's butterfly effect, The Rocket Expert was released a year earlier. Although the male lead remained the same and was still that unknown Bill Campbell, the female lead had changed from Jennifer Connelly in his previous life to Brooke Xianxia. Because of the fame brought by the Encounter Girl in Dark Battle last year, Brooke Xianxia received 3 times the salary of Bill Campbell in this movie even though she played the role of a vase. The tragedy was that this movie, which had a total investment of over $40 million, only earned about $9 million in the first 3 days. It was inevitable that the movie would flop. Although the box office of Sony and Universal's 2 blockbuster movies were not as good as last year's movies, they could recover their costs through overseas distribution. They could also make some money from the post-production video. But Disney's 2 consecutive duds were sure to lose money. The box office in North America was so bad that it would be difficult for them to distribute the movie overseas. Especially the first dud movie. With that kind of result, they could forget about distributing the movie overseas. For this reason, Eric studied the other Disney movies that will be released this summer. Other than Ghost, which was co-distributed with Firefly, Eric had no impression of the other movies. It seems that Disney's financial report for the next quarter will be very bad. Feng Yu wondered how Michael Eisner would react. After The Silence of the Lambs, Firefly's next movie, Sleeping with the Enemy, was promoted even more aggressively. Of course, all this was done by Robert Shaye himself. Because of his resentment towards Robert Shaye, Eric decided not to ask about it. Anyway, this movie will be a success, and he just needs to wait for the money to come in. Although he didn't have to worry about Sleeping with the Enemy, Eric didn't have much free time because he had promised Cameron's current wife, Kathryn Bigelow, that he would personally be the producer of Point Shock. At that moment, he had no choice but to worry about this movie. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, a sports car arrived at the entrance of the Pointy Corner Manor. Kathryn Bigelow took a deep breath with lingering fear and complained to Cameron, who was sitting in the driver's seat, "Jim, if you drive so fast on the way back, I'll never sit in the same car as you again." "I thought you'd like this kind of thrill." Cameron looked at his wife's frightened look and said with a little smugness. At the same time, he pressed the horn hard. Having made an appointment in advance, the manor's security guards quickly opened the door when they saw the Camerons in the car. After the sports car drove into the manor, Kathryn Bigelow said, "Do you know how fast you were driving just now? You're joking with your own safety." "I don't like it, I really don't like it." "Alright, Kate, I apologize." Cameron shrugged insincerely and looked at the scenery of the Pointy Corner Manor outside the car window. He said enviously, "Hey, what do you think about building a manor like this in the future?" Kathryn Bigelow knew that her husband was changing the topic again. She said somewhat helplessly, "When do you think you'll be able to earn $30 million? Cameron said confidently, "Maybe in the next movie." "If you don't overspend, it's still possible," Kathryn Bigelow teased again. Cameron was already considered an A-list director after a few popular movies such as Terminator and Alien 2. Other than the fixed director's salary, he could also enjoy a share of the movie's profits. However, with Cameron's extreme pursuit of perfection when making movies, he would often reduce his share in exchange for an extra budget from the producers in the end. Other than the Terminator that only had a fixed investment of over $6 million, the subsequent Alien 2 and Abyss were all in the same situation. The Titanic and Avatar in his previous life were no exception. Especially Titanic, Cameron almost had a mental breakdown from the pressure of the constantly rising cost, but he still did not give up his pursuit of perfection and burned the cost all the way to more than $200 million. Just as he got out of the car, Cameron looked at the city of freedom that shone with silver light under the morning sun and exclaimed, "It's really suitable to be filmed in a movie. I must film it in a movie." Kathryn Bigelow took out a satchel from the backseat of the car and slung it over her shoulder as she casually said, "We'll need that little guy's approval." "He'll definitely agree," Cameron said. He couldn't help but stretch out his arms and form a square with his fingers to encircle the mansion, wondering what angle would be the best. "All right, let's go in. We have a lot to talk about today." Kathryn Bigelow tugged at Cameron's sleeve, and Cameron reluctantly followed his wife to the villa's entrance. Before they could press the doorbell, they heard a woman's laughter coming from the east. "Looks like they're over there." Cameron lifted his chin and led his wife around the barrier formed by tall holly trees. They saw the figures of a man and a woman on the tennis court. When Kathryn Bigelow saw Eric, who was wearing a white tennis uniform, dealing with the woman's tricky attacks with a racket, a gloating smile appeared on her lips. However, Cameron was attracted by the tall and strong figure opposite Eric. The woman was wearing a tight black sports singlet and hot pants, revealing her slender and fit figure. Her long dark brown hair was casually tied into a ponytail, and her slightly hard face had a hint of unruliness and wildness. Tall, fit, wild, unruliness, every feature of the woman completely matched Cameron's definition of sexy. Even with his wife standing beside him, Cameron could not help but reveal a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. Seeing the Camerons appear, Eric ignored Farmick Jensen's tricky boundary shot. As though he had seen his savior, he threw down the tennis racket in his hand and walked towards them. The woman on the court was about to say something in dissatisfaction when she saw Eric point in her direction. The woman turned her head and saw the Camerons. She put her tennis racket aside and walked over with Eric. "Jim, Kate, I thought you wouldn't be here until 10 o'clock, Eric said, greeting Cameron and Kathryn. "If we were a little later, we might not be able to see Eric in such a sorry state." Kathryn Bigelow could not help but tease him. Eric smiled awkwardly and introduced her to the Camerons. "This is my girlfriend, Farmick Jensen." Although she knew that Eric had left out the word one of, Farmick Jensen was still very happy. She warmly shook hands with Cameron and Kathryn Bigelow. Eric also noticed the strange look in Cameron's eyes when he looked at Farmick Jensen. He quickly understood Cameron's thoughts and smiled. He reached out to hug the girl's smooth waist and caressed it twice. He asked Cameron, "Jim, isn't Farmick very suitable to be the female lead in your movie?" "Of course, if the female lead for Terminator 2 hadn't been confirmed, I would definitely have invited Miss Farmick Jensen." "That's a pity," Eric replied with a smile. At the same time, he could not help but glance at Kathryn Bigelow. The female lead of Terminator 2, Linda Hamilton, was the cause of the couple's divorce. During the filming of Terminator 2 in his previous life, the scandal between Cameron and Linda Hamilton had caused a stir. After Terminator 2 was released, Cameron divorced Kathryn Bigelow, who had been married for less than 2 years. Speaking of which, Kathryn Bigelow was also one of the few beautiful directors in Hollywood. Even 20 years later, when she stepped onto the podium of the Dolby Theatre as the first female director of the Oscars, the Iron Lady of Hollywood still looked like she was in her 30s. But in fact, Kathryn Bigelow was now 39 years old. The degree of maintenance of her appearance and figure was enough to make a large number of female stars in Hollywood who had been disfigured by injections go crazy with jealousy. The two women quickly noticed that the man beside them was looking at the woman opposite them. Kathryn Bigelow discreetly kicked Cameron with the tip of her foot, while Farmick Jensen reached out to hug Eric and pinched his waist. "Ah." Eric subconsciously raised his hand in pain, wanting to give the woman a slap, but he quickly realized that this was not the right place. He could only say, "Then, let's go inside and talk." "Yes, yes," Cameron quickly agreed. Back at the villa, Eric hurriedly took a shower and changed his clothes. He brought the Camerons, who were drinking coffee by the floor-to-ceiling window, to the study on the basement floor. Because it was rarely cleaned up, the study was even messier. Books, drafts, folders, and other items were piled up on the tables. The entire wall on the west side was also covered with drafts. Walking down the spiral staircase, Cameron and Catherine Bigelow were simultaneously attracted by the wall of split-screen sketches and various drafts. "Eric, did you do all this?" Cameron asked in disbelief after the couple roughly read through the contents of the manuscripts. From south to north, because the contents of the manuscripts were too shocking. Although most of the manuscripts were shot scripts for sketches, there was also content that involved all aspects of movie production. Cameron even saw a large portion of the manuscripts that involved movie special effects. Sensing the Cameron's surprise, Eric was very satisfied. Although he had already decided to work with the Camerons, Eric could also see that although his films were selling well, Cameron still had some contempt for him. He even clearly regarded him as a fool with a lot of money on Terminator 2. Although Eric generally did not care too much about other people's opinions of him, it was necessary to show enough strength to maintain a long-term cooperation with an unruly person like Cameron. "This is my film plan for the next few years. In fact, I have occasionally started doing it when I was in New York. What you see is the result of my work during this period." When Cameron and Catherine Bigelow heard Eric's words, they once again turned their gazes to the wall filled with manuscripts. Just now, the two of them had only taken a cursory look. Only then did Cameron notice the contents of the split-screen sketches. A terrifying tornado swept up an entire house, a huge Tyrannosaurus Rex chased an off-road vehicle, a tsunami hundreds of meters high rushed to New York City, and Washington, D.C., was shrouded in a shadow. The more Cameron and Catherine Bigelow looked at it, the more surprised they became. In this era, these scenes usually only appeared in comics or novels, but now it seemed that Eric clearly wanted to bring these scenes to the big screen with the intention of live-action movies. Catherine Bigelow was still calm, but Cameron's eyes revealed an undisguised fanaticism. He felt that a new era seemed to be opening. After looking through the split-screen sketches again, Cameron asked, "Eric, how do you plan to shoot these ideas into a movie? I mean, do you have a detailed feasibility plan?" "Of course," Eric explained. "I will use the next 10 years or so to create 2 main series. In addition to the Jurassic Park series adapted from the novel I published 2 years ago, the other is a disaster film series." "Disaster film series?" Cameron once again turned his gaze to the sketches. Eric walked to Cameron's side, pointed at some of the sketches, and explained in detail, "Yes, it's a disaster movie series that includes at least 5 movies. Look, this is a script called Tornado, which mainly describes a group of fanatical scientists chasing and researching tornadoes. This is a concept about an alien invasion of Earth, temporarily named Poison Day, but it seems that this name involves another copyright, and I don't know if it can be successfully obtained. Also, this is a concept about a comet hitting Earth, where mankind is facing destruction. The script is called Collision of Heaven and Earth. Finally, here is a story about the rapid global temperature drop, and half of the United States is frozen. I called it The Day After Tomorrow, meaning that we never know what will happen tomorrow." Cameron and Catherine Bigelow listened attentively to Eric's explanation. After Eric finished speaking, Cameron reached out and stroked the sketches on the wall. After thinking for a long time, he asked, "Eric, how do you plan to achieve these? Is it possible with the current technology?" "Of course, as long as you're willing to spend money," Eric said confidently. "Actually, these 2 series involve the 2 development directions of future special effects movies in my imagination. I've already talked to Stan and Ed several times. I just returned from New York a few days ago, and I even made a special trip to San Francisco for these things." Even with Cameron's craziness, he still found it unbelievable when he imagined Eric's Jurassic Park and disaster film series in his mind. As a technical director, Cameron was very clear about the extent of the current special effects technology. Therefore, he knew that although Eric's movies could definitely be produced if they were forcefully shot, each of them would definitely cost a lot. Even Catherine Bigelow couldn't help but think that the little guy in front of her seemed to be crazier than her husband. Cameron didn't seem to be too interested in the Jurassic Park series. Instead, he excitedly discussed the possibility of making a disaster film series with Eric. Eric, look, according to what you said, Tornado has relatively simple special effects. How do you plan to realistically show a tornado on the screen? As far as I know, the most advanced special effects of industrial light and magic are still very difficult to realistically show a tornado on the screen. Eric turned around and pulled out a document from his desk and handed it to James Cameron. Cameron looked at the cover of the document and felt a little surprised. This should be very important to Eric. However, since Eric gave it to him, Cameron didn't refuse and directly opened it to read. Catherine Bigelow also curiously moved closer to her husband to read the contents of the document. The document in front of them was a proposal to commission a research team led by a famous physicist from Stanford University to develop a set of fluid simulation software. The purpose of this fluid simulation software was to achieve special effects such as smoke, flowing water, and strong winds on the computer. While the Camerons were reading the document in front of them, Eric said, Professor Ron Fedekis from Stanford University has already confirmed the feasibility of this plan. The research and development work has already begun. It will take about half a year for the software to be ready for use. When that time comes, the scenes of tornadoes, tsunamis, explosions, smoke, and so on in the disaster films I mentioned can all be achieved through this software. In addition, Ed Kamal is now preparing a research team in Los Angeles. They plan to develop a 3D modeling software. This software can achieve scenes such as collapsing buildings and destroying cities. Also, Ed Kamal will be optimizing Pixar's original rendering software, RenderMan, so that this software can be adapted to the rendering work of live-action movies. End of chapter 342. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.